Chapter 19 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 19. Mooney. After his illness, Birkin went to the south of France for a time. He did not write, nobody heard anything of him. Ursula, left alone, felt as if everything were lapsing out. There seemed to be no hope in the world. One was a tiny little rock with the tide of nothingness rising higher and higher. She herself was real, and only herself, just like a rock in a wash of flood water. The rest was all nothingness. She was hard and indifferent, isolated in herself. There was nothing for it now but contemptuous, resistant indifference. All the world was lapsing into a grey wish-wash of nothingness. She had no contact and no connection anywhere. She despised and detested the whole show. From the bottom of her heart, from the bottom of her soul, she despised and detested people, adult people. She loved only children and animals. Children she loved passionately, but coldly. They made her want to hug them, to protect them, to give them life. But this very love, based on pity and despair, was only a bondage and a pain to her. She loved best of all the animals, that were single and unsocial as she herself was. She loved the horses and cows in the field. Each was single and to itself, magical. It was not referred away to some detestable social principle. It was incapable of soulfulness and tragedy, which she detested so profoundly. She could be very pleasant and flattering, almost subservient to people she met. But no one was taken in. Instinctively each felt her contemptuous mockery of the human being in himself or herself. She had a profound grudge against the human being. That which the word human stood for was despicable and repugnant to her. Mostly her heart was closed in this hidden, unconscious strain of contemptuous ridicule. She thought she loved. She thought she was full of love. This was her idea of herself. But the strange brightness of her presence, a marvellous radiance of intrinsic vitality, was a luminousness of supreme repudiation, nothing but repudiation. Yet at moments she yielded and softened. She wanted pure love, only pure love. This other, this state of constant, unfailing repudiation was a strain, a suffering also. A terrible desire for pure love overcame her again. She went out one evening, numbed by this constant, essential suffering. Those who are timed for destruction must die now. The knowledge of this reached a finality, a finishing in her, and the finality released her. If fate would carry off in death or downfall all those who were timed to go, why need she trouble? Why repudiate any further? She was free of it all. She could seek a new union elsewhere. Ursula set off to Willey Green, towards the mill. She came to Willey Water. It was almost full again after its period of emptiness. Then she turned off through the woods. The night had fallen. It was dark. But she forgot to be afraid, she who had such great sources of fear. Among the trees, far from any human beings, there was a sort of magic peace. The more one could find a pure loneliness, with no taint of people, the better one felt. She was in reality terrified, horrified in her apprehension of people. She started, noticing something on her right hand between the tree trunks. It was like a great presence, watching her, dodging her. She started violently. It was only the moon, risen through the thin trees. But it seemed so mysterious with its white and deathly smile. And there was no avoiding it. Night or day, one could not escape the sinister face, triumphant and radiant like this moon, with a high smile. She hurried on, cowering from the white planet. She would just see the pond at the mill before she went home. Not wanting to go through the yard because of the dogs, she turned off along the hillside to descend on the pond from above. The moon was transcendent over the bare open space. She suffered from being exposed to it. There was a glimmer of nightly rabbits across the ground. The night was as clear as crystal, and very still. She could hear a distant coughing of a sheep. So she swerved down to the steep tree-hidden bank above the pond, where the alders twisted their roots. She was glad to pass into the shade out of the moon. There she stood, at the top of the fallen-away bank, her hand on the rough trunk of a tree, looking at the water that was perfect in its stillness, floating the moon upon it. But for some reason she disliked it. It did not give her anything. She listened for the hoarse rustle of the sluice. And she wished for something else out of the night. She wanted another night, not this moon-brilliant hardness. She could feel her soul crying out in her, lamenting desolately. She saw a shadow moving by the water. It would be Birkin. He had come back then, unawares. She accepted it without remark. Nothing mattered to her. She sat down among the roots of the alder tree, dim and veiled, hearing the sound of the sluice like dew, distilling audibly into the night. The islands were dark and half revealed, the reeds were dark also, only some of them had a little frail fire of reflection. A fish leapt secretly, revealing the light in the pond. This fire of the chill night, breaking constantly onto the pure darkness, repelled her. She wished it were perfectly dark, perfectly, and noiseless and without motion. Birkin, small and dark also, his hair tinged with moonlight, wandered nearer. He was quite near, and yet he did not exist in her. He did not know she was there. Supposing he did something he would not wish to be seen doing, thinking he was quite private. But there, what did it matter? What did the small privacies matter? How could it matter what he did? How can there be any secrets? We're all the same organisms. How can there be any secrecy when everything is known to all of us? He was touching unconsciously the dead husks of flowers as he passed by, and talking disconnectedly to himself. "You can't go away," he was saying. "There is no away. You can only withdraw upon yourself." He threw a dead flower husk onto the water. An antiphony. They lie and you sing back to them. There wouldn't have to be any truth if there weren't any lies. Then one needn't assert anything. He stood still looking at the water and throwing upon it the husks of the flowers. Cybele, curse her! The accursed Syria Dea! Does one begrudge it her? What else is there? Ursula wanted to laugh loudly and hysterically. hearing his isolated voice speaking out. It was so ridiculous. He stood staring at the water. Then he stooped and picked up a stone which he threw sharply at the pond. Ursula was aware of the bright moon leaping and swaying, all distorted in her eyes. It seemed to shoot out arms of fire like a cuttlefish, like a luminous polyp, palpitating strongly before her. And his shadow on the border of the pond was watching for a few moments. Then he stooped and groped on the ground. Then again there was a burst of sound and a burst of brilliant light. The moon had exploded on the water and was flying asunder in flakes of white and dangerous fire. Rapidly, like white birds, the fires all broken rose across the pond, fleeing in clamorous confusion, battling with the flock of dark waves that were forcing their way in. The furthest waves of light fleeing out seemed to be clamouring against the shore for escape. The waves of darkness came in heavily, running under towards the centre. But at the centre, the heart of all, was still a vivid, incandescent quivering of a white moon not quite destroyed, a white body of fire writhing and striving, and not even now broken open, not yet violated. It seemed to be drawing itself together with strange, violent pangs in blind effort. It was getting stronger. It was reasserting itself, the inviolable moon. And the rays were hastening in thin lines of light, to return to the strengthened moon that shook upon the water in triumphant reassumption. Birkin stood and watched, motionless, till the pond was almost calm, the moon was almost serene. Then, satisfied of so much, he looked for more stones. She felt his invisible tenacity. And in a moment again the broken light scattered in explosion over her face, dazzling her. And then almost immediately came the second shot. The moon leapt up white and burst through the air. Darts of bright light shot asunder. Darkness swept over the centre. There was no moon, only a battlefield of broken lights and shadows running close together. Shadows, dark and heavy, struck again and again across the place where the heart of the moon had been, obliterating it altogether. The white fragments pulsed up and down and could not find where to go, apart and brilliant on the water, like the petals of a rose that a wind has blown far and wide. Yet again they were flickering their way to the centre, finding the path blindly, enviously. And again all was still, as Birkin and Ursula watched. The waters were loud on the shore. He saw the moon regathering itself insidiously, saw the heart of the rose intertwining vigorously and blindly, calling back the scattered fragments, winning home the fragments in a pulse and in effort of return. And he was not satisfied. Like a madness he must go on. He got large stones and threw them one after the other at the white burning centre of the moon, till there was nothing but a rocking of hollow noise, and a pond surged up, no moon any more, only a few broken flakes tangled and glittering broadcast in the darkness, without aim or meaning, a darkened confusion like a black and white kaleidoscope tossed at random. The hollow night was rocking and crashing with noise, and from the sluice came sharp, regular flashes of sound. Flakes of light appeared here and there, glittering tormented among the shadows, far off in strange places, among the dripping shadow of the willow on the island. Birkin stood and listened and was satisfied. Ursula was dazed, her mind was all gone. She felt she had fallen to the ground and was spilled out like water on the earth. Motionless and spent she remained in the gloom. Though even now she was aware, unseeing, that in the darkness was a little tumult of ebbing flakes of light, a cluster dancing secretly in a round, twining and coming steadily together. They were gathering a heart again, they were coming once more into being. Gradually the fragments caught together, reunited, heaving, rocking, dancing, falling back as in panic, but working their way home again persistently, making semblance of fleeing away when they had advanced, but always flickering nearer, a little closer to the mark, the cluster growing mysteriously larger and brighter, as gleam after gleam fell in with the whole, until a ragged rose, a distorted, frayed moon, was shaking upon the waters again, reasserted, renewed, trying to recover from its convulsion, to get over the disfigurement and the agitation, to be whole and composed, at peace. Birkin lingered vaguely by the water. Ursula was afraid that he would stone the moon again. She slipped from her seat and went down to him, saying, "You won't throw stones at it any more, will you?" "How long have you been there?" "All the time. You won't throw any more stones, will you?" "I wanted to see if I could make it be quite gone off the pond," he said. "Yes. It was horrible, really. Why should you hate the moon? It hasn't done you any harm, has it?" "Was it hate?" he said. And they were silent for a few minutes. "When did you come back?" she said. "Today." "Why did you never write?" "I could find nothing to say." "Why was there nothing to say?" "I don't know. Why are there no daffodils now?" "No." Again there was a space of silence. Ursula looked at the moon. It had gathered itself together and was quivering slightly. "Was it good for you to be alone?" she asked. "Perhaps. Not that I know much. But I got over a good deal. Did you do anything important?" "No. I looked at England and thought I'd done with it." "Why England?" he asked in surprise. "I don't know. It came like that." "It isn't a question of nations," he said. "France is far worse." "Yes, I know. I felt I'd done with it all." They went and sat down on the roots of the trees in the shadow. And being silent, he remembered the beauty of her eyes, which were sometimes filled with light, like spring, suffused with wonderful promise. So he said to her, slowly, with difficulty, "There is a golden light in you, which I wish you would give me." It was as if he had been thinking of this for some time. She was startled. She seemed to leap clear of him, yet also she was pleased. "What kind of a light?" she asked. But he was shy, and did not say any more. So the moment passed for this time, and gradually a feeling of sorrow came over her. "My life is unfulfilled," she said. "Yes," he answered briefly, not wanting to hear this. "And I feel as if nobody could ever really love me," she said. But he did not answer. "You think, don't you," she said slowly, "that I only want physical things? It isn't true. I want you to serve my spirit." "I know you do." I know you don't want physical things by themselves. But I want you to give me, to give your spirit to me, that golden light which is you, which you don't know. Give it to me." After a moment's silence, she replied, "But how can I? You don't love me. You only want your own ends. You don't want to serve me, and yet you want me to serve you. It is so one-sided." It was a great effort to him to maintain this conversation, and to press for the thing he wanted from her, the surrender of her spirit. "It is different," he said. "The two kinds of service are so different. I serve you in another way, not through yourself, somewhere else. But I want us to be together without bothering about ourselves, to be really together because we are together, as if it were a phenomenon, not a thing we have to maintain by our own effort." "No," she said, pondering. "You are just egocentric. You never have any enthusiasm. You never come out with any spark towards me. You want yourself really, and your own affairs. And you want me just to be there to serve you." But this only made him shut off from her. "Ah well," he said, "words make no matter anyway. The thing is between us, or it isn't." "You don't even love me!" she cried. "I do," he said angrily. "But I want—" His mind saw again the lovely golden light of spring transfused through her eyes, as through some wonderful window. And he wanted her to be with him there, in this world of proud indifference. But what was the good of telling her he wanted this company in proud indifference? What was the good of talking anyway? It must happen beyond the sound of words. It was merely ruinous to try to work her by conviction. This was a paradisal bird that could never be netted. It must fly by itself to the heart. "I always think I'm going to be loved, and then I am let down. You don't love me, you know. You don't want to serve me, you only want yourself." A shiver of rage went over his veins at this repeated, "You don't want to serve me." All the paradisal disappeared from him. "No," he said, irritated, "I don't want to serve you, because there is nothing there to serve. What you want me to serve is nothing, mere nothing. It isn't even you. It is your mere female quality. And I wouldn't give a straw for your female ego. It's a rag doll." "Ha!" she laughed in mockery. "That's all you think of me, is it? And then you have the impudence to say you love me." She rose in anger to go home. "You want the paradisal unknowing," she said, turning round on him as he still sat half visible in the shadow. "I know what that means, thank you. You want me to be your thing, never to criticise you, or to have anything to say for myself. You want me to be a mere thing for you. No, thank you. If you want that, there are plenty of women who will give it to you. There are plenty of women who will lie down for you to walk over them. Go to them then, if that's what you want. Go to them." "No," he said, outspoken with anger. "I want you to drop your assertive will, your frightened, apprehensive self-insistence. That is what I want. I want you to trust yourself so implicitly that you can let yourself go." "Let myself go!" she re-echoed in mockery. "I can let myself go easily enough. It is you who can't let yourself go. It is you who hang on to yourself as if it were your only treasure. You are the Sunday school teacher. You preacher." The amount of truth that was in this made him stiff and unheeding of her. I don't mean let yourself go in the Dionysic, ecstatic way, he said. I know you can do that. But I hate ecstasy, Dionysic or any other. It's like going round in a squirrel cage. I want you not to care about yourself, just to be there and not to care about yourself, not to insist. Be glad and sure and indifferent. Who insists? She mocked. Who is it that keeps on insisting? It isn't me. There was a weary, mocking bitterness in her voice. He was silent for some time. I know, he said. While ever either of us insists to the other, we are all wrong. But there we are. The accord doesn't come. They sat in stillness under the shadow of the trees by the bank. The night was white around them. They were in the darkness, barely conscious. Gradually the stillness and peace came over them. She put her hand tentatively on his. Their hands clasped softly and silently, in peace. Do you really love me? She said. He laughed. I call that your war cry, he replied, amused. Why? She cried, amused and really wondering. Your insistence, your war cry. A Brangwen, an old battle cry. Yours is, do you love me? Yield, knave, or die. No, she said, pleading, not like that. Not like that. But I must know that you love me, mustn't I? Well then, know it and have done with it. But do you? Yes, I do. I love you. And I know it's final. It is final. So why say any more about it? She was silent for some moments, in delight and doubt. Are you sure? She said, nestling happily near to him. Quite sure. So now have done. Accept it and have done. She was nestled quite close to him. Have done with what? She murmured happily. With bothering, he said. She clung nearer to him. He held her close and kissed her softly, gently. It was such peace and heavenly freedom, just to fold her and kiss her gently, and not to have any thoughts or any desires or any will, just to be still with her, to be perfectly still and together in a peace that was not sleep, but content in bliss. To be content in bliss, without desire or insistence anywhere. This was heaven, to be together in happy stillness. For a long time she nestled to him, and he kissed her softly, her hair, her face, her ears, gently, softly, like dew falling. But this warm breath on her ears disturbed her again, kindled the old destructive fires. She cleaved to him, and he could feel his blood changing like quicksilver. But we'll be still, shall we? He said. Yes, she said, as if submissively. And she continued to nestle against him. But in a little while she drew away and looked at him. I must be going home, she said. Must you? How sad, he replied. She leaned forward and put up her mouth to be kissed. Are you really sad? She murmured, smiling. Yes, he said. I wish we could stay as we were, always. Always, do you? She murmured as he kissed her. and then out of a full throat she crooned, "Kiss me, kiss me!" And she cleaved close to him. He kissed her many times. But he too had his idea and his will. He wanted only gentle communion, no other, no passion now. So that soon she drew away, put on her hat, and went home. End of the first part of chapter 19. Recording by Ruth Golding. Of chapter 19 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 19. Mooney. The second part. The next day, however, he felt wistful and yearning. He thought he had been wrong, perhaps. Perhaps he had been wrong to go to her with an idea of what he wanted. Was it really only an idea? Or was it the interpretation of a profound yearning? If the latter, how was it he was always talking about sensual fulfilment? The two did not agree very well. Suddenly he found himself face to face with a situation. It was as simple as this, fatally simple. On the one hand, he knew he did not want a further sensual experience, something deeper, darker than ordinary life could give. He remembered the African fetishes he had seen at Halliday's so often. There came back to him one, a statuette about 2 feet high, a tall, slim, elegant figure from West Africa in dark wood, glossy and suave. It was a woman with hair dressed high like a melon-shaped dome. He remembered her vividly. She was one of his soul's intimates. Her body was long and elegant. Her face was crushed tiny like a beetle's. She had rows of round, heavy collars like a column of quoits on her neck. He remembered her, her astonishing, cultured elegance, her diminished beetle face, the astounding long, elegant body on short, ugly legs, with such protuberant buttocks, so weighty and unexpected below her slim, long loins. She knew what he himself did not know. She had thousands of years of purely sensual, purely unspiritual knowledge behind her. It must have been thousands of years since her race had died, mystically. That is, since the relation between the senses and the outspoken mind had broken, leaving the experience all in one sort, mystically sensual. Thousands of years ago, that which was immanent in himself must have taken place in these Africans. The goodness, the holiness, the desire for creation and productive happiness must have lapsed, leaving the single impulse for knowledge in one sort. Mindless, progressive knowledge through the senses, knowledge arrested and ending in the senses, mystic knowledge in disintegration and dissolution, knowledge such as the beetles have, which live purely within the world of corruption and cold dissolution. This was why her face looked like a beetle's. This was why the Egyptians worshipped the ball-rolling scarab, because of the principle of knowledge in dissolution and corruption. There is a long way we can travel after the death break, after that point when the soul in intense suffering breaks away from its organic hold like a leaf that falls. We fall from the connection with life and hope. We lapse from pure integral being, from creation and liberty, and we fall into the long, long African process of purely sensual understanding, knowledge in the mystery of dissolution. He realised now that this is a long process. Thousands of years it takes after the death of the creative spirit. He realised that there were great mysteries to be unsealed, sensual, mindless, dreadful mysteries, far beyond the phallic cult. How far, in their inverted culture, had these West Africans gone beyond phallic knowledge? Very, very far. Birkin recalled again the female figure, the elongated, long, long body, the curious, unexpected, heavy buttocks, the long, imprisoned neck, the face with tiny features like a beetle's. This was far beyond any phallic knowledge, sensual, subtle realities, far beyond the scope of phallic investigation. There remained this way, this awful African process, to be fulfilled. It would be done differently by the white races. The white races, having the Arctic North behind them, the vast abstraction of ice and snow, would fulfil a mystery of ice-destructive knowledge, snow-abstract annihilation. Whereas the West Africans, controlled by the burning death abstraction of the Sahara, had been fulfilled in sun destruction, the putrescent mystery of sun rays. Was this then all that remained? Was there left now nothing but to break off from the happy creative being? Was the time up? Is our day of creative life finished? Does there remain to us only the strange, awful afterwards of the knowledge in dissolution, the African knowledge, but different in us, who are blonde and blue-eyed from the north? Birkin thought of Gerald. He was one of these strange, white, wonderful demons from the north, fulfilled in the destructive frost mystery. And was he fated to pass away in this knowledge, this one process of frost knowledge, death by perfect cold? Was he a messenger, an omen of the universal dissolution into whiteness and snow? Birkin was frightened. He was tired, too, when he had reached this length of speculation. Suddenly his strange, strained attention gave way. He could not attend to these mysteries any more. There was another way, the way of freedom. There was the paradisal entry into pure single being, the individual soul taking precedence over love and desire for union, stronger than any pangs of emotion. A lovely state of free, proud singleness, which accepted the obligation of the permanent connection with others, and with the other submits to the yoke and leash of love, but never forfeits its own proud individual singleness, even while it loves and yields. There was the other way, the remaining way, and he must run to follow it. He thought of Ursula. How sensitive and delicate she really was, her skin so over-fine, as if one skin were wanting. She was really so marvellously gentle and sensitive. Why did he ever forget it? He must go to her at once. He must ask her to marry him. They must marry at once, and so make a definite pledge, enter into a definite communion. He must set out at once and ask her, this moment. There was no moment to spare. He drifted on swiftly to Beldover, half unconscious of his own movement. He saw the town on the slope of the hill, not straggling, but as if walled in with the straight final streets of miners' dwellings, making a great square, and it looked like Jerusalem to his fancy. The world was all strange and transcendent. Rosalind opened the door to him. She started slightly as a young girl will, and said, "Oh, I'll tell father," with which she disappeared, leaving Birkin in the hall, looking at some reproductions from Picasso, lately introduced by Gudrun. He was admiring the almost wizard, sensuous apprehension of the earth, when Will Brangwen appeared, rolling down his shirt-sleeves. "Well," said Brangwen, "I'll get a coat." And he too disappeared for a moment. Then he returned and opened the door of the drawing-room, saying, "You must excuse me, I was just doing a bit of work in the shed. Come inside, will you?" Birkin entered and sat down. He looked at the bright reddish face of the other man, at the narrow brow and the very bright eyes, and at the rather sensual lips that unrolled wide and expansive under the black cropped moustache. How curious it was that this was a human being. What Brangwen thought himself to be, how meaningless it was, confronted with the reality of him. Birkin could see only a strange, inexplicable, almost patternless collection of passions and desires and suppressions and traditions and mechanical ideas, all cast unfused and disunited into this slender, bright-faced man of nearly 50, who was as unresolved now as he was at 20, and as uncreated. How could he be the parent of Ursula, when he was not created himself? He was not a parent. A slip of living flesh had been transmitted through him, but the spirit had not come from him. The spirit had not come from any ancestor. It had come out of the unknown. A child is the child of the mystery, or it is uncreated. "The weather's not so bad as it has been," said Brangwen, after waiting a moment. There was no connection between the two men. "No," said Birkin. "It was full moon 2 days ago." "Oh, you believe in the moon then, affecting the weather?" "No, I don't think I do. I don't really know enough about it." "You know what they say, the moon and the weather may change together, but the change of the moon won't change the weather." "Is that it?" said Birkin. "I hadn't heard it." There was a pause. Then Birkin said, "Am I hindering you? I called to see Ursula, really. Is she at home?" "I don't believe she is. I believe she's gone to the library. I'll just see." Birkin could hear him inquiring in the dining-room. "No," he said, coming back. "But she won't be long. You wanted to speak to her?" Birkin looked across at the other man, with curious, calm, clear eyes. "As a matter of fact," he said, "I wanted to ask her to marry me." A point of light came on the golden brown eyes of the elder man. "Oh," he said, looking at Birkin, then dropping his eyes before the calm, steadily watching look of the other. "Was she expecting you then?" "No," said Birkin. "No? I didn't know anything of this sort was on foot." Brangwen smiled awkwardly. Birkin looked back at him, and said to himself, "I wonder why it should be on foot." Aloud he said, "No, it's perhaps rather sudden." At which, thinking of his relationship with Ursula, he added, "But I don't know." "Quite sudden, is it? Oh," said Brangwen, rather baffled and annoyed. "In one way," replied Birkin, "not in another." There was a moment's pause, after which Brangwen said, "Well, she pleases herself." "Oh yes," said Birkin calmly. A vibration came into Brangwen's strong voice, as he replied, "Though I shouldn't want her to be in too big a hurry either.
It's no good looking round afterwards when it's too late."
"Oh, it need never be too late," said Birkin, "as far as that goes."
"How do you mean?" asked the father.
"If one repents being married, the marriage is at an end," said Birkin.
"You think so?"
"Yes."
"Aye, well, that may be your way of looking at it."
Birkin, in silence, thought to himself, "So it may. As for your way of looking at it, William Brangwen, it needs a little explaining."
"I suppose," said Brangwen, "you know what sort of people we are? What sort of a bringing up she's had?"
"She," thought Birkin to himself, remembering his childhood's corrections, "is the cat's mother." "Do I know what sort of a bringing up she's had?" he said aloud. He seemed to annoy Brangwen intentionally.
"Well," he said, "she's had everything that's right for a girl to have, as far as possible, as far as we could give it her."
"I'm sure she has," said Birkin, which caused a perilous full stop. The father was becoming exasperated. There was something naturally irritant to him in Birkin's mere presence.
"And I don't want to see her going back on it all," he said, in a clanging voice.
"Why?" said Birkin. This monosyllable exploded in Brangwen's brain like a shot.
"Why? I don't believe in your new-fangled ways and new-fangled ideas, in and out like a frog in a gallipot. It would never do for me."
Birkin watched him with steady, emotionless eyes. The radical antagonism in the two men was rousing. "Yes, but are my ways and ideas new-fangled?" asked Birkin.
"Are they?" Brangwen caught himself up. "I'm not speaking of you in particular," he said. "What I mean is that my children have been brought up to think and do according to the religion that I was brought up in myself, and I don't want to see them going away from that."
There was a dangerous pause. "And beyond that?" asked Birkin. The father hesitated. He was in a nasty position.
"Eh? What do you mean? All I want to say is that my daughter—"
He tailed off into silence, overcome by futility. He knew that in some way he was off the track. "Of course," said Birkin, "I don't want to hurt anybody or influence anybody. Ursula does exactly as she pleases." There was a complete silence, because of the utter failure in mutual understanding. Birkin felt bored. Her father was not a coherent human being. He was a roomful of old echoes. The eyes of the younger man rested on the face of the elder. Brangwen looked up and saw Birkin looking at him. His face was covered with inarticulate anger and humiliation, and sense of inferiority in strength.
"And as for beliefs, that's one thing," he said. "But I'd rather see my daughters dead tomorrow than that they should be at the beck and call of the first man that likes to come and whistle for them."
A queer, painful light came into Birkin's eyes. "As to that," he said, "I only know that it's much more likely that it's I who am at the beck and call of the woman, than she at mine." Again there was a pause. The father was somewhat bewildered.
"I know," he said. "She'll please herself, she always has done. I've done my best for them, but that doesn't matter. They've got themselves to please, and if they can help it, they'll please nobody but themselves. But she's a right to consider her mother, and me as well."
Brangwen was thinking his own thoughts.
"And I tell you this much, I would rather bury them than seeing them getting into a lot of loose ways, such as you see everywhere nowadays. I'd rather bury them."
"Yes, but you see," said Birkin slowly, rather wearily, bored again by this new turn, "they won't give either you or me the chance to bury them, because they're not to be buried." Brangwen looked at him in a sudden flare of impotent anger.
"Now, Mr Birkin," he said, "I don't know what you've come here for, and I don't know what you're asking for. But my daughters are my daughters, and it's my business to look after them while I can."
Birkin's brows knitted suddenly, his eyes concentrated in mockery. But he remained perfectly stiff and still. There was a pause.
"I've nothing against your marrying Ursula," Brangwen began at length. "It's got nothing to do with me. She'll do as she likes, me or no me."
Birkin turned away, looking out of the window and letting go his consciousness. After all, what good was this? It was hopeless to keep it up. He would sit on till Ursula came home, then speak to her, then go away. He would not accept trouble at the hands of her father. It was all unnecessary, and he himself need not have provoked it. The two men sat in complete silence, Birkin almost unconscious of his own whereabouts. He had come to ask her to marry him. Well then, he would wait on and ask her. As for what she said, whether she accepted or not, he did not think about it. He would say what he had come to say, and that was all he was conscious of. He accepted the complete insignificance of this household for him. But everything now was as if fated. He could see one thing ahead and no more. From the rest he was absolved entirely from the time being. It had to be left to fate and chance to resolve the issues. At length they heard the gate. They saw her coming up the steps with a bundle of books under her arm. Her face was bright and abstracted as usual, with the abstraction, that look of being not quite there, not quite present to the facts of reality that galled her father so much. She had a maddening faculty of assuming a light of her own, which excluded the reality, and within which she looked radiant, as if in sunshine. They heard her go into the dining room and drop her armful of books on the table.
"Did you bring me that girl's own?" cried Rosalind.
"Yes, I brought it, but I forgot which one it was you wanted."
"You would!"
cried Rosalind angrily.
"It's right, for a wonder."
Then they heard her say something in a lowered tone.
"Where?"
cried Ursula. Again her sister's voice was muffled. Brangwen opened the door and called in his strong, brazen voice, "Ursula!" She appeared in a moment, wearing her hat.
"Oh, how do you do?"
she cried, seeing Birkin, and all dazzled as if taken by surprise. He wondered at her, knowing she was aware of his presence. She had her queer, radiant, breathless manner, as if confused by the actual world, unreal to it, having a complete, bright world of herself alone.
"Have I interrupted a conversation?" she asked.
"No, only a complete silence," said Birkin.
"Oh,"
said Ursula, vaguely, absent. Their presence was not vital to her. She was withheld, she did not take them in. It was a subtle insult that never failed to exasperate her father. "Mr Birkin came to speak to you, not to me," said her father.
"Oh, did he?"
she exclaimed vaguely, as if it did not concern her. Then, recollecting herself, she turned to him rather radiantly, but still quite superficially, and said,
"Was it anything special?"
"I hope so," he said ironically.
"To propose to you, according to all accounts," said her father.
"Oh," said Ursula.
"Oh," mocked her father, imitating her. "Have you nothing more to say?"
She winced as if violated.
"Did you really come to propose to me?" she asked of Birkin, as if it were a joke.
"Yes," he said. "I suppose I came to propose." He seemed to fight shy of the last word. "Did you?" she cried, with her vague radiance. He might have been saying anything whatsoever. She seemed pleased. "Yes," he answered. I wanted you to agree to marry me." She looked at him. His eyes were flickering with mixed lights, wanting something of her, yet not wanting it. She shrank a little, as if she were exposed to his eyes, and as if it were a pain to her. She darkened. Her soul clouded over. She turned aside. She had been driven out of her own radiant, single world. And she dreaded contact. It was almost unnatural to her at these times. "Yes," she said vaguely, in a doubting, absent voice. Birkin's heart contracted swiftly, in a sudden fire of bitterness. It all meant nothing to her. He had been mistaken again. She was in some self-satisfied world of her own. He and his hopes were accidentals, violations to her. It drove her father to a pitch of mad exasperation. He had had to put up with this all his life from her.
"Well, what do you say?"
he cried. She winced. Then she glanced down at her father, half frightened, and she said, "I didn't speak, did I?" As if she were afraid she might have committed herself.
"No,"
said her father, exasperated.
"But you needn't look like an idiot. You've got your wits, haven't you?"
She ebbed away in silent hostility. "I've got my wits, what does that mean?" she repeated in a sullen voice of antagonism.
"You heard what was asked you, didn't you?"
cried her father in anger. "Of course I heard."
"Well then, can't you answer?"
thundered her father.
"Why should I?"
At the impertinence of this retort he went stiff, but he said nothing. "No," said Birkin, to help out the occasion. "There's no need to answer at once. You can say when you like." Her eyes flashed with a powerful light. "Why should I say anything?" she cried. "You do this off your own bat. It has nothing to do with me. Why do you both want to bully me?"
"Bully you! Bully you!"
cried her father in bitter, rancorous anger.
"Bully you! Why, it's a pity you can't be bullied into some sense and decency. Bully you! You'll see to that, you self-willed creature."
She stood suspended in the middle of the room, her face glimmering and dangerous. She was set in satisfied defiance. Birkin looked up at her. He too was angry. "But none is bullying you," he said, in a very soft, dangerous voice also. "Oh yes!" she cried. "You both want to force me into something." "That is an illusion of yours," he said ironically.
"Illusion!" cried her father. "A self-opinionated fool, that's what she is."
Birkin rose, saying, "However, we'll leave it for the time being." And without another word he walked out of the house.
"You fool! You fool!"
her father cried to her with extreme bitterness. She left the room and went upstairs, singing to herself. But she was terribly fluttered, as after some dreadful fight. From her window she could see Birkin going up the road. He went in such a blithe drift of rage that her mind wandered over him. He was ridiculous, but she was afraid of him. She was as if escaped from some danger. Her father sat below, powerless in humiliation and chagrin. It was as if he were possessed with all the devils after one of these unaccountable conflicts with Ursula. He hated her as if his only reality were in hating her to the last degree. He had all hell in his heart. But he went away to escape himself. He knew he must despair, yield, give in to despair, and have done. Ursula's face closed. She completed herself against them all. Recoiling upon herself, she became hard and self-completed, like a jewel. She was bright and invulnerable, quite free and happy, perfectly liberated in her self-possession. Her father had to learn not to see her blithe obliviousness, or it would have sent him mad. She was so radiant with all things, in her possession of perfect hostility. She would go on now for days like this, in this bright, frank state of seemingly pure spontaneity, so essentially oblivious of the existence of anything but herself, but so ready and facile in her interest. Ah, it was a bitter thing for a man to be near her, and her father cursed his fatherhood. But he must learn not to see her, not to know. She was perfectly stable in resistance when she was in this state, so bright and radiant and attractive in her pure opposition, so very pure, and yet mistrusted by everybody, disliked on every hand. It was her voice, curiously clear and repellent, that gave her away. Only Gudrun was in accord with her. It was at these times that the intimacy between the two sisters was most complete, as if their intelligence were one. They felt a strong, bright bond of understanding between them, surpassing everything else. And during all these days of blind, bright abstraction and intimacy of his two daughters, the father seemed to breathe an air of death, as if he were destroyed in his very being. He was irritable to madness, he could not rest. His daughters seemed to be destroying him. But he was inarticulate and helpless against them. He was forced to breathe the air of his own death. He cursed them in his soul, and only wanted that they should be removed from him. They continued radiant in their easy female transcendency, beautiful to look at. They exchanged confidences. They were intimate in their revelations to the last degree, giving each other at last every secret. They withheld nothing. They told everything, till they were over the border of evil. And they armed each other with knowledge. They extracted the subtlest flavours from the apple of knowledge. It was curious how their knowledge was complementary, that of each to that of the other. Ursula saw her men as sons, pitied their yearning, and admired their courage, and wondered over them, as a mother wonders over her child, with a certain delight in their novelty. But to Gudrun they were the opposite camp. She feared them and despised them, and respected their activities even overmuch. "Of course," she said easily, "there is a quality of life in Birkin which is quite remarkable. There is an extraordinary rich spring of life in him, really amazing, the way he can give himself to things. But there are so many things in life that he simply doesn't know. Either he is not aware of their existence at all, or he dismisses them as merely negligible, things which are vital to the other person. In a way, he is not clever enough, he is too intense in spots." "Yes," cried Ursula, "too much of a preacher. He is really a priest." "Exactly. He can't hear what anybody else has to say. He simply cannot hear. His own voice is so loud." "Yes, he cries you down." "He cries you down," repeated Gudrun, "and by mere force of violence. And of course it is hopeless. Nobody is convinced by violence. It makes talking to him impossible. And living with him, I should think, would be more than impossible." "You don't think one could live with him?" asked Ursula. "I think it would be too wearing, too exhausting. One would be shouted down every time, and rushed into his way without any choice. He would want to control you entirely. He cannot allow that there is any other mind than his own. And then the real clumsiness of his mind is its lack of self-criticism. No, I think it would be perfectly intolerable." "Yes," assented Ursula vaguely. She only half agreed with Gudrun. "The nuisance is," she said, "that one would find almost any man intolerable after a fortnight." "It's perfectly dreadful," said Gudrun. "But Birkin, he is too positive. He couldn't bear it if you called your soul your own. Of him that is strictly true." "Yes," said Ursula, "you must have his soul." "Exactly. And what can you conceive more deadly?" This was all so true, that Ursula felt jarred to the bottom of her soul with ugly distaste. She went on, with the discord jarring and jolting through her, in the most barren of misery. Then there started a revulsion from Gudrun. She finished life off so thoroughly. She made things so ugly and so final. As a matter of fact, even if it were as Gudrun said about Birkin, other things were true as well. But Gudrun would draw 2 lines under him and cross him out, like an account that is settled. There he was, summed up, paid for, settled, done with. And it was such a lie. This finality of Gudrun's, this dispatching of people and things in a sentence, it was all such a lie. Ursula began to revolt from her sister. One day, as they were walking along the lane, they saw a robin sitting on the top twig of a bush, singing shrilly. The sisters stood to look at him. An ironical smile flickered on Gudrun's face. "Doesn't he feel important?" smiled Gudrun. "Doesn't he?" exclaimed Ursula, with a little ironical grimace. "Isn't he a little Lloyd George of the air?" "Isn't he? Little Lloyd George of the air, that's just what they are," cried Gudrun in delight. Then for days Ursula saw the persistent, obtrusive birds as stout, short politicians lifting up their voices from the platform, little men who must make themselves heard at any cost. But even from this there came the revulsion. Some yellowhammers suddenly shot along the road in front of her. And they looked to her so uncanny and inhuman, like flaring yellow barbs shooting through the air on some weird, living errand, that she said to herself, "After all, it is impudence to call them little Lloyd Georges. They are really unknown to us. They are the unknown forces. It is impudence to look at them as if they were the same as human beings. They are of another world. How stupid anthropomorphism is. Gudrun is really impudent, insolent, making herself the measure of everything, making everything come down to human standards. Rupert is quite right. Human beings are boring, painting the universe with their own image. The universe is non-human, thank God." It seemed to her irreverence, destructive of all true life, to make little Lloyd Georges of the birds. It was such a lie towards the robins, and such a defamation. Yet she had done it herself. But under Gudrun's influence, so she exonerated herself. So she withdrew again from Gudrun, and from that which she stood for. She turned in spirit towards Birkin again. She had not seen him since the fiasco of his proposal. She did not want to, because she did not want the question of her acceptance thrust upon her. She knew what Birkin meant when he asked her to marry him, vaguely, without putting it into speech, she knew. She knew what kind of love, what kind of surrender he wanted. And she was not at all sure that this was the kind of love that she herself wanted. She was not at all sure that it was this mutual unison in separateness that she wanted. She wanted unspeakable intimacies. She wanted to have him utterly, finally, to have him as her own. Oh, so unspeakably, in intimacy. To drink him down, ah, like a life draught. She made great professions to herself of her willingness to warm his foot soles between her breasts, after the fashion of the nauseous Meredith poem. But only on condition that he, her lover, loved her absolutely, with complete self-abandon. And subtly enough, she knew he would never abandon himself finally to her. He did not believe in final self-abandonment. He said it openly. It was his challenge. She was prepared to fight him for it, for she believed in an absolute surrender to love. She believed that love far surpassed the individual. He said the individual was more than love, or than any relationship. For him, the bright, single soul accepted love as one of its conditions, a condition of its own equilibrium. She believed that love was everything. Man must render himself up to her. He must be quaffed to the dregs by her. Let him be her man utterly, and she in return would be his humble slave, whether she wanted it or not. End of chapter 19. Recording by Ruth Golding. Of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 20. Gladiatorial. After the fiasco of the proposal, Birkin had hurried blindly away from Beldover, in a whirl of fury. He felt he had been a complete fool, that the whole scene had been a farce of the first water. But that did not trouble him at all. He was deeply, mockingly angry that Ursula persisted always in this old cry, "Why do you want to bully me?" and in her bright, insolent abstraction. He went straight to Shortlands. There he found Gerald standing with his back to the fire in the library, as motionless as a man is who is completely and emptily restless, utterly hollow. He had done all the work he wanted to do, and now there was nothing. He could go out in the car, he could run to town, but he did not want to go out in the car, he did not want to run to town, he did not want to call on the Thirlbys. He was suspended motionless, in an agony of inertia, like a machine that is without power. This was very bitter to Gerald, who had never known what boredom was, who had gone from activity to activity, never at a loss. Now, gradually, everything seemed to be stopping in him. He did not want any more to do the things that offered. Something dead within him just refused to respond to any suggestion. He cast over in his mind what it would be possible to do, to save himself from this misery of nothingness, relieve the stress of this hollowness. And there were only three things left that would rouse him, make him live. One was to drink or smoke hashish, the other was to be soothed by Birkin, and the third was women. And there was no one for the moment to drink with, nor was there a woman, and he knew Birkin was out. So there was nothing to do but to bear the stress of his own emptiness. When he saw Birkin, his face lit up in a sudden, wonderful smile.
"By God, Rupert," he said, "I'd just come to the conclusion that nothing in the world mattered except somebody to take the edge off one's being alone. The right somebody."
The smile in his eyes was very astonishing as he looked at the other man. It was the pure gleam of relief. His face was pallid and even haggard. "The right woman, I suppose you mean?" said Birkin spitefully.
"Of course, for choice. Failing that, an amusing man."
He laughed as he said it. Birkin sat down near the fire. "What were you doing?" he asked.
"I? Nothing. I'm in a bad way just now. Everything's on edge, and I can neither work nor play. I don't know whether it's a sign of old age, I'm sure."
"You mean you're bored?"
"Bored? I don't know. I can't apply myself. And I feel the devil is either very present inside me, or dead."
Birkin glanced up and looked in his eyes. "You should try hitting something," he said. Gerald smiled.
"Perhaps," he said, "so long as it was something worth hitting."
"Quite," said Birkin in his soft voice. There was a long pause, during which each could feel the presence of the other. "One has to wait," said Birkin.
"Ah, God, waiting! What are we waiting for?"
"Some old Johnny says there are 3 cures for ennui. Sleep, drink and travel," said Birkin.
"All cold eggs," said Gerald. "In sleep you dream, in drink you curse, and in travel you yell at a porter. No, work and love are the two. When you're not at work, you should be in love."
"Be it then," said Birkin.
"Give me the object," said Gerald. "The possibilities of love exhaust themselves."
"Do they? And then what?"
"Then you die," said Gerald.
"So you ought," said Birkin.
"I don't see it," replied Gerald.
He took his hands out of his trousers pockets and reached for a cigarette. He was tense and nervous. He lit the cigarette over a lamp, reaching forward and drawing steadily. He was dressed for dinner, as usual in the evening, although he was alone. "There's a third one, even to your 2, said Birkin. "Work, love, and fighting. You forget the fight."
"I suppose I do," said Gerald. "Did you ever do any boxing?"
"No, I don't think I did," said Birkin.
"Aye."
Gerald lifted his head and blew the smoke slowly into the air. "Why?" said Birkin.
"Nothing. I thought we might have a round. It is perhaps true that I want something to hit. It's a suggestion."
"So you think you might as well hit me," said Birkin.
"You? Well, perhaps. In a friendly kind of way, of course."
"Quite," said Birkin bitingly. Gerald stood leaning back against the mantelpiece. He looked down at Birkin, and his eyes flashed with a sort of terror, like the eyes of a stallion that are bloodshot and overwrought, turned glancing backwards in a stiff terror.
I feel that if I don't watch myself, I shall find myself doing something silly," he said.
"Why not do it?" said Birkin coldly. Gerald listened with quick impatience. He kept glancing down at Birkin, as if looking for something from the other man. "I used to do some Japanese wrestling," said Birkin. "A Jap lived in the same house with me in Heidelberg, and he taught me a little. But I was never much good at it."
"You did!" exclaimed Gerald. "That's one of the things I've never ever seen done. You mean jiu-jitsu, I suppose?"
"Yes. But I am no good at those things. They don't interest me."
"They don't? They do me. What's the start?"
"I'll show you what I can, if you like," said Birkin.
"You will?"
A queer, smiling look tightened Gerald's face for a moment, as he said,
"Well, I'd like it very much."
"Then we'll try jiu-jitsu. Only you can't do much in a starched shirt."
"Then let us strip and do it properly. Hold a minute."
He rang the bell and waited for the butler.
"Bring a couple of sandwiches and a siphon," he said to the man. "And then don't trouble me any more tonight, or let anybody else."
The man went. Gerald turned to Birkin with his eyes lighted.
"And you used to wrestle with a Jap?" he said. "Did you strip?"
"Sometimes."
"You did? What was he like then, as a wrestler?"
"Good, I believe. I am no judge. He was very quick and slippery and full of electric fire. It is a remarkable thing, what a curious sort of fluid force they seem to have in them, those people. Not like a human grip, like a polyp." Gerald nodded.
"I should imagine so," he said, "to look at them. They repel me rather."
"Repel and attract both. They are very repulsive when they are cold, and they look grey. But when they are hot and roused, there is a definite attraction, a curious kind of full electric fluid, like eels."
"Well, yes, probably."
The man brought in the tray and set it down.
"Don't come in any more," said Gerald.
The door closed.
"Well then," said Gerald, "shall we strip and begin? Will you have a drink first?"
"No, I don't want one."
"Neither do I."
Gerald fastened the door, and pushed the furniture aside. The room was large, there was plenty of space. It was thickly carpeted. Then he quickly threw off his clothes and waited for Birkin. The latter, white and thin, came over to him. Birkin was more a presence than a visible object. Gerald was aware of him completely, but not really visually. Whereas Gerald himself was concrete and noticeable, a piece of pure, final substance. "Now," said Birkin, "I will show you what I learned, and what I remember. You let me take you so." And his hands closed on the naked body of the other man. In another moment he had Gerald swung over lightly and balanced against his knee, head downwards. Relaxed, Gerald sprang to his feet, with eyes glittering.
"That's smart," he said. "Now try again."
So the two men began to struggle together. They were very dissimilar. Birkin was tall and narrow, his bones were very thin and fine. Gerald was much heavier and more plastic. His bones were strong and round, his limbs were rounded. All his contours were beautifully and fully moulded. He seemed to stand with a proper rich weight on the face of the earth, whilst Birkin seemed to have the centre of gravitation in his own middle. And Gerald had a rich, frictional kind of strength, rather mechanical, but sudden and invincible, whereas Birkin was abstract as to be almost intangible. He impinged invisibly upon the other man, scarcely seeming to touch him, like a garment, and then suddenly piercing in a tense, fine grip that seemed to penetrate into the very quick of Gerald's being. They stopped, they discussed methods, they practised grips and throws, they became accustomed to each other's rhythm, they got a kind of mutual physical understanding. And then, again, they had a real struggle. They seemed to drive their white flesh deeper and deeper against each other, as if they would break into a oneness. Birkin had a great subtle energy that would press upon the other man with an uncanny force, weigh him like a spell put upon him. Then it would pass, and Gerald would heave free, with white, heaving, dazzling movements. So the two men entwined and wrestled with each other, working nearer and nearer. Both were white and clear, but Gerald flushed smart red where he was touched, and Birkin remained white and tense. He seemed to penetrate into Gerald's more solid, more diffuse bulk, to interfuse his body through the body of the other, as if to bring it subtly into subjection, always seizing with some rapid, necromantic foreknowledge every motion of the other flesh, converting and counteracting it, playing upon the limbs and trunk of Gerald like some hard wind. It was as if Birkin's whole physical intelligence interpenetrated into Gerald's body, as if his fine, sublimated energy entered into the flesh of the fuller man, like some potency, casting a fine net, a prison, through the muscles into the very depths of Gerald's physical being. So they wrestled swiftly, rapturously, intent and mindless at last, two essential white figures working into a tighter, closer oneness of struggle, with a strange octopus-like knotting and flashing of limbs in the subdued light of the room. A tense white knot of flesh, gripped in silence between the walls of old brown books. Now and again came a sharp gasp of breath, or a sound like a sigh, then the rapid thudding of movement on the thickly carpeted floor, then the strange sound of flesh escaping under flesh. Often, in the white interlaced knot of violent living being that swayed silently, there was no head to be seen, only the swift tight limbs, the solid white backs, the physical junction of two bodies clinched into oneness. Then would appear the gleaming, ruffled head of Gerald as the struggle changed. Then, for a moment, the dun-coloured, shadow-like head of the other man would lift up from the conflict, the eyes wide and dreadful and sightless. At length Gerald lay back inert on the carpet, his breast rising in great slow panting, whilst Birkin kneeled over him almost unconscious. Birkin was much more exhausted. He caught little short breaths, he could scarcely breathe any more. The earth seemed to tilt and sway, and a complete darkness was coming over his mind. He did not know what happened. He slid forward, quite unconscious, over Gerald, and Gerald did not notice. Then he was half conscious again, aware only of the strange tilting and sliding of the world. The world was sliding. Everything was sliding off into the darkness, and he was sliding endlessly, endlessly away. He came to consciousness again, hearing an immense knocking outside. What could be happening? What was it? The great hammer stroke resounding through the house. He did not know. And then it came to him that it was his own heart beating. But that seemed impossible. The noise was outside. No, it was inside himself. It was his own heart. And the beating was painful, so strained, surcharged. He wondered if Gerald heard it. He did not know whether he was standing or lying or falling. When he realised that he had fallen prostrate upon Gerald's body, he wondered, he was surprised. But he sat up, steadying himself with his hand, and waiting for his heart to become stiller and less painful. It hurt very much and took away his consciousness. Gerald, however, was still less conscious than Birkin. They waited dimly, in a sort of not being, for many uncounted, unknown minutes.
"Of course," panted Gerald. "I didn't have to be rough with you. I had to keep back my force."
Birkin heard the sound as if his own spirit stood behind him, outside him, and listened to it. His body was in a trance of exhaustion, his spirit heard thinly, his body could not answer. Only he knew his heart was getting quieter. He was divided entirely between his spirit, which stood outside and knew, and his body, that was a plunging, unconscious stroke of blood.
"I could have thrown you, using violence," panted Gerald. "But you beat me right enough."
"Yes," said Birkin, hardening his throat and producing the words in the tension there. "You're much stronger than I. You could beat me easily." Then he relaxed again to the terrible plunging of his heart and his blood.
"It surprised me," panted Gerald, "what strength you've got. Almost supernatural."
"For a moment," said Birkin. He still heard as if it were his own disembodied spirit hearing, standing at some distance behind him. It drew nearer, however, his spirit, and the violent striking of blood in his chest was sinking quieter, allowing his mind to come back. He realised that he was leaning with all his weight on the soft body of the other man. It startled him, because he thought he had withdrawn. He recovered himself and sat up. But he was still vague and unestablished. He put out his hand to steady himself. It touched the hand of Gerald, that was lying out on the floor, and Gerald's hand closed warm and sudden over Birkin's. They remained exhausted and breathless, the one hand clasped closely over the other. It was Birkin whose hand, in swift response, had closed in a strong, warm clasp over the hand of the other. Gerald's clasp had been sudden and momentaneous. The normal consciousness, however, was returning, ebbing back. Birkin could breathe almost naturally again. Gerald's hand slowly withdrew. Birkin slowly, dazedly rose to his feet and went towards the table. He poured out a whisky and soda. Gerald also came for a drink. "It was a real set too, wasn't it?" said Birkin, looking at Gerald with darkened eyes.
"God, yes,"
said Gerald. He looked at the delicate body of the other man, and added,
"It wasn't too much for you, was it?"
"No. One ought to wrestle and strive and be physically close. It makes one sane."
You do think so?
I do. Don't you?
Yes,
said Gerald. There were long spaces of silence between their words. The wrestling had some deep meaning to them, an unfinished meaning. We are mentally, spiritually intimate, therefore we should be more or less physically intimate too. It is more whole.
Certainly it is, said Gerald. Then he laughed pleasantly, adding, it's rather wonderful to me.
He stretched out his arms handsomely. Yes, said Birkin. I don't know why one should have to justify oneself.
No.
The two men began to dress. I also think that you are beautiful, said Birkin to Gerald. And that is enjoyable too. One should enjoy what is given.
You think I'm beautiful? How do you mean, physically?
Asked Gerald, his eyes glistening. Yes, you have a northern kind of beauty, like light refracted from snow, and a beautiful plastic form. Yes, that is there to enjoy as well. We should enjoy everything. Gerald laughed in his throat and said,
That's certainly one way of looking at it. I can say this much, I feel better. It has certainly helped me. Is this the Bruderschaft you wanted?
Perhaps. Do you think this pledges anything?
I don't know,
laughed Gerald. At any rate, one feels freer and more open now, and that is what we want.
Certainly,
said Gerald. They drew to the fire with the decanters and the glasses and the food.
I always eat a little before I go to bed, said Gerald. I sleep better.
I should not sleep so well, said Birkin.
No? There you are, we're not alike. I'll put a dressing gown on.
Birkin remained alone, looking at the fire. His mind had reverted to Ursula. She seemed to return again into his consciousness. Gerald came down wearing a gown of broad-barred, thick black and green silk, brilliant and striking. You are very fine, said Birkin, looking at the full robe.
It was a caftan in Bokhara, said Gerald. I like it.
I like it too. Birkin was silent, thinking how scrupulous Gerald was in his attire, how expensive too. He wore silk socks, and studs of fine workmanship, and silk underclothing, and silk braces. Curious. This was another of the differences between them. Birkin was careless and unimaginative about his own appearance.
Of course you,
said Gerald, as if he had been thinking,
there's something curious about you. You're curiously strong. One doesn't expect it. It's rather surprising.
Birkin laughed. He was looking at the handsome figure of the other man, blond and comely in the rich robe. And he was half thinking of the difference between it and himself, so different, as far perhaps apart as man from woman, yet in another direction. But really it was Ursula, it was the woman who was gaining ascendance over Birkin's being at this moment. Gerald was becoming dim again, lapsing out of him. Do you know, he said suddenly, I went and proposed to Ursula Brangwen tonight that she should marry me. He saw the blank, shining wonder come over Gerald's face.
You did?
Yes. Almost formally, speaking first to her father, as it should be in the world, though that was accident or mischief. Gerald only stared in wonder, as if he did not grasp.
You don't mean to say that you seriously went and asked her father to let you marry her?
Yes, said Birkin, I did.
What Had you spoken to her before about it then?
No, not a word. I suddenly thought I would go there and ask her, and her father happened to come instead of her, so I asked him first.
If you could have her, concluded Gerald.
Yes, that.
And you didn't speak to her?
Yes, she came in afterwards, so it was put to her as well.
It was? And what did she say then? You're an engaged man?
No, she only said she didn't want to be bullied into answering.
She what?
Said she didn't want to be bullied into answering.
Said she didn't want to be bullied into answering? Why? What did she mean by that?
Birkin raised his shoulders. Can't say, he answered. Didn't want to be bothered just then, I suppose.
But is this really so? And what did you do then?
I walked out of the house and came here.
You came straight here?
Yes. Gerald stared in amazement and amusement. He could not take it in.
But is this really true as you say it now?
Word for word.
It is.
He leaned back in his chair, filled with delight and amusement.
Well, that's good, he said. And so you came here to wrestle with your good angel, did you?
Did I? Said Birkin.
Well, it looks like it. Isn't that what you did?
Now Birkin could not follow Gerald's meaning.
And what's going to happen? Said Gerald. You're going to keep open the proposition, so to speak?
I suppose so. I vowed to myself I would see them all to the devil, but I suppose I shall ask her again in a little while. Gerald watched him steadily.
So you're fond of her then? He asked.
I think I love her, said Birkin, his face going very still and fixed. Gerald glistened for a moment with pleasure, as if it were something done specially to please him. Then his face assumed a fitting gravity, and he nodded his head slowly.
You know, he said, I always believed in love, true love. But where does one find it nowadays?
I don't know, said Birkin.
Very rarely, said Gerald.
Then after a pause,
I've never felt it myself, not what I should call love. I've gone after women and been keen enough over some of them, but I've never felt love. I don't believe I've ever felt as much love for a woman as I have for you. Not love. You understand what I mean?
Yes, I'm sure you've never loved a woman.
You feel that, do you? And do you think I ever shall? You understand what I mean?
He put his hand to his breast, closing his fist there, as if he would draw something out.
I mean that I can't express what it is, but I know it.
What is it, then? Asked Birkin.
You see, I can't put it into words. I mean, at any rate, something abiding, something that can't change.
His eyes were bright and puzzled.
Now, do you think I shall ever feel that for a woman? He said anxiously.
Birkin looked at him and shook his head. I don't know, he said. I could not say. Gerald had been on the qui-vive as awaiting his fate. Now he drew back in his chair.
No, he said, and neither do I. And neither do I.
We are different, you and I, said Birkin. I can't tell your life.
No, said Gerald, no more can I. But I'll tell you, I begin to doubt it.
That you will ever love a woman?
Well, yes. What you would truly call love.
You doubt it?
Well, I begin to.
There was a long pause. Life has all kinds of things, said Birkin. There isn't only one road.
Yes, I believe that too. I believe it. And mind you, I don't care how it is with me. I don't care how it is. So long as I don't feel...
He paused, and a blank, barren look passed over his face, to express his feeling.
So long as I feel I've lived somehow. And I don't care how it is, but I want to feel that.
Fulfilled, said Birkin.
Well, perhaps it is fulfilled. I don't use the same words as you.
It is the same. End of chapter 20. Recording by Ruth Golding. One of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 21. Threshold. Gudrun was away in London, having a little show of her work with a friend, and looking round, preparing for flight from Beldover. Come what might, she would be on the wing in a very short time. She received a letter from Winifred Crich, ornamented with drawings.
Father also has been to London to be examined by the doctors. It made him very tired. They say he must rest a very great deal, so he is mostly in bed. He brought me a lovely tropical parrot in faience of Dresden ware, also a man ploughing, and 2 mice climbing up a stalk, also in faience. The mice were Copenhagen ware. They are the best, but mice don't shine so much, otherwise they are very good. Their tails are slim and long. They all shine nearly like glass. Of course it is the glaze, but I don't like it. Gerald likes the man ploughing the best. His trousers are torn. He is ploughing with an ox, being, I suppose, a German peasant. It is all grey and white shirt and grey trousers, but very shiny and clean. Mr. Birkin likes the girl best, under the hawthorn blossom, with a lamb, and with daffodils painted on her skirts, in the drawing-room, but that is silly, because the lamb is not a real lamb, and she is silly too. Dear Miss Brangwen, are you coming back soon? You are very much missed here. I enclose a drawing of father sitting up in bed. He says he hopes you are not going to forsake us. Oh dear Miss Brangwen, I am sure you won't. Do come back and draw the ferrets. They are the most lovely noble darlings in the world. We might carve them in holly wood, playing against a background of green leaves. Oh, do let us, for they are most beautiful. Father says we might have a studio. Gerald says we could easily have a beautiful one over the stables. It would only need windows to be put in the slant of the roof, which is a simple matter. Then you could stay here all day and work, and we could live in the studio like 2 real artists, like the man in the picture in the hall with the frying pan and the walls all covered with drawings. I long to be free, to live the free life of an artist. Even Gerald told father that only an artist is free, because he lives in a creative world of his own.
Gudrun caught the drift of the family intentions in this letter. Gerald wanted her to be attached to the household at Shortlands. He was using Winifred as his stalking horse. The father thought only of his child. He saw a rock of salvation in Gudrun. And Gudrun admired him for his perspicacity. The child, moreover, was really exceptional. Gudrun was quite content. She was quite willing, given a studio, to spend her days at Shortlands. She disliked the grammar school already thoroughly. She wanted to be free. If a studio were provided, she would be free to go on with her work. She would await the turn of events with complete serenity. And she was really interested in Winifred. She would be quite glad to understand the girl. So there was quite a little festivity on Winifred's account the day Gudrun returned to Shortlands.
"You should make a bunch of flowers to give to Miss Brangwen when she arrives," Gerald said, smiling to his sister.
"Oh no," cried Winifred. "It's silly."
"Not at all. It's a very charming and ordinary attention."
"Oh, it is silly,"
protested Winifred, with all the extreme mauvaise honte of her years. Nevertheless, the idea appealed to her. She wanted very much to carry it out. She flitted round the greenhouses and the conservatory, looking wistfully at the flowers on their stems. And the more she looked, the more she longed to have a bunch of the blossoms she saw, the more fascinated she became with her little vision of ceremony, and the more consumedly shy and self-conscious she grew, till she was almost beside herself. She could not get the idea out of her mind. It was as if some haunting challenge prompted her, and she had not enough courage to take it up. So again she drifted into the greenhouses, looking at the lovely roses in their pots, and at the virginal cyclamens, and at the mystic white clusters of a creeper. The beauty, oh the beauty of them! And oh the paradisal bliss if she should have a perfect bouquet, and could give it to Gudrun the next day. Her passion and her complete indecision almost made her ill. At last she slid to her father's side.
"Daddy," she said.
"What, my precious?" But she hung back, the tears almost coming to her eyes in her sensitive confusion. Her father looked at her, and his heart ran hot with tenderness, an anguish of poignant love. "What do you want to say to me, my love?"
"Daddy,"
her eyes smiled laconically,
"isn't it silly if I give Miss Brangwen some flowers when she comes?"
The sick man looked at the bright, knowing eyes of his child, and his heart burned with love. "No, darling, that's not silly. It's what they do to queens." This was not very reassuring to Winifred. She half suspected that queens in themselves were a silliness. Yet she so wanted her little romantic occasion.
"Shall I then?"
she asked. "Give Miss Brangwen some flowers? Do, birdie. Tell Wilson I say you're to have what you want." The child smiled a small, subtle, unconscious smile to herself, in anticipation of her way.
"But I won't get them till tomorrow," she said.
"Not till tomorrow, birdie. Give me a kiss, then." Winifred silently kissed the sick man and drifted out of the room. She again went the round of the greenhouses and the conservatory, informing the gardener, in her high, peremptory, simple fashion, of what she wanted, telling him all the blooms she had selected.
"What do you want these for?"
Wilson asked.
"I want them,"
she said. She wished servants did not ask questions.
"Aye, you've said as much, but what do you want them for? For decoration, or to send away, or what?"
"I want them for a presentation bouquet."
"A presentation bouquet? Who's coming then? The Duchess of Portland?"
"No."
"Oh, not her. Well, you'll have a rare poppy show if you put all the things you've mentioned into your bouquet."
"Yes, I want a rare poppy show."
"You do? Then there's no more to be said."
The next day Winifred, in a dress of silvery velvet, and holding a gaudy bunch of flowers in her hand, waited with keen impatience in the schoolroom, looking down the drive for Gudrun's arrival. It was a wet morning. Under her nose was the strange fragrance of hothouse flowers. The bunch was like a little fire to her, She seemed to have a strange new fire in her heart. This slight sense of romance stirred her like an intoxicant. At last she saw Gudrun coming, and she ran downstairs to warn her father and Gerald. They, laughing at her anxiety and gravity, came with her into the hall. The manservant came hastening to the door, and there he was, relieving Gudrun of her umbrella and then of her raincoat. The welcoming party hung back till their visitor entered the hall. Gudrun was flushed with the rain. Her hair was blown in loose little curls. She was like a flower just opened in the rain, the heart of the blossom just newly visible, seeming to emit a warmth of retained sunshine. Gerald winced in spirit, seeing her so beautiful and unknown. She was wearing a soft blue dress, and her stockings were of dark red. Winifred advanced with odd, stately formality.
"We are so glad you've come back," she said. "These are your flowers."
She presented the bouquet.
"Mine!"
cried Gudrun. She was suspended for a moment, then a vivid flush went over her. She was as if blinded for a moment with a flame of pleasure. Then her eyes, strange and flaming, lifted and looked at the father and at Gerald. And again Gerald shrank in spirit, as if it would be more than he could bear as her hot, exposed eyes rested on him. There was something so revealed, she was revealed beyond bearing to his eyes. He turned his face aside, and he felt he would not be able to avert her, and he writhed under the imprisonment. Gudrun put her face into the flowers. "But how beautiful they are," she said in a muffled voice. Then with a strange, suddenly revealed passion, she stooped and kissed Winifred. Mr Crich went forward with his hand held out to her. "I was afraid you were going to run away from us," he said playfully. Gudrun looked up at him with a luminous, roguish, unknown face. "Really," she replied. "No, I didn't want to stay in London." Her voice seemed to imply that she was glad to get back to Shortlands. Her tone was warm and subtly caressing. "That is a good thing," smiled the father. "You see, you are very welcome here among us." Gudrun only looked into his face with dark blue, warm, shy eyes. She was unconsciously carried away by her own power. "And you look as if you came home in every possible triumph," Mr Crich continued, holding her hand. "No," she said, glowing strangely. "I haven't had any triumph till I came here." "Ah, come, come, we're not going to hear any of those tales. Haven't we read notices in the newspaper, Gerald?"
"You came off pretty well," said Gerald to her, shaking hands. "Did you sell anything?"
"No," she said, "not much."
"Just as well," he said.
She wondered what he meant. But she was all aglow with her reception, carried away by this little flattering ceremonial on her behalf. "Winifred," said the father, "have you a pair of shoes for Miss Brangwen? You had better change at once." Gudrun went out with her bouquet in her hand. "Quite a remarkable young woman," said the father to Gerald when she had gone.
"Yes,"
replied Gerald briefly, as if he did not like the observation. Mr Crich liked Gudrun to sit with him for half an hour. Usually he was ashy and wretched, with all the life gnawed out of him. But as soon as he rallied, he liked to make believe that he was just as before, quite well and in the midst of life. Not of the outer world, but in the midst of a strong, essential life. And to this belief Gudrun contributed perfectly. With her he could get by stimulation those precious half hours of strength and exaltation and pure freedom, when he seemed to live more than he had ever lived. She came to him as he lay propped up in the library. His face was like yellow wax, his eyes darkened, as it were sightless. His black beard, now streaked with grey, seemed to spring out of the waxy flesh of a corpse. Yet the atmosphere about him was energetic and playful. Gudrun subscribed to this perfectly. To her fancy, he was just an ordinary man. Only his rather terrible appearance was photographed upon her soul, away beneath her consciousness. She knew that, in spite of his playfulness, his eyes could not change from their darkened vacancy. They were the eyes of a man who is dead. "Ah, this is Miss Brangwen," he said, suddenly rousing as she entered, announced by the manservant. "Thomas, put Miss Brangwen a chair here. That's right." He looked at her soft, fresh face with pleasure. It gave him the illusion of life. "Now, you will have a glass of sherry and a little piece of cake. Thomas?" "No, thank you," said Gudrun. And as soon as she had said it, her heart sank horribly. The sick man seemed to fall into a gap of death at her contradiction. She ought to play up to him, not contravene him. In an instant she was smiling her rather roguish smile. "I don't like sherry very much," she said, "but I like almost anything else." The sick man caught at this straw instantly. "Not sherry? No, something else. What then? What is there, Thomas?"
"Port wine? Curaçao?"
"I would love some curaçao," said Gudrun, looking at the sick man confidingly.
"You would? Well then, Thomas, curaçao and a little cake. Or a biscuit?"
"A biscuit," said Gudrun. She did not want anything, but she was wise.
"Yes."
He waited till she was settled with her little glass and her biscuit. Then he was satisfied.
"You have heard the plan," he said with some excitement, "for a studio for Winifred over the stables?"
"No!" exclaimed Gudrun in mock wonder.
"Oh, I thought Winnie wrote it to you in her letter."
"Oh yes, of course. But I thought perhaps it was only her own little idea." Gudrun smiled subtly, indulgently. The sick man smiled also, elated.
"Oh no, it is a real project. There is a good room under the roof of the stables, with sloping rafters. We had thought of converting it into a studio."
"How very nice that would be!" cried Gudrun with excited warmth. The thought of the rafters stirred her.
"You think it would? Well, it can be done."
"But how perfectly splendid for Winifred! Of course it is just what is needed if she is to work at all seriously. One must have one's workshop, otherwise one never ceases to be an amateur."
"Is that so? Yes. Of course, I should like you to share it with Winifred."
"Thank you so much." Gudrun knew all these things already, but she must look shy and very grateful, as if overcome.
"Of course, what I should like best would be if you could give up your work at the grammar school, and just avail yourself of the studio, and work there. Well, as much or as little as you liked."
He looked at Gudrun with dark, vacant eyes. She looked back at him as if full of gratitude. These phrases of a dying man were so complete and natural, coming like echoes through his dead mouth.
"And as to your earnings, you don't mind taking from me what you have taken from the Education Committee, do you? I don't want you to be a loser."
"Oh," said Gudrun, "if I can have the studio and work there, I can earn money enough, really I can."
"Well," he said, pleased to be the benefactor, "we can see about all that. You wouldn't mind spending your days here?"
"If there were a studio to work in," said Gudrun, "I could ask for nothing better."
"Is that so?"
He was really very pleased. But already he was getting tired. She could see the grey, awful semi-consciousness of mere pain and dissolution coming over him again, the torture coming into the vacancy of his darkened eyes. It was not over yet, this process of death. She rose softly, saying, "Perhaps you will sleep. I must look for Winifred." She went out, telling the nurse that she had left him. Day by day, the tissue of the sick man was further and further reduced. Nearer and nearer the process came, towards the last knot which held the human being in its unity. But this knot was hard and unrelaxed. The will of the dying man never gave way. He might be dead in 9/10, yet the remaining tenth remained unchanged, till it too was torn apart. With his will he held the unit of himself firm, but the circle of his power was ever and ever reduced. It would be reduced to a point at last, then swept away. To adhere to life, he must adhere to human relationships, and he caught at every straw. Winifred, the butler, the nurse, Gudrun, these were the people who meant all to him in these last resources. Gerald, in his father's presence, stiffened with repulsion. It was so, to a less degree, with all the other children except Winifred. They could not see anything but the death when they looked at their father. It was as if some subterranean dislike overcame them. They could not see the familiar face, hear the familiar voice. They were overwhelmed by the antipathy of visible and audible death. Gerald could not breathe in his father's presence. He must get out at once. And so, in the same way, the father could not bear the presence of his son. It sent a final irritation through the soul of the dying man. The studio was made ready. Gudrun and Winifred moved in. They enjoyed so much the ordering and the appointing of it. And now they need hardly be in the house at all. They had their meals in the studio. They lived there safely, for the house was becoming dreadful. There were 2 nurses in white flitting silently about, like heralds of death. The father was confined to his bed. There was a come and go of sotto voce sisters and brothers and children. Winifred was her father's constant visitor. Every morning after breakfast, she went into his room when he was washed and propped up in bed, to spend half an hour with him.
"Are you better, Daddy?"
she asked him invariably. And invariably he answered, "Yes, I think I'm a little better, pet." She held his hand in both her own, lovingly and protectively, and this was very dear to him. She ran in again as a rule at lunch-time to tell him the course of events, and every evening, when the curtains were drawn and his room was cosy, she spent a long time with him. Gudrun was gone home. Winifred was alone in the house. She liked best to be with her father. They talked and prattled at random, he always as if he were well, just the same as when he was going about, so that Winifred, with a child's subtle instinct for avoiding the painful things, behaved as if nothing serious was the matter. Instinctively she withheld her attention and was happy. Yet in her remoter soul she knew as well as the adults knew, perhaps better. Her father was quite well in his make-belief with her. But when she went away, he relapsed under the misery of his dissolution. But still there were these bright moments, though as his strength waned, his faculty for attention grew weaker. and the nurse had to send Winifred away to save him from exhaustion. He never admitted that he was going to die. He knew it was so. He knew it was the end. Yet even to himself he did not admit it. He hated the fact mortally. His will was rigid. He could not bear being overcome by death. For him there was no death. And yet at times he felt a great need to cry out and to wail and complain. He would have liked to cry aloud to Gerald, so that his son should be horrified out of his composure. Gerald was instinctively aware of this, and he recoiled to avoid any such thing. This uncleanness of death repelled him too much. One should die quickly like the Romans. One should be master of one's fate in dying as in living. He was convulsed in the clasp of this death of his father's, as in the coils of the great serpent of Laocoon. The great serpent had got the father, and the son was dragged into the embrace of horrifying death along with him. He resisted always, and in some strange way he was a tower of strength to his father. The last time the dying man asked to see Gudrun, he was grey with near death. Yet he must see someone. He must, in the intervals of consciousness, catch into connection with the living world, lest he should have to accept his own situation. Fortunately, he was most of his time dazed and half gone, and he spent many hours dimly thinking of the past, as it were dimly reliving his old experiences. But there were times, even to the end, when he was capable of realising what was happening to him in the present, the death that was on him. And these were the times when he called in outside help, no matter whose. For to realise this death that he was dying was a death beyond death, never to be borne. It was an admission never to be made. Gudrun was shocked by his appearance, and by the darkened, almost disintegrated eyes that still were unconquered and firm. "Well," he said in his weakened voice, "and how are you and Winifred getting on?" "Oh, very well indeed," replied Gudrun. There were slight dead gaps in the conversation, as if the ideas called up were only elusive straws floating on the dark chaos of the sick man's dying. "The studio answers all right?" he said. "Splendid. It couldn't be more beautiful and perfect," said Gudrun. She waited for what he would say next. "And you think Winifred has the makings of a sculptor?" It was strange how hollow the words were, meaningless. "I'm sure she has. She will do good things one day." "Ah, then her life won't be altogether wasted, you think?" Gudrun was rather surprised. "Sure it won't," she exclaimed softly. "That's right." Again Gudrun waited for what he would say. "You find life pleasant. It is good to live, isn't it?" he asked, with a pitiful faint smile that was almost too much for Gudrun. "Yes," she smiled. She would lie at random. "I get a pretty good time, I believe." "That's right. A happy nature is a great asset." Again Gudrun smiled, though her soul was dry with repulsion. Did one have to die like this, having the life extracted forcibly from one, whilst one smiled and made conversation to the end? Was there no other way?
Must one go through all the horror of this victory over death, the triumph of the integral will that would not be broken till it disappeared utterly? One must. It was the only way. She admired the self-possession and the control of the dying man exceedingly, but she loathed the death itself. She was glad the everyday world held good, and she need not recognise anything beyond. "You are quite all right here. Nothing we can do for you. Nothing you find wrong in your position?" "Except that you are too good to me," said Gudrun. "Ah, well, the fault of that lies with yourself," he said. And he felt a little exultation that he had made this speech. He was still so strong and living, but the nausea of death began to creep back on him in reaction. Gudrun went away back to Winifred. Mademoiselle had left. Gudrun stayed a good deal at Shortlands, and a tutor came in to carry on Winifred's education, but he did not live in the house, he was connected with the grammar school. One day Gudrun was to drive with Winifred and Gerald and Birkin to town in the car. It was a dark, showery day. Winifred and Gudrun were ready and waiting at the door. Winifred was very quiet, but Gudrun had not noticed. Suddenly the child asked, in a voice of unconcern,
"Do you think my father's going to die, Miss Brangwen?"
Gudrun started. "I don't know," she replied.
"Don't you truly?"
"Nobody knows for certain. He may die, of course." The child pondered a few moments. Then she asked,
"But do you think he will die?"
It was put almost like a question in geography or science, insistent, as if she would force an admission from the adult. The watchful, slightly triumphant child was almost diabolical. "Do I think he will die?" repeated Gudrun. "Yes, I do." But Winifred's large eyes were fixed on her, and the girl did not move. "He is very ill," said Gudrun. A small smile came over Winifred's face, subtle and sceptical.
"I don't believe he will,"
the child asserted mockingly, and she moved away into the drive. Gudrun watched the isolated figure, and her heart stood still. Winifred was playing with a little rivulet of water, absorbedly, as if nothing had been said.
"I've made a proper dam,"
she said, out of the moist distance. Gerald came to the door from out of the hall behind.
"It is just as well she doesn't choose to believe it," he said.
Gudrun looked at him. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a sardonic understanding. "Just as well," said Gudrun. He looked at her again, and a fire flickered up in his eyes.
"Best to dance while Rome burns, since it must burn, don't you think?" he said.
She was rather taken aback, but gathering herself together, she replied, "Oh, better dance than wail, certainly."
"So I think."
And they both felt the subterranean desire to let go, to fling away everything, and lapse into a sheer unrestraint, brutal and licentious. A strange black passion surged up pure in Gudrun. She felt strong, she felt her hands so strong, as if she could tear the world asunder with them. She remembered the abandonments of Roman licence, and her heart grew hot. She knew she wanted this herself also, or something equivalent. Ah, if that which was unknown and suppressed in her were once let loose, what an orgiastic and satisfying event it would be. And she wanted it.
She trembled slightly from the proximity of the man who stood just behind her, suggestive of the same black licentiousness that rose in herself. She wanted it with him, this unacknowledged frenzy. For a moment the clear perception of this preoccupied her, distinct and perfect in its final reality. Then she shut it off completely, saying, "We might as well go down to the lodge after Winifred. We can get in the car there."
"So we can,"
he answered, going with her. They found Winifred at the lodge, admiring the litter of pure-bred white puppies. The girl looked up, and there was a rather ugly, unseeing cast in her eyes as she turned to Gerald and Gudrun. She did not want to see them.
"Look!" she cried. "3 new puppies! Marshall says this one seems perfect. Isn't it a sweetling? But it isn't so nice as its mother."
She turned to caress the fine white bull-terrier bitch that stood uneasily near her.
"My dearest Lady Crich," she said, "you are beautiful as an angel on earth. Angel, angel. Don't you think she's good enough and beautiful enough to go to heaven, Gudrun? They will be in heaven, won't they? And especially my darling Lady Crich. Mrs. Marshall, I say."
"Yes, Miss Winifred?" said the woman, appearing at the door.
"Oh, do call this one Lady Winifred if she turns out perfect, will you? Do tell Marshall to call it Lady Winifred."
"I'll tell him, but I'm afraid that's a gentleman puppy, Miss Winifred."
"Oh, no!"
There was the sound of a car.
"There's Rupert!"
cried the child, and she ran to the gate. Birkin, driving his car, pulled up outside the lodge gate.
"We're ready!" cried
Winifred.
"I want to sit in front with you, Rupert, may I?"
"I'm afraid you'll fidget about and fall out," he said.
"No, I won't. I do want to sit in front next to you. It makes my feet so lovely and warm from the engines."
Birkin helped her up, amused at sending Gerald to sit by Gudrun in the body of the car.
"Have you any news, Rupert?"
Gerald called as they rushed along the lanes. "News?" exclaimed Birkin.
"Yes."
Gerald looked at Gudrun, who sat by his side, and he said, his eyes narrowly laughing,
"I want to know whether I ought to congratulate him, but I can't get anything definite out of him."
Gudrun flushed deeply. "Congratulate him on what?" she asked.
"There was some mention of an engagement. At least he said something to me about it."
Gudrun flushed darkly. "You mean with Ursula?" she said in challenge.
"Yes, that is so, isn't it?"
"I don't think there's any engagement," said Gudrun coldly.
"That's so. Still no developments, Rupert?"
he called. "Where? Matrimonial? No." "How's that?" called Gudrun. Birkin glanced quickly round. There was irritation in his eyes also. "Why?" he replied. "What do you think of it, Gudrun?" "Oh!" she cried, determined to fling her stone also into the pool, since they had begun. "I don't think she wants an engagement. Naturally, she's a bird that prefers the bush." Gudrun's voice was clear and gong-like. It reminded Rupert of her father's, so strong and vibrant. "And I," said Birkin, his face playful but yet determined, "I want a binding contract, and am not keen on love, particularly free love." They were both amused. Why this public avowal? Gerald seemed suspended a moment in amusement.
"Love isn't good enough for you?"
he called. "No!" shouted Birkin.
"Ha! Well, that's being over-refined,"
said Gerald, and the car ran through the mud.
"What's the matter, really?"
said Gerald, turning to Gudrun. This was an assumption of a sort of intimacy that irritated Gudrun, almost like an affront.
It seemed to her that Gerald was deliberately insulting her, and infringing on the decent privacy of them all. "What is it?" she said in her high, repellent voice. "Don't ask me. I know nothing about ultimate marriage, I assure you, or even penultimate."
"Only the ordinary unwarrantable brand," replied Gerald. "Just so, same here. I'm no expert on marriage and degrees of ultimateness. Seems to be a bee that buzzes loudly in Rupert's bonnet."
Exactly. But that is his trouble, exactly. Instead of wanting a woman for herself, he wants his ideas fulfilled, which, when it comes to actual practice, is not good enough.
"Oh no, best go slap for what's womanly in woman, like a bull at a gate."
Then he seemed to glimmer in himself.
"You think love is the ticket, do you?" he asked.
"Certainly, while it lasts. You only can't insist on permanency," came Gudrun's voice, strident above the noise.
"Marriage or no marriage, ultimate or penultimate, or just so-so. Take the love as you find it."
"As you please, or as you don't please," she echoed. "Marriage is a social arrangement, I take it, and has nothing to do with the question of love." His eyes were flickering on her all the time. She felt as if he were kissing her freely and malevolently. It made the colour burn in her cheeks, but her heart was quite firm and unfailing.
"You think Rupert is off his head a bit?" Gerald asked.
Her eyes flashed with acknowledgment. "As regards a woman, yes," she said, "I do. There is such a thing as two people being in love for the whole of their lives, perhaps. But marriage is neither here nor there, even then. If they are in love, well and good. If not, why break eggs about it?"
"Yes," said Gerald, "that's how it strikes me. But what about Rupert?"
"I can't make out. Neither can he nor anybody. He seems to think that if you marry, you can get through marriage into a third heaven or something, all very vague."
"Very. And who wants a third heaven? As a matter of fact, Rupert has a great yearning to be safe, to tie himself to the mast."
"Yes, it seems to me he's mistaken there too," said Gudrun. "I'm sure a mistress is more likely to be faithful than a wife, just because she's her own mistress. No, he says he believes that a man and wife can go further than any other two beings, but where is not explained. They can know each other, heavenly and hellish, but particularly hellish, so perfectly that they go beyond heaven and hell into—there it all breaks down, into nowhere."
"Into paradise, he says," laughed Gerald.
Gudrun shrugged her shoulders. "Je m'en fiche of your paradise," she said.
"Not being a Mohammedan," said Gerald.
Birkin sat motionless, driving the car, quite unconscious of what they said. And Gudrun, sitting immediately behind him, felt a sort of ironic pleasure in thus exposing him. "He says," she added with a grimace of irony, "that you can find an eternal equilibrium in marriage if you accept the unison and still leave yourself separate, don't try to fuse."
"Doesn't inspire me," said Gerald.
"That's just it," said Gudrun.
"I believe in love, in a real abandon, if you're capable of it," said Gerald.
"So do I," said she.
"And so does Rupert too, though he is always shouting."
"No," said Gudrun, "he won't abandon himself to the other person. You can't be sure of him. That's the trouble, I think."
"Yet he wants marriage. Marriage, et puis?"
"Le paradis," mocked Gudrun. Birkin, as he drove, felt a creeping of the spine, as if somebody was threatening his neck.
but he shrugged with indifference. It began to rain. Here was a change. He stopped the car and got down to put up the hood. End of chapter 21. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 22 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 22. Woman to Woman. They came to the town and left Gerald at the railway station. Gudrun and Winifred were to come to tea with Birkin, who expected Ursula also. In the afternoon, however, the first person to turn up was Hermione. Birkin was out, so she went into the drawing-room, looking at his books and papers, and playing on the piano. Then Ursula arrived. She was surprised, unpleasantly so, to see Hermione, of whom she had heard nothing for some time.
"It is a surprise to see you," she said.
"Yes," said Hermione. "I've been away, at Aix."
"Oh, for your health?"
"Yes."
The two women looked at each other. Ursula resented Hermione's long, grave, downward-looking face. There was something of the stupidity and the unenlightened self-esteem of a horse in it.
"She's got a horse face," Ursula said to herself. "She runs between blinkers."
It did seem as if Hermione, like the moon, had only one side to her penny. There was no obverse. She stared out all the time on the narrow, but to her complete world of the extant consciousness. In the darkness she did not exist. Like the moon, one half of her was lost to life. Herself was all in her head. She did not know what it was spontaneously to run or move like a fish in the water or a weasel on the grass. She must always know. But Ursula only suffered from Hermione's one-sidedness. She only felt Hermione's cool evidence, which seemed to put her down as nothing. Hermione, who brooded and brooded till she was exhausted with the ache of her effort at consciousness, spent and ashen in her body, who gained so slowly and with such effort her final and barren conclusions of knowledge, was apt, in the presence of other women, whom she thought simply female, to wear the conclusions of her bitter assurance like jewels, which conferred on her an unquestionable distinction, established her in a higher order of life. She was apt, mentally, to condescend to women such as Ursula, whom she regarded as purely emotional. Poor Hermione! It was her one possession, this aching certainty of hers. It was her only justification. She must be confident here, for God knows she felt rejected and deficient enough elsewhere. In the life of thought, of the spirit, she was one of the elect. And she wanted to be universal. But there was a devastating cynicism at the bottom of her. She did not believe in her own universals, they were sham. She did not believe in the inner life, it was a trick, not a reality. She did not believe in the spiritual world, it was an affectation. In the last resort, she believed in mammon, the flesh, and the devil. These at least were not sham. She was a priestess without belief, without conviction, suckled in a creed outworn, and condemned to the reiteration of mysteries that were not divine to her. Yet there was no escape. She was a leaf upon a dying tree.
What help was there then, but to fight still for the old withered truths, to die for the old outworn belief, to be a sacred and inviolate priestess of desecrated mysteries? The old great truths had been true, and she was a leaf of the old great tree of knowledge that was withering now. To the old and last truth, then, she must be faithful, even though cynicism and mockery took place at the bottom of her soul.
"I am so glad to see you," she said to Ursula in her slow voice, that was like an incantation. "You and Rupert have become quite friends?"
"Oh yes," said Ursula. "He is always somewhere in the background." Hermione paused before she answered. She saw perfectly well the other woman's vaunt. It seemed truly vulgar.
"Is he?" she said slowly, and with perfect equanimity. "And do you think you'll marry?"
The question was so calm and mild, so simple and bare and dispassionate, that Ursula was somewhat taken aback, rather attracted. It pleased her almost like a wickedness. There was some delightful naked irony in Hermione.
"Well," replied Ursula, "he wants to awfully, but I'm not so sure."
Hermione watched her with slow, calm eyes. She noted this new expression of vaunting. How she envied Ursula a certain unconscious positivity, even her vulgarity.
"Why aren't you sure?"
she asked in her easy sing-song. She was perfectly at her ease, perhaps even rather happy in this conversation.
"You don't really love him?"
Ursula flushed a little at the mild impertinence of this question, and yet she could not definitely take offence. Hermione seemed so calmly and sanely candid. After all, it was rather great to be able to be so sane.
"He says it isn't love he wants," she replied.
"What is it, then?"
Hermione was slow and level.
"He wants me really to accept him in marriage."
Hermione was silent for some time, watching Ursula with slow, pensive eyes.
"Does he?"
she said at length, without expression. Then, rousing,
"And what is it you don't want? You don't want marriage?"
"No, I don't, not really. I don't want to give the sort of submission he insists on. He wants me to give myself up, and I simply don't feel that I can do it."
Again there was a long pause, before Hermione replied,
"Not if you don't want to."
Then again there was silence. Hermione shuddered with a strange desire. Ah, if only he had asked her to subserve him, to be his slave. She shuddered with desire.
"You see, I can't—"
"But exactly in what does—"
They had both begun at once. They both stopped. Then Hermione, assuming priority of speech, resumed as if wearily:
"To what does he want you to submit?"
"He says he wants me to accept him non-emotionally and finally. I really don't know what he means. He says he wants the demon part of himself to be mated physically, not the human being. You see, he says one thing one day, and another the next, and he always contradicts himself."
"And always thinks about himself and his own dissatisfaction," said Hermione slowly.
"Yes," cried Ursula, "as if there were no one but himself concerned. That makes it so impossible."
But immediately she began to retract.
"He insists on my accepting God knows what in him," she resumed. "He wants me to accept him as an absolute. But it seems to me he doesn't want to give anything. He doesn't want real warm intimacy. He won't have it. He rejects it. He won't let me think, really. And he won't let me feel. He hates feelings."
There was a long pause, bitter for Hermione. Oh, if only he would have made this demand of her. Her he drove into thought, drove inexorably into knowledge, and then execrated her for it.
"He wants me to sink myself," Ursula resumed, "not to have any being of my own."
"Then why doesn't he marry an odalisque?"
said Hermione in her mild sing-song. "If it is that he wants." Her long face looked sardonic and amused.
"Yes,"
said Ursula vaguely. After all, the tiresome thing was, he did not want an odalisque. He did not want a slave. Hermione would have been his slave. There was in her a horrible desire to prostrate herself before a man who worshipped her, however, and admitted her as the supreme thing. He did not want an odalisque. He wanted a woman to take something from him, to give herself up so much that she could take the last realities of him, the last facts, the last physical facts, physical and unbearable. And if she did, would he acknowledge her? Would he be able to acknowledge her through everything, or would he use her just as his instrument, use her for his own private satisfaction, not admitting her? That was what the other men had done. They had wanted their own show, and they would not admit her. They turned all she was into nothingness. Just as Hermione now betrayed herself as a woman. Hermione was like a man. She believed only in men's things. She betrayed the woman in herself. And Birkin, would he acknowledge, or would he deny her?
"Yes," said Hermione, as each woman came out of her own separate reverie. "It would be a mistake. I think it would be a mistake."
"To marry him?"
asked Ursula.
"Yes," said Hermione slowly. "I think you need a man, soldierly, strong-willed."
Hermione held out her hand and clenched it with rhapsodic intensity.
"You should have a man like the old heroes. You need to stand behind him as he goes into battle. You need to see his strength and to hear his shouts. You need a man physically strong and virile in his will, not a sensitive man."
There was a break, as if the Pythoness had uttered the oracle, and now the woman went on in a rhapsody-wearied voice.
"And you see, Rupert isn't this. He isn't. He is frail in health and body. He needs great, great care. Then he is so changeable and unsure of himself. It requires the greatest patience and understanding to help him. And I don't think you are patient. You would have to be prepared to suffer dreadfully. I can't tell you how much suffering it would take to make him happy. He lives an intensely spiritual life at times. Too wonderful. And then come the reactions. I can't speak of what I have been through with him. We have been together so long. I really do know him. I do know what he is. And I feel I must say it. I feel it would be perfectly disastrous for you to marry him. For you even more than for him." Hermione lapsed into bitter reverie.
He is so uncertain, so unstable. He wearies and then reacts. I couldn't tell you what his reactions are. I couldn't tell you the agony of them. That which he affirms and loves one day, a little later he turns on it in a fury of destruction. He is never constant, always this awful, dreadful reaction. Always the quick change from good to bad, bad to good. And nothing is so devastating. Nothing.
Yes, said Ursula humbly. You must have suffered. An unearthly light came on Hermione's face. She clenched her hand like one inspired.
And one must be willing to suffer for him hourly, daily, if you are going to help him, if he is to keep true to anything at all.
And I don't want to suffer hourly and daily, said Ursula. I don't. I should be ashamed. I think it is degrading not to be happy. Hermione stopped and looked at her a long time.
Do you?
She said at last. And this utterance seemed to her a mark of Ursula's far distance from herself. For to Hermione, suffering was the greatest reality, come what might. Yet she too had a creed of happiness.
Yes, she said, one should be happy.
But it was a matter of will.
Yes, said Hermione, listlessly now. I can only feel that it would be disastrous, at least to marry in a hurry. Can't you be together without marriage? Can't you go away and live somewhere without marriage? I do feel that marriage would be fatal for both of you. I think for you even more than for him, and I think of his health.
Of course, said Ursula, I don't care about marriage. It isn't really important to me. It's he who wants it.
It is his idea for the moment, said Hermione, with that weary finality, and a sort of si jeunesse savait infallibility.
There was a pause. Then Ursula broke into faltering challenge. You think I'm merely a physical woman, don't you?
No, indeed, said Hermione. No, indeed. But I think you're vital and young. It isn't a question of years, or even of experience. It is almost a question of race. Rupert is race old. He comes of an old race. And you seem to me so young. You come of a young, inexperienced race.
Do I? Said Ursula. But I think he is awfully young on one side.
Yes, perhaps childish in many respects. Nevertheless.
They both lapsed into silence. Ursula was filled with deep resentment and a touch of hopelessness. It isn't true, she said to herself, silently addressing her adversary. It isn't true. And it is you who want a physically strong, bullying man, not I. It is you who want an unsensitive man, not I. You don't know anything about Rupert, not really, in spite of the years you have had with him. You don't give him a woman's love, you give him an ideal love, and that is why he reacts away from you. You don't know. You only know the dead things. Any kitchen maid would know something about him you don't know. What do you think your knowledge is but dead understanding that doesn't mean a thing? You are so false and untrue. How could you know anything? What is the good of your talking about love, you untrue spectre of a woman? How can you know anything when you don't believe? You don't believe in yourself and your own womanhood, so what good is your conceited, shallow cleverness? The two women sat on in antagonistic silence.
Hermione felt injured that all her good intention, all her offering, only left the other woman in vulgar antagonism. But then, Ursula could not understand, never would understand, could never be more than the usual jealous and unreasonable female, with a good deal of powerful female emotion, female attraction, and a fair amount of female understanding, but no mind. Hermione had decided long ago that where there was no mind, it was useless to appeal for reason. One had merely to ignore the ignorant. And Rupert, he had now reacted towards the strongly female, healthy, selfish woman. It was his reaction for the time being. There was no helping it at all. It was all a foolish backward and forward, a violent oscillation that would at length be too violent for his coherency, and he would smash and be dead. There was no saving him. This violent and directionless reaction between animalism and spiritual truth would go on in him till he tore himself in two between the opposite directions, and disappeared meaninglessly out of life. It was no good. He too was without unity, without mind, in the ultimate stages of living. Not quite man enough to make a destiny for a woman. They sat on till Birkin came in and found them together. He felt at once the antagonism in the atmosphere, something radical and insuperable, and he bit his lip, but he affected a bluff manner. "Hello, Hermione, are you back again? How do you feel?"
"Oh, better. And how are you? You don't look well."
"Oh, I believe Gudrun and Winnie Crich are coming in to tea. At least they said they were. We shall be a tea party. What train did you come by, Ursula?" It was rather annoying to see him trying to placate both women at once. Both women watched him, Hermione with deep resentment and pity for him, Ursula very impatient. He was nervous, and apparently in quite good spirits, chattering the conventional commonplaces. Ursula was amazed and indignant at the way he made small talk. He was adept as any fat in Christendom. She became quite stiff, she would not answer. It all seemed to her so false and so belittling. And still Gudrun did not appear.
"I think I shall go to Florence for the winter," said Hermione at length.
"Will you?" he answered. "But it is so cold there."
"Yes, but I shall stay with Palestra. It is quite comfortable."
"What takes you to Florence?"
"I don't know," said Hermione slowly.
Then she looked at him with her slow, heavy gaze.
"Barnes is starting his school of aesthetics, and Olandese is going to give a set of discourses on the Italian national policy."
"Both rubbish," he said.
"No, I don't think so," said Hermione.
"Which do you admire then?"
"I admire both. Barnes is a pioneer. And then I am interested in Italy, in her coming to national consciousness."
"I wish she'd come to something different from national consciousness then," said Birkin, "especially as it only means a sort of commercial, industrial consciousness. I hate Italy and her national rant, and I think Barnes is an amateur." Hermione was silent for some moments, in a state of hostility. But yet she had got Birkin back again into her world. How subtle her influence was. She seemed to start his irritable attention into her direction exclusively, in 1 minute. He was her creature.
"No," she said, "you're wrong."
Then a sort of tension came over her. She raised her face like the Pythoness inspired with oracles, and went on in rhapsodic manner.
"Il Sandro mi scrive che ha colto il più grande entusiasmo. Tutti I Giovanni, e fanciulli e ragazzi, sono tutti..."
She went on in Italian, as if, in thinking of the Italians, she thought in their language. He listened with a shade of distaste to her rhapsody, then he said, "For all that, I don't like it. Their nationalism is just industrialism, that and a shallow jealousy I detest so much."
"I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong," said Hermione. "It seems to me purely spontaneous and beautiful, the modern Italian's passion, for it is a passion, for Italy. L'Italia—"
"Do you know Italy well?" Ursula asked of Hermione. Hermione hated to be broken in upon in this manner. Yet she answered mildly,
"Yes, pretty well. I spent several years of my girlhood there with my mother. My mother died in Florence."
"Oh!" There was a pause, painful to Ursula and to Birkin. Hermione, however, seemed abstracted and calm. Birkin was white, his eyes glowed as if he were in a fever, he was far too overwrought. How Ursula suffered in this tense atmosphere of strained wills. Her head seemed bound round by iron bands. Birkin rang the bell for tea. They could not wait for Gudrun any longer. When the door was opened, the cat walked in.
"Micio, Micio,"
called Hermione in her slow, deliberate sing-song. The young cat turned to look at her, then with his slow and stately walk he advanced to her side.
"Vieni, vieni qua,"
Hermione was saying, in her strange, caressive, protective voice, as if she were always the elder, the mother superior.
"Vieni a dire buongiorno alla zia. Mi ricorda bene. Non è vero, piccolo? È vero che mi ricordi? È vero?"
And slowly she rubbed his head, slowly and with ironic indifference.
"Does he understand Italian?"
said Ursula, who knew nothing of the language.
"Yes," said Hermione at length. "His mother was Italian. She was born in my waste-paper basket in Florence, on the morning of Rupert's birthday. She was his birthday present."
Tea was brought in. Birkin poured out for them. It was strange how inviolable was the intimacy which existed between him and Hermione. Ursula felt that she was an outsider. The very teacups and the old silver was a bond between Hermione and Birkin. It seemed to belong to an old past world which they inhabited together, and in which Ursula was a foreigner. She was almost a parvenue in their old cultured milieu. Her convention was not their convention, their standards were not her standards. But theirs were established, they had the sanction and the grace of age. He and she together, Hermione and Birkin, were people of the same old tradition, the same withered, deadening culture. And she, Ursula, was an intruder. So they always made her feel. Hermione poured a little cream into a saucer. The simple way she assumed her rights in Birkin's room maddened and discouraged Ursula. There was a fatality about it, as if it were bound to be. Hermione lifted the cat and put the cream before him. He planted his two paws on the edge of the table, and bent his gracious young head to drink.
"Sicuro che capisce italiano," sang Hermione. "Non l'avrà dimenticato, la lingua della mamma."
She lifted the cat's head with her long, slow, white fingers, not letting him drink, holding him in her power. It was always the same, this joy in power she manifested, peculiarly in power over any male being.
He blinked forbearingly with a male bored expression, licking his whiskers. Hermione laughed in her short, grunting fashion. "Ecco il bravo ragazzo, come è superbo questo!" She made a vivid picture, so calm and strange with the cat. She had a true static impressiveness. She was a social artist in some ways. The cat refused to look at her, indifferently avoided her fingers, and began to drink again, his nose down to the cream, perfectly balanced, as he lapped with his odd little click. "It's bad for him, teaching him to eat at table," said Birkin. "Yes," said Hermione, easily assenting. Then, looking down at the cat, she resumed her old mocking, humorous sing-song. "Ti imparano fare brutte cose, brutte cose." She lifted the Mino's white chin on her forefinger, slowly. The young cat looked round with a supremely forbearing air, avoided seeing anything, withdrew his chin, and began to wash his face with his paw. Hermione grunted her laughter, pleased. "Bel giovanotto," she said. The cat reached forward again and put his fine white paw on the edge of the saucer. Hermione lifted it down with delicate slowness. This deliberate, delicate carefulness of movement reminded Ursula of Gudrun. "No, non è permesso di mettere il zampino nel tondinetto. Non piace al babbo. Un signor gatto così selvatico." And she kept her finger on the softly planted paw of the cat. And her voice had the same whimsical, humorous note of bullying. Ursula had her nose out of joint. She wanted to go away now. It all seemed no good. Hermione was established for ever. She herself was ephemeral, and had not yet even arrived. "I will go now," she said suddenly. Birkin looked at her almost in fear, he so dreaded her anger. "But there is no need for such hurry," he said. "Yes," she answered, "I will go." And turning to Hermione, before there was time to say any more, she held out her hand and said, "Good-bye." "Good-bye," sang Hermione, detaining the hand. "Must you really go now?" "Yes, I think I'll go," said Ursula, her face set and averted from Hermione's eyes. "You think you will?" But Ursula had got her hand free. She turned to Birkin with a quick, almost jeering "Good-bye," and she was opening the door before he had time to do it for her. When she got outside the house, she ran down the road in fury and agitation. It was strange, the unreasoning rage and violence Hermione roused in her by her very presence. Ursula knew she gave herself away to the other woman. She knew she looked ill-bred, uncouth, exaggerated. But she did not care. She only ran up the road lest she should go back and jeer in the faces of the two she had left behind. For they outraged her. End of chapter 22. Recording by Ruth Golding. Of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 23. Excurse. Next day Birkin sought Ursula out. It happened to be the half-day at the grammar school. He appeared towards the end of the morning and asked her would she drive with him in the afternoon. She consented,
but her face was closed and unresponding, and his heart sank. The afternoon was fine and dim. He was driving the motor car, and she sat beside him, but still her face was closed against him, unresponding. When she became like this, like a wall against him, his heart contracted. His life now seemed so reduced that he hardly cared any more. At moments it seemed to him he did not care a straw whether Ursula or Hermione or anybody else existed or did not exist. Why bother? Why strive for a coherent, satisfied life? Why not drift on in a series of accidents, like a picaresque novel? Why not? Why bother about human relationships? Why take them seriously, male or female? Why form any serious connections at all? Why not be casual, drifting along, taking all for what it was worth? And yet, still, he was damned and doomed to the old effort at serious living. "Look," he said, "what I bought." The car was running along a broad white road between autumn trees. He gave her a little bit of screwed-up paper. She took it and opened it. "How lovely!" she cried. She examined the gift. "How perfectly lovely!" she cried again. "But why do you give them me?" She put the question offensively. His face flickered with bored irritation. He shrugged his shoulders slightly. "I wanted to," he said coolly. "But why? Why should you?" "Am I called on to find reasons?" he asked. There was a silence, whilst she examined the rings that had been screwed up in the paper. "I think they are beautiful," she said. "Especially this. This is wonderful." It was a round opal, red and fiery, set in a circle of tiny rubies. "You like that best?" he said. "I think I do." "I like the sapphire," he said. "This?" It was a rose-shaped, beautiful sapphire with small brilliants. "Yes," she said, "it is lovely." She held it in the light. "Yes, perhaps it is the best." "The blue?" he said. "Yes, wonderful." He suddenly swung the car out of the way of a farm cart. It tilted on the bank. He was a careless driver, yet very quick. But Ursula was frightened. There was always that something regardless in him which terrified her. She suddenly felt he might kill her by making some dreadful accident with the motor car. For a moment she was stony with fear. "Isn't it rather dangerous the way you drive?" she asked him. "No, it isn't dangerous," he said. And then, after a pause, "Don't you like the yellow ring at all?" It was a squarish topaz, set in a frame of steel, or some other similar mineral, finely wrought. "Yes," she said, "I do like it. But why did you buy these rings?" "I wanted them. They're second-hand." "You bought them for yourself?" "No, rings look wrong on my hands." "Why did you buy them then?" "I bought them to give to you." "But why? Surely you ought to give them to Hermione. You belong to her." He did not answer. She remained with the jewels shut in her hand. She wanted to try them on her fingers, but something in her would not let her. And moreover, she was afraid her hands were too large. She shrank from the mortification of a failure to put them on any but her little finger. They travelled in silence through the empty lanes. Driving in a motor car excited her. She forgot his presence even. "Where are we?" she asked suddenly. "Not far from Worksop." "And where are we going?" Anywhere. It was the answer she liked. She opened her hand to look at the rings. They gave her such pleasure, as they lay, the 3 circles, with their knotted jewels entangled in her palm. She would have to try them on. She did so secretly, unwilling to let him see, so that he should not know her finger was too large for them. But he saw nevertheless. He always saw, if she wanted him not to. It was another of his hateful, watchful characteristics. Only the opal with its thin wire loop would go on her ring finger. And she was superstitious. No, there was ill portent enough. She would not accept this ring from him in pledge. "Look," she said, putting forward her hand, that was half closed and shrinking. "The others don't fit me." He looked at the red glinting soft stone on her oversensitive skin. "Yes," he said. "But opals are unlucky, aren't they?" she said wistfully. "No, I prefer unlucky things. Luck is vulgar. Who wants what luck would bring? I don't." "But why?" she laughed. And consumed with a desire to see how the other rings would look on her hand, she put them on her little finger. "They can be made a little bigger," he said. "Yes," she replied doubtfully. And she sighed. She knew that in accepting the rings she was accepting a pledge. Yet fate seemed more than herself. She looked again at the jewels. They were very beautiful to her eyes, not as ornament or wealth, but as tiny fragments of loveliness. "I'm glad you bought them," she said, putting her hand half unwillingly, gently on his arm. He smiled slightly. He wanted her to come to him, but he was angry at the bottom of his soul, and indifferent. He knew she had a passion for him really, but it was not finally interesting. There were depths of passion when one became impersonal and indifferent, unemotional. Whereas Ursula was still at the emotional, personal level, always so abominably personal. He had taken her as he had never been taken himself. He had taken her at the roots of her darkness and shame, like a demon, laughing over the fountain of mystic corruption which was one of the sources of her being, laughing, shrugging, accepting finally. As for her, when would she so much go beyond herself as to accept him at the quick of death? She now became quite happy. The motor car ran on, the afternoon was soft and dim. She talked with lively interest, analysing people and their motives, Gudrun, Gerald. He answered vaguely. He was not very much interested any more in personalities and in people. People were all different, but they were all enclosed nowadays in a definite limitation, he said. There were only about 2 great ideas, 2 great streams of activity remaining, with various forms of reaction therefrom. The reactions were all varied in various people, but they followed a few great laws, and intrinsically there was no difference. They acted and reacted involuntarily, according to a few great laws, and once the laws, the great principles, were known, people were no longer mystically interesting. They were all essentially alike. The differences were only variations on a theme. None of them transcended the given terms. Ursula did not agree. People were still an adventure to her. But perhaps not as much as she tried to persuade herself. Perhaps there was something mechanical now in her interest. Perhaps also her interest was destructive,
Her analysing was a real tearing to pieces. There was an underspace in her, where she did not care for people and their idiosyncrasies, even to destroy them. She seemed to touch for a moment this undersilence in herself. She became still, and she turned for a moment purely to Birkin.
"Won't it be lovely to go home in the dark?" she said. "We might have tea rather late, shall we? And have high tea? Wouldn't that be rather nice?"
"I promised to be at Shortlands for dinner," he said.
"But it doesn't matter, you can go tomorrow."
"Hermione is there," he said, in rather an uneasy voice. "She's going away in 2 days. I suppose I ought to say good-bye to her. I shall never see her again." Ursula drew away, closed in a violent silence. He knitted his brows, and his eyes began to sparkle again in anger. "You don't mind, do you?" he asked irritably.
"No, I don't care. Why should I? Why should I mind?"
Her tone was jeering and offensive. "That's what I ask myself," he said. "Why should you mind? But you seem to." His brows were tense with violent irritation.
"I assure you I don't. I don't mind in the least. Go where you belong. It's what I want you to do."
"Oh, you fool," he cried, "with your go where you belong. It's finished between Hermione and me. She means much more to you, if it comes to that, than she does to me. For you can only revolt in pure reaction from her, and to be her opposite is to be her counterpart."
"Ah, opposite!" cried Ursula. "I know your dodges. I'm not taken in by your word twisting. You belong to Hermione and her dead show. Well, if you do, you do. I don't blame you. But then you've nothing to do with me."
In his inflamed, overwrought exasperation, he stopped the car, and they sat there in the middle of the country lane to have it out. It was a crisis of war between them, so they did not see the ridiculousness of their situation. "If you weren't a fool, if only you weren't a fool," he cried in bitter despair, "you'd see that one could be decent, even when one has been wrong. I was wrong to go on all those years with Hermione. It was a deathly process. But after all, one can have a little human decency. But no, you would tear my soul out with your jealousy at the very mention of Hermione's name."
"I jealous? I jealous? You are mistaken if you think that. I'm not jealous in the least of Hermione. She is nothing to me. Not that."
And Ursula snapped her fingers.
"No, it's you who are a liar. It's you who must return like a dog to his vomit. It is what Hermione stands for that I hate. I hate it. It is lies. It is false. It is death. But you want it. You can't help it. You can't help yourself. You belong to that old deathly way of living. Then go back to it. But don't come to me, for I've nothing to do with it."
And in the stress of her violent emotion, she got down from the car and went to the hedgerow, picking unconsciously some flesh-pink spindleberries, some of which were burst, showing their orange seeds. "Ah, you are a fool!" he cried bitterly, with some contempt.
"Yes, I am. I am a fool. And thank God for it. I'm too big a fool to swallow your cleverness. God be praised. You go to your women. Go to them. They're your sort. You've always had a string of them trailing after you, and you always will. Go to your spiritual brides, but don't come to me as well, because I'm not having any, thank you. You're not satisfied, are you? Your spiritual brides can't give you what you want. They aren't common and fleshy enough for you, aren't they? So you come to me and keep them in the background. You'll marry me for daily use, but you'll keep yourself well provided with spiritual brides in the background. I know your dirty little game."
Suddenly a flame ran over her, and she stamped her foot madly on the ground, and he winced, afraid that she would strike him.
"And I'm not spiritual enough. I'm not as spiritual as that Hermione."
Her brows knitted, her eyes blazed like a tiger's.
"Then go to her, that's all I say. Go to her, go! Ha! She's spiritual, spiritual! She! A dirty materialist as she is. She's spiritual. What does she care for? What is her spirituality? What is it?"
Her fury seemed to blaze out and burn his face. He shrank a little.
"I tell you it's dirt. Dirt and nothing but dirt. And it's dirt you want. You crave for it. Spiritual. Is that spiritual? Her bullying, her conceit, her sordid materialism. She's a fishwife. A fishwife. She is such a materialist. And all so sordid. What does she work out to in the end, with all her social passion, as you call it? Social passion! What social passion has she? Show it me. Where is it? She wants petty, immediate power. She wants the illusion that she is a great woman, that is all. In her soul she's a devilish unbeliever, common as dirt. That's what she is at the bottom, and all the rest is pretence. But you love it. You love the sham spirituality. It's your food. And why? Because of the dirt underneath. Do you think I don't know the foulness of your sex life and hers? I do. And it's that foulness you want, you liar. Then have it, have it. You're such a liar."
She turned away, spasmodically tearing the twigs of spindleberry from the hedge and fastening them with vibrating fingers in the bosom of her coat. He stood watching in silence. A wonderful tenderness burned in him at the sight of her quivering, so sensitive fingers, and at the same time he was full of rage and callousness. "This is a degrading exhibition," he said coolly.
"Yes, degrading indeed," she said. "But more to me than to you."
"Since you choose to degrade yourself," he said. Again the flash came over her face, the yellow lights concentrated in her eyes.
"You!" she cried. You truth lover, you purity monger. It stinks, your truth and your purity. It stinks of the offal you feed on, you scavenger dog, you eater of corpses. You are foul, foul, and you must know it. Your purity, your candour, your goodness. Yes, thank you, we've had some. What you are is a foul, deathly thing, obscene. That's what you are, obscene and perverse. You and love. You may well say you don't want love. No, you want yourself and dirt and death. That's what you want. You are so perverse, so death-eating. And then—"
"There's a bicycle coming," he said, writhing under her loud denunciation. She glanced down the road.
"I don't care!" she cried.
Nevertheless she was silent. The cyclist, having heard the voices raised in altercation, glanced curiously at the man and the woman, and at the standing motor car, as he passed. "Afternoon," he said cheerfully. "Good afternoon," replied Birkin coldly. They were silent as the man passed into the distance. A clearer look had come over Birkin's face. He knew she was in the main right. He knew he was perverse, so spiritual on the one hand and in some strange way degraded on the other. But was she herself any better? Was anybody any better? "It may all be true, lies and stink and all," he said. "But Hermione's spiritual intimacy is no rottener than your emotional jealous intimacy. One can preserve the decencies even to one's enemies, for one's own sake. Hermione is my enemy to her last breath. That's why I must bow her off the field." "You and your enemies and your bows! A pretty picture you make of yourself. But it takes nobody in but yourself. I jealous! I! What I say," her voice sprang into flame, "I say because it is true. Do you see? Because you are you, a foul and false liar, a whited sepulchre. That's why I say it, and you hear it." "And be grateful," he added with a satirical grimace.
"Yes," she cried, "and if you have a spark of decency in you, be grateful."
"Not having a spark of decency, however," he retorted.
"No," she cried, "you haven't a spark. And so you can go your way and I'll go mine. It's no good, not the slightest. So you can leave me now. I don't want to go any further with you. Leave me."
"You don't even know where you are," he said.
"Oh, don't bother, I assure you I shall be all right. I've got 10 shillings in my purse, and that will take me back from anywhere you have brought me to."
She hesitated. The rings were still on her fingers, 2 on her little finger, 1 on her ring finger. Still she hesitated. "Very good," he said. "The only hopeless thing is a fool."
"You are quite right," she said.
Still she hesitated. Then an ugly, malevolent look came over her face. She pulled the rings from her fingers and tossed them at him. One touched his face, the others hit his coat, and they scattered into the mud.
"And take your rings," she said, "and go and buy yourself a female elsewhere. There are plenty to be had who'll be quite glad to share your spiritual mess, or to have your physical mess and leave your spiritual mess to Hermione."
With which she walked away desultorily up the road. He stood motionless, watching her sullen, rather ugly walk. She was sullenly picking and pulling at the twigs of the hedge as she passed. She grew smaller, she seemed to pass out of his sight. A darkness came over his mind. Only a small mechanical speck of consciousness hovered near him. He felt tired and weak. Yet also he was relieved. He gave up his old position, he went and sat on the bank. No doubt Ursula was right. It was true, really, what she said. He knew that his spirituality was concomitant of a process of depravity, a sort of pleasure in self-destruction. There really was a certain stimulant in self-destruction for him, especially when it was translated spiritually. But then he knew it, and had done. And was not Ursula's way of emotional intimacy, emotional and physical, was it not just as dangerous as Hermione's abstract, spiritual intimacy? Fusion, this horrible fusion of 2 beings, which every woman and most men insisted on, was it not nauseous and horrible anyhow? whether it was a fusion of the spirit or of the emotional body. Hermione saw herself as the perfect idea to which all men must come. And Ursula was the perfect womb, the bath of birth to which all men must come. And both were horrible. Why could they not remain individuals, limited by their own limits? Why this dreadful all-comprehensiveness, this hateful tyranny? Why not leave the other being free? Why try to absorb, or melt, or merge? One might abandon oneself utterly to the moments, but not to any other being. He could not bear to see the rings lying in the pale mud of the road. He picked them up and wiped them unconsciously on his hands. They were the little tokens of the reality of beauty, the reality of happiness in warm creation. But he had made his hands all dirty and gritty. There was a darkness over his mind. The terrible knot of consciousness that had persisted there like an obsession was broken, gone. His life was dissolved in darkness over his limbs and his body. But there was a point of anxiety in his heart now. He wanted her to come back. He breathed lightly and regularly, like an infant that breathes innocently, beyond the touch of responsibility. She was coming back. He saw her drifting desultorily under the high hedge, advancing towards him slowly. He did not move, he did not look again. He was as if asleep, at peace, slumbering and utterly relaxed. She came up and stood before him, hanging her head. "See what a flower I found you," she said, wistfully holding a piece of purple-red bell-heather under his face. He saw the clump of coloured bells and the tree-like tiny branch, also her hands with their over-fine, over-sensitive skin. "Pretty," he said, looking up at her with a smile, taking the flower. Everything had become simple again, quite simple, the complexity gone into nowhere. But he badly wanted to cry, except that he was weary and bored by emotion. Then a hot passion of tenderness for her filled his heart. He stood up and looked into her face. It was new and oh, so delicate in its luminous wonder and fear. He put his arms round her, and she hid her face on his shoulder. It was peace, just simple peace, as he stood folding her quietly there on the open lane. It was peace at last. The old detestable world of tension had passed away at last. His soul was strong and at ease. She looked up at him. The wonderful yellow light in her eyes now was soft and yielded. They were at peace with each other. He kissed her softly, many, many times. A laugh came into her eyes. "Did I abuse you?" she asked. He smiled too, and took her hand, that was so soft and given. "Never mind," she said. "It is all for the good." He kissed her again, softly, many times. "Isn't it?" she said. "Certainly," he replied. "Wait, I shall have my own back." She laughed suddenly, with a wild catch in her voice, and flung her arms around him. "You're mine, my love, aren't you?" she cried, straining him close. "Yes," he said softly. His voice was so soft and final, she went very still, as if under a fate which had taken her. Yes, she acquiesced, but it was accomplished without her acquiescence. He was kissing her quietly, repeatedly, with a soft, still happiness that almost made her heart stop beating. "My love!" she cried, lifting her face and looking with frightened, gentle wonder of bliss. Was it all real? But his eyes were beautiful and soft and immune from stress or excitement, beautiful and smiling lightly to her, smiling with her. She hid her face on his shoulder, hiding before him, because he could see her so completely. She knew he loved her. And she was afraid. She was in a strange element, a new heaven round about her. She wished he were passionate, because in passion she was at home. But this was so still and frail, as space is more frightening than force. Again, quickly, she lifted her head. "Do you love me?" she said, quickly, impulsively. "Yes," he replied, not heeding her motion, only her stillness. She knew it was true. She broke away. "So you ought," she said, turning round to look at the road. "Did you find the rings?" "Yes." "Where are they?" "In my pocket." She put her hand into his pocket and took them out. She was restless. "Shall we go?" she said. "Yes," he answered. And they mounted to the car once more, and left behind them this memorable battlefield. They drifted through the wild late afternoon in a beautiful motion that was smiling and transcendent. His mind was sweetly at ease. The life flowed through him as from some new fountain. He was as if born out of the cramp of a womb. "Are you happy?" she asked him, in her strange, delighted way. "Yes," he said. "So am I," she cried in sudden ecstasy, putting her arm round him and clutching him violently against her as he steered the motor car. "Don't drive much more," she said. "I don't want you to be always doing something." "No," he said. "We'll finish this little trip, and then we'll be free." "We will, my love, we will," she cried in delight, kissing him as he turned to her. He drove on in a strange new wakefulness, the tension of his consciousness broken. He seemed to be conscious all over, all his body awake with a simple glimmering awareness, as if he had just come awake, like a thing that is born, like a bird when it comes out of an egg, into a new universe. They dropped down a long hill in the dusk, and suddenly Ursula recognised on her right hand, below in the hollow, the form of Southwell Minster. "Are we here?" she cried with pleasure. The rigid, sombre, ugly cathedral was settling under the gloom of the coming night, as they entered the narrow town. The golden lights showed like slabs of revelation in the shop windows. "Father came here with mother," she said, "when they first knew each other. He loves it. He loves the Minster. Do you?" "Yes, it looks like quartz crystals sticking up out of the dark hollow. We'll have our high tea at the Saracen's Head." As they descended, they heard the Minster bells playing a hymn when the hour had struck 6. "Glory to thee, my God, this night, for all the blessings of the light." So to Ursula's ear the tune fell out, drop by drop, from the unseen sky on to the dusky town.
It was like dim, bygone centuries sounding. It was all so far off. She stood in the old yard of the inn, smelling of straw and stables and petrol. Above, she could see the first stars. What was it all? This was no actual world. It was the dream world of one's childhood, a great, circumscribed reminiscence. The world had become unreal. She herself was a strange, transcendent reality. They sat together in a little parlour by the fire.
"Is it true?"
she said, wondering.
"What?" "Everything. Is everything true?"
"The best is true," he said, grimacing at her.
"Is it?"
she replied, laughing, but unassured. She looked at him. He seemed still so separate. New eyes were opened in her soul. She saw a strange creature from another world in him. It was as if she were enchanted, and everything were metamorphosed. She recalled again the old magic of the book of Genesis, where the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair. And he was one of these strange creatures from the beyond, looking down at her and seeing she was fair. He stood on the hearthrug looking at her face that was upturned, exactly like a flower, a fresh, luminous flower, glinting, faintly golden with the dew of the first light. And he was smiling faintly, as if there were no speech in the world, save the silent delight of flowers in each other. Smilingly they delighted in each other's presence, pure presence, not to be thought of, even known. But his eyes had a faintly ironical contraction. And she was drawn to him strangely, as in a spell. Kneeling on the hearthrug before him, she put her arms round his loins, and put her face against his thigh. Riches, riches. She was overwhelmed with a sense of a heavenful of riches.
"We love each other,"
she said in delight. "More than that," he answered, looking down at her with his glimmering, easy face. Unconsciously, with her sensitive fingertips, she was tracing the back of his thighs, following some mysterious life flow there. She had discovered something, something more than wonderful, more wonderful than life itself. It was the strange mystery of his life motion, there, at the back of the thighs, down the flanks. It was a strange reality of his being, the very stuff of being, there in the straight downflow of the thighs. It was here she discovered him one of the sons of God, such as were in the beginning of the world, not a man, something other, something more. This was release at last. She had had lovers, she had known passion, but this was neither love nor passion. It was the daughters of men coming back to the sons of God, the strange, inhuman sons of God, who are in the beginning. Her face was now one dazzle of released golden light, as she looked up at him and laid her hands full on his thighs, behind, as he stood before her. He looked down at her with a rich, bright brow, like a diadem above his eyes. She was beautiful as a new marvellous flower opened at his knees. A paradisal flower she was, beyond womanhood, such a flower of luminousness. Yet something was tight and unfree in him. He did not like this crouching, this radiance, not altogether. It was all achieved for her. She had found one of the sons of God from the beginning, and he had found one of the first most luminous daughters of men. She traced with her hands the line of his loins and thighs at the back, and a living fire ran through her from him darkly. It was a dark flood of electric passion she released from him, drew into herself. She had established a rich new circuit, a new current of passional electric energy between the two of them, released from the darkest poles of the body and established in perfect circuit. It was a dark fire of electricity that rushed from him to her and flooded them both with rich peace, satisfaction. "My love," she cried, lifting her face to him, her eyes, her mouth open in transport. "My love," he answered, bending and kissing her, always kissing her. She closed her hands over the full rounded body of his loins as he stooped over her. She seemed to touch the quick of the mystery of darkness that was bodily him. She seemed to faint beneath, and he seemed to faint stooping over her. It was a perfect passing away for both of them, and at the same time the most intolerable accession into being, the marvellous fullness of immediate gratification, overwhelming, outflooding from the source of the deepest life force, the darkest, deepest, strangest life source of the human body, at the back and base of the loins. After a lapse of stillness, after the rivers of strange dark fluid richness had passed over her, flooding, carrying away her mind, and flooding down her spine and down her knees, past her feet, a strange flood, sweeping away everything and leaving her an essential new being, she was left quite free. She was free in complete ease, her complete self. So she rose, stilly and blithe, smiling at him. He stood before her glimmering, so awfully real that her heart almost stopped beating. He stood there in his strange whole body that had its marvellous fountains, like the bodies of the sons of God who were in the beginning. There were strange fountains of his body, more mysterious and potent than any she had imagined or known, more satisfying, finally, mystically, physically satisfying. She had thought there was no source deeper than the phallic source, and now, behold, from the smitten rock of the man's body, from the strange, marvellous flanks and thighs, deeper, further in mystery than the phallic source, came the floods of ineffable darkness and ineffable riches. They were glad, and they could forget perfectly. They laughed, and went to the meal provided. There was a venison pasty of all things, a large broad-faced cut ham, eggs and cresses and red beetroot, and medlars and apple tart, and tea. "What good things!" she cried with pleasure. "How noble it looks! Shall I pour out the tea?" She was usually nervous and uncertain at performing these public duties, such as giving tea, but today she forgot.
She was at her ease, entirely forgetting to have misgivings. The teapot poured beautifully from a proud, slender spout. Her eyes were warm with smiles as she gave him his tea. She had learned at last to be still and perfect. "Everything is ours," she said to him. "Everything," he answered. She gave a queer little crowing sound of triumph. "I'm so glad," she cried, with unspeakable relief. "So am I," he said. "But I'm thinking we'd better get out of our responsibilities as quick as we can."
"What responsibilities?"
she asked, wondering. "We must drop our jobs like a shot." A new understanding dawned into her face.
"Of course," she said, "there's that."
"We must get out," he said. "There's nothing for it but to get out quick." She looked at him doubtfully across the table.
"But where?" she said.
"I don't know," he said. "We'll just wander about for a bit." Again she looked at him quizzically.
"I should be perfectly happy at the mill," she said.
"It's very near the old thing," he said. "Let us wander a bit." His voice could be so soft and happy-go-lucky, it went through her veins like an exhilaration. Nevertheless she dreamed of a valley, and wild gardens and peace. She had a desire too for splendour, an aristocratic, extravagant splendour. Wandering seemed to her like restlessness, dissatisfaction.
"Where will you wander to?"
she asked. "I don't know. I feel as if I would just meet you and we'd set off, just towards the distance."
"But where can one go?" she asked anxiously. "After all, there is only the world, and none of it is very distant."
"Still," he said, "I should like to go with you nowhere. It would be rather wandering just to nowhere. That's the place to get to, nowhere. One wants to wander away from the world's somewheres into our own nowhere." Still she meditated.
"You see, my love," she said, "I'm so afraid that while we are only people, we've got to take the world that's given, because there isn't any other."
"Yes, there is," he said. "There's somewhere where we can be free, somewhere where one needn't wear much clothes, none even, where one meets a few people who have gone through enough, and can take things for granted, where you be yourself without bothering. There is somewhere. There are one or two people."
"But where?" she sighed.
"Somewhere, anywhere. Let's wander off. That's the thing to do. Let's wander off."
"Yes,"
she said, thrilled at the thought of travel. But to her it was only travel. "To be free," he said. "To be free in a free place, with a few other people."
"Yes,"
she said wistfully. Those few other people depressed her. "It isn't really a locality though," he said. "It's a perfected relation between you and me and others, the perfect relation, so that we are free together."
"It is, my love, isn't it?" she said. "It's you and me. It's you and me, isn't it?"
She stretched out her arms to him. He went across and stooped to kiss her face. Her arms closed round him again, her hands spread upon his shoulders, moving slowly there, moving slowly on his back, down his back, slowly, with a strange recurrent rhythmic motion,
yet moving slowly down, pressing mysteriously over his loins, over his flanks. The sense of the awfulness of riches that could never be impaired flooded her mind, like a swoon, a death in most marvellous possession, mystic sure. She possessed him so utterly and intolerably that she herself lapsed out. And yet she was only sitting still in the chair, with her hands pressed upon him, and lost. Again he softly kissed her. "We shall never go apart again," he murmured quietly. And she did not speak, but only pressed her hands firmer down upon the source of darkness in him. They decided, when they woke again from the pure swoon, to write their resignations from the world of work there and then. She wanted this. He rang the bell and ordered notepaper without a printed address. The waiter cleared the table. "Now then," he said, "yours first. Put your home address and the date, then Director of Education, Town Hall, Sir. Now then, I don't know how one really stands. I suppose one could get out of it in less than a month. Anyhow, Sir, I beg to resign my post as class mistress in the Willey Green Grammar School. I should be very grateful if you would liberate me as soon as possible, without waiting for the expiration of the month's notice. That'll do. Have you got it? Let me look. Ursula Brangwen. Good. Now I'll write mine. I ought to give them 3 months, but I can plead health. I can arrange it all right." He sat and wrote out his formal resignation. "Now," he said, when the envelopes were sealed and addressed, "shall we post them here, both together? I know Jackie will say, 'Here's a coincidence,' when he receives them in all their identity. Shall we let him say it or not?" "I don't care," she said. "No?" he said, pondering. "It doesn't matter, does it?" she said. "Yes," he replied. "Their imaginations shall not work on us. I'll post yours here, mine after. I cannot be implicated in their imaginings." He looked at her with his strange, non-human singleness. "Yes, you are right," she said. She lifted her face to him, all shining and open. It was as if he might enter straight into the source of her radiance. His face became a little distracted. "Shall we go?" he said. "As you like," she replied. They were soon out of the little town, and running through the uneven lanes of the country. Ursula nestled near him, into his constant warmth, and watched the pale lit revelation racing ahead, the visible night. Sometimes it was a wide old road, with grass spaces on either side, flying magic and elfin in the greenish illumination. Sometimes it was trees looming overhead. Sometimes it was bramble bushes, sometimes the walls of a crew yard and the butt of a barn. "Are you going to Shortlands to dinner?" Ursula asked him suddenly. He started. "Good God," he said, "Shortlands, never again. Not that. Besides, we should be too late." "Where are we going then? To the mill?" "If you like. Pity to go anywhere on this good dark night. Pity to come out of it, really. Pity we can't stop in this good darkness. It is better than anything ever would be, this good, immediate darkness." She sat wondering. The car lurched and swayed. She knew there was no leaving him. The darkness held them both, and contained them. It was not to be surpassed. Besides, she had a full, mystic knowledge of his suave loins of darkness, dark-clad and suave. And in this knowledge there was some of the inevitability and the beauty of fate. fate which one asks for, which one accepts in full. He sat still, like an Egyptian pharaoh, driving the car. He felt as if he were seated in immemorial potency, like the great carven statues of real Egypt, as real and as fulfilled with subtle strength as these are, with a vague, inscrutable smile on the lips. He knew what it was to have the strange and magical current of force in his back and loins, and down his legs. Force so perfect that it stayed him immobile, and left his face subtly, mindlessly smiling. He knew what it was to be awake and potent in that other basic mind, the deepest physical mind, and from this source he had a pure and magic control, magical, mystical, a force in darkness like electricity. It was very difficult to speak. It was so perfect to sit in this pure living silence, subtle, full of unthinkable knowledge and unthinkable force, upheld immemorially in timeless force, like the immobile, supremely potent Egyptians, seated for ever in their living, subtle silence. "We need not go home," he said. "This car has seats that let down and make a bed, and we can lift the hood." She was glad and frightened. She cowered near to him. "But what about them at home?" she said. "Send a telegram." Nothing more was said. They ran on in silence. But with a sort of second consciousness, he steered the car towards a destination. For he had the free intelligence to direct his own ends. His arms and his breast and his head were rounded and living like those of the Greek. He had not the unawakened straight arms of the Egyptian, nor the sealed, slumbering head. A lambent intelligence played secondarily above his pure Egyptian concentration in darkness. They came to a village that lined along the road. The car crept slowly along until he saw the post office. Then he pulled up. "I will send a telegram to your father," he said. "I will merely say, spending the night in town, shall I?" "Yes," she answered. She did not want to be disturbed into taking thought. She watched him move into the post office. It was also a shop, she saw. Strange he was. Even as he went into the lighted public place, he remained dark and magic. The living silence seemed the body of reality in him, subtle, potent, indiscoverable. There he was. In a strange uplift of elation she saw him, the being never to be revealed, awful in its potency, mystic and real. This dark, subtle reality of him, never to be translated, liberated her into perfection, her own perfected being. She too was dark and fulfilled in silence. He came out, throwing some packages into the car. "There's some bread and cheese and raisins and apples and hard chocolate," he said, in his voice that was as if laughing, because of the unblemished stillness and force which was the reality in him. She would have to touch him. To speak, to see, was nothing. It was a travesty to look and to comprehend the man there. Darkness and silence must fall perfectly on her. Then she could know mystically, in unrevealed touch. She must lightly, mindlessly connect with him. have the knowledge which is death of knowledge, the reality of surety in not knowing. Soon they had run on again into the darkness. She did not ask where they were going, she did not care. She sat in a fullness and a pure potency that was like apathy, mindless and immobile. She was next to him and hung in a pure rest, as a star is hung, balanced unthinkably. Still there remained a dark lambency of anticipation. She would touch him. With perfect fine fingertips of reality, she would touch the reality in him, the suave, pure, untranslatable reality of his loins of darkness. To touch, mindlessly in darkness to come in pure touching upon the living reality of him, his suave, perfect loins and thighs of darkness. This was her sustaining anticipation. And he too waited, in the magical steadfastness of suspense, for her to take this knowledge of him as he had taken it of her. He knew her darkly, with the fullness of dark knowledge. Now she would know him, and he too would be liberated. He would be night-free, like an Egyptian, steadfast in perfectly suspended equilibrium, pure mystic nodality of physical being. They would give each other this star equilibrium which alone is freedom. She saw that they were running among trees, great old trees with dying bracken undergrowth. The palish gnarled trunks showed ghostly, and like old priests in the hovering distance, the fern rose magical and mysterious. It was a night all darkness, with low cloud. The motor car advanced slowly.
"Where are we?"
she whispered. In Sherwood Forest. It was evident he knew the place. He drove softly, watching. Then they came to a green road between the trees. They turned cautiously round, and were advancing between the oaks of the forest, down a green lane. The green lane widened into a little circle of grass, where there was a small trickle of water at the bottom of a sloping bank. The car stopped. "We will stay here," he said, and put out the lights. He extinguished the lamps at once, and it was pure night, with shadows of trees like realities of other, nightly beings. He threw a rug onto the bracken, and they sat in stillness and mindless silence. There were faint sounds from the wood, but no disturbance, no possible disturbance. The world was under a strange ban, a new mystery had supervened. They threw off their clothes, and he gathered her to him, and found her, found the pure, lambent reality of her forever invisible flesh. Quenched, inhuman, his fingers upon her unrevealed nudity were the fingers of silence upon silence. The body of mysterious night upon the body of mysterious night, the night masculine and feminine, never to be seen with the eye or known with the mind, only known as a palpable revelation of living otherness. She had her desire of him. She touched. She received the maximum of unspeakable communication in touch, dark, subtle, positively silent. a magnificent gift and give again, a perfect acceptance and yielding, a mystery. The reality of that which can never be known, vital, sensual reality, that can never be transmuted into mind content, but remains outside, living body of darkness and silence and subtlety, the mystic body of reality. She had her desire fulfilled. He had his desire fulfilled. For she was to him what he was to her, the immemorial magnificence of mystic, palpable, real otherness. They slept the chilly night through under the hood of the car, a night of unbroken sleep. It was already high day when he awoke. They looked at each other and laughed, then looked away, filled with darkness and secrecy. Then they kissed, and remembered the magnificence of the night. It was so magnificent, such an inheritance of a universe of dark reality, that they were afraid to seem to remember. They hid away the remembrance and the knowledge. End of chapter 23. Recording by Ruth Golding. Of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 24. Death and Love. Thomas Crich died slowly, terribly slowly. It seemed impossible to everybody that the thread of life could be drawn out so thin and yet not break. The sick man lay unutterably weak and spent, kept alive by morphia and by drinks, which he sipped slowly. He was only half conscious, a thin strand of consciousness linking the darkness of death with the light of day. Yet his will was unbroken. He was integral, complete. Only he must have perfect stillness about him. Any presence but that of the nurses was a strain and an effort to him now. Every morning Gerald went into the room, hoping to find his father passed away at last. Yet always he saw the same transparent face, the same dread dark hair on the waxen forehead, and the awful inchoate dark eyes, which seemed to be decomposing into formless darkness, having only a tiny grain of vision within them. And always, as the dark inchoate eyes turned to him, there passed through Gerald's bowels a burning stroke of revolt that seemed to resound through his whole being, threatening to break his mind with its clangour and making him mad. Every morning the sun stood there, erect and taut with life, gleaming in his blondness. The gleaming blondness of his strange, immanent being put the father into a fever of fretful irritation. He could not bear to meet the uncanny, downward look of Gerald's blue eyes. But it was only for a moment. Each on the brink of departure, the father and son looked at each other, then parted. For a long time Gerald preserved a perfect sang-froid. He remained quite collected. But at last fear undermined him. He was afraid of some horrible collapse in himself. He had to stay and see this thing through. Some perverse will made him watch his father drawn over the borders of life.
And yet now, every day, the great red-hot stroke of horrified fear through the bowels of the sun struck a further inflammation. Gerald went about all day with a tendency to cringe, as if there were the point of a sword of Damocles pricking the nape of his neck. There was no escape. He was bound up with his father, he had to see him through. And the father's will never relaxed or yielded to death. It would have to snap when death at last snapped it, if it did not persist after a physical death. In the same way, the will of the son never yielded. He stood firm and immune. He was outside this death and this dying. It was a trial by ordeal. Could he stand and see his father slowly dissolve and disappear in death, without once yielding his will, without once relenting before the omnipotence of death? Like a Red Indian undergoing torture, Gerald would experience the whole process of slow death, without wincing or flinching. He even triumphed in it. He somehow wanted this death, even forced it. It was as if he himself were dealing the death, even when he most recoiled in horror. Still, he would deal it, he would triumph through death. But in the stress of this ordeal, Gerald too lost his hold on the outer daily life. That which was much to him came to mean nothing. Work, pleasure, it was all left behind. He went on more or less mechanically with his business, but this activity was all extraneous. The real activity was this ghastly wrestling for death in his own soul, and his own will should triumph. Come what might, he would not bow down, or submit, or acknowledge a master. He had no master in death. But as the fight went on, and all that he had been and was continued to be destroyed, so that life was a hollow shell all round him, roaring and clattering like the sound of the sea, a noise in which he participated externally. And inside this hollow shell was all the darkness and fearful space of death. He knew he would have to find reinforcements, otherwise he would collapse inwards upon the great dark void which circled at the centre of his soul. His will held his outer life, his outer mind, his outer being, unbroken and unchanged. But the pressure was too great. He would have to find something to make good the equilibrium. Something must come with him into the hollow void of death in his soul, fill it up, and so equalize the pressure within to the pressure without. For day by day he felt more and more like a bubble filled with darkness, round which whirled the iridescence of his consciousness, and upon which the pressure of the outer world, the outer life, roared vastly. In this extremity, his instinct led him to Gudrun. He threw away everything now. He only wanted the relation established with her. He would follow her to the studio, to be near her, to talk to her. He would stand about the room, aimlessly picking up the implements, the lumps of clay, the little figures she had cast. They were whimsical and grotesque, looking at them without perceiving them. And she felt him following her, dogging her heels like a doom. She held away from him, and yet she knew he drew always a little nearer, a little nearer. "I say," he said to her one evening, in an odd, unthinking, uncertain way, "won't you stay to dinner tonight? I wish you would." She started slightly. He spoke to her like a man making a request of another man. "They'll be expecting me at home," she said. "Oh, they won't mind, will they?" he said.
I should be awfully glad if you'd stay."
Her long silence gave consent at last.
"I'll tell Thomas, shall I?"
he said. "I must go almost immediately after dinner," she said. It was a dark, cold evening. There was no fire in the drawing-room. They sat in the library. He was mostly silent, absent, and Winifred talked a little. But when Gerald did rouse himself, he smiled, and was pleasant and ordinary with her. Then there came over him again the long blanks, of which he was not aware. She was very much attracted by him. He looked so preoccupied, and his strange blank silences, which she could not read, moved her, and made her wonder over him, made her feel reverential towards him. But he was very kind. He gave her the best things at the table. He had a bottle of slightly sweet, delicious golden wine brought out for dinner, knowing she would prefer it to the Burgundy. She felt herself esteemed, needed almost. As they took coffee in the library, there was a soft, very soft knocking at the door. He started and called, "Come in." The timbre of his voice, like something vibrating at high pitch, unnerved Gudrun. A nurse in white entered, half hovering in the doorway like a shadow. She was very good-looking, but strangely enough shy and self-mistrusting. "The doctor would like to speak to you, Mr. Crich," she said, in her low, discreet voice.
"The doctor?" he said, starting up. "Where is he?"
"He is in the dining-room."
"Tell him I'm coming."
He drank up his coffee and followed the nurse, who had dissolved like a shadow. "Which nurse was that?" asked Gudrun.
"Miss Inglis. I like her best,"
replied Winifred. After a while Gerald came back, looking absorbed by his own thoughts, and having some of that tension and abstraction which is seen in a slightly drunken man. He did not say what the doctor had wanted him for, but stood before the fire, with his hands behind his back, and his face open, and as if rapt. Not that he was really thinking. He was only arrested in pure suspense inside himself, and thoughts wafted through his mind without order.
"I must go now and see Mamma,"
said Winifred.
"and see Dada before he goes to sleep."
She bade them both good night. Gudrun also rose to take her leave.
"You needn't go yet, need you?"
said Gerald, glancing quickly at the clock.
"It is early yet. I'll walk down with you when you go. Sit down. Don't hurry away."
Gudrun sat down, as if, absent as he was, his will had power over her. She felt almost mesmerised. He was strange to her, something unknown. What was he thinking? What was he feeling, as he stood there so rapt, saying nothing? He kept her, she could feel that. He would not let her go. She watched him in humble submissiveness. "Had the doctor anything new to tell you?" she asked softly, at length, with that gentle, timid sympathy which touched a keen fibre in his heart. He lifted his eyebrows with a negligent, indifferent expression. "No, nothing new," he replied, as if the question were quite casual, trivial. "He says the pulse is very weak indeed, very intermittent, but that doesn't necessarily mean much, you know." He looked down at her. Her eyes were dark and soft and unfolded, with a stricken look that roused him. "No," she murmured at length. "I don't understand anything about these things."
"Just as well not," he said. "I say, won't you have a cigarette? do."
He quickly fetched the box and held her a light. Then he stood before her on the hearth again.
"No,"
he said.
"we've never had much illness in the house either, not till father."
He seemed to meditate a while. Then, looking down at her, with strangely communicative blue eyes that filled her with dread, he continued,
"It's something you don't reckon with, you know, till it is there. And then you realise that it was there all the time. It was always there. You understand what I mean? The possibility of this incurable illness, this slow death."
He moved his feet uneasily on the marble hearth, and put his cigarette to his mouth, looking up at the ceiling. "I know," murmured Gudrun. "It is dreadful." He smoked without knowing. Then he took the cigarette from his lips, bared his teeth, and putting the tip of his tongue between his teeth, spat off a grain of tobacco, turning slightly aside, like a man who is alone, or who is lost in thought.
"I don't know what the effect actually is on one," he said.
And again he looked down at her. Her eyes were dark and stricken with knowledge, looking into his. He saw her submerged, and he turned aside his face.
"But I absolutely am not the same. There's nothing left, if you understand what I mean. You seem to be clutching at the void, and at the same time you avoid yourself. And so you don't know what to do."
"No," she murmured. A heavy thrill ran down her nerves, heavy, almost pleasure, almost pain. "What can be done?" she added. He turned and flipped the ash from his cigarette onto the great marble hearthstones that lay bare in the room, without fender or bar.
"I don't know, I'm sure," he replied. "But I do think you've got to find some way of resolving the situation. Not because you want to, but because you've got to, otherwise you're done. The whole of everything, and yourself included, is just on the point of caving in, and you're just holding it up with your hands. Well, it's a situation that obviously can't continue. You can't stand holding the roof up with your hands forever. You know that sooner or later you'll have to let go. Do you understand what I mean? And so something's got to be done, or there's a universal collapse, as far as you yourself are concerned."
He shifted slightly on the hearth, crunching a cinder under his heel. He looked down at it. Gudrun was aware of the beautiful old marble panels of the fireplace, swelling, softly carved, round him and above him. She felt as if she were caught at last by fate, imprisoned in some horrible and fatal trap. "But what can be done?" she murmured humbly. "You must use me if I can be of any help at all. But how can I? I don't see how I can help you." He looked down at her critically.
"I don't want you to help," he said, slightly irritated, "because there's nothing to be done. I only want sympathy, do you see? I want somebody I can talk to sympathetically. That eases the strain. And there is nobody to talk to sympathetically. That's the curious thing. There is nobody. There's Rupert Birkin, but then he isn't sympathetic. He wants to dictate. And that is no use whatsoever."
She was caught in a strange snare. She looked down at her hands. Then there was the sound of the door softly opening. Gerald started. He was chagrined. It was his starting that really startled Gudrun. Then he went forward with quick, graceful, intentional courtesy.
"Oh, mother," he said, "how nice of you to come down. How are you?"
The elderly woman, loosely and bulkily wrapped in a purple gown, came forward silently, slightly hulked as usual. Her son was at her side. He pushed her up a chair, saying, "You know Miss Brangwen, don't you?" The mother glanced at Gudrun indifferently. "Yes," she said. Then she turned her wonderful forget-me-not blue eyes up to her son, as she slowly sat down in the chair he had brought her. "I came to ask you about your father," she said, in her rapid, scarcely audible voice. "I didn't know you had company."
"No? Didn't Winifred tell you? Miss Brangwen stayed to dinner to make us a little more lively."
Mrs Crich turned slowly round to Gudrun and looked at her, but with unseeing eyes.
"I'm afraid it would be no treat to her."
Then she turned again to her son.
"Winifred tells me the doctor had something to say about your father. What is it?"
"Only that the pulse is very weak. Misses altogether a good many times, so that he might not last the night out," Gerald replied.
Mrs Crich sat perfectly impassive, as if she had not heard. Her bulk seemed hunched in the chair, her fair hair hung slack over her ears. But her skin was clear and fine, her hands, as she sat with them forgotten and folded, were quite beautiful, full of potential energy. A great mass of energy seemed decaying up in that silent, hulking form. She looked up at her son, as he stood keen and soldierly near to her. Her eyes were most wonderfully blue, bluer than forget-me-nots. She seemed to have a certain confidence in Gerald, and to feel a certain motherly mistrust of him. "How are you?" she muttered in her strangely quiet voice, as if nobody should hear but him.
"You're not getting into a state, are you? You're not letting it make you hysterical?"
The curious challenge in the last words startled Gudrun.
"I don't think so, mother,"
he answered, rather coldly cheery.
"Somebody's got to see it through, you know."
"Have they? Have they?"
answered his mother rapidly.
"Why should you take it on yourself? What have you got to do seeing it through? It will see itself through. You're not needed."
"No, I don't suppose I can do any good," he answered. "It's just how it affects us, you see."
"You like to be affected, don't you? It's quite nuts for you. You would have to be important. You have no need to stop at home. Why don't you go away?"
These sentences, evidently the ripened grain of many dark hours, took Gerald by surprise.
"I don't think it's any good going away now, mother, at the last minute," he said coldly.
"You take care," replied his mother. "You mind yourself. That's your business. You take too much on yourself. You mind yourself, or you'll find yourself in Queer Street. That's what will happen to you. You're hysterical, always were."
"I'm all right, mother," he said. "There's no need to worry about me, I assure you."
"Let the dead bury their dead. Don't go and bury yourself along with them. That's what I tell you. I know you well enough."
He did not answer this, not knowing what to say. The mother sat bunched up in silence, her beautiful white hands, that had no rings whatsoever, clasping the pommels of her armchair.
"You can't do it,"
she said almost bitterly.
"You haven't the nerve. You're as weak as a cat, really, always were. Is this young woman staying here?"
"No," said Gerald. "She is going home tonight."
"Then she'd better have the dog-cart. Does she go far?"
"Only to Beldover."
"Ah."
The elderly woman never looked at Gudrun, yet she seemed to take knowledge of her presence.
"You are inclined to take too much on yourself, Gerald,"
said the mother, pulling herself to her feet with a little difficulty.
Will you go, mother? He asked politely.
Yes, I'll go up again, she replied.
Turning to Gudrun, she bade her
good night.
Then she went slowly to the door, as if she were unaccustomed to walking. At the door, she lifted her face to him implicitly. He kissed her.
Don't come any further with me,
she said in her barely audible voice.
I don't want you any further.
He bade her good night, watched her across to the stairs and mount slowly. Then he closed the door and came back to Gudrun. Gudrun rose also, to go.
A queer being, my mother, he said.
Yes, replied Gudrun.
She has her own thoughts.
Yes, said Gudrun. Then they were silent.
You want to go? He asked. Half a minute, I'll just have a horse put in.
No, said Gudrun, I want to walk. He had promised to walk with her down the long, lonely mile of drive, and she wanted this.
You might just as well drive, he said.
I'd much rather walk, she asserted with emphasis.
You would? Then I will come along with you. You know where your things are. I'll put boots on.
He put on a cap and an overcoat over his evening dress. They went out into the night.
Let us light a cigarette, he said,
stopping in a sheltered angle of the porch.
You have one too.
So, with the scent of tobacco on the night air, they set off down the dark drive that ran between close-cut hedges through sloping meadows. He wanted to put his arm around her. If he could put his arm round her and draw her against him as they walked, he would equilibrate himself. For now he felt like a pair of scales, the half of which tips down and down into an indefinite void. He must recover some sort of balance. And here was the hope and the perfect recovery. Blind to her, thinking only of himself, he slipped his arm softly round her waist and drew her to him. Her heart fainted, feeling herself taken. But then his arm was so strong, she quailed under its powerful, close grasp. She died a little death and was drawn against him as they walked down the stormy darkness. He seemed to balance her perfectly in opposition to himself in their dual motion of walking. So suddenly he was liberated and perfect, strong, heroic. He put his hand to his mouth and threw his cigarette away, a gleaming point, into the unseen hedge. Then he was quite free to balance her.
That's better,
he said with exultancy. The exultation in his voice was like a sweetish, poisonous drug to her. Did she then mean so much to him? She sipped the poison. "Are you happier?" she asked wistfully.
"Much better,"
he said, in the same exultant voice.
"And I was rather far gone."
She nestled against him. He felt her all soft and warm. She was the rich, lovely substance of his being. The warmth and motion of her walk suffused through him wonderfully. "I'm so glad if I help you," she said.
"Yes," he answered. "There's nobody else could do it, if you wouldn't."
"That is true," she said to herself, with a thrill of strange, fatal elation. As they walked, he seemed to lift her nearer and nearer to himself, till she moved upon the firm vehicle of his body. He was so strong, so sustaining, and he could not be opposed. She drifted along in a wonderful interfusion of physical motion down the dark, blowy hillside. Far across shone the little yellow lights of Beldover, many of them, spread in a thick patch on another dark hill.
but he and she were walking in perfect, isolated darkness, outside the world. "But how much do you care for me?" came her voice, almost querulous. "You see, I don't know, I don't understand."
"How much?"
His voice rang with a painful elation.
"I don't know either, but everything."
He was startled by his own declaration. It was true. So he stripped himself of every safeguard in making this admission to her. He cared everything for her. She was everything. "But I can't believe it," said her low voice, amazed, trembling. She was trembling with doubt and exultance. This was the thing she wanted to hear, only this. Yet now she heard it, heard the strange clapping vibration of truth in his voice as he said it. She could not believe. She could not believe. She did not believe. Yet she believed, triumphantly, with fatal exultance.
"Why not?" he said. "Why don't you believe it? It's true. It is true as we stand at this moment."
He stood still with her in the wind.
"I care for nothing on earth or in heaven outside this spot where we are. And it isn't my own presence I care about, it is all yours. I'd sell my soul 100 times, but I couldn't bear not to have you here. I couldn't bear to be alone. My brain would burst. It is true."
He drew her closer to him with definite movement. "No," she murmured, afraid. Yet this was what she wanted. Why did she so lose courage? They resumed their strange walk. They were such strangers, and yet they were so frightfully, unthinkably near. It was like a madness. Yet it was what she wanted. It was what she wanted. They had descended the hill, and now they were coming to the square arch where the road passed under the colliery railway. The arch, Gudrun knew, had walls of squared stone, mossy on one side, with water that trickled down, dry on the other side. She had stood under it to hear the train rumble thundering over the logs overhead. And she knew that under this dark and lonely bridge, the young colliers stood in the darkness with their sweethearts in rainy weather. And so she wanted to stand under the bridge with her sweetheart, and be kissed under the bridge in the invisible darkness. Her steps dragged as she drew near. So, under the bridge, they came to a standstill, and he lifted her upon his breast. His body vibrated, taut and powerful, as he closed upon her, and crushed her, breathless and dazed and destroyed, crushed her upon his breast. Oh, it was terrible and perfect. Under this bridge, the colliers pressed their lovers to their breast, and now, under the bridge, the master of them all pressed her to himself. And how much more powerful and terrible was his embrace than theirs, how much more concentrated and supreme his love was than theirs in the same sort. She felt she would swoon, die, under the vibrating, inhuman tension of his arms and his body. She would pass away. Then the unthinkable high vibration slackened and became more undulating. He slackened and drew her with him to stand with his back to the wall. She was almost unconscious. So the colliers' lovers would stand with their backs to the walls, holding their sweethearts and kissing them as she was being kissed. Ah,
But would their kisses be fine and powerful as the kisses of the firm-mouthed master? Even the keen, short-cut moustache, the colliers would not have that. And the colliers' sweethearts would, like herself, hang their heads back, limp over their shoulder, and look out from the dark archway at the close patch of yellow lights on the unseen hill in the distance, or at the vague form of trees, and at the buildings of the colliery woodyard in the other direction. His arms were fast around her. He seemed to be gathering her into himself, her warmth, her softness, her adorable weight, drinking in the suffusion of her physical being avidly. He lifted her and seemed to pour her into himself like wine into a cup.
"This is worth everything,"
he said, in a strange, penetrating voice. So she relaxed and seemed to melt, to flow into him, as if she were some infinitely warm and precious suffusion filling into his veins like an intoxicant. Her arms were round his neck. He kissed her and held her perfectly suspended. She was all slack and flowing into him, and he was the firm, strong cup that receives the wine of her life. So she lay cast upon him, stranded, lifted up against him, melting and melting under his kisses, melting into his limbs and bones, as if he were soft iron becoming surcharged with her electric life. Till she seemed to swoon, gradually her mind went, and she passed away, everything in her was melted down and fluid, and she lay still, become contained by him, sleeping in him as lightning sleeps in a pure soft stone. So she was passed away and gone in him, and he was perfected. When she opened her eyes again, and saw the patch of lights in the distance, it seemed to her strange that the world still existed, that she was standing under the bridge resting her head on Gerald's breast. Gerald, who was he? He was the exquisite adventure, the desirable unknown to her. She looked up, and in the darkness saw his face above her, his shapely male face. There seemed a faint white light emitted from him, a white aura, as if he were visitor from the unseen. She reached up, like Eve reaching to the apples on the tree of knowledge, and she kissed him, though her passion was a transcendent fear of the thing he was, touching his face with her infinitely delicate, encroaching, wondering fingers. Her fingers went over the mould of his face, over his features. How perfect and foreign he was! Ah, how dangerous! Her soul thrilled with complete knowledge. This was the glistening, forbidden apple, this face of a man. She kissed him, putting her fingers over his face, his eyes, his nostrils, over his brows and his ears, to his neck, to know him, to gather him in by touch. He was so firm and shapely, with such satisfying, inconceivable shapeliness, strange yet unutterably clear. He was such an unutterable enemy, yet glistening with uncanny white fire. She wanted to touch him and touch him and touch him, till she had him all in her hands, till she had strained him into her knowledge. Ah, if she could have the precious knowledge of him, she would be filled, and nothing could deprive her of this. For he was so unsure, so risky in the common world of day. "You are so beautiful," she murmured in her throat. He wondered and was suspended, but she felt him quiver, and she came down involuntarily nearer upon him. He could not help himself. Her fingers had him under their power. The fathomless, fathomless desire they could evoke in him was deeper than death, where he had no choice. But she knew now, and it was enough. For the time, her soul was destroyed with the exquisite shock of his invisible fluid lightning. She knew. And this knowledge was a death from which she must recover. How much more of him was there to know? Ah, much, much, many days harvesting for her large yet perfectly subtle and intelligent hands upon the field of his living radioactive body. Oh, her hands were eager, greedy for knowledge. But for the present it was enough, enough, as much as her soul could bear. Too much and she would shatter herself, she would fill the fine vial of her soul too quickly, and it would break. Enough now, enough for the time being. There were all the after days when her hands, like birds, could feed upon the fields of his mystical plastic form. Till then, enough. And even he was glad to be checked, rebuked, held back. For to desire is better than to possess. The finality of the end was dreaded as deeply as it was desired. They walked on towards the town, towards where the lamps threaded singly, at long intervals, down the dark high road of the valley. They came at length to the gate of the drive. "Don't come any further," she said.
"You'd rather I didn't?"
he asked, relieved. He did not want to go up the public streets with her, his soul all naked and alight as it was.
"Much rather. Good night."
She held out her hand. He grasped it, then touched the perilous, potent fingers with his lips.
"Good night," he said. "Tomorrow."
And they parted. He went home full of the strength and the power of living desire. But the next day she did not come. She sent a note that she was kept indoors by a cold. Here was a torment. But he possessed his soul in some sort of patience, writing a brief answer, telling her how sorry he was not to see her. The day after this he stayed at home. It seemed so futile to go down to the office. His father could not live the week out, and he wanted to be at home, suspended. Gerald sat on a chair by the window in his father's room. The landscape outside was black and winter-sodden. His father lay grey and ashen on the bed. A nurse moved silently in her white dress, neat and elegant, even beautiful. There was a scent of eau de cologne in the room. The nurse went out of the room. Gerald was alone with death, facing the winter-black landscape.
"Is there much more water in Denley?"
came the faint voice, determined and querulous, from the bed. The dying man was asking about a leakage from Willey Water into one of the pits. "Some more. We shall have to run off the lake," said Gerald.
"Will you?"
The faint voice filtered to extinction. There was dead stillness. The grey-faced, sick man lay with eyes closed, more dead than death. Gerald looked away. He felt his heart was seared, It would perish if this went on much longer. Suddenly he heard a strange noise. Turning round, he saw his father's eyes wide open, strained and rolling in a frenzy of inhuman struggling. Gerald started to his feet and stood transfixed in horror. Came a horrible, choking rattle from his father's throat, the fearful, frenzied eye, rolling awfully in its wild, fruitless search for help, passed blindly over Gerald. Then up came the dark blood and mess, pumping over the face of the agonised being. The tense body relaxed. The head fell aside down the pillow. Gerald stood transfixed, his soul echoing in horror. He would move, but he could not. He could not move his limbs. His brain seemed to re-echo like a pulse. The nurse in white softly entered. She glanced at Gerald, then at the bed. "Oh!" came her soft, whimpering cry, and she hurried forward to the dead man. "Oh!" came the slight sound of her agitated distress, as she stood bending over the bedside. Then she recovered, turned, and came for towel and sponge. She was wiping the dead face carefully, and murmuring, almost whimpering, very softly, "Poor Mr. Crich, poor Mr. Crich, poor Mr. Crich." "Is he dead?" clanged Gerald's sharp voice. "Oh yes, he's gone," replied the soft, moaning voice of the nurse, as she looked up at Gerald's face. She was young and beautiful and quivering. A strange sort of grin went over Gerald's face, over the horror, and he walked out of the room. He was going to tell his mother. On the landing he met his brother Basil. "He's gone, Basil," he said, scarcely able to subdue his voice, not to let an unconscious, frightening exultation sound through. "What?" cried Basil, going pale. Gerald nodded. Then he went on to his mother's room. She was sitting in her purple gown, sewing, very slowly sewing, putting in a stitch, then another stitch. She looked up at Gerald with her blue, undaunted eyes. "Father's gone," he said.
"He's dead? Who says so?"
"Oh, you know, mother, if you see him."
She put her sewing down and slowly rose.
"Are you going to see him?" he asked.
"Yes,"
she said. By the bedside the children already stood in a weeping group.
"Oh, mother!"
cried the daughters, almost in hysterics, weeping loudly. But the mother went forward. The dead man lay in repose, as if gently asleep, so gently, so peacefully, like a young man sleeping in purity. He was still warm. She stood looking at him in gloomy, heavy silence for some time. "Ay," she said bitterly at length, speaking as if to the unseen witnesses of the air.
"You're dead."
She stood for some minutes in silence, looking down.
"Beautiful," she asserted. "Beautiful as if life had never touched you. Never touched you. God send I look different. I hope I shall look my years when I am dead. Beautiful, beautiful," she crooned over him. "You can see him in his teens with his first beard on his face. A beautiful soul, beautiful." Then there was a tearing in her voice as she cried, "None of you look like this when you are dead. Don't let it happen again."
It was a strange, wild command from out of the unknown. Her children moved unconsciously together in a nearer group at the dreadful command in her voice. The colour was flushed bright in her cheek. She looked awful and wonderful.
Blame me if you like, that he lies there like a lad in his teens, with his first beard on his face. Blame me if you like, but you none of you know."
She was silent in intense silence. Then there came, in a low, tense voice,
"If I thought that the children I bore would lie looking like that in death, I'd strangle them when they were infants, yes."
"No, mother,"
came the strange clarion voice of Gerald from the background.
"we are different. We don't blame you."
She turned and looked full in his eyes. Then she lifted her hands in a strange half gesture of mad despair.
"Pray," she said strongly, "pray for yourselves to God, for there's no help for you from your parents."
"Oh, mother!" cried her daughters wildly. But she had turned and gone, and they all went quickly away from each other. End of the first part of chapter 24. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 24 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The second part of chapter 24, Death and Love. When Gudrun heard that Mr. Crich was dead, she felt rebuked. She had stayed away lest Gerald should think her too easy of winning, and now he was in the midst of trouble, whilst she was cold. The following day she went up as usual to Winifred, who was glad to see her, glad to get away into the studio. The girl had wept, and then, too frightened, had turned aside to avoid any more tragic eventuality. She and Gudrun resumed work as usual in the isolation of the studio, and this seemed an immeasurable happiness, a pure world of freedom after the aimlessness and misery of the house. Gudrun stayed on till evening. She and Winifred had dinner brought up to the studio, where they ate in freedom, away from all the people in the house. After dinner Gerald came up. The great high studio was full of shadow and a fragrance of coffee. Gudrun and Winifred had a little table near the fire at the far end, with a white lamp whose light did not travel far. They were a tiny world to themselves, the two girls surrounded by lovely shadows, the beams and rafters shadowy overhead, the benches and implements shadowy down the studio.
"You're cosy enough here,"
said Gerald, going up to them. There was a low brick fireplace full of fire, an old blue Turkish rug, the little oak table with the lamp and the white and blue cloth and the dessert, and Gudrun making coffee in an odd brass coffee maker, and Winifred scalding a little milk in a tiny saucepan. "Have you had coffee?" said Gudrun.
"I have, but I'll have some more with you," he replied.
"Then you must have it in a glass. There are only 2 cups," said Winifred.
"It's the same to me,"
he said, taking a chair and coming into the charmed circle of the girls. How happy they were, how cosy and glamorous it was with them in a world of lofty shadows. The outside world, in which he had been transacting funeral business all the day, was completely wiped out. In an instant he snuffed glamour and magic. They had all their things very dainty, 2 odd and lovely little cups, scarlet and solid gilt, and a little black jug with scarlet discs, and the curious coffee machine whose spirit flame flowed steadily, almost invisibly. There was the effect of rather sinister richness, in which Gerald at once escaped himself. They all sat down, and Gudrun carefully poured out the coffee. "Will you have milk?" she asked calmly, yet nervously poising the little black jug with its big red dots. She was always so completely controlled, yet so bitterly nervous. "No, I won't," he replied. So, with a curious humility, she placed him the little cup of coffee, and herself took the awkward tumbler. She seemed to want to serve him. "Why don't you give me the glass? It's so clumsy for you," he said. He would much rather have had it, and seen her daintily served, but she was silent, pleased with the disparity, with her self-abasement. "You're quite en ménage," he said.
Yes, we aren't really at home to visitors," said Winifred.
"You're not? Then I'm an intruder."
For once he felt his conventional dress was out of place. He was an outsider. Gudrun was very quiet. She did not feel drawn to talk to him. At this stage silence was best, or mere light words. It was best to leave serious things aside. So they talked gaily and lightly, till they heard the man below lead out the horse, and call it to back, back, into the dog-cart that was to take Gudrun home. So she put on her things, and shook hands with Gerald, without once meeting his eyes, and she was gone. The funeral was detestable. Afterwards, at the tea-table, the daughters kept saying, "He was a good father to us, the best father in the world," or else, "We shan't easily find another man as good as father was." Gerald acquiesced in all this. It was the right conventional attitude, and as far as the world went, he believed in the conventions. He took it as a matter of course. But Winifred hated everything, and hid in the studio and cried her heart out, and wished Gudrun would come. Luckily everybody was going away. The Criches never stayed long at home. By dinner-time, Gerald was left quite alone. Even Winifred was carried off to London for a few days with her sister Laura. But when Gerald was really left alone, he could not bear it. One day passed by, and another, and all the time he was like a man hung in chains over the edge of an abyss. Struggle as he might, he could not turn himself to the solid earth. He could not get footing. He was suspended on the edge of a void, writhing. Whatever he thought of was the abyss. Whether it were friends or strangers or work or play, it all showed him only the same bottomless void, in which his heart swung perishing. There was no escape. There was nothing to grasp hold of. He must writhe on the edge of the chasm, suspended in chains of invisible physical life. At first he was quiet. He kept still, expecting the extremity to pass away, expecting to find himself released into the world of the living, after this extremity of penance. But it did not pass, and a crisis gained upon him. As the evening of the 3rd day came on, his heart rang with fear. He could not bear another night. Another night was coming on. For another night he was to be suspended in chain of physical life over the bottomless pit of nothingness. And he could not bear it. He could not bear it.
He was frightened deeply and coldly, frightened in his soul. He did not believe in his own strength any more. He could not fall into this infinite void and rise again. If he fell, he would be gone for ever. He must withdraw, he must seek reinforcements. He did not believe in his own single self any further than this. After dinner, faced with the ultimate experience of his own nothingness, he turned aside. He pulled on his boots, put on his coat, and set out to walk in the night. It was dark and misty. He went through the wood, stumbling and feeling his way to the mill. Birkin was away. Good. He was half glad. He turned up the hill, and stumbled blindly over the wild slopes, having lost the path in the complete darkness. It was boring. Where was he going? No matter. He stumbled on till he came to a path again. Then he went on through another wood. His mind became dark. He went on automatically. Without thought or sensation, he stumbled unevenly on, out into the open again, fumbling for stiles, losing the path, and going along the hedges of the fields till he came to the outlet. And at last he came to the high road. It had distracted him to struggle blindly through the maze of darkness. But now he must take a direction, and he did not even know where he was. But he must take a direction now. Nothing would be resolved by merely walking away. He had to take a direction. He stood still on the road that was high in the utterly dark night, and he did not know where he was. It was a strange sensation, his heart beating and ringed round with the utterly unknown darkness. So he stood for some time. Then he heard footsteps and saw a small swinging light. He immediately went towards this. It was a miner.
"Can you tell me," he said, "where this road goes?"
"Road? Aye, goes to Whatmore."
"Whatmore? Oh, thank you, that's right. I thought I was wrong. Good night."
"Good night," replied the broad voice of the miner. Gerald guessed where he was. At least, when he came to Whatmore he would know. He was glad to be on a high road. He walked forward, as in a sleep of decision. That was Whatmore village. Yes, the King's Head, and there the hall gates. He descended the steep hill, almost running. Winding through the hollow, he passed the grammar school, and came to Willey Green Church. The churchyard! He halted. Then, in another moment, he had clambered up the wall, and was going among the graves. Even in this darkness he could see the heaped pallor of old white flowers at his feet. This, then, was the grave. He stooped down. The flowers were cold and clammy. There was a raw scent of chrysanthemums and tuberoses, deadened. He felt the clay beneath, and shrank. It was so horribly cold and sticky. He stood away in revulsion. Here was one centre, then. Here in the complete darkness beside the unseen raw grave. But there was nothing for him here. No, he had nothing to stay here for. He felt as if some of the clay were sticking cold and unclean on his heart. No, enough of this. Where then? Home? Never. It was no use going there. That was less than no use. It could not be done. There was somewhere else to go. Where? A dangerous resolve formed in his heart, like a fixed idea. There was Gudrun. She would be safe in her home, but he could get at her. He would get at her. He would not go back tonight till he had come to her. if it cost him his life. He staked his all on this throw. He set off, walking straight across the fields towards Beldover. It was so dark nobody could ever see him. His feet were wet and cold, heavy with clay, but he went on persistently, like a wind, straight forward as if to his fate. There were great gaps in his consciousness. He was conscious that he was at Winthorpe Hamlet, but quite unconscious how he had got there. And then, as in a dream, he was in the long street of Beldover with its street lamps. There was a noise of voices, and of a door shutting loudly and being barred, and of men talking in the night. The Lord Nelson had just closed, and the drinkers were going home. He had better ask one of these where she lived, for he did not know the side streets at all.
"Can you tell me where Somerset Drive is?" he asked of one of the uneven men.
"Where what?" replied the tipsy miner's voice.
"Somerset Drive."
"Somerset Drive. I've heard of such a place, but I couldn't for my life say where it is. Who might you be wanting?"
"Mr. Brangwen, William Brangwen."
"William Brangwen."
"Who teaches at the grammar school, at Willey Green. His daughter teaches there too."
"Oh, Brangwen. Now I've got you. Of course, William Brangwen. Yes, yes, he's got two lasses as teachers aside hisself. Aye, that's him, that's him. Why, certainly I know where he lives. Back your life I do. Yeah, what place they call it?"
"Somerset Drive," repeated Gerald patiently. He knew his own colliers fairly well.
"Somerset Drive, for certain," said the collier, swinging his arm as if catching something up. "Somerset Drive, yes. I couldn't for my life lay hold of the locality of the place. Yes, I know the place, to be sure I do." He turned unsteadily on his feet, and pointed up the dark, nigh deserted road. "You go up there, and you take the first turning on your left, on that side, past Withams's Tuffy shop."
"I know," said Gerald.
"Aye. You go down a bit, past where the waterman lives, and then Somerset Drive, as they call it, branches off to right-hand side, and there's nowt but 3 houses in it, no more than 3, I believe, and I'm almost certain there's the last of the 3. See?"
"Thank you very much," said Gerald. "Good night."
And he started off, leaving the tipsy man there, standing rooted. Gerald went past the dark shops and houses, most of them sleeping now, and twisted round to the little blind road that ended on a field of darkness. He slowed down as he neared his goal, not knowing how he should proceed. What if the house were closed in darkness? But it was not. He saw a big lighted window, and heard voices. Then a gate banged. His quick ears caught the sound of Birkin's voice. His keen eyes made out Birkin, with Ursula standing in a pale dress on the step of the garden path. Then Ursula stepped down, and came along the road, holding Birkin's arm. Gerald went across into the darkness, and they dawdled past him, talking happily, Birkin's voice low, Ursula's high and distinct. Gerald went quickly to the house. The blinds were drawn before the big lighted window of the dining room. Looking up the path at the side, he could see the door left open, shedding a soft coloured light from the hall lamp. He went quickly and silently up the path, and looked up into the hall. There were pictures on the walls, and the antlers of a stag, and the stairs going up on one side, and just near the foot of the stairs, the half-opened door of the dining-room. With heart drawn fine, Gerald stepped into the hall, whose floor was of coloured tiles, went quickly and looked into the large, pleasant room. In a chair by the fire the father sat asleep, his head tilted back against the side of the big oak chimney-piece, his ruddy face seen foreshortened, the nostrils open, the mouth fallen a little. It would take the merest sound to wake him. Gerald stood a second, suspended. He glanced down the passage behind him. It was all dark. Again he was suspended. Then he went swiftly upstairs. His senses were so finely, almost supernaturally keen, that he seemed to cast his own will over the half-unconscious house. He came to the first landing. There he stood, scarcely breathing. Again, corresponding to the door below, there was a door again. That would be the mother's room. He could hear her moving about in the candlelight. She would be expecting her husband to come up. He looked along the dark landing. Then, silently, on infinitely careful feet, he went along the passage, feeling the wall with the extreme tips of his fingers. There was a door. He stood and listened. He could hear two people's breathing. It was not that. He went stealthily forward. There was another door, slightly open. The room was in darkness, empty. Then there was the bathroom. He could smell the soap and the heat. Then at the end another bedroom. One soft breathing. This was she. With an almost occult carefulness he turned the door handle and opened the door an inch. It creaked slightly. Then he opened it another inch, then another. His heart did not beat. He seemed to create a silence about himself, an obliviousness. He was in the room. Still the sleeper breathed softly. It was very dark. He felt his way forward inch by inch, with his feet and hands. He touched the bed. He could hear the sleeper. He drew nearer, bending close, as if his eyes would disclose whatever there was. And then, very near to his face, to his fear, he saw the round, dark head of a boy. He recovered, turned round, saw the door ajar, a faint light revealed. And he retreated swiftly, drew the door to without fastening it, and passed rapidly down the passage. At the head of the stairs he hesitated. There was still time to flee. But it was unthinkable. He would maintain his will. He turned past the door of the parental bedroom like a shadow, and was climbing the second flight of stairs. They creaked under his weight. It was exasperating. Ah, what disaster if the mother's door opened just beneath him, and she saw him! It would have to be, if it were so. He held the control still. He was not quite up these stairs when he heard a quick running of feet below. The outer door was closed and locked. He heard Ursula's voice, then the father's sleepy exclamation. He pressed on swiftly to the upper landing. Again a door was ajar. A room was empty. Feeling his way forward with the tips of his fingers, travelling rapidly like a blind man, anxious lest Ursula should come upstairs, he found another door. There, with his preternaturally fine sense alert, he listened. He heard someone moving in bed. This would be she. Softly now, like one who has only one sense, the tactile sense, he turned the latch. It clicked. He held still. The bedclothes rustled. His heart did not beat. Then again he drew the latch back, and very gently pushed the door.
It made a sticking noise as it gave. "Ursula?" said Gudrun's voice, frightened. He quickly opened the door and pushed it behind him. "Is it you, Ursula?" came Gudrun's frightened voice. He heard her sitting up in bed. In another moment she would scream.
"No, it's me,"
he said, feeling his way towards her.
"It is I, Gerald."
She sat motionless in her bed, in sheer astonishment. She was too astonished, too much taken by surprise, even to be afraid.
"Gerald!"
she echoed, in blank amazement. He had found his way to the bed, and his outstretched hand touched her warm breast blindly. She shrank away.
"Let me make a light,"
she said, springing out. He stood perfectly motionless. He heard her touch the matchbox. He heard her fingers in their movement. Then he saw her in the light of a match which she held to the candle. The light rose in the room, then sank to a small dimness as the flame sank down on the candle before it mounted again. She looked at him as he stood near the other side of the bed. His cap was pulled low over his brow, his black overcoat was buttoned close up to his chin. His face was strange and luminous. He was inevitable as a supernatural being. When she had seen him, she knew. She knew there was something fatal in the situation, and she must accept it. Yet she must challenge him. "How did you come up?" she asked.
"I walked up the stairs. The door was open."
She looked at him.
"I haven't closed this door either,"
he said. She walked swiftly across the room and closed her door softly, and locked it. Then she came back. She was wonderful, with startled eyes and flushed cheeks, and her plait of hair rather short and thick down her back, and her long, fine white nightdress falling to her feet. She saw that his boots were all clayey, even his trousers were plastered with clay, and she wondered if he had made footprints all the way up. He was a very strange figure, standing in her bedroom near the tossed bed. "Why have you come?" she asked, almost querulous.
"I wanted to," he replied.
And this she could see from his face. It was fate. "You are so muddy," she said, in distaste, but gently. He looked down at his feet.
"I was walking in the dark,"
he replied. But he felt vividly elated. There was a pause. He stood on one side of the tumbled bed, she on the other. He did not even take his cap from his brows. "And what do you want of me?" she challenged. He looked aside and did not answer. Save for the extreme beauty and mystic attractiveness of this distinct, strange face, she would have sent him away. But his face was too wonderful and undiscovered to her. It fascinated her with the fascination of pure beauty, cast a spell on her, like nostalgia, an ache. "What do you want of me?" she repeated, in an estranged voice. He pulled off his cap in a movement of dream liberation, and went across to her. But he could not touch her, because she stood barefoot in her nightdress, and he was muddy and damp. Her eyes, wide and large and wondering, watched him, and asked him the ultimate question.
"I came because I must," he said. "Why do you ask?"
She looked at him in doubt and wonder. "I must ask," she said. He shook his head slightly.
"There is no answer," he replied, with strange vacancy.
There was about him a curious and almost godlike air of simplicity and naïve directness. He reminded her of an apparition, the young Hermes. "But why did you come to me?" she persisted. "Because it has to be so. If there weren't you in the world, then I shouldn't be in the world either." She stood looking at him with large, wide, wondering, stricken eyes. His eyes were looking steadily into hers all the time, and he seemed fixed in an odd supernatural steadfastness. She sighed. She was lost now. She had no choice. "Won't you take off your boots?" she said. "They must be wet." He dropped his cap on a chair, unbuttoned his overcoat, lifting up his chin to unfasten the throat buttons. His short, keen hair was ruffled. He was so beautifully blonde, like wheat. He pulled off his overcoat. Quickly he pulled off his jacket, pulled loose his black tie, and was unfastening his studs, which were headed each with a pearl. She listened, watching, hoping no one would hear the starched linen crackle. It seemed to snap like pistol shots. He had come for vindication. She let him hold her in his arms, clasp her close against him. He found in her an infinite relief. Into her he poured all his pent-up darkness and corrosive death, and he was whole again. It was wonderful, marvellous. It was a miracle. This was the ever-recurrent miracle of his life, at the knowledge of which he was lost in an ecstasy of relief and wonder, and she, subject, received him as a vessel filled with his bitter potion of death. She had no power at this crisis to resist. The terrible frictional violence of death filled her, and she received it in an ecstasy of subjection, in throes of acute violent sensation. As he drew nearer to her, he plunged deeper into her enveloping soft warmth, a wonderful creative heat that penetrated his veins and gave him life again. He felt himself dissolving and sinking to rest in the bath of her living strength. It seemed as if her heart in her breast were a second unconquerable sun, into the glow and creative strength of which he plunged further and further. All his veins that were murdered and lacerated healed softly as life came pulsing in, stealing invisibly into him, as if it were the all-powerful effluence of the sun. His blood, which seemed to have been drawn back into death, came ebbing on the return, surely, beautifully, powerfully. She felt his limbs growing fuller and flexible with life. His body gained an unknown strength. He was a man again, strong and rounded. And he was a child, so soothed and restored, and full of gratitude. And she was the great bath of life. He worshipped her. Mother and substance of all life she was. And he, child and man, received of her and was made whole. His pure body was almost killed, but the miraculous soft effluence of her breast suffused over him, over his seared, damaged brain, like a healing lymph, like a soft, soothing flow of life itself, perfect, as if he were bathed in the womb again. His brain was hurt, seared, the tissue was as if destroyed.
He had not known how hurt he was, how his tissue, the very tissue of his brain, was damaged by the corrosive flood of death. Now, as the healing lymph of her effluence flowed through him, he knew how destroyed he was, like a plant whose tissue is burst from inwards by a frost. He buried his small hard head between her breasts, and pressed her breasts against him with his hands. And she, with quivering hands, pressed his head against her, as he lay suffused out, and she lay fully conscious. The lovely creative warmth flooded through him like a sleep of fecundity within the womb. Oh, if only she would grant him the flow of this living effluence, he would be restored, he would be complete again. He was afraid she would deny him before it was finished. Like a child at the breast, he cleaved intensely to her, and she could not put him away. And his seared, ruined membrane relaxed, softened. That which was seared and stiff and blasted yielded again, became soft and flexible, palpitating with new life. He was infinitely grateful, as to God, or as an infant is at its mother's breast. He was glad and grateful like a delirium, as he felt his own wholeness come over him again, as he felt the full, unutterable sleep coming over him, the sleep of complete exhaustion and restoration. But Gudrun lay wide awake, destroyed into perfect consciousness. She lay motionless, with wide eyes, staring motionless into the darkness, whilst he was sunk away in sleep, his arms round her. She seemed to be hearing waves break on a hidden shore, long, slow, gloomy waves, breaking with the rhythm of fate, so monotonously that it seemed eternal. This endless breaking of slow, sullen waves of fate held her life a possession, whilst she lay with dark, wide eyes looking into the darkness. She could see so far, as far as eternity, yet she saw nothing. She was suspended in perfect consciousness, and of what was she conscious? This mood of extremity, when she lay staring into eternity, utterly suspended, and conscious of everything to the last limits, passed and left her uneasy. She had lain so long motionless. She moved, she became self-conscious. She wanted to look at him, to see him. But she dared not make a light, because she knew he would wake, and she did not want to break his perfect sleep that she knew he had got of her. She disengaged herself softly, and rose up a little to look at him. There was a faint light, it seemed to her, in the room. She could just distinguish his features as he slept the perfect sleep. In this darkness she seemed to see him so distinctly. But he was far off, in another world. Ah, she could shriek with torment. He was so far off and perfected in another world. She seemed to look at him as at a pebble, far away, under clear dark water. And here was she, left with all the anguish of consciousness, whilst he was sunk deep into the other element of mindless, remote, living shadow gleam. He was beautiful, far off and perfected. They would never be together. Ah, this awful, inhuman distance which would always be interposed between her and the other being. There was nothing to do but to lie still and endure. She felt an overwhelming tenderness for him, and a dark understirring of jealous hatred, that he should lie so perfect and immune in an other world, whilst she was tormented with violent wakefulness, cast out in the outer darkness. She lay in intense and vivid consciousness, an exhausting super-consciousness. The church clock struck the hours, it seemed to her, in quick succession. She heard them distinctly in the tension of her vivid consciousness. And he slept as if time were one moment, unchanging and unmoving. She was exhausted, wearied, yet she must continue in this state of violent, active super-consciousness. She was conscious of everything, her childhood, her girlhood, all the forgotten incidents, all the unrealised influences, and all the happenings she had not understood, pertaining to herself, to her family, to her friends, her lovers, her acquaintances, everybody. It was as if she drew a glittering rope of knowledge out of the sea of darkness, drew and drew and drew it out of the fathomless depths of the past, and still it did not come to an end. There was no end to it. She must haul and haul at the rope of glittering consciousness, pull it out phosphorescent from the endless depths of the unconsciousness, till she was weary, aching, exhausted and fit to break, and yet she had not done. Ah, if only she might wake him! She turned uneasily. When could she rouse him and send him away? When could she disturb him? And she relapsed into her activity of automatic consciousness that would never end. But the time was drawing near when she could wake him. It was like a release. The clock had struck 4 outside in the night. Thank God the night had passed almost away. At 5 he must go, and she would be released. Then she could relax and fill her own place. Now she was driven up against his perfect sleeping motion, like a knife white hot on a grindstone. There was something monstrous about him, about his juxtaposition against her. The last hour was the longest. And yet at last it passed. Her heart leapt with relief. Yes, there was the slow, strong stroke of the church clock. At last, after this night of eternity. She waited to catch each slow, fatal reverberation. 3, 4, 5. There! It was finished. A weight rolled off her. She raised herself, leaned over him tenderly and kissed him. She was sad to wake him. After a few moments she kissed him again, but he did not stir. The darling, he was so deep in sleep. What a shame to take him out of it. She let him lie a little longer, but he must go. He must really go. With full over-tenderness she took his face between her hands and kissed his eyes. The eyes opened. He remained motionless, looking at her. Her heart stood still. To hide her face from his dreadful opened eyes in the darkness, she bent down and kissed him, whispering, "You must go, my love." But she was sick with terror, sick. He put his arms round her. Her heart sank. "But you must go, my love, it's late."
"What time is it?"
he said. Strange, his man's voice. She quivered. It was an intolerable oppression to her. "Past 5 o'clock," she said. But he only closed his arms round her again. Her heart cried within her in torture. She disengaged herself firmly. "You really must go," she said.
"Not for a minute,"
he said. She lay still, nestling against him, but unyielding.
"Not for a minute,"
he repeated, clasping her closer.
"Yes," she said, unyielding. "I'm afraid if you stay any longer."
There was a certain coldness in her voice that made him release her, and she broke away, rose and lit the candle. That then was the end. He got up. He was warm and full of life and desire, yet he felt a little bit ashamed, humiliated, putting on his clothes before her in the candle light. For he felt revealed, exposed to her at a time when she was in some way against him. It was all very difficult to understand. He dressed himself quickly, without collar or tie. Still he felt full and complete, perfected. She thought it humiliating to see a man dressing, the ridiculous shirt, the ridiculous trousers and braces. But again an idea saved her. "It is like a workman getting up to go to work," thought Gudrun, "and I am like a workman's wife." But an ache like nausea was upon her, a nausea of him. He pushed his collar and tie into his overcoat pocket. Then he sat down and pulled on his boots. They were sodden, as were his socks and trouser bottoms, but he himself was quick and warm. "Perhaps you ought to have put your boots on downstairs," she said. At once, without answering, he pulled them off again, and stood holding them in his hand. She had thrust her feet into slippers, and flung a loose robe round her. She was ready. She looked at him as he stood waiting, his black coat buttoned to the chin, his cap pulled down, his boots in his hand. And the passionate, almost hateful fascination revived in her for a moment. It was not exhausted. His face was so warm-looking, wide-eyed, and full of newness, so perfect. She felt old, old. She went to him heavily to be kissed. He kissed her quickly. She wished his warm, expressionless beauty did not so fatally put a spell on her, compel her and subjugate her. It was a burden upon her that she resented but could not escape. Yet when she looked at his straight man's brows, and at his rather small, well-shaped nose, and at his blue, indifferent eyes, she knew her passion for him was not yet satisfied. Perhaps never could be satisfied, only now she was weary, with an ache like nausea. She wanted him gone. They went downstairs quickly. It seemed they made a prodigious noise. He followed her as, wrapped in her vivid green wrap, she preceded him with the light. She suffered badly with fear lest her people should be roused. He hardly cared. He did not care now, who knew? And she hated this in him. One must be cautious. One must preserve oneself. She led the way to the kitchen. It was neat and tidy as the woman had left it. He looked up at the clock, 20 minutes past 5. Then he sat down on a chair to put on his boots. She waited, watching his every movement. She wanted it to be over. It was a great nervous strain on her. He stood up. She unbolted the back door and looked out. A cold, raw night, not yet dawn, with a piece of a moon in the vague sky. She was glad she need not go out.
"Good-bye, then," he murmured.
"I'll come to the gate," she said.
And again she hurried on in front, to warn him of the steps. And at the gate, once more she stood on the step, whilst he stood below her.
"Good-bye," she whispered.
He kissed her dutifully and turned away. She suffered torments, hearing his firm tread going so distinctly down the road. Ah, the insensitiveness of that firm tread! She closed the gate, and crept quickly and noiselessly back to bed. When she was in her room and the door closed, and all safe, she breathed freely, and a great weight fell off her. She nestled down in bed, in the groove his body had made, in the warmth he had left. And excited, worn out, yet still satisfied, she fell soon into a deep, heavy sleep. Gerald walked quickly through the raw darkness of the coming dawn. He met nobody. His mind was beautifully still and thoughtless, like a still pool, and his body full and warm and rich. He went quickly along towards Shortlands, in a grateful self-sufficiency. End of chapter 24. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 25 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 25. Marriage or Not. The Brangwen family was going to move from Beldover. It was necessary now for the father to be in town. Birkin had taken out a marriage licence, yet Ursula deferred from day to day. She would not fix any definite time. She still wavered. Her month's notice to leave the grammar school was in its 3rd week. Christmas was not far off. Gerald waited for the Ursula Birkin marriage. It was something crucial to him.
"Shall we make it a double-barrelled affair?" he said to Birkin one day.
"Who for the second shot?" asked Birkin.
"Gudrun and me,"
said Gerald, the venturesome twinkle in his eyes. Birkin looked at him steadily, as if somewhat taken aback. "Serious or joking?" he asked.
"Oh, serious. Shall I? Shall Gudrun and I rush in along with you?"
"Do by all means," said Birkin. "I didn't know you'd got that length."
"What length?"
said Gerald, looking at the other man and laughing.
"Oh yes, we've gone all the lengths."
"There remains to put it on a broad social basis, and to achieve a high moral purpose," said Birkin.
"Something like that. The length and breadth and height of it," replied Gerald, smiling.
"Oh well," said Birkin, "it's a very admirable step to take, I should say." Gerald looked at him closely.
"Why aren't you enthusiastic?" he asked. "I thought you were such dead nuts on marriage."
Birkin lifted his shoulders. "One might as well be dead nuts on noses. There are all sorts of noses, snub and otherwise." Gerald laughed.
"And all sorts of marriage, also snub and otherwise," he said.
"That's it."
"And you think if I marry it will be snub?"
asked Gerald quizzically, his head a little on one side. Birkin laughed quickly. "How do I know what it will be?" he said. "Don't lambaste me with my own parallels." Gerald pondered a while.
"But I should like to know your opinion exactly," he said.
"On your marriage, or marrying? Why should you want my opinion? I've got no opinions. I'm not interested in legal marriage one way or another. It's a mere question of convenience." Still Gerald watched him closely.
"More than that, I think,"
he said seriously.
However you may be bored by the ethics of marriage, yet really to marry in one's own personal case is something critical, final."
"You mean there is something final in going to the registrar with a woman?"
"If you're coming back with her, I do," said Gerald. "It is in some way irrevocable."
"Yes, I agree," said Birkin.
"No matter how one regards legal marriage, yet to enter into the married state, in one's own personal instance, is final."
"I believe it is," said Birkin, "somewhere."
"The question remains then, should one do it?" said Gerald.
Birkin watched him narrowly, with amused eyes. "You are like Lord Bacon, Gerald," he said. "You argue it like a lawyer, or like Hamlet's to be or not to be. If I were you, I would not marry. But ask Gudrun, not me. You're not marrying me, are you?" Gerald did not heed the latter part of this speech.
"Yes," he said, "one must consider it coldly. It is something critical. One comes to the point where one must take a step in one direction or another, and marriage is one direction."
"And what is the other?" asked Birkin quickly. Gerald looked up at him with hot, strangely conscious eyes that the other man could not understand.
"I can't say," he replied. "If I knew that—"
He moved uneasily on his feet, and did not finish. "You mean if you knew the alternative?" asked Birkin. "And since you don't know it, marriage is a pis-aller?" Gerald looked up at Birkin with the same hot, constrained eyes.
"One does have the feeling that marriage is a pis-aller," he admitted.
"Then don't do it," said Birkin. "I tell you," he went on, "the same as I've said before. Marriage in the old sense seems to me repulsive. Égoïsme à deux is nothing to it. It's a sort of tacit hunting in couples, the world all in couples, each couple in its own little house, watching its own little interests and stewing in its own little privacy. It's the most repulsive thing on earth."
"I quite agree," said Gerald. "There's something inferior about it. But as I say, what's the alternative?"
"One should avoid this home instinct. It's not an instinct, it's a habit of cowardliness. One should never have a home."
"I agree really," said Gerald. "But there's no alternative."
"We've got to find one. I do believe in a permanent union between a man and a woman. Chopping about is merely an exhaustive process. But a permanent relation between a man and a woman isn't the last word. It certainly isn't."
"Quite," said Gerald.
"In fact," said Birkin, "because the relation between man and woman is made the supreme and exclusive relationship, that's where all the tightness and meanness and insufficiency comes in."
"Yes, I believe you," said Gerald.
"You've got to take down the love and marriage ideal from its pedestal. We want something broader. I believe in the additional perfect relationship between man and man, additional to marriage."
"I can never see how they can be the same," said Gerald.
"Not the same, but equally important, equally creative, equally sacred, if you like."
"I know," said Gerald, "you believe something like that. Only I can't feel it, you see."
He put his hand on Birkin's arm, with a sort of deprecating affection, and he smiled as if triumphantly. He was ready to be doomed. Marriage was like a doom to him. He was willing to condemn himself in marriage, to become like a convict,
condemned to the mines of the underworld, living no life in the sun, but having a dreadful subterranean activity. He was willing to accept this. And marriage was the seal of his condemnation. He was willing to be sealed thus in the underworld, like a soul damned but living for ever in damnation. But he would not make any pure relationship with any other soul. He could not. Marriage was not the committing of himself into a relationship with Gudrun. It was a committing of himself in acceptance of the established world. He would accept the established order in which he did not livingly believe, and then he would retreat to the underworld for his life. This he would do. The other way was to accept Rupert's offer of alliance, to enter into the bond of pure trust and love with the other man, and then subsequently with the woman. If he pledged himself with the man, he would later be able to pledge himself with the woman, not merely in legal marriage, but in absolute mystic marriage. Yet he could not accept the offer. There was a numbness upon him, a numbness either of unborn, absent volition, or of atrophy. Perhaps it was the absence of volition. For he was strangely elated at Rupert's offer. Yet he was still more glad to reject it, not to be committed. End of chapter 25. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 26 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 26. A Chair. There was a jumble market every Monday afternoon in the old market-place in town. Ursula and Birkin strayed down there one afternoon. They had been talking of furniture, and they wanted to see if there was any fragment they would like to buy amid the heaps of rubbish collected on the cobblestones. The old market square was not very large, a mere bare patch of granite setts, usually with a few fruit stalls under a wall. It was in a poor quarter of the town. Meagre houses stood down one side. There was a hosiery factory, a great blank with myriad oblong windows, at the end, a street of little shops with flagstone pavement down the other side, and for a crowning monument, the public baths of new red brick with a clock tower. The people who moved about seemed stumpy and sordid. The air seemed to smell rather dirty. There was a sense of many mean streets ramifying off into warrens of meanness. Now and again a great chocolate and yellow tram-car ground round a difficult bend under the hosiery factory. Ursula was superficially thrilled when she found herself out among the common people, in the jumbled place piled with old bedding, heaps of old iron, shabby crockery in pale lots, muffled lots of unthinkable clothing. She and Birkin went unwillingly down the narrow aisle between the rusty wares. He was looking at the goods, she at the people. She excitedly watched a young woman who was going to have a baby, and who was turning over a mattress and making a young man, down at heel and dejected, feel it also. So secretive and active and anxious the young woman seemed, so reluctant, slinking the young man. He was going to marry her because she was having a child.
When they had felt the mattress, the young woman asked the old man seated on a stool among his wares how much it was. He told her, and she turned to the young man. The latter was ashamed and self-conscious. He turned his face away, though he left his body standing there, and muttered aside. And again the woman anxiously and actively fingered the mattress, and added up in her mind, and bargained with the old unclean man. All the while the young man stood by, shamefaced and down at heel, submitting. "Look," said Birkin, "there is a pretty chair."
"Charming!" cried Ursula. "Oh, charming!"
It was an arm-chair of simple wood, probably birch, but of such fine delicacy of grace, standing there on the sordid stones, it almost brought tears to the eyes. It was square in shape, of the purest slender lines, and 4 short lines of wood in the back that reminded Ursula of harp-strings. "It was once," said Birkin, "gilded, and it had a cane seat. Somebody has nailed this wooden seat in. Look, here is a trifle of the red that underlay the gilt. The rest is all black, except where the wood is worn pure and glossy. It is the fine unity of the lines that is so attractive. Look, how they run and meet and counteract. But of course the wooden seat is wrong. It destroys the perfect lightness and unity in tension the cane gave. I like it, though."
"Ah, yes," said Ursula, "so do I."
"How much is it?" Birkin asked the man.
10 shillings.
"And you will send it?" It was bought. "So beautiful, so pure," Birkin said. "It almost breaks my heart." They walked along between the heaps of rubbish. My beloved country! It had something to express, even when it made that chair.
"And hasn't it now?" asked Ursula.
She was always angry when he took this tone. "No, it hasn't. When I see that clear, beautiful chair, and I think of England, even Jane Austen's England, it had living thoughts to unfold even then, and pure happiness in unfolding them. And now we can only fish among the rubbish heaps for the remnants of their old expression. There is no production in us now, only sordid and foul mechanicalness."
"It isn't true!" cried Ursula. "Why must you always praise the past at the expense of the present? Really, I don't think so much of Jane Austen's England. It was materialistic enough, if you like."
"It could afford to be materialistic," said Birkin, "because it had the power to be something other, which we haven't. We are materialistic because we haven't got the power to be anything else. Try as we may, we can't bring off anything but materialism. Mechanism, the very soul of materialism." Ursula was subdued into angry silence. She did not heed what he said. She was rebelling against something else.
"And I hate your past. I'm sick of it," she cried. "I believe I even hate that old chair, though it is beautiful. It isn't my sort of beauty. I wish it had been smashed up when its day was over, not left to preach the beloved past to us. I'm sick of the beloved past."
"Not so sick as I am of the accursed present," he said.
"Yes, just the same. I hate the present, but I don't want the past to take its place. I don't want that old chair."
He was rather angry for a moment. Then he looked at the sky shining beyond the tower of the public baths, and he seemed to get over it all. He laughed. "All right," he said, "then let us not have it. I'm sick of it all too. At any rate, one can't go on living on the old bones of beauty."
"One can't," she cried.
I don't want old things." "The truth is, we don't want things at all," he replied. "The thought of a house and furniture of my own is hateful to me." This startled her for a moment. Then she replied,
"So it is to me. But one must live somewhere."
"Not somewhere, anywhere," he said. "One should just live anywhere, not have a definite place. I don't want a definite place. As soon as you get a room, and it is complete, you want to run from it. Now my rooms at the mill are quite complete, I want them at the bottom of the sea. It is a horrible tyranny of a fixed milieu, where each piece of furniture is a commandment stone." She clung to his arm as they walked away from the market. "But what are we going to do?" she said. "We must live somehow. And I do want some beauty in my surroundings. I want a sort of natural grandeur even, splendour." "You'll never get it in houses and furniture, or even clothes. Houses and furniture and clothes, they're all terms of an old base world, a detestable society of man. And if you have a Tudor house and old beautiful furniture, it is only the past perpetuated on top of you. Horrible. And if you have a perfect modern house done for you by Poiret, it is something else perpetuated on top of you. It is all horrible. It is all possessions, possessions, bullying you and turning you into a generalisation. You have to be like Rodin, Michelangelo, and leave a piece of raw rock unfinished to your figure. You must leave your surroundings sketchy, unfinished, so that you are never contained, never confined, never dominated from the outside." She stood in the street, contemplating.
"And we are never to have a complete place of our own? Never a home?" she said.
"Pray God, in this world, no," he answered.
"But there's only this world," she objected.
He spread out his hands with a gesture of indifference. "Meanwhile, then, we'll avoid having things of our own," he said. "But you've just bought a chair," she said. "I can tell the man I don't want it," he replied. She pondered again. Then a queer little movement twitched her face.
"No," she said, "we don't want it. I'm sick of old things."
"New ones as well," he said. They retraced their steps. There, in front of some furniture, stood the young couple, the woman who was going to have a baby, and the narrow-faced youth. She was fair, rather short, stout. He was of medium height, attractively built. His dark hair fell sideways over his brow from under his cap. He stood strangely aloof, like one of the damned.
"Let us give it to them," whispered Ursula. "Look, they are getting a home together."
"I won't aid abet them in it," he said petulantly, instantly sympathising with the aloof, furtive youth against the active, procreant female.
"Oh yes," cried Ursula, "it's right for them. There's nothing else for them."
"Very well," said Birkin. "You offer it to them. I'll watch." Ursula went rather nervously to the young couple, who were discussing an iron washstand, or rather, the man was glancing furtively and wonderingly, like a prisoner, at the abominable article, whilst the woman was arguing.
"We bought a chair," said Ursula, "and we don't want it. Would you have it? We should be glad if you would."
The young couple looked round at her, not believing that she could be addressing them.
"Would you care for it?" repeated Ursula. "It's really very pretty, but—"
She smiled rather dazzlingly. The young couple only stared at her, and looked significantly at each other to know what to do. And the man curiously obliterated himself, as if he could make himself invisible as a rat can.
"We wanted to give it to you," explained Ursula, now overcome with confusion and dread of them. She was attracted by the young man. He was a still, mindless creature, hardly a man at all, a creature that the towns have produced, strangely pure bred and fine in one sense, furtive, quick, subtle. His lashes were dark and long and fine over his eyes, that had no mind in them, only a dreadful kind of subject, inward consciousness, glazed and dark. His dark brows and all his lines were finely drawn. He would be a dreadful but wonderful lover to a woman, so marvellously contributed. His legs would be marvellously subtle and alive under the shapeless trousers. He had some of the fineness and stillness and silkiness of a dark-eyed, silent rat. Ursula had apprehended him with a fine frisson of attraction. The full-built woman was staring offensively. Again Ursula forgot him. "Won't you have the chair?" she said. The man looked at her with a sideways look of appreciation, yet far off, almost insolent. The woman drew herself up. There was a certain costermonger richness about her. She did not know what Ursula was after. She was on her guard, hostile. Birkin approached, smiling wickedly at seeing Ursula so nonplussed and frightened. "What's the matter?" he said, smiling. His eyelids had dropped slightly. There was about him the same suggestive, mocking secrecy that was in the bearing of the two city creatures. The man jerked his head a little on one side, indicating Ursula, and said, with curious, amiable, jeering warmth, "What she want, eh?" An odd smile writhed his lips. Birkin looked at him from under his slack, ironical eyelids. "To give you a chair, that, with the label on it," he said, pointing. The man looked at the object indicated. There was a curious hostility in male, outlawed understanding between the two men. "What you want to give it us for, guv'nor?" he replied, in a tone of free intimacy that insulted Ursula. "Thought you'd like it. It's a pretty chair. We bought it and don't want it. No need for you to have it, don't be frightened," said Birkin with a wry smile. The man glanced up at him, half inimical, half recognising. "Why don't you want it for yourselves, if you just bought it?" asked the woman coolly. "'Tain't good enough for you, now you've had a look at it? Frightened it's got something in it, eh?" She was looking at Ursula admiringly, but with some resentment. "I'd never thought of that," said Birkin. "But no, the wood's too thin everywhere." "You see," said Ursula, her face luminous and pleased, "we are just going to get married, and we thought we'd buy things. Then we decided just now that we wouldn't have furniture. We'd go abroad." The full-built, slightly blousy city girl looked at the fine face of the other woman with appreciation. They appreciated each other. The youth stood aside, his face expressionless and timeless, the thin line of the black moustache drawn strangely suggestive over his rather wide, closed mouth. He was impassive, abstract, like some dark, suggestive presence, a gutter presence. "It's all right to be some folks," said the city girl, turning to her own young man. He did not look at her, but he smiled with the lower part of his face, putting his head aside in an odd gesture of assent. His eyes were unchanging, glazed with darkness. "Cost something to change your mind," he said, in an incredibly low accent. "Only 10 shillings this time," said Birkin. The man looked up at him with a grimace of a smile, furtive, unsure. "Cheap at £half-a-quid, guv'nor," he said. "Not like getting divorced." "We're not married yet," said Birkin. "No, no more aren't we,"
said the young woman loudly. "But we shall be a Saturday." Again she looked at the young man with a determined, protective look, at once overbearing and very gentle. He grinned sicklily, turning away his head. She had got his manhood, but Lord, what did he care? He had a strange furtive pride and slinking singleness. "Good luck to you," said Birkin. "Same to you," said the young woman. Then, rather tentatively, "When's yours coming off, then?" Birkin looked round at Ursula. "It's for the lady to say," he replied. "We go to the registrar the moment she's ready." Ursula laughed, covered with confusion and bewilderment. "No hurry," said the young man, grinning suggestive. "Oh, don't break your neck to get there," said the young woman. "It's like when you're dead, you're long time married." The young man turned aside as if this hit him. "The longer the better, let us hope," said Birkin. "That's it, guv'nor," said the young man admiringly. "Enjoy it while it lasts. Nipper whip a dead donkey." "Only when he's shamming dead," said the young woman, looking at her young man with caressive tenderness of authority.
"Oh, there's a difference," he said satirically.
"What about the chair?" said Birkin. "Yes, all right," said the woman. They trailed off to the dealer, the handsome but abject young fellow hanging a little aside. "That's it," said Birkin. "Will you take it with you, or have the address altered?" "Oh, Fred can carry it. Make him do what he can for the dear old home."
"Make use of him," said Fred, grimly humorous, as he took the chair from the dealer.
His movements were graceful, yet curiously abject, slinking.
"Here's mother's cosy chair," he said. "Wants a cushion."
And he stood it down on the market stones. "Don't you think it's pretty?" laughed Ursula. "Oh, I do," said the young woman.
"Have a sit in it. You'll wish you'd kept it," said the young man.
Ursula promptly sat down in the middle of the market-place. "Awfully comfortable," she said, "but rather hard. You try it." She invited the young man to a seat, but he turned uncouthly, awkwardly aside, glancing up at her with quick bright eyes, oddly suggestive, like a quick live rat. "Don't spoil him," said the young woman. "He's not used to armchairs, he isn't."
The young man turned away and said with averted grin, "Only wants legs on his."
The four parted. The young woman thanked them.
"Thank you for the chair. It'll last till it gives way."
"Keep it for an ornament," said the young man.
"Good afternoon." "Good afternoon," said Ursula and Birkin.
"Good luck to you,"
said the young man, glancing and avoiding Birkin's eyes as he turned aside his head. The two couples went asunder, Ursula clinging to Birkin's arm. When they had gone some distance, she glanced back and saw the young man going beside the full, easy young woman. His trousers sank over his heels. He moved with a sort of slinking evasion, more crushed with odd self-consciousness now he had the slim old armchair to carry, his arm over the back, the four fine square tapering legs swaying perilously near the granite sets of the pavement. And yet he was somewhere indomitable and separate, like a quick vital rat. He had a queer subterranean beauty, repulsive too. "How strange they are," said Ursula. "Children of men," he said. "They remind me of Jesus, the meek shall inherit the earth." "But they aren't the meek," said Ursula. "Yes, I don't know why, but they are," he replied. They waited for the tram-car. Ursula sat on top and looked out on the town. The dusk was just dimming the hollows of crowded houses. "And are they going to inherit the earth?" she said. "Yes, they." "Then what are we going to do?" she asked. "We're not like them, are we? We're not the meek." "No, we've got to live in the chinks they leave us." "How horrible!" cried Ursula. "I don't want to live in chinks." "Don't worry," he said. "They are the children of men. They like market-places and street corners best. That leaves plenty of chinks." "All the world," she said. "Ah no, but some room." The tram-car mounted slowly up the hill, where the ugly winter-grey masses of houses looked like a vision of hell that is cold and angular. They sat and looked. Away in the distance was an angry redness of sunset. It was all cold, somehow small, crowded, and like the end of the world. "I don't mind it even then," said Ursula, looking at the repulsiveness of it all. "It doesn't concern me." "No more it does," he replied, holding her hand. "One needn't see. One goes one's way. In my world it is sunny and spacious." "It is, my love, isn't it?" she cried, hugging near to him on the top of the tram-car, so that the other passengers stared at them. "And we will wander about on the face of the earth," he said, "and we'll look at the world beyond just this bit." There was a long silence. Her face was radiant like gold as she sat thinking. "I don't want to inherit the earth," she said. "I don't want to inherit anything." He closed his hand over hers. "Neither do I. I want to be disinherited." She clasped his fingers closely. "We won't care about anything," she said. He sat still and laughed. "And we'll be married and have done with them," she added. Again he laughed. "It's one way of getting rid of everything," she said, "to get married." "And one way of accepting the whole world," he added. "A whole other world, yes," she said happily. "Perhaps there's Gerald and Gudrun," he said. "If there is, you see," she said. "It's no good our worrying. We can't really alter them, can we?" "No," he said. "One has no right to try, not with the best intentions in the world." "Do you try to force them?" she asked. "Perhaps," he said. "Why should I want him to be free, if it isn't his business?" She paused for a time. "We can't make him happy, anyhow," she said. "He'd have to be it, of himself." "I know," he said. "But we want other people with us, don't we?" "Why should we?" she asked. "I don't know," he said uneasily. "One has a hankering after a sort of further fellowship." "But why?" she insisted. "Why should you hanker after other people? Why should you need them?" This hit him right on the quick. His brows knitted. "Does it end with just our two selves?" he asked, tense. "Yes. What more do you want? If anybody likes to come along, let them. But why must you run after them?" His face was tense and unsatisfied. "You see," he said, "I always imagine our being really happy with some few other people, a little freedom with people." She pondered for a moment. "Yes, one does want that. But it must happen. You can't do anything for it with your will. You always seem to think you can force the flowers to come out. People must love us because they love us. You can't make them." "I know," he said. "But must one take no steps at all? Must one just go as if one were alone in the world, the only creature in the world?" "You've got me," she said. "Why should you need others? Why must you force people to agree with you? Why can't you be single by yourself, as you are always saying? You try to bully Gerald, as you tried to bully Hermione. You must learn to be alone.
And it's so horrid of you. You've got me, and yet you want to force other people to love you as well. You do try to bully them to love you, and even then you don't want their love." His face was full of real perplexity. "Don't I?" he said. "It's the problem I can't solve. I know I want a perfect and complete relationship with you, and we've nearly got it, we really have. But beyond that, do I want a real, ultimate relationship with Gerald? Do I want a final, almost extra-human relationship with him? A relationship in the ultimate of me and him? Or don't I?" She looked at him for a long time, with strange bright eyes, but she did not answer. End of chapter 26. Recording by Ruth Golding. Of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 27. Flitting. That evening Ursula returned home very bright-eyed and wondrous, which irritated her people. Her father came home at supper-time, tired after the evening class and the long journey home. Gudrun was reading. The mother sat in silence. Suddenly Ursula said to the company at large, in a bright voice, "Rupert and I are going to be married tomorrow." Her father turned round stiffly. "You what?" he said. "Tomorrow?" echoed Gudrun. "Indeed," said the mother. But Ursula only smiled wonderfully, and did not reply. "Married tomorrow!" cried her father harshly. "What are you talking about?" "Yes," said Ursula. "Why not?" Those two words from her always drove him mad. "Everything is all right. We shall go to the registrar's office." There was a second's hush in the room, after Ursula's blithe vagueness. "Really, Ursula," said Gudrun. "Might we ask why there has been all this secrecy?" demanded the mother, rather superbly. "But there hasn't," said Ursula. "You knew." "Who knew?" now cried the father. "Who knew? What do you mean by your 'you knew'?" He was in one of his stupid rages. She instantly closed against him. "Of course you knew," she said coolly. "You knew we were going to get married." There was a dangerous pause. "We knew you were going to get married, did we? Knew? Why, does anybody know anything about you, you shifty bitch?" "Father!" cried Gudrun, flushing deep in violent remonstrance. Then in a cold but gentle voice, as if to remind her sister to be tractable, "But isn't it a fearfully sudden decision, Ursula?" she asked. "No, not really," replied Ursula with the same maddening cheerfulness. "He's been wanting me to agree for weeks. He's had the licence ready. Only I wasn't ready in myself. Now I am ready. Is there anything to be disagreeable about?" "Certainly not," said Gudrun, but in a tone of cold reproof. "You're perfectly free to do as you like." "Ready in yourself. Yourself, that's all that matters, isn't it?" "I wasn't ready in myself," he mimicked her phrase offensively. "You and yourself, you are of some importance, aren't you?" She drew herself up and set back her throat, her eyes shining yellow and dangerous. "I am to myself," she said, wounded and mortified. "I know I am not to anybody else. You only wanted to bully me. You never cared for my happiness."
He was leaning forward, watching her, his face intense like a spark. "Ursula, what are you saying? Keep your tongue still," cried her mother. Ursula swung round, and the lights in her eyes flashed. "No, I won't!" she cried. "I won't hold my tongue and be bullied. What does it matter which day I get married? What does it matter? It doesn't affect anybody but myself." Her father was tense and gathered together like a cat about to spring. "Doesn't it?" he cried, coming nearer to her. She shrank away. "No, how can it?" she replied, shrinking but stubborn. "It doesn't matter to me, then, what you do, what becomes of you?" he cried, in a strange voice like a cry. The mother and Gudrun stood back as if hypnotised. "No," stammered Ursula. Her father was very near to her. "You only want to—" She knew it was dangerous, and she stopped. He was gathered together, every muscle ready. "What?" he challenged. "Bully me," she muttered. And even as her lips were moving, his hand had caught her smack at the side of the face, and she was sent up against the door. "Father!" cried Gudrun in a high voice. "It is impossible!" He stood unmoving. Ursula recovered. Her hand was on the door handle. She slowly drew herself up. He seemed doubtful now. "It's true," she declared, with brilliant tears in her eyes, her head lifted up in defiance. "What has your love meant? What did it ever mean? Bullying and denial, it did." He was advancing again, with strange tense movements, and clenched fist, and the face of a murderer. But swift as lightning she had flashed out of the door, and they heard her running upstairs. He stood for a moment, looking at the door. Then, like a defeated animal, he turned and went back to his seat by the fire. Gudrun was very white. Out of the intense silence, the mother's voice was heard saying, cold and angry, "Well, you shouldn't take so much notice of her." Again the silence fell. Each followed a separate set of emotions and thoughts. Suddenly the door opened again. Ursula, dressed in hat and furs, with a small valise in her hand. "Goodbye," she said, in her maddening, bright, almost mocking tone. "I'm going." And in the next instant the door was closed. They heard the outer door, then her quick steps down the garden path, then the gate banged and her light footfall was gone. There was a silence like death in the house. Ursula went straight to the station, hastening heedlessly on winged feet. There was no train. She must walk on to the junction. As she went through the darkness, she began to cry. And she wept bitterly, with a dumb, heartbroken child's anguish, all the way on the road, and in the train. Time passed unheeded and unknown. She did not know where she was, nor what was taking place. Only she wept from fathomless depths of hopeless, hopeless grief, the terrible grief of a child that knows no extenuation. Yet her voice had the same defensive brightness as she spoke to Birkin's landlady at the door. "Good evening. Is Mr. Birkin in? Can I see him?"
"Yes, he's in. He's in his study."
Ursula slipped past the woman. His door opened. He had heard her voice.
"Hello!"
he exclaimed in surprise, seeing her standing there with the valise in her hand, and marks of tears on her face. She was one who wept without showing many traces, like a child. "Do I look a sight?" she said, shrinking.
"No. Why? Come in."
He took the bag from her hand, and they went into the study. There, immediately, her lips began to tremble like those of a child that remembers again, and the tears came rushing up. "What's the matter?" he asked, taking her in his arms. She sobbed violently on his shoulder, whilst he held her still, waiting. "What's the matter?" he said again, when she was quieter. But she only pressed her face further into his shoulder, in pain, like a child that cannot tell. "What is it, then?" he asked. Suddenly she broke away, wiped her eyes, regained her composure, and went and sat in a chair. "Father hit me," she announced, sitting bunched up rather like a ruffled bird, her eyes very bright. "What for?" he said. She looked away, and would not answer. There was a pitiful redness about her sensitive nostrils, and her quivering lips. "Why?" he repeated, in his strange, soft, penetrating voice. She looked round at him rather defiantly. "Because I said I was going to be married tomorrow, and he bullied me." "Why did he bully you?" Her mouth dropped again. She remembered the scene once more. The tears came up. "Because I said he didn't care, and he doesn't. It's only his domineeringness that's hurt," she said, her mouth pulled awry by her weeping all the time she spoke, so that he almost smiled, it seemed so childish. Yet it was not childish, it was a mortal conflict, a deep wound. "It isn't quite true," he said. "And even so, you shouldn't say it." "It is true, it is true," she wept. "And I won't be bullied by his pretending it's love when it isn't. He doesn't care. How can he? No, he can't." He sat in silence. She moved him beyond himself. "Then you shouldn't rouse him, if he can't," replied Birkin quietly. "And I have loved him, I have," she wept. "I've loved him always, and he's always done this to me. He has—" "It's been a love of opposition, then," he said. "Never mind. It will be all right. It's nothing desperate." "Yes," she wept. "It is, it is." "Why?" "I shall never see him again." "Not immediately. Don't cry. You had to break with him. It had to be. Don't cry." He went over to her and kissed her fine, fragile hair, touching her wet cheeks gently. "Don't cry," he repeated. "Don't cry any more." He held her head close against him, very close and quiet. At last she was still. Then she looked up, her eyes wide and frightened. "Don't you want me?" she asked. "Want you?" His darkened, steady eyes puzzled her, and did not give her play. "Do you wish I hadn't come?" she asked, anxious now again for fear she might be out of place. "No," he said. "I wish there hadn't been the violence, so much ugliness. But perhaps it was inevitable." She watched him in silence. He seemed deadened. "But where shall I stay?" she asked, feeling humiliated. He thought for a moment. "Here, with me," he said. "We're married as much today as we shall be tomorrow." "But—" "I'll tell Mrs. Varley," he said. "Never mind now." He sat looking at her. She could feel his darkened, steady eyes looking at her all the time. It made her a little bit frightened. She pushed her hair off her forehead nervously. "Do I look ugly?" she said, and she blew her nose again.
A small smile came round his eyes.
"No," he said, "fortunately."
And he went across to her and gathered her like a belonging in his arms. She was so tenderly beautiful. He could not bear to see her, he could only bear to hide her against himself. Now, washed all clean by her tears, she was new and frail like a flower just unfolded, a flower so new, so tender, so made perfect by inner light, that he could not bear to look at her. He must hide her against himself, cover his eyes against her. She had the perfect candour of creation, something translucent and simple, like a radiant shining flower that moment unfolded in primal blessedness. She was so new, so wonder clear, so undimmed. And he was so old, so steeped in heavy memories. Her soul was new, undefined and glimmering with the unseen, and his soul was dark and gloomy. It had only one grain of living hope, like a grain of mustard seed. But this one living grain in him matched the perfect youth in her. "I love you," he whispered as he kissed her, and trembled with pure hope, like a man who is born again to a wonderful, lively hope, far exceeding the bounds of death. She could not know how much it meant to him, how much he meant by the few words. Almost childish, she wanted proof and statement, even overstatement, for everything seemed still uncertain, unfixed to her. But the passion of gratitude with which he received her into his soul, the extreme, unthinkable gladness of knowing himself living and fit to unite with her, he who was so nearly dead, who was so near to being gone with the rest of his race down the slope of mechanical death, could never be understood by her. He worshipped her as age worships youth. He gloried in her, because in his one grain of faith, he was young as she, he was her proper mate. This marriage with her was his resurrection and his life. All this she could not know. She wanted to be made much of, to be adored. There were infinite distances of silence between them. How could he tell her of the immanence of her beauty, that was not form or weight or colour, but something like a strange golden light? How could he know himself what her beauty lay in for him? He said, "Your nose is beautiful, your chin is adorable," but it sounded like lies, and she was disappointed, hurt. Even when he said, whispering with truth, "I love you, I love you," it was not the real truth. It was something beyond love, such a gladness of having surpassed oneself, of having transcended the old existence. How could he say "I," when he was something new and unknown, not himself at all? This "I," this old formula of the age, was a dead letter. In the new superfine bliss, a peace superseding knowledge, there was no I and you. There was only the third unrealised wonder, the wonder of existing not as oneself, but in a consummation of my being and of her being in a new one, a new paradisal unit regained from the duality. Nor can I say, "I love you," when I have ceased to be, and you have ceased to be. We are both caught up and transcended into a new oneness where everything is silent.
because there is nothing to answer. All is perfect and at one. Speech travels between the separate parts, but in the perfect one there is perfect silence of bliss. They were married by law on the next day, and she did as he bade her. She wrote to her father and mother. Her mother replied, not her father. She did not go back to school. She stayed with Birkin in his rooms, or at the mill, moving with him as he moved, but she did not see anybody save Gudrun and Gerald. She was all strange and wondering as yet, but relieved as by dawn. Gerald sat talking to her one afternoon in the warm study down at the mill. Rupert had not yet come home.
"You are happy?"
Gerald asked her with a smile.
"Very happy,"
she cried, shrinking a little in her brightness.
"Yes, one can see it."
"Can one?"
cried Ursula in surprise. He looked up at her with a communicative smile.
"Oh yes, plainly."
She was pleased. She meditated a moment.
"And can you see that Rupert is happy as well?"
He lowered his eyelids and looked aside.
"Oh yes," he said.
"Really?"
"Oh yes."
He was very quiet, as if it were something not to be talked about by him. He seemed sad. She was very sensitive to suggestion. She asked the question he wanted her to ask.
"Why don't you be happy as well?" she said. "You could be just the same."
He paused a moment.
"With Gudrun?"
he asked.
"Yes,"
she cried, her eyes glowing. But there was a strange tension, an emphasis, as if they were asserting their wishes against the truth.
"You think Gudrun would have me, and we should be happy?" he said.
"Yes, I'm sure," she cried.
Her eyes were round with delight, yet underneath she was constrained. She knew her own insistence.
"Oh, I'm so glad," she added.
He smiled.
"What makes you glad?" he said.
"For her sake," she replied. "I'm sure you're the right man for her."
"You are?" he said. "And do you think she would agree with you?"
"Oh yes,"
she exclaimed hastily. Then, upon reconsideration, very uneasy.
"Though Gudrun isn't so very simple, is she? One doesn't know her in 5 minutes, does one? She's not like me in that."
She laughed at him, with her strange, open, dazzled face.
"You think she's not much like you?" Gerald asked.
She knitted her brows.
"Oh, in many ways she is. But I never know what she will do when anything new comes."
"You don't?"
said Gerald. He was silent for some moments. Then he moved tentatively.
"I was going to ask her, in any case, to go away with me at Christmas," he said, in a very small, cautious voice.
"Go away with you? For a time, you mean?"
"As long as she likes,"
he said, with a deprecating movement. They were both silent for some minutes.
"Of course," said Ursula at last, "she might just be willing to rush into marriage. You can see."
"Yes," smiled Gerald, "I can see. But in case she won't, do you think she would go abroad with me for a few days, or for a fortnight?"
"Oh yes," said Ursula. "I'd ask her."
"Do you think we might all go together?"
"All of us?"
Again Ursula's face lighted up.
"It would be rather fun, don't you think?"
"Great fun,"
he said.
"And then you could see,"
said Ursula.
"What?"
"How things went. I think it is best to take the honeymoon before the wedding, don't you?"
She was pleased with this mot. He laughed.
"In certain cases,"
he said. "I'd rather it were so in my own case." "Would you?" exclaimed Ursula. Then doubtingly, "Yes, perhaps you're right. One should please oneself." Birkin came in a little later, and Ursula told him what had been said. "Gudrun!" exclaimed Birkin. "She's a born mistress, just as Gerald is a born lover, amant en titre. If, as somebody says, all women are either wives or mistresses, then Gudrun is a mistress." "And all men either lovers or husbands," cried Ursula. "But why not both?" "The one excludes the other," he laughed. "Then I want a lover," cried Ursula. "No, you don't," he said. "But I do," she wailed. He kissed her and laughed. It was 2 days after this that Ursula was to go to fetch her things from the house in Beldover. The removal had taken place, the family had gone. Gudrun had rooms in Willey Green. Ursula had not seen her parents since her marriage. She wept over the rupture, yet what was the good of making it up? Good or not good, she could not go to them. So her things had been left behind, and she and Gudrun were to walk over for them in the afternoon. It was a wintry afternoon, with red in the sky, when they arrived at the house. The windows were dark and blank. Already the place was frightening. A stark, void entrance hall struck a chill to the hearts of the girls. "I don't believe I dare have come in alone," said Ursula. "It frightens me." "Ursula!" cried Gudrun. "Isn't it amazing? Can you believe you lived in this place and never felt it? How I lived here a day without dying of terror, I cannot conceive." They looked in the big dining room. It was a good-sized room, but now a cell would have been lovelier. The large bay windows were naked, the floor was stripped, and a border of dark polish went round the tract of pale boarding. In the faded wallpaper were dark patches where furniture had stood, where pictures had hung. The sense of walls, dry, thin, flimsy-seeming walls, and a flimsy flooring, pale with its artificial black edges, was neutralising to the mind. Everything was null to the senses. There was enclosure without substance, for the walls were dry and papery. Where were they standing, on earth, or suspended in some cardboard box? In the hearth was burnt paper, and scraps of half-burnt paper. "Imagine that we passed our days here," said Ursula. "I know," cried Gudrun. "It is too appalling. What must we be like, if we're the contents of this?" "Vile," said Ursula. "It really is." And she recognised half-burnt covers of Vogue, half-burnt representations of women in gowns, lying under the grate. They went to the drawing-room, another piece of shut-in air, without weight or substance, only a sense of intolerable, papery imprisonment in nothingness. The kitchen did look more substantial, because of the red-tiled floor and the stove, but it was cold and horrid. The two girls tramped hollowly up the bare stairs. Every sound re-echoed under their hearts. They tramped down the bare corridor. Against the wall of Ursula's bedroom were her things: a trunk, a work-basket, some books, loose coats, a hat-box, standing desolate in the universal emptiness of the dusk. "A cheerful sight, aren't they?" said Ursula, looking down at her forsaken possessions. "Very cheerful," said Gudrun. The two girls set to, carrying everything down to the front door. Again and again they made the hollow, re-echoing transit. The whole place seemed to resound about them with a noise of hollow, empty futility. In the distance, the empty, invisible rooms sent forth a vibration almost of obscenity. They almost fled with the last articles into the out-of-door. But it was cold. They were waiting for Birkin, who was coming with the car. They went indoors again, and upstairs to their parents' front bedroom, whose windows looked down on the road, and across the country at the black barred sunset, black and red barred without light. They sat down in the window seat to wait. Both girls were looking over the room. It was void, with a meaninglessness that was almost dreadful.
"Really," said Ursula, "this room couldn't be sacred, could it?"
Gudrun looked over it with slow eyes. "Impossible," she replied.
"When I think of their lives, father's and mother's, their love and their marriage, and all of us children and our bringing up, would you have such a life, Prune?"
"I wouldn't, Ursula."
"It all seems so nothing, their two lives. There's no meaning in it. Really, if they had not met, and not married, and not lived together, it wouldn't have mattered, would it?"
"Of course, you can't tell," said Gudrun.
"No, but if I thought my life was going to be like it, Prune," she caught Gudrun's arm, "I should run."
Gudrun was silent for a few moments. "As a matter of fact, one cannot contemplate the ordinary life. One cannot contemplate it," replied Gudrun. "With you, Ursula, it is quite different. You will be out of it all with Birkin. He's a special case. But with the ordinary man, who has his life fixed in one place, marriage is just impossible. There may be, and there are, thousands of women who want it, and could conceive of nothing else. But the very thought of it sends me mad. One must be free. Above all, one must be free. One may forfeit everything else, but one must be free. One must not become 7 Pinchbeck Street, or Somerset Drive, or Shortlands. No man will be sufficient to make that good, no man. To marry, one must have a freelance or nothing, a comrade in arms, a Glücksritter. A man with a position in the social world, well, it is just impossible. Impossible."
"What a lovely word, a Glücksritter," said Ursula. "So much nicer than a soldier of fortune."
"Yes, isn't it?" said Gudrun. "I'd tilt the world with a Glücksritter. But a home, an establishment, Ursula, what would it mean? Think."
"I know," said Ursula. "We've had one home. That's enough for me."
"Quite enough," said Gudrun.
"The little grey home in the west,"
quoted Ursula ironically. "Doesn't it sound grey too?" said Gudrun grimly. They were interrupted by the sound of the car. There was Birkin. Ursula was surprised that she felt so lit up, that she became suddenly so free from the problems of grey homes in the west. They heard his heels click on the hall pavement below. "Hello," he called, his voice echoing alive through the house. Ursula smiled to herself. He was frightened of the place too.
"Hello, here we are,"
she called downstairs, and they heard him quickly running up. "This is a ghostly situation," he said. "These houses don't have ghosts, they've never had any personality, and only a place with personality can have a ghost," said Gudrun. "I suppose so. Are you both weeping over the past?" "We are," said Gudrun grimly. Ursula laughed. "Not weeping that it's gone, but weeping that it ever was," she said. "Oh," he replied, relieved. He sat down for a moment. There was something in his presence, Ursula thought, lambent and alive. It made even the impertinent structure of this null house disappear.
"Gudrun says she could not bear to be married and put into a house," said Ursula, meaningful. They knew this referred to Gerald. He was silent for some moments. "Well," he said, "if you know beforehand you couldn't stand it, you're safe." "Quite," said Gudrun. "Why does every woman think her aim in life is to have a hubby and a little grey home in the West? Why is this the goal of life? Why should it be?" said Ursula. "Il faut avoir le respect de ses bêtises," said Birkin. "But you needn't have the respect for the bêtise before you've committed it," laughed Ursula. "Ah then, des bêtises du papa?" "Et de la maman," added Gudrun satirically. "Et des voisins," said Ursula. They all laughed and rose. It was getting dark. They carried the things to the car. Gudrun locked the door of the empty house. Birkin had lighted the lamps of the automobile. It all seemed very happy, as if they were setting out. "Do you mind stopping at Coulson's? I have to leave the key there," said Gudrun. "Right," said Birkin, and they moved off. They stopped in the main street. The shops were just lighted. The last miners were passing home along the causeways, half visible shadows in their grey pit dirt, moving through the blue air. But their feet rang harshly in manifold sound along the pavement. How pleased Gudrun was to come out of the shop and enter the car, and be borne swiftly away into the downhill of palpable dusk, with Ursula and Birkin. What an adventure life seemed at this moment. How deeply, how suddenly she envied Ursula. Life for her was so quick and an open door, so reckless, as if not only this world, but the world that was gone and the world to come were nothing to her. Ah, if she could be just like that, it would be perfect. For always, except in her moments of excitement, she felt a want within herself. She was unsure. She had felt that now at last, in Gerald's strong and violent love, she was living fully and finally. But when she compared herself with Ursula, already her soul was jealous, unsatisfied. She was not satisfied. She was never to be satisfied. What was she short of now? It was marriage. It was the wonderful stability of marriage. She did want it, let her say what she might. She had been lying. The old idea of marriage was right even now. Marriage and the home. Yet her mouth gave a little grimace at the words. She thought of Gerald and shortlands, marriage and the home. Ah well, let it rest. He meant a great deal to her, but perhaps it was not in her to marry. She was one of life's outcasts, one of the drifting lives that have no root. No, no, it could not be so. She suddenly conjured up a rosy room, with herself in a beautiful gown, and a handsome man in evening dress who held her in his arms in the firelight, and kissed her. This picture she entitled Home. It would have done for the Royal Academy. "Come with us to tea, do," said Ursula, as they ran nearer to the cottage of Willey Green. "Thanks awfully, but I must go in," said Gudrun. She wanted very much to go on with Ursula and Birkin. That seemed like life indeed to her. Yet a certain perversity would not let her. "Do come, yes, it would be so nice," pleaded Ursula. "I'm awfully sorry. I should love to, but I can't.
really." She descended from the car in trembling haste. "Can't you really?" came Ursula's regretful voice. "No, really I can't," responded Gudrun's pathetic, chagrined words out of the dusk. "All right, are you?" called Birkin. "Quite," said Gudrun. "Good night." "Good night," they called. "Come whenever you like, we shall be glad," called Birkin. "Thank you very much," called Gudrun, in the strange, twanging voice of lonely chagrin that was very puzzling to him. She turned away to her cottage gate, and they drove on. But immediately she stood to watch them as the car ran vague into the distance. And as she went up the path to her strange house, her heart was full of incomprehensible bitterness. In her parlour was a long case clock, and inserted into its dial was a ruddy, round, slant-eyed, joyous painted face that wagged over with the most ridiculous ogle when the clock ticked, and back again with the same absurd glad eye at the next tick. All the time, the absurd, smooth, brown-ruddy face gave her an obtrusive glad eye. She stood for minutes watching it, till a sort of maddened disgust overcame her, and she laughed at herself hollowly, and still it rocked and gave her the glad eye from one side, then from the other, from one side, then from the other. Oh, how unhappy she was! In the midst of her most active happiness, oh, how unhappy she was! She glanced at the table. Gooseberry jam, and the same home-made cake with too much soda in it. Still, gooseberry jam was good, and one so rarely got it. All the evening she wanted to go to the mill, but she coldly refused to allow herself. She went the next afternoon instead. She was happy to find Ursula alone. It was a lovely, intimate, secluded atmosphere. They talked endlessly and delightedly. "Aren't you fearfully happy here?" said Gudrun to her sister, glancing at her own bright eyes in the mirror. She always envied, almost with resentment, the strange, positive fullness that subsisted in the atmosphere around Ursula and Birkin. "How really beautifully this room is done," she said aloud. "This hard plaited matting, what a lovely colour it is, the colour of cool light." And it seemed to her perfect. "Ursula," she said at length, in a voice of question and detachment, "did you know that Gerald Crich had suggested our going away altogether at Christmas?" "Yes, he's spoken to Rupert." A deep flush dyed Gudrun's cheek. She was silent a moment, as if taken aback, and not knowing what to say. "But don't you think," she said at last, "it is amazingly cool?" Ursula laughed. "I like him for it," she said. Gudrun was silent. It was evident that, whilst she was almost mortified by Gerald's taking the liberty of making such a suggestion to Birkin, yet the idea itself attracted her strongly. "There's rather lovely simplicity about Gerald, I think," said Ursula. "So defiant, somehow. Oh, I think he's very lovable." Gudrun did not reply for some moments. She had still to get over the feeling of insult at the liberty taken with her freedom. "What did Rupert say, do you know?" she asked. "He said it would be most awfully jolly," said Ursula. Again Gudrun looked down, and was silent. "Don't you think it would?" said Ursula tentatively. She was never quite sure how many defences Gudrun was having round herself. Gudrun raised her face with difficulty, and held it averted. "I think it might be awfully jolly, as you say,"
she replied. "But don't you think it was an unpardonable liberty to take, to talk of such things to Rupert, who, after all, you see what I mean, Ursula? They might have been two men arranging an outing with some little type they'd picked up. Oh, I think it's unforgivable, quite." She used the French word type. Her eyes flashed, her soft face was flushed and sullen. Ursula looked on, rather frightened. Frightened most of all because she thought Gudrun seemed rather common, really like a little type. But she had not the courage quite to think this, not right out. Oh no," she cried, stammering. "Oh no, not at all like that. Oh no. No, I think it's rather beautiful, the friendship between Rupert and Gerald. They just are simple. They say anything to each other, like brothers." Gudrun flushed deeper. She could not bear it that Gerald gave her away, even to Birkin. "But do you think even brothers have any right to exchange confidences of that sort?" she asked, with deep anger. "Oh yes," said Ursula. "There's never anything said that isn't perfectly straightforward. No, the thing that's amazed me most in Gerald, how perfectly simple and direct he can be. And you know, it takes rather a big man. Most of them must be indirect. They're such cowards." But Gudrun was still silent with anger. She wanted the absolute secrecy kept with regard to her movements. "Won't you go?" said Ursula. "Do, we might all be so happy. There is something I love about Gerald. He's much more lovable than I thought him. He's free, Gudrun, he really is." Gudrun's mouth was still closed, sullen and ugly. She opened it at length. "Do you know where he proposes to go?" she asked. "Yes, to the Tyrol, where he used to go when he was in Germany. A lovely place where students go, small and rough and lovely, for winter sport." Through Gudrun's mind went the angry thought, "They know everything." "Yes," she said aloud. "About 40 kilometres from Innsbruck, isn't it?" "I don't know exactly where, but it would be lovely, don't you think? High in the perfect snow." "Very lovely," said Gudrun sarcastically. Ursula was put out. "Of course," she said, "I think Gerald spoke to Rupert, so that it shouldn't seem like an outing with a type." "I know, of course," said Gudrun, "that he quite commonly does take up with that sort." "Does he?" said Ursula. "Why, how do you know?" "I know of a model in Chelsea," said Gudrun coldly. Now Ursula was silent. "Well," she said at last, with a doubtful laugh, "I hope he has a good time with her." At which Gudrun looked more glum. End of chapter 27. Recording by Ruth Golding. Of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 28. Gudrun in the Pompadour. Christmas drew near. All four prepared for flight. Birkin and Ursula were busy packing their few personal things, making them ready to be sent off to whatever country and whatever place they might choose at last. Gudrun was very much excited. She loved to be on the wing. She and Gerald, being ready first, set off via London and Paris to Innsbruck, where they would meet Ursula and Birkin. In London they stayed one night. They went to the music hall and afterwards to the Pompadour Café. Gudrun hated the café.
Yet she always went back to it, as did most of the artists of her acquaintance. She loathed its atmosphere of petty vice and petty jealousy and petty art. Yet she always called in again when she was in town. It was as if she had to return to this small, slow, central whirlpool of disintegration and dissolution. Just give it a look. She sat with Gerald drinking some sweetish liqueur, and staring with black, sullen looks at the various groups of people at the tables. She would greet nobody, but young men nodded to her frequently with a kind of sneering familiarity. She cut them all. And it gave her pleasure to sit there, cheeks flushed, eyes black and sullen, seeing them all objectively, as put away from her, like creatures in some menagerie of apish, degraded souls. God, what a foul crew they were! Her blood beat black and thick in her veins with rage and loathing. Yet she must sit and watch, watch. One or two people came to speak to her. From every side of the café, eyes turned half furtively, half jeeringly at her. Men looking over their shoulders, women under their hats. The old crowd was there. Carlyon in his corner with his pupils and his girl, Halliday and Libidnikov and the Pussum, they were all there. Gudrun watched Gerald. She watched his eyes linger a moment on Halliday, on Halliday's party. These last were on the lookout. They nodded to him, he nodded again. They giggled and whispered among themselves. Gerald watched them with the steady twinkle in his eyes. They were urging the Pussum to something. She at last rose. She was wearing a curious dress of dark silk, splashed and spattered with different colours, a curious motley effect. She was thinner, her eyes were perhaps hotter, more disintegrated. Otherwise she was just the same. Gerald watched her with the same steady twinkle in his eyes as she came across. She held out her thin brown hand to him.
"How are you?"
she said. He shook hands with her, but remained seated and let her stand near him against the table. She nodded blackly to Gudrun, whom she did not know to speak to, but well enough by sight and reputation.
"I'm very well," said Gerald. "And you?"
"Oh, I'm all right. What about Rupert?"
"Rupert? He's very well too."
"Yes, I don't mean that. What about him being married?"
"Oh yes, he is married."
The Pussum's eyes had a hot flash.
"Oh, he's really brought it off then, has he? When was he married?"
"A week or two ago."
"Really? He's never written?"
"No."
"No. Don't you think it's too bad?"
This last was in a tone of challenge. The Pussum let it be known by her tone that she was aware of Gudrun's listening.
"I suppose he didn't feel like it," replied Gerald.
"But why didn't he?"
pursued the Pussum. This was received in silence. There was an ugly, mocking persistence in the small, beautiful figure of the short-haired girl, as she stood near Gerald.
"Are you staying in town long?"
she asked.
"Tonight only."
"Oh, only tonight? Are you coming over to speak to Julius?"
"Not tonight."
"Oh, very well. I'll tell him then."
Then came her touch of diablerie.
"You're looking awfully fit."
"Yes, I feel it."
Gerald was quite calm and easy, a spark of satiric amusement in his eye.
"Are you having a good time?"
This was a direct blow for Gudrun, spoken in a level, toneless voice of callous ease.
"Yes,"
he replied, quite colourlessly.
"I'm awfully sorry you aren't coming round to the flat. You aren't very faithful to your friends."
"Not very,"
he said. She nodded them both good night, and went back slowly to her own set. Gudrun watched her curious walk, stiff and jerking at the loins. They heard her level, toneless voice distinctly.
"He won't come over. He is otherwise engaged," it said.
There was more laughter and lowered voices and mockery at the table.
"Is she a friend of yours?"
said Gudrun, looking calmly at Gerald. "I've stayed at Halliday's flat with Birkin," he said, meeting her slow, calm eyes. And she knew that the Pussum was one of his mistresses, and he knew she knew. She looked round and called for the waiter. She wanted an iced cocktail, of all things. This amused Gerald. He wondered what was up. The Halliday party was tipsy and malicious. They were talking out loudly about Birkin, ridiculing him on every point, particularly on his marriage.
"Oh, don't make me think of Birkin,"
Halliday was squealing.
"He makes me perfectly sick. He's as bad as Jesus. Lord, what must I do to be saved?"
He giggled to himself tipsily. "Do you remember," came the quick voice of the Russian, "the letters he used to send? 'Desire is holy.'"
"Oh, yes," cried Halliday. "Oh, how perfectly splendid. Why, I've got one in my pocket, I'm sure I have."
He took out various papers from his pocket-book.
"I'm sure I've... Oh dear, got one."
Gerald and Gudrun were watching absorbedly.
"Oh yes, how perfectly splendid. Don't make me laugh, Pussum, it gives me the hiccup."
They all giggled.
"What did he say in that one?"
the Pussum asked, leaning forward, her dark soft hair falling and swinging against her face. There was something curiously indecent, obscene about her small, longish, dark skull, particularly when the ears showed.
"Wait, oh do wait. No, I won't give it to you. I'll read it aloud. I'll read you the choice bits. Oh dear. Do you think if I drink water it would take off this hiccup? Oh, I feel perfectly helpless."
"Isn't that the letter about uniting the dark and the light, and the flux of corruption?" asked Maxim, in his precise, quick voice.
"I believe so,"
said the Pussum.
"Oh, is it? I'd forgotten. It was that one,"
Halliday said, opening the letter.
"Oh yes, how perfectly splendid. This is one of the best."
There is a phase in every race,
he read in the sing-song, slow, distinct voice of a clergyman reading the scriptures,
when the desire for destruction overcomes every other desire. In the individual, this desire is ultimately a desire for destruction in the self."
He paused and looked up.
"I hope he's going ahead with the destruction of himself," said the quick voice of the Russian. Halliday giggled and lolled his head back vaguely.
"There's not much to destroy in him," said the Pussum. "He's so thin already. There's only a fag end to start on." "Oh, isn't it beautiful? I love reading it. I believe it has cured my hiccup," squealed Halliday. "Do let me go on."
It is a desire for the reduction process in oneself, a reducing back to the origin, a return along the flux of corruption to the original rudimentary conditions of being.
"Oh, but I do think it is wonderful. It almost supersedes the Bible."
"Yes, flux of corruption," said the Russian. "I remember that phrase."
"Oh, he was always talking about corruption," said the Pussum. "He must be corrupt himself to have it so much on his mind."
"Exactly," said the Russian.
"Do let me go on. Oh, this is a perfectly wonderful piece. But do listen to this.
And in the great retrogression, the reducing back of the created body of life, we get knowledge. And beyond knowledge, the phosphorescent ecstasy of acute sensation."
Oh, I do think these phrases are too absurdly wonderful. Oh, but don't you think they are? They're nearly as good as Jesus."
And if, Julius, you want this ecstasy of reduction with the Pussum, you must go on till it is fulfilled. But surely there is in you also somewhere the living desire for positive creation, relationships in ultimate faith,
when all this process of active corruption, with all its flowers of mud, is transcended and more or less finished."
"I do wonder what the flowers of mud are. Pussum, you are a flower of mud."
"Thank you. And what are you?"
"Oh, I'm another, surely, according to this letter. We're all flowers of mud. Fleur du mal. It's perfectly wonderful. Birkin harrowing hell, harrowing the Pompadour." Go on,"
said Maxim. "What comes next?
It's really very interesting."
"I think it's awful cheek to write like that," said the Pussum.
Yes, so do I," said the Russian. "He's a megalomaniac, of course. It's a form of religious mania. He thinks he is the saviour of man. Go on reading."
"Surely," Halliday intoned, "surely goodness and mercy hath followed me all the days of my life." He broke off and giggled. Then he began again, intoning like a clergyman. "Surely there will come an end in us to this desire for the constant going apart, this passion for putting asunder everything, ourselves, reducing ourselves part from part, reacting in intimacy only for destruction, using sex as a great reducing agent, reducing the two great elements of male and female from their highly complex unity, reducing the old ideas, going back to the savages for our sensations, always seeking to lose ourselves in some ultimate black sensation, mindless and infinite, burning only with destructive fires, raging on with the hope of being burnt out utterly."
"I want to go," said Gudrun to Gerald, as she signalled the waiter. Her eyes were flashing, her cheeks were flushed. The strange effect of Birkin's letter, read aloud in a perfect clerical sing-song, clear and resonant, phrase by phrase, made the blood mount into her head as if she were mad. She rose, whilst Gerald was paying the bill, and walked over to Halliday's table. They all glanced up at her. "Excuse me," she said. "Is that a genuine letter you are reading?"
"Oh yes," said Halliday, "quite genuine."
"May I see?" Smiling foolishly, he handed it to her, as if hypnotised. "Thank you," she said. And she turned and walked out of the café with the letter, all down the brilliant room between the tables, in her measured fashion. It was some moments before anybody realised what was happening. From Halliday's table came half-articulate cries, then somebody booed, then all the far end of the place began booing after Gudrun's retreating form. She was fashionably dressed in blackish green and silver. Her hat was brilliant green, like the sheen on an insect, but the brim was soft, dark green, a falling edge with fine silver. Her coat was dark green, lustrous, with a high collar of grey fur, and great fur cuffs. The edge of her dress showed silver and black velvet. Her stockings and shoes were silver grey. She moved, with slow, fashionable indifference, to the door. The porter opened obsequiously for her, and at her nod hurried to the edge of the pavement and whistled for a taxi. The two lights of a vehicle almost immediately curved round towards her, like two eyes. Gerald had followed in wonder, amid all the booing, not having caught her misdeed. He heard the Pussum's voice saying,
"Go and get it back from her. I never heard of such a thing. Go and get it back from her. Tell Gerald Crich. There he goes. Go and make him give it up."
Gudrun stood at the door of the taxi, which the man held open for her. "To the hotel?" she asked, as Gerald came out hurriedly. "Where you like," he answered. "Right," she said. Then to the driver, "Wagstaff's, Barton Street." The driver bowed his head and put down the flag. Gudrun entered the taxi with the deliberate, cold movement of a woman who is well dressed and contemptuous in her soul. yet she was frozen with overwrought feelings. Gerald followed her. "You've forgotten the man," she said coolly, with a slight nod of her hat. Gerald gave the porter a shilling. The man saluted. They were in motion.
"What was all the row about?" asked Gerald in wondering excitement.
"I walked away with Birkin's letter," she said, and he saw the crushed paper in her hand. His eyes glittered with satisfaction.
"Ah," he said, "splendid. A set of jackasses."
"I could have killed them," she cried in passion. "Dogs! They are dogs! Why is Rupert such a fool as to write such letters to them? Why does he give himself away to such canaille? It's a thing that cannot be borne." Gerald wondered over her strange passion. And she could not rest any longer in London. They must go by the morning train from Charing Cross. As they drew over the bridge, in the train, having glimpses of the river between the great iron girders, she cried, "I feel I could never see this foul town again. I couldn't bear to come back to it." End of chapter 28. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 29. Continental. Ursula went on in an unreal suspense the last weeks before going away. She was not herself. She was not anything. She was something that is going to be, soon, soon, very soon. But as yet, she was only imminent. She went to see her parents. It was a rather stiff, sad meeting, more like a verification of separateness than a reunion. But they were all vague and indefinite with one another, stiffened in the fate that moved them apart. She did not really come to until she was on the ship crossing from Dover to Ostend. Dimly she had come down to London with Birkin. London had been a vagueness, so had the train journey to Dover. It was all like a sleep. And now at last, as she stood in the stern of the ship, in a pitch-dark, rather blowy night, feeling the motion of the sea, and watching the small, rather desolate little lights that twinkled on the shores of England, as on the shores of nowhere, watched them sinking smaller and smaller on the profound and living darkness, she felt her soul stirring to awake from its anaesthetic sleep. "Let us go forward, shall we?" said Birkin. He wanted to be at the tip of their projection. So they left off looking at the faint sparks that glimmered out of nowhere in the far distance called England, and turned their faces to the unfathomed night in front. They went right to the bows of the softly plunging vessel. In the complete obscurity, Birkin found a comparatively sheltered nook, where a great rope was coiled up. It was quite near the very point of the ship, near the black, unpierced space ahead. There they sat down, folded together, folded round with the same rug, creeping in nearer and ever nearer to one another, till it seemed they had crept right into each other and become one substance. It was very cold, and the darkness was palpable. One of the ship's crew came along the deck, dark as the darkness, not really visible. They then made out the faintest pallor of his face. He felt their presence and stopped, unsure, then bent forward. When his face was near them, he saw the faint pallor of their faces. Then he withdrew like a phantom, and they watched him without making any sound.
they seemed to fall away into the profound darkness. There was no sky, no earth, only one unbroken darkness, into which, with a soft, sleeping motion, they seemed to fall, like one closed seed of life, falling through dark, fathomless space. They had forgotten where they were, forgotten all that was and all that had been, conscious only in their heart, and there conscious only of this pure trajectory through the surpassing darkness. The ship's prow cleaved on with a faint noise of cleavage into the complete night, without knowing, without seeing, only surging on. In Ursula, the sense of the unrealised world ahead triumphed over everything. In the midst of this profound darkness, there seemed to glow on her heart the effulgence of a paradise unknown and unrealised. Her heart was full of the most wonderful light, golden like honey of darkness, sweet like the warmth of day. A light which was not shed on the world, only on the unknown paradise towards which she was going. A sweetness of habitation, a delight of living quite unknown, but hers infallibly. In her transport she lifted her face suddenly to him, and he touched it with his lips. So cold, so fresh, so sea-clear her face was, it was like kissing a flower that grows near the surf. But he did not know the ecstasy of bliss in foreknowledge that she knew. To him, the wonder of this transit was overwhelming. He was falling through a gulf of infinite darkness, like a meteorite plunging across the chasm between the worlds. The world was torn in two, and he was plunging like an unlit star through the ineffable rift. What was beyond was not yet for him. He was overcome by the trajectory. In a trance he lay enfolding Ursula round about. His face was against her fine, fragile hair. He breathed its fragrance with the sea and the profound night, and his soul was at peace, yielded as he fell into the unknown. This was the first time that an utter and absolute peace had entered his heart, now in this final transit out of life. When there came some stir on the deck, they roused. They stood up. How stiff and cramped they were in the night time. And yet the paradisal glow on her heart, and the unutterable peace of darkness in his, this was the all in all. They stood up and looked ahead. Low lights were seen down the darkness. This was the world again. It was not the bliss of her heart, nor the peace of his. It was the superficial, unreal world of fact. Yet not quite the old world, for the peace and the bliss in their hearts was enduring. Strange and desolate above all things, like disembarking from the Styx into the desolated underworld, was this landing at night. There was the raw, half-lighted, covered-in vastness of the dark place, boarded and hollow underfoot, with only desolation everywhere. Ursula had caught sight of the big, pallid, mystic letters Ostend, standing in the darkness. Everybody was hurrying with a blind, insect-like intentness through the dark grey air. Porters were calling in un-English English, then trotting with heavy bags, their colourless blouses looking ghostly as they disappeared. Ursula stood at a long, low, zinc-covered barrier, along with hundreds of other spectral people, and all the way down the vast, raw darkness was this low stretch of open bags and spectral people, whilst on the other side of the barrier pallid officials in peaked caps and moustaches were turning the underclothing in the bags, then scrawling a chalk mark. It was done. Birkin snapped the handbags. Off they went, the porter coming behind. They were through a great doorway, and in the open night again. Ah, a railway platform. Voices were still calling in human agitation through the dark grey air. Spectres were running along the darkness between the train. Köln, Berlin, Ursula made out on the boards hung on the high train on one side. Here we are, said Birkin, and on her side she saw Alsace, Lothringen, Luxembourg, Metz, Bâle. That was it, Bâle. The porter came up. À Bâle, deuxième classe, voilà. And he clambered into the high train. They followed. The compartments were already some of them taken, but many were dim and empty. The luggage was stowed, the porter was tipped. Nous avons encore, said Birkin, looking at his watch and at the porter. Encore une demi-heure, with which in his blue blouse he disappeared. He was ugly and insolent. Come, said Birkin, it is cold, let us eat. There was a coffee wagon on the platform. They drank hot, watery coffee, and ate the long rolls, split, with ham between, which was such a wide bite that it almost dislocated Ursula's jaw. And they walked beside the high trains. It was all so strange, so extremely desolate, like the underworld, grey, grey, dirt-grey, desolate, forlorn, nowhere, grey, dreary nowhere. At last they were moving through the night. In the darkness, Ursula made out the flat fields, the wet, flat, dreary darkness of the continent. They pulled up surprisingly soon, Bruges, then on through the level darkness, with glimpses of sleeping farms and thin poplar trees and deserted highroads. She sat dismayed, hand in hand with Birkin. He, pale, immobile, like a revenant himself, looked sometimes out of the window, sometimes closed his eyes. Then his eyes opened again, dark as the darkness outside. A flash of a few lights on the darkness. Ghent station. A few more spectres moving outside on the platform, then the bell, then motion again through the level darkness. Ursula saw a man with a lantern come out of a farm by the railway and cross to the dark farm buildings. She thought of the marsh, the old, intimate farm life at Cossethay. My God, how far was she projected from her childhood? How far was she still to go? In one lifetime, one travelled through eons. The great chasm of memory from her childhood in the intimate country surroundings of Cossethay and the Marsh Farm. She remembered the servant Tilly, who used to give her bread and butter sprinkled with brown sugar, in the old living room where the grandfather clock had 2 pink roses in a basket, painted above the figures on the face. And now, when she was travelling into the unknown with Birkin, an utter stranger, was so great that it seemed she had no identity, that the child she had been, playing in Cossethay churchyard, was a little creature of history, not really herself. They were at Brussels, half an hour for breakfast. They got down. On the great station clock it said 6 o'clock. They had coffee and rolls and honey in the vast desert refreshment room, so dreary, always so dreary, dirty, so spacious,
such desolation of space. But she washed her face and hands in hot water, and combed her hair. That was a blessing. Soon they were in the train again and moving on. The greyness of dawn began. There were several people in the compartment, large, florid Belgian businessmen with long brown beards, talking incessantly in an ugly French she was too tired to follow. It seemed the train ran by degrees out of the darkness into a faint light, then beat after beat into the day. Oh, how weary it was! Faintly the trees showed like shadows. Then a house, white, had a curious distinctness. How was it? Then she saw a village. There were always houses passing. This was an old world she was still journeying through, winter heavy and dreary. There was ploughland and pasture, and copses of bare trees, copses of bushes, and homesteads naked and work bare. No new earth had come to pass. She looked at Birkin's face. It was white and still and eternal, too eternal. She linked her fingers imploringly in his, under the cover of her rug. His fingers responded, his eyes looked back at her. How dark, like a night, his eyes were, like another world beyond. Oh, if he were the world as well! If only the world were he! If only he could call a world into being, that should be their own world. The Belgians left. The train ran on, through Luxembourg, through Alsace-Lorraine, through Metz. But she was blind, she could see no more. Her soul did not look out. They came at last to Bâle, to the hotel. It was all a drifting trance from which she never came to. They went out in the morning, before the train departed. She saw the street, the river, she stood on the bridge, but it all meant nothing. She remembered some shops, one full of pictures, one with orange velvet and ermine. But what did these signify? Nothing. She was not at ease till they were in the train again. Then she was relieved. So long as they were moving onwards, she was satisfied. They came to Zurich then, before very long, ran under the mountains that were deep in snow. At last she was drawing near. This was the other world now. Innsbruck was wonderful, deep in snow and evening. They drove in an open sledge over the snow. The train had been so hot and stifling. And the hotel, with the golden light glowing under the porch, seemed like a home. They laughed with pleasure when they were in the hall. The place seemed full and busy. "Do you know if Mr. and Mrs. Crich, English, from Paris, have arrived?" Birkin asked in German. The porter reflected a moment, and was just going to answer, when Ursula caught sight of Gudrun, sauntering down the stairs, wearing her dark, glossy coat with grey fur. "Gudrun! Gudrun!" she called, waving up the well of the staircase. "Shoo-hoo!" Gudrun looked over the rail, and immediately lost her sauntering, diffident air. Her eyes flashed. "Really, Ursula!" she cried. And she began to move downstairs as Ursula ran up. They met at a turn and kissed with laughter and exclamations inarticulate and stirring. "But," cried Gudrun, mortified, "we thought it was tomorrow you were coming. I wanted to come to the station." "No, we've come today," cried Ursula. "Isn't it lovely here?" "Adorable," said Gudrun. "Gerald's just gone out to get something. Ursula, aren't you fearfully tired?" "No, not so very. But I look a filthy sight, don't I?" "No, you don't. You look almost perfectly fresh. I like that fur cap immensely." She glanced over Ursula, who wore a big soft coat,
with a collar of deep, soft blonde fur, and a soft blonde cap of fur. "And you," cried Ursula, "what do you think you look like?" Gudrun assumed an unconcerned, expressionless face. "Do you like it?" she said. "It's very fine," cried Ursula, perhaps with a touch of satire. "Go up or come down," said Birkin. For there the sisters stood, Gudrun with her hand on Ursula's arm, on the turn of the stairs, half-way to the first landing, blocking the way and affording full entertainment to the whole of the hall below, from the door porter to the plump Jew in black clothes. The two young women slowly mounted, followed by Birkin and the waiter. "First floor?" asked Gudrun, looking back over her shoulder. "Second, madame, the lift," the waiter replied, and he darted to the elevator to forestall the two women, but they ignored him as, chattering without heed, they set to mount the second flight. Rather chagrined, the waiter followed. It was curious, the delight of the sisters in each other at this meeting. It was as if they met in exile and united their solitary forces against all the world. Birkin looked on with some mistrust and wonder. When they had bathed and changed, Gerald came in. He looked shining like the sun on frost. "Go with Gerald and smoke," said Ursula to Birkin. "Gudrun and I want to talk." Then the sisters sat in Gudrun's bedroom and talked clothes and experiences. Gudrun told Ursula the experience of the Birkin letter in the café. Ursula was shocked and frightened. "Where is the letter?" she asked. "I kept it," said Gudrun. "You'll give it me, won't you?" she said. But Gudrun was silent for some moments before she replied, "Do you really want it, Ursula?" "I want to read it," said Ursula. "Certainly," said Gudrun. Even now, she could not admit to Ursula that she wanted to keep it, as a memento or a symbol. But Ursula knew, and was not pleased. So the subject was switched off. "What did you do in Paris?" asked Ursula. "Oh," said Gudrun laconically, "the usual things. We had a fine party one night in Fanny Bath's studio." "Did you? And you and Gerald were there? Who else? Tell me about it." "Well," said Gudrun, "there's nothing particular to tell. You know Fanny is frightfully in love with that painter Billy Macfarlane. He was there, so Fanny spared nothing. She spent very freely. It was really remarkable. Of course everybody got fearfully drunk, but in an interesting way, not like that filthy London crowd. The fact is, these were all people that matter, which makes all the difference. There was a Romanian, a fine chap. He got completely drunk and climbed to the top of a high studio ladder and gave the most marvellous address. Really, Ursula, it was wonderful. He began in French. La vie, c'est une affaire d'âme impériale, in a most beautiful voice. He was a fine-looking chap. But he'd got into Romanian before he'd finished, and not a soul understood. But Donald Gilchrist was worked to a frenzy. He dashed his glass to the ground and declared, by God, he was glad he had been born. By God, it was a miracle to be alive. And do you know, Ursula, so it was. Gudrun laughed rather hollowly. "But how was Gerald among them all?" asked Ursula. "Gerald? Oh, my word, he came out like a dandelion in the sun. He's a whole Saturnalia in himself, once he is roused. I shouldn't like to say whose waist his arm did not go round. Really, Ursula, he seems to reap the women like a harvest. There wasn't one that would have resisted him. It was too amazing. Can you understand it?" Ursula reflected, and a dancing light came into her eyes. "Yes," she said, "I can. He is such a whole-hogger." "Whole-hogger? I should think so!" exclaimed Gudrun. "But it is true, Ursula. Every woman in the room was ready to surrender to him. Chanticleer isn't in it. Even Fanny Bath, who is genuinely in love with Billy Macfarlane. I never was more amazed in my life. And, you know, afterwards, I felt I was a whole room full of women. I was no more myself to him than I was Queen Victoria. I was a whole room full of women at once. It was most astounding. But my eye, I'd caught a sultan that time." Gudrun's eyes were flashing, her cheek was hot. She looked strange, exotic, satiric. Ursula was fascinated at once, and yet uneasy. They had to get ready for dinner. Gudrun came down in a daring gown of vivid green silk and tissue of gold, with green velvet bodice, and a strange black and white band round her hair. She was really brilliantly beautiful, and everybody noticed her. Gerald was in that full-blooded, gleaming state when he was most handsome. Birkin watched them with quick, laughing, half-sinister eyes. Ursula quite lost her head. There seemed a spell, almost a blinding spell, cast round their table, as if they were lighted up more strongly than the rest of the dining room. "Don't you love to be in this place?" cried Gudrun. "Isn't the snow wonderful? Do you notice how it exalts everything? It is simply marvellous. One really does feel übermenschlich, more than human." "One does," cried Ursula. "But isn't that partly the being out of England?" "Oh, of course," cried Gudrun. "One could never feel like this in England, for the simple reason that the damper is never lifted off one there. It is quite impossible really to let go in England, of that I am assured." And she turned again to the food she was eating. She was fluttering with vivid intensity. "It's quite true," said Gerald. "It never is quite the same in England. But perhaps we don't want it to be. Perhaps it's like bringing the light a little too near the powder magazine, to let go altogether in England. One is afraid what might happen if everybody else let go." "My God!" cried Gudrun. "But wouldn't it be wonderful if all England did suddenly go off like a display of fireworks?" "It couldn't," said Ursula. "They are all too damp. The powder is damp in them." "I'm not so sure of that," said Gerald. "Nor I," said Birkin. "When the English really begin to go off en masse, it'll be time to shut your ears and run." "They never will," said Ursula. "We'll see," he replied. "Isn't it marvellous," said Gudrun, "how thankful one can be to be out of one's own country? I cannot believe myself, I'm so transported, the moment I set foot on a foreign shore. I say to myself, here steps a new creature into life."
"Don't be too hard on poor old England," said Gerald. "Though we curse it, we love it really."
To Ursula there seemed a fund of cynicism in these words. "We may," said Birkin, "but it's a damnably uncomfortable love. Like a love for an aged parent who suffers horribly from a complication of diseases for which there is no hope." Gudrun looked at him with dilated, dark eyes. "You think there is no hope?" she asked, in her pertinent fashion. But Birkin backed away. He would not answer such a question. Any hope of England's becoming real? God knows. It's a great actual unreality now, an aggregation into unreality. It might be real if there were no Englishmen." "You think the English will have to disappear?" persisted Gudrun. It was strange, her pointed interest in his answer. It might have been her own fate she was inquiring after. Her dark, dilated eyes rested on Birkin, as if she could conjure the truth of the future out of him, as out of some instrument of divination. He was pale. Then, reluctantly, he answered, "Well, what else is in front of them but disappearance? They've got to disappear from their own special brand of Englishness, anyhow." Gudrun watched him as if in a hypnotic state, her eyes wide and fixed on him. "But in what way do you mean, disappear?" she persisted.
"Yes, do you mean a change of heart?" put in Gerald.
"I don't mean anything, why should I?" said Birkin. "I'm an Englishman, and I've paid the price of it. I can't talk about England, I can only speak for myself." "Yes," said Gudrun slowly. "You love England immensely, immensely, Rupert." "And leave her," he replied.
"No, not for good. You'll come back," said Gerald, nodding sagely.
"They say the lice crawl off a dying body," said Birkin, with a glare of bitterness. "So I leave England." "Ah, but you'll come back," said Gudrun, with a sardonic smile. "Tant pis pour moi," he replied.
"Isn't he angry with his mother country?"
laughed Gerald, amused. "Ah, a patriot," said Gudrun, with something like a sneer. Birkin refused to answer any more. Gudrun watched him still for a few seconds, then she turned away. It was finished, her spell of divination in him. She felt already purely cynical. She looked at Gerald. He was wonderful, like a piece of radium to her. She felt she could consume herself and know all, by means of this fatal living metal. She smiled to herself at her fancy. And what would she do with herself, when she had destroyed herself? For if spirit, if integral being is destructible, matter is indestructible. He was looking bright and abstracted, puzzled for the moment. She stretched out her beautiful arm with its fluff of green tulle, and touched his chin with her subtle artist's fingers. "What are they then?" she asked, with a strange, knowing smile.
"What?"
he replied, his eyes suddenly dilating with wonder. "Your thoughts." Gerald looked like a man coming awake.
"I think I had none," he said.
"Really?" she said, with grave laughter in her voice. And to Birkin it was as if she killed Gerald with that touch. "Ah, but," cried Gudrun, "let us drink to Britannia! Let us drink to Britannia!" It seemed there was wild despair in her voice. Gerald laughed and filled the glasses.
"I think Rupert means," he said, "that nationally all Englishmen must die, so that they can exist individually and—"
"Supernationally," put in Gudrun with a slight ironic grimace, raising her glass. End of the first part of chapter 29. Recording by Ruth Golding. part of chapter 29 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The second part of chapter 29, Continental. The next day they descended at the tiny railway station of Hohenhausen, at the end of the tiny valley railway. It was snow everywhere, a white, perfect cradle of snow, new and frozen, sweeping up on either side, black crags, and white sweeps of silver towards the blue, pale heavens. As they stepped out on the naked platform, with only snow around and above, Gudrun shrank as if it chilled her heart. "My God, Jerry," she said, turning to Gerald with sudden intimacy, "you've done it now."
"What?"
She made a faint gesture, indicating the world on either hand. "Look at it." She seemed afraid to go on. He laughed. They were in the heart of the mountains. From high above, on either side, swept down the white fold of snow, so that one seemed small and tiny in a valley of pure concrete heaven, all strangely radiant and changeless and silent. "It makes one feel so small and alone," said Ursula, turning to Birkin and laying her hand on his arm.
"You're not sorry you've come, are you?"
said Gerald to Gudrun. She looked doubtful. They went out of the station between banks of snow.
"Ah,"
said Gerald, sniffing the air in elation.
"This is perfect. There's our sledge. We'll walk a bit. We'll run up the road."
Gudrun, always doubtful, dropped her heavy coat on the sledge, as he did his, and they set off. Suddenly she threw up her head and set off, scudding along the road of snow, pulling her cap down over her ears. Her blue bright dress fluttered in the wind, her thick scarlet stockings were brilliant above the whiteness. Gerald watched her. She seemed to be rushing towards her fate, and leaving him behind. He let her get some distance, then, loosening his limbs, he went after her. Everywhere was deep and silent snow. Great snow eaves weighed down the broad-roofed Tyrolese houses that were sunk to the window sashes in snow. Peasant women, full-skirted, wearing each a crossover shawl and thick snow boots, turned in the way to look at the soft, determined girl, running with such heavy fleetness from the man who was overtaking her, but not gaining any power over her. They passed the inn with its painted shutters and balcony, a few cottages half buried in the snow, then the snow-buried silent sawmill by the roofed bridge, which crossed the hidden stream, over which they ran into the very depth of the untouched sheets of snow. It was a silence and a sheer whiteness exhilarating to madness. But the perfect silence was most terrifying, isolating the soul, surrounding the heart with frozen air. "It's a marvellous place for all that," said Gudrun, looking into his eyes with a strange, meaning look. His soul leapt. "Good," he said. A fierce electric energy seemed to flow over all his limbs. His muscles were surcharged. His hands felt hard with strength. They walked along rapidly up the snow road, that was marked by withered branches of trees stuck in at intervals. He and she were separate, like opposite poles of one fierce energy. But they felt powerful enough to leap over the confines of life into the forbidden places, and back again. Birkin and Ursula were running along also over the snow. He had disposed of the luggage, and they had a little start of the sledges. Ursula was excited and happy, but she kept turning suddenly to catch hold of Birkin's arm, to make sure of him. "This is something I never expected," she said. "It is a different world here." They went on into a snow meadow. There they were overtaken by the sledge, that came tinkling through the silence. It was another mile before they came upon Gudrun and Gerald on the steep up-climb, beside the pink half-buried shrine. Then they passed into a gully, where were walls of black rock and a river filled with snow, and a still blue sky above. Through a covered bridge they went, drumming roughly over the boards, crossing the snow bed once more, then slowly up and up, the horses walking swiftly, the driver cracking his long whip as he walked beside, and calling his strange, wild "Hugh! Hugh!" The walls of rock, passing slowly by, till they emerged again between slopes and masses of snow. Up and up, gradually they went, through the cold shadow radiance of the afternoon, silenced by the imminence of the mountains, the luminous, dazing sides of snow that rose above them and fell away beneath. They came forth at last in a little high table-land of snow, where stood the last peaks of snow, like the heart petals of an open rose. In the midst of the last deserted valleys of heaven stood a lonely building, with brown wooden walls and white heavy roof, deep and deserted in the waste of snow, like a dream. It stood like a rock that had rolled down from the last steep slopes, a rock that had taken the form of a house and was now half buried. It was unbelievable that one could live there uncrushed by all this terrible waste of whiteness and silence and clear, upper, ringing cold. Yet the sledges ran up in fine style. People came to the door, laughing and excited. The floor of the hostel rang hollow. The passage was wet with snow. It was a real warm interior. The newcomers tramped up the bare wooden stairs, following the serving woman. Gudrun and Gerald took the first bedroom. In a moment they found themselves alone in a bare, smallish, close-shut room, that was all of golden-coloured wood, floor, walls, ceiling, door, all of the same warm gold panelling of oiled pine. There was a window opposite the door, but low down because the roof sloped. Under the slope of the ceiling were the table with wash-hand bowl and jug, and across another table with mirror. On either side the door were two beds, piled high with an enormous blue-checked over-bolster, enormous. This was all. No cupboard, none of the amenities of life. Here they were shut up together in this cell of golden-coloured wood, with two blue-checked beds. They looked at each other and laughed, frightened by this naked nearness of isolation. A man knocked and came in with the luggage. He was a sturdy fellow, with flattish cheekbones, rather pale, and with coarse fair moustache. Gudrun watched him put down the bags in silence, then tramp heavily out.
"It isn't too rough, is it?" Gerald asked.
The bedroom was not very warm, and she shivered slightly. "It is wonderful," she equivocated. "Look at the colour of this panelling. It's wonderful, like being inside a nut." He was standing watching her, feeling his short-cut moustache, leaning back slightly and watching her with his keen, undaunted eyes, dominated by the constant passion that was like a doom upon him. She went and crouched down in front of the window, curious. "Oh, but this!" she cried involuntarily, almost in pain. In front was a valley shut in under the sky, the last huge slopes of snow and black rock, and at the end, like the navel of the earth, a white folded wall, and two peaks glimmering in the late light. Straight in front ran the cradle of silent snow, between the great slopes that were fringed with a little roughness of pine trees, like hair, round the base. But the cradle of snow ran on to the eternal closing in, where the walls of snow and rock rose impenetrable, and the mountain peaks above were in heaven immediate. This was the centre, the knot, the navel of the world, where the earth belonged to the skies, pure, unapproachable, impassable. It filled Gudrun with a strange rapture. She crouched in front of the window, clenching her face in her hands, in a sort of trance. At last she had arrived. She had reached her place. Here at last she folded her venture and settled down like a crystal in the navel of snow, and was gone. Gerald bent over her and was looking out over her shoulder. Already he felt he was alone. She was gone. She was completely gone. And there was icy vapour round his heart. He saw the blind valley, the great cul-de-sac of snow and mountain peaks under the heaven, and there was no way out. The terrible silence and cold, and the glamorous whiteness of the dusk wrapped him round, and she remained crouching before the window, as at a shrine, a shadow.
"Do you like it?"
he asked, in a voice that sounded detached and foreign. At least she might acknowledge he was with her. But she only averted her soft, mute face a little from his gaze, and he knew that there were tears in her eyes, her own tears, tears of her strange religion, that put him to naught. Quite suddenly he put his hand under her chin and lifted up her face to him. Her dark blue eyes, in their wetness of tears, dilated as if she was startled in her very soul. They looked at him through their tears in terror and a little horror. His light blue eyes were keen, small-pupilled, and unnatural in their vision. Her lips parted as she breathed with difficulty. The passion came up in him, stroke after stroke, like the ringing of a bronze bell, so strong and unflawed and indomitable. His knees tightened to bronze as he hung above her soft face, whose lips parted and whose eyes dilated in a strange violation. In the grasp of his hand her chin was unutterably soft and silken. He felt strong as winter. His hands were living metal, invincible and not to be turned aside. His heart rang like a bell clanging inside him. He took her up in his arms. She was soft and inert, motionless. All the while her eyes, in which the tears had not yet dried, were dilated as if in a kind of swoon of fascination and helplessness. He was superhumanly strong and unflawed, as if invested with supernatural force. He lifted her close and folded her against him. Her softness, her inert, relaxed weight, lay against his own surcharged, bronze-like limbs, in a heaviness of desirability that would destroy him if he were not fulfilled. She moved convulsively, recoiling away from him. His heart went up like a flame of ice. He closed over her like steel. He would destroy her rather than be denied. But the overweening power of his body was too much for her. She relaxed again, and lay loose and soft, panting in a little delirium. And to him she was so sweet, she was such bliss of release, that he would have suffered a whole eternity of torture rather than forego 1 second of this pang of unsurpassable bliss. "My God!" he said to her, his face drawn and strange, transfigured. "What next?" She lay perfectly still, with a still childlike face and dark eyes, looking at him. She was lost, fallen right away. "I shall always love you," he said, looking at her. But she did not hear. She lay looking at him as at something she could never understand, never. As a child looks at a grown-up person, without hope of understanding, only submitting. He kissed her eyes shut, so that she could not look any more. He wanted something now, some recognition, some sign, some admission. But she only lay silent and childlike and remote, like a child that is overcome and cannot understand, only feels lost. He kissed her again, giving up. "Shall we go down and have coffee and kuchen?" he asked. The twilight was falling slate blue at the window. She closed her eyes, closed away the monotonous level of dead wonder, and opened them again to the everyday world. "Yes," she said briefly, regaining her will with a click. She went again to the window. Blue evening had fallen over the cradle of snow, and over the great pallid slopes. But in the heaven the peaks of snow were rosy, glistening like transcendent, radiant spikes of blossom in the heavenly upper world, so lovely and beyond. Gudrun saw all their loveliness. She knew how immortally beautiful they were. Great pistils of rose-coloured, snow-fed fire in the blue twilight of the heaven. She could see it, she knew it, but she was not of it. She was divorced, debarred, a soul shut out. With a last look of remorse she turned away, and was doing her hair. He had unstrapped the luggage and was waiting, watching her. She knew he was watching her. It made her a little hasty and feverish in her precipitation. They went downstairs, both with a strange otherworld look on their faces, and with a glow in their eyes. They saw Birkin and Ursula sitting at the long table in a corner, waiting for them. How good and simple they looked together, Gudrun thought, jealously. She envied them some spontaneity, a childish sufficiency to which she herself could never approach. They seemed such children to her. "Such good Kranzkuchen!" cried Ursula greedily. "So good!" right," said Gudrun. "Can we have Kaffee mit Kranzkuchen?" she added to the waiter. And she seated herself on the bench beside Gerald. Birkin, looking at them, felt a pain of tenderness for them. "I think the place is really wonderful, Gerald," he said. "Prachtvoll and wunderbar and wunderschön and unbeschreiblich, and all the other German adjectives." Gerald broke into a slight smile. "I like it," he said. The tables of white scrubbed wood were placed round three sides of the room, as in a Gasthaus. Birkin and Ursula sat with their backs to the wall, which was of oiled wood, and Gerald and Gudrun sat in the corner next them, near to the stove. It was a fairly large place, with a tiny bar, just like a country inn, but quite simple and bare, and all of oiled wood, ceilings and walls and floor, the only furniture being the tables and benches going round three sides, the great green stove, and the bar and the doors on the fourth side. The windows were double and quite uncurtained. It was early evening. The coffee came, hot and good, and a whole ring of cake. "A whole Kuchen!" cried Ursula. "They give you more than us. I want some of yours." There were other people in the place, 10 altogether, so Birkin had found out. 2 artists, 3 students, a man and wife, and a professor and 2 daughters, all Germans. The 4 English people, being newcomers, sat in their coign of vantage to watch. The Germans peeked in at the door, called a word to the waiter, and went away again. It was not meal-time, so they did not come into this dining room, but betook themselves, when their boots were changed, to the Reunionsaal. The English visitors could hear the occasional twanging of a zither, the strumming of a piano, snatches of laughter and shouting and singing, a faint vibration of voices. The whole building being of wood, it seemed to carry every sound like a drum, but instead of increasing each particular noise, it decreased it, so that the sound of the zither seemed tiny, as if a diminutive zither were playing somewhere, and it seemed the piano must be a small one, like a little spinet. The host came when the coffee was finished. He was a Tyrolese, broad, rather flat-cheeked, with a pale, pock-marked skin and flourishing moustaches. "Would you like to go to the Reunionsaal, to be introduced to the other ladies and gentlemen?" he asked, bending forward and smiling, showing his large, strong teeth. His blue eyes went quickly from one to the other. He was not quite sure of his ground with these English people. He was unhappy too, because he spoke no English, and he was not sure whether to try his French.
"Shall we go to the Reunionsaal and be introduced to the other people?"
repeated Gerald, laughing. There was a moment's hesitation. "I suppose we'd better break the ice," said Birkin. The women rose, rather flushed, and the Wirt's black, beetle-like, broad-shouldered figure went on ignominiously in front, towards the noise. He opened the door, and ushered the 4 strangers into the playroom. Instantly a silence fell. A slight embarrassment came over the company. The newcomers had a sense of many blonde faces looking their way. Then the host was bowing to a short, energetic-looking man with large moustaches, and saying in a low voice, "Herr Professor, darf ich vorstellen—" The Herr Professor was prompt and energetic. He bowed low to the English people, smiling, and began to be a comrade at once.
"Nehmen die Herrschaften teil an unserer Unterhaltung?"
he said, with a vigorous suavity, his voice curling up in the question. The 4 English people smiled, lounging with an attentive uneasiness in the middle of the room. Gerald, who was spokesman, said that they would willingly take part in the entertainment. Gudrun and Ursula, laughing, excited, felt the eyes of all the men upon them, and they lifted their heads and looked nowhere, and felt royal. The Professor announced the names of those present, sans cérémonie. There was a bowing to the wrong people and to the right people. Everybody was there except the man and wife. The two tall, clear-skinned, athletic daughters of the Professor, with their plain-cut, dark blue blouses and loden skirts, their rather long, strong necks, their clear blue eyes and carefully banded hair, and their blushes, bowed and stood back. The three students bowed very low, in the humble hope of making an impression of extreme good breeding. Then there was a thin, dark-skinned man with full eyes, an odd creature like a child, and like a troll, quick, detached. He bowed slightly. His companion, a large, fair young man, stylishly dressed, blushed to the eyes and bowed very low. It was over.
Herr Loerke was giving us a recitation in the Cologne dialect, said the Professor. He must forgive us for interrupting him, said Gerald. We should like very much to hear it.
There was instantly a bowing and an offering of seats. Gudrun and Ursula, Gerald and Birkin, sat in the deep sofas against the wall. The room was of naked, oiled panelling like the rest of the house. It had a piano, sofas and chairs, and a couple of tables with books and magazines. In its complete absence of decoration, save for the big blue stove, it was cosy and pleasant. Herr Loerke was the little man with the boyish figure and the round, full, sensitive-looking head, and the quick, full eyes like a mouse's. He glanced swiftly from one to the other of the strangers, and held himself aloof.
Please go on with the recitation, said the Professor suavely, with his slight authority.
Loerke, who was sitting hunched on the piano-stool, blinked and did not answer.
"It would be a great pleasure," said Ursula, who had been getting the sentence ready in German for some minutes. Then suddenly the small unresponding man swung aside towards his previous audience, and broke forth, exactly as he had broken off, in a controlled, mocking voice, giving an imitation of a quarrel between an old Cologne woman and a railway guard. His body was slight and unformed, like a boy's, but his voice was mature, sardonic. Its movement had the flexibility of essential energy, and of a mocking, penetrating understanding. Gudrun could not understand a word of his monologue, but she was spellbound watching him. He must be an artist. Nobody else could have such fine adjustment and singleness. The Germans were doubled up with laughter, hearing his strange, droll words, his droll phrases of dialect. And in the midst of their paroxysms, they glanced with deference at the four English strangers, the elect. Gudrun and Ursula were forced to laugh. The room rang with shouts of laughter. The blue eyes of the Professor's daughters were swimming over with laughter tears, their clear cheeks were flushed crimson with mirth. Their father broke out in the most astonishing peals of hilarity. The students bowed their heads on their knees in excess of joy. Ursula looked round amazed. The laughter was bubbling out of her involuntarily. She looked at Gudrun. Gudrun looked at her. And the two sisters burst out laughing, carried away. Loerke glanced at them swiftly with his full eyes. Birkin was sniggering involuntarily. Gerald Crich sat erect, with a glistening look of amusement on his face. And the laughter crashed out again, in wild paroxysms. The Professor's daughters were reduced to shaking helplessness. The veins of the Professor's neck were swollen, his face was purple, he was strangled in ultimate silent spasms of laughter.
The students were shouting half-articulated words that tailed off in helpless explosions. Then suddenly the rapid patter of the artist ceased. There were little whoops of subsiding mirth. Ursula and Gudrun were wiping their eyes, and the Professor was crying loudly. "Das war ausgezeichnet, das war famos. Wirklich famos," echoed his exhausted daughters faintly. "And we couldn't understand it," cried Ursula. "Oh, leider, leider," cried the Professor. "You couldn't understand it?" cried the students, let loose at last in speech with the newcomers. "Ja, da ist wirklich schade. Das ist schade, gnädige Frau. Wissen Sie?" The mixture was made. The newcomers were stirred into the party like new ingredients. The whole room was alive. Gerald was in his element. He talked freely and excitedly. His face glistened with a strange amusement. Perhaps even Birkin in the end would break forth. He was shy and withheld, though full of attention. Ursula was prevailed upon to sing Annie Lowry, as the Professor called it. There was a hush of extreme deference. She had never been so flattered in her life. Gudrun accompanied her on the piano, playing from memory. Ursula had a beautiful ringing voice, but usually no confidence. She spoiled everything. This evening she felt conceited and untrammelled. Birkin was well in the background. She shone almost in reaction. The Germans made her feel fine and infallible. She was liberated into overweening self-confidence. She felt like a bird flying in the air as her voice soared out, enjoying herself extremely in the balance and flight of the song, like the motion of a bird's wings that is up in the wind, sliding and playing on the air. She played with sentimentality, supported by rapturous attention. She was very happy singing that song by herself, full of a conceit of emotion and power, working upon all those people and upon herself, exerting herself with gratification, giving immeasurable gratification to the Germans. At the end, the Germans were all touched with admiring, delicious melancholy. They praised her in soft, reverent voices. They could not say too much. "Wie schön, wie rührend! Ach, die schottischen Lieder, sie haben so viel Stimmung. Aber die gnädige Frau hat eine wunderbare Stimme. Die gnädige Frau ist wirklich eine Künstlerin, aber wirklich." She was dilated and brilliant, like a flower in the morning sun. She felt Birkin looking at her, as if he were jealous of her, and her breasts thrilled, her veins were all golden. She was as happy as the sun that has just opened above clouds, and everybody seemed so admiring and radiant. It was perfect. End of the second part of chapter 29. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 29 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The third part of chapter 29, Continental. After dinner she wanted to go out for a minute, to look at the world. The company tried to dissuade her, it was so terribly cold. But just to look, she said. They all four wrapped up warmly, and found themselves in a vague, unsubstantial outdoors of dim snow and ghosts of an upper world, that made strange shadows before the stars. It was indeed cold, bruisingly, frighteningly, unnaturally cold. Ursula could not believe the air in her nostrils. It seemed conscious, malevolent, purposive in its intense, murderous coldness. Yet it was wonderful, an intoxication, a silence of dim, unrealised snow, of the invisible intervening between her and the visible, between her and the flashing stars. She could see Orion sloping up. How wonderful he was, wonderful enough to make one cry aloud. And all around was this cradle of snow, and there was firm snow underfoot that struck with heavy cold through her boot soles. It was night and silence. She imagined she could hear the stars. She imagined distinctly she could hear the celestial musical motion of the stars quite near at hand. She seemed like a bird flying amongst their harmonious motion. And she clung close to Birkin. Suddenly she realised she did not know what he was thinking. She did not know where he was ranging. "My love," she said, stopping to look at him. His face was pale, his eyes dark. There was a faint spark of starlight on them. And he saw her face soft and upturned to him, very near. He kissed her softly. "What then?" he asked. "Do you love me?" she asked. "Too much," he answered quietly. She clung a little closer. "Not too much," she pleaded. "Far too much," he said, almost sadly. "And does it make you sad that I am everything to you?" she asked, wistful. He held her close to him, kissing her, and saying, scarcely audible, "No, but I feel like a beggar. I feel poor." She was silent, looking at the stars now. Then she kissed him. "Don't be a beggar," she pleaded wistfully. "It isn't ignominious that you love me." "It is ignominious to feel poor, isn't it?" he replied. "Why? Why should it be?" she asked. He only stood still in the terribly cold air that moved invisibly over the mountain tops, folding her round with his arms. "I couldn't bear this cold, eternal place without you," he said. "I couldn't bear it. It would kill the quick of my life." She kissed him again suddenly. "Do you hate it?" she asked, puzzled, wondering. "If I couldn't come near to you, if you weren't here, I should hate it. I couldn't bear it," he answered. "But the people are nice," she said. "I mean the stillness, the cold, the frozen eternality," he said. She wondered. Then her spirit came home to him, nestling unconscious in him. "Yes, it is good we are warm and together," she said. And they turned home again. They saw the golden lights of the hotel glowing out in the night of snow silence, small in the hollow, like a cluster of yellow berries. It seemed like a bunch of sun sparks, tiny and orange in the midst of the snow darkness. Behind was a high shadow of a peak, blotting out the stars like a ghost. They drew near to their home. They saw a man come from the dark building with a lighted lantern, which swung golden, and made that his dark feet walked in a halo of snow. He was a small, dark figure in the darkened snow. He unlatched the door of an outhouse. A smell of cows, hot, animal, almost like beef, came out on the heavily cold air. There was a glimpse of 2 cattle in their dark stalls, then the door was shut again, and not a chink of light showed. It had reminded Ursula again of home, of the marsh, of her childhood, and of the journey to Brussels, and, strangely, of Anton Skrebensky. Oh God, could one bear it, this past which was gone down the abyss? Could she bear that it ever had been? She looked round this silent upper world of snow and stars and powerful cold. There was another world, like views on a magic lantern, the marsh, Cossithay, Ilkeston, lit up with a common unreal light. There was a shadowy unreal Ursula, a whole shadow play of an unreal life. It was as unreal and circumscribed as a magic lantern show. She wished the slides could all be broken. She wished it could be gone for ever, like a lantern slide which was broken. She wanted to have no past. She wanted to have come down from the slopes of heaven to this place, with Birkin, not to have toiled out of the murk of her childhood and her upbringing, slowly, all soiled. She felt that memory was a dirty trick played upon her. What was this decree that she should remember? Why not a bath of pure oblivion, a new birth, without any recollections or blemish of a past life? She was with Birkin. She had just come into life, here in the high snow against the stars. What had she to do with parents and antecedents? She knew herself new and unbegotten. She had no father, no mother, no anterior connections. She was herself, pure and silvery. She belonged only to the oneness with Birkin, a oneness that struck deeper notes, sounding into the heart of the universe, the heart of reality, where she had never existed before. Even Gudrun was a separate unit, separate, having nothing to do with this self, this Ursula, in her new world of reality. That old shadow world, the actuality of the past, oh, let it go! She rose free on the wings of her new condition. Gudrun and Gerald had not come in. They had walked up the valley straight in front of the house, not like Ursula and Birkin, onto the little hill at the right. Gudrun was driven by a strange desire. She wanted to plunge on, till she came to the end of the valley of snow. Then she wanted to climb the wall of white finality, climb over into the peaks that sprang up like sharp petals in the heart of the frozen, mysterious navel of the world. She felt that there, over the strange, blind, terrible wall of rocky snow, there in the navel of the mystic world, among the final cluster of peaks, there, in the infolded navel of it all, was her consummation. If she could but come there alone, and pass into the infolded navel of eternal snow, and of uprising immortal peaks of snow and rock, she would be a oneness with all. She would be herself the eternal, infinite silence, the sleeping, timeless, frozen centre of the all. They went back to the house, to the Reunionsaal. She was curious to see what was going on. The men there made her alert, roused her curiosity. It was a new taste of life for her. They were so prostrate before her, yet so full of life. The party was boisterous. They were dancing all together, dancing the Schuhplatteln, the Tyrolese dance of the clapping hands and tossing the partner in the air at the crisis. The Germans were all proficient. They were from Munich chiefly. Gerald also was quite passable. There were 3 zithers twanging away in a corner. It was a scene of great animation and confusion. The Professor was initiating Ursula into the dance, stamping, clapping, and swinging her high, with amazing force and zest. When the crisis came, even Birkin was behaving manfully with one of the Professor's fresh, strong daughters, who was exceedingly happy. Everybody was dancing. There was the most boisterous turmoil. Gudrun looked on with delight. The solid wooden floor resounded to the knocking heels of the men. The air quivered with the clapping hands and the zither music. There was a golden dust about the hanging lamps. Suddenly the dance finished. Loerke and the students rushed out to bring in drinks. There was an excited clamour of voices, a clinking of muglids, a great crying of "Prosit! Prosit!" Loerke was everywhere at once, like a gnome, suggesting drinks for the women, making an obscure, slightly risky joke with the men, confusing and mystifying the waiter. He wanted very much to dance with Gudrun. From the first moment he had seen her, he wanted to make a connection with her. Instinctively she felt this, and she waited for him to come up. But a kind of sulkiness kept him away from her, so she thought he disliked her. "Will you Schuhplatteln, gnädige Frau?" said the large, fair youth, Loerke's companion. He was too soft, too humble for Gudrun's taste. But she wanted to dance, and the fair youth, who was called Leitner, was handsome enough in his uneasy, slightly abject fashion, a humility that covered a certain fear. She accepted him as a partner. The zithers sounded out again, the dance began. Gerald led them laughing with one of the Professor's daughters. Ursula danced with one of the students, Birkin with the other daughter of the Professor with Frau Kramer, and the rest of the men danced together, with quite as much zest as if they had had women partners. Because Gudrun had danced with the well-built, soft youth, his companion, Loerke, was more pettish and exasperated than ever, and would not even notice her existence in the room. This piqued her, but she made up to herself by dancing with the Professor, who was strong as a mature, well-seasoned bull, and as full of coarse energy. She could not bear him critically, and yet she enjoyed being rushed through the dance, and tossed up into the air on his coarse, powerful impetus. The Professor enjoyed it too. He eyed her with strange, large blue eyes, full of galvanic fire. She hated him for the seasoned, semi-paternal animalism with which he regarded her. But she admired his weight of strength. The room was charged with excitement and strong animal emotion. Loerke was kept away from Gudrun, to whom he wanted to speak, as by a hedge of thorns, and he felt a sardonic, ruthless hatred for this young love companion, Leitner, who was his penniless dependent. He mocked the youth with an acid ridicule that made Leitner red in the face and impotent with resentment. Gerald, who had now got the dance perfectly, was dancing again with the younger of the Professor's daughters, who was almost dying of virgin excitement, because she thought Gerald so handsome, so superb. He had her in his power, as if she were a palpitating bird, a fluttering, flushing, bewildered creature. And it made him smile, as she shrank convulsively between his hands, violently, when he must throw her into the air. At the end she was so overcome with prostrate love for him that she could scarcely speak sensibly at all. Birkin was dancing with Ursula. There were odd little fires playing in his eyes. He seemed to have turned into something wicked and flickering, mocking, suggestive, quite impossible. Ursula was frightened of him, and fascinated. Clear before her eyes, as in a vision, she could see the sardonic, licentious mockery of his eyes. He moved towards her with subtle, animal, indifferent approach. The strangeness of his hands, which came quick and cunning, inevitably, to the vital place beneath her breasts, and lifting with mocking, suggestive impulse, carried her through the air as if without strength, through black magic, made her swoon with fear. For a moment she revolted. It was horrible. She would break the spell. But before the resolution had formed, she had submitted again, yielded to her fear. He knew all the time what he was doing. She could see it in his smiling, concentrated eyes. It was his responsibility. She would leave it to him. When they were alone in the darkness, she felt the strange licentiousness of him hovering upon her. She was troubled and repelled. Why should he turn like this? "What is it?" she asked in dread. But his face only glistened on her, unknown, horrible. And yet she was fascinated. Her impulse was to repel him violently, break from this spell of mocking brutishness. But she was too fascinated. She wanted to submit. She wanted to know. What would he do to her? He was so attractive and so repulsive at one. The sardonic suggestivity that flickered over his face and looked from his narrowed eyes made her want to hide herself away from him and watch him from somewhere unseen. "Why are you like this?" she demanded again, rousing against him with sudden force and animosity. The flickering fires in his eyes concentrated as he looked into her eyes. Then the lids drooped, with a faint motion of satiric contempt. Then they rose again, to the same remorseless suggestivity. And she gave way. He might do as he would. His licentiousness was repulsively attractive. But he was self-responsible. She would see what it was. They might do as they liked. This she realised as she went to sleep. How could anything that gave one satisfaction be excluded? What was degrading? Who cared? Degrading things were real, with a different reality. And he was so unabashed and unrestrained. Wasn't it rather horrible? A man who could be so soulful and spiritual, now to be so— She balked at her own thoughts and memories. Then she added, so bestial. So bestial, they too, so degraded. She winced. But after all, why not? She exulted as well. Why not be bestial and go the whole round of experience? She exulted in it. She was bestial. How good it was to be really shameful. There would be no shameful thing she had not experienced. Yet she was unabashed, she was herself. Why not? She was free when she knew everything, and no dark, shameful things were denied her. Gudrun, who had been watching Gerald in the Reunionsaal, suddenly thought, he should have all the women he can. It is his nature. It is absurd to call him monogamous. He is naturally promiscuous. That is his nature. The thought came to her involuntarily. It shocked her somewhat. It was as if she had seen some new mene upon the wall. Yet it was merely true. A voice seemed to have spoken it to her so clearly that for the moment she believed in inspiration. It is really true, she said to herself again. She knew quite well she had believed it all along. She knew it implicitly. But she must keep it dark, almost from herself. She must keep it completely secret. It was knowledge for her alone, and scarcely even to be admitted to herself. The deep resolve formed in her to combat him. One of them must triumph over the other. Which should it be? Her soul steeled itself with strength. Almost she laughed within herself at her confidence. It woke a certain keen, half-contemptuous pity, tenderness for him. She was so ruthless. Everybody retired early. The Professor and Loerke went into a small lounge to drink. They both watched Gudrun go along the landing by the railing upstairs. "Ein schönes Frauenzimmer," said the Professor. "Ja," asserted Loerke shortly. Gerald walked with his queer, long wolf steps across the bedroom to the window, stooped and looked out, then rose again and turned to Gudrun, his eyes sharp with an abstract smile. He seemed very tall to her. She saw the glisten of his whitish eyebrows that met between his brows. "How do you like it?" he said. He seemed to be laughing inside himself, quite unconsciously. She looked at him. He was a phenomenon to her, not a human being. A sort of creature, greedy. "I like it very much," she replied. "Who do you like best downstairs?" he asked, standing tall and glistening above her, with his glistening stiff hair erect. "Who do I like best?" she repeated, wanting to answer his question and finding it difficult to collect herself. "Why, I don't know. I don't know enough about them yet, to be able to say. Who do you like best?" "Oh, I don't care. I don't like or dislike any of them. Doesn't matter about me. I wanted to know about you." "But why?" she asked, going rather pale. The abstract, unconscious smile in his eyes was intensified. "I wanted to know," he said. She turned aside, breaking the spell. In some strange way she felt he was getting power over her. "Well, I can't tell you already," she said. She went to the mirror to take out the hairpins from her hair. She stood before the mirror every night for some minutes, brushing her fine, dark hair. It was part of the inevitable ritual of her life. He followed her and stood behind her. She was busy with bent head, taking out the pins and shaking her warm hair loose. When she looked up, she saw him in the glass, standing behind her, watching unconsciously, not consciously seeing her, and yet watching, with fine pupilled eyes that seemed to smile, and which were not really smiling. She started. It took all her courage for her to continue brushing her hair, as usual, for her to pretend she was at her ease. She was far, far from being at her ease with him. She beat her brains wildly for something to say to him. "What are your plans for tomorrow?" she asked nonchalantly, whilst her heart was beating so furiously, her eyes were so bright with strange nervousness, she felt he could not but observe. But she knew also that he was completely blind, blind as a wolf looking at her. It was a strange battle between her ordinary consciousness and his uncanny black art consciousness. "I don't know," he replied. "What would you like to do?" He spoke emptily, his mind was sunk away. "Oh," she said with easy protestation, "I'm ready for anything. Anything will be fine for me, I'm sure." And to herself she was saying, "God, why am I so nervous? Why are you so nervous, you fool? If he sees it, I'm done for forever. You know you're done for forever, if he sees the absurd state you're in." And she smiled to herself as if it were all child's play. Meanwhile her heart was plunging, she was almost fainting. She could see him in the mirror as he stood there behind her, tall and overarching, blond and terribly frightening. She glanced at his reflection with furtive eyes, willing to give anything to save him from knowing she could see him. He did not know she could see his reflection. He was looking unconsciously, glisteningly, down at her head, from which the hair fell loose as she brushed it with wild, nervous hand. She held her head aside and brushed her hair madly. For her life she could not turn round and face him. For her life she could not. And the knowledge made her almost sink to the ground in a faint, helpless, spent. She was aware of his frightening, impending figure standing close behind her. She was aware of his hard, strong, unyielding chest close upon her back. And she felt she could not bear it any more. In a few minutes she would fall down at his feet, grovelling at his feet, and letting him destroy her. The thought pricked up all her sharp intelligence and presence of mind. She dared not turn round to him, and there he stood motionless, unbroken. Summoning all her strength, she said, in a full, resonant, nonchalant voice, that was forced out with all her remaining self-control, "Oh, would you mind looking in that bag behind there, and giving me my—" Here her power fell inert. "My what? My what?" she screamed in silence to herself. But he had started round, surprised and startled that she should ask him to look in her bag, which she always kept so very private to herself. She turned now, her face white, her dark eyes blazing with uncanny, overwrought excitement. She saw him stooping to the bag, undoing the loosely buckled strap, unattentive. "Your what?" he asked. "Oh, a little enamel box, yellow, with a design of a cormorant plucking her breast." She went towards him, stooping her beautiful bare arm, and deftly turned some of her things, disclosing the box, which was exquisitely painted. "That is it, see?" she said, taking it from under his eyes. And he was baffled now. He was left to fasten up the bag, whilst she swiftly did up her hair for the night, and sat down to unfasten her shoes. She would not turn her back to him any more. He was baffled, frustrated, but unconscious. She had the whip hand over him now. She knew he had not realised her terrible panic. Her heart was beating heavily still. Fool, fool that she was, to get into such a state. How she thanked God for Gerald's obtuse blindness. Thank God he could see nothing. She sat slowly unlacing her shoes, and he too commenced to undress. Thank God that crisis was over. She felt almost fond of him now, almost in love with him. "Oh, Gerald," she laughed, caressively, teasingly. "Oh, what a fine game you played with the Professor's daughter, didn't you now?"
"What game?"
he asked, looking round. "Isn't she in love with you? Oh dear, isn't she in love with you?" said Gudrun, in her gayest, most attractive mood.
"I shouldn't think so," he said.
"Shouldn't think so?" she teased. "Why, the poor girl is lying at this moment, overwhelmed, dying with love for you. She thinks you're wonderful, oh, marvellous, beyond what man has ever been. Really, isn't it funny?"
"Why funny? What is funny?" he asked.
"Why, to see you working it on her," she said, with a half reproach that confused the male conceit in him. "Really, Gerald, the poor girl."
"I did nothing to her," he said.
"Oh, it was too shameful, the way you simply swept her off her feet."
"That was shoe-plattern,"
he replied with a bright grin. Laughed Gudrun. Her mockery quivered through his muscles with curious re-echoes. When he slept, he seemed to crouch down in the bed, lapped up in his own strength, that yet was hollow. And Gudrun slept strongly, a victorious sleep. Suddenly she was almost fiercely awake. The small timber room glowed with the dawn that came upwards from the low window. She could see down the valley when she lifted her head, the snow with a pinkish, half-revealed magic, the fringe of pine trees at the bottom of the slope, and one tiny figure moved over the vaguely illuminated space. She glanced at his watch. It was 7 o'clock. He was still completely asleep, and she was so hard awake, it was almost frightening. A hard, metallic wakefulness. She lay looking at him. He slept in the subjection of his own health and defeat. She was overcome by a sincere regard for him. Till now she was afraid before him. She lay and thought about him, what he was, what he represented in the world, a fine, independent will he had. She thought of the revolution he had worked in the mines in so short a time. She knew that if he were confronted with any problem, any hard, actual difficulty, he would overcome it. If he laid hold of any idea, he would carry it through. He had the faculty of making order out of confusion. Only let him grip hold of a situation, and he would bring to pass an inevitable conclusion. For a few moments she was borne away on the wild wings of ambition. Gerald, with his force of will, and his power for comprehending the actual world, should be set to solve the problems of the day, the problem of industrialism in the modern world. She knew he would, in the course of time, effect the changes he desired. He could reorganize the industrial system. She knew he could do it. As an instrument in these things he was marvellous. She had never seen any man with his potentiality. He was unaware of it, but she knew. He only needed to be hitched on. He needed that his hand should be set to the task, because he was so unconscious. And this she could do. She would marry him. He would go into Parliament in the Conservative interest. He would clear up the great muddle of labour and industry. He was so superbly fearless, masterful. He knew that every problem could be worked out, in life as in geometry. And he would care neither about himself nor about anything but the pure working out of the problem. He was very pure, really. Her heart beat fast. She flew away on wings of elation, imagining a future. He would be a Napoleon of peace, or a Bismarck, and she the woman behind him. She had read Bismarck's letters, and had been deeply moved by them. And Gerald would be freer, more dauntless than Bismarck. But even as she lay in fictitious transport, bathed in the strange, false sunshine of hope in life, something seemed to snap in her, and a terrible cynicism began to gain upon her, blowing in like a wind. Everything turned to irony with her. The last flavour of everything was ironical. When she felt her pang of undeniable reality, this was when she knew the hard irony of hopes and ideas. She lay and looked at him as he slept. He was sheerly beautiful. He was a perfect instrument. To her mind, he was a pure, inhuman, almost superhuman instrument. His instrumentality appealed so strongly to her. She wished she were God, to use him as a tool. And at the same instant came the ironical question, what for? She thought of the colliers' wives, with their linoleum and their lace curtains, and their little girls in high-laced boots. She thought of the wives and daughters of the pit managers, their tennis parties, and their terrible struggles to be superior each to the other in the social scale. There was Shortlands with its meaningless distinction, the meaningless crowd of the cries. There was London, the House of Commons, the extant social world. My God! Young as she was, Gudrun had touched the whole pulse of social England. She had no ideas of rising in the world. She knew, with the perfect cynicism of cruel youth, that to rise in the world meant to have one outside show instead of another. The advance was like having a spurious half-crown instead of a spurious penny. The whole coinage of valuation was spurious. Yet of course her cynicism knew well enough that in a world where spurious coin was current, a bad sovereign was better than a bad farthing. But rich and poor she despised both alike. Already she mocked at herself for her dreams. They could be fulfilled easily enough. But she recognised too well in her spirit the mockery of her own impulses. What did she care that Gerald had created a richly paying industry out of an old worn-out concern. What did she care? The worn-out concern and the rapid, splendidly organised industry, they were bad money. Yet of course she cared a great deal, outwardly. And outwardly was all that mattered, for inwardly was a bad joke. Everything was intrinsically a piece of irony to her. She leaned over Gerald and said in her heart, with compassion, "Oh, my dear, the game isn't worth even you. You are a fine thing, really. Why should you be used on such a poor show?" Her heart was breaking with pity and grief for him. And at the same moment, a grimace came over her mouth of mocking irony at her own unspoken tirade. Ah, what a farce it was! She thought of Parnell and Catherine O'Shea. Parnell! After all, who can take the nationalisation of Ireland seriously? Who can take political Ireland really seriously, whatever it does? And who can take political England seriously? Who can? Who can care a straw, really, how the old patched-up constitution is tinkered at any more? Who cares a button for our national ideas, any more than for our national bowler hat? Ha! It's all old hat. It is all old bowler hat. That's all it is, Gerald, my young hero. At any rate, we'll spare ourselves the nausea of stirring the old broth any more. You be beautiful, my Gerald, and reckless. There are perfect moments. Wake up, Gerald. Wake up. Convince me of the perfect moments. Oh, convince me. I need it. He opened his eyes and looked at her. She greeted him with a mocking, enigmatic smile, in which was a poignant gaiety. Over his face went the reflection of the smile. He smiled too, purely unconsciously. That filled her with extraordinary delight, to see the smile cross his face, reflected from her face. She remembered that was how a baby smiled. It filled her with extraordinary, radiant delight. "You've done it," she said.
"What?"
he asked, dazed. "Convinced me." And she bent down, kissing him passionately, passionately, so that he was bewildered. He did not ask her of what he had convinced her, though he meant to. He was glad she was kissing him. She seemed to be feeling for his very heart, to touch the quick of him. And he wanted her to touch the quick of his being. He wanted that most of all. Outside, somebody was singing in a manly, reckless, handsome voice.
Mach mir auf, du Stolze, mach mir ein Feuer von Holze. Vom Regen bin ich nass, vom Regen bin ich nass.
Gudrun knew that that song would sound through her eternity, sung in a manly, reckless, mocking voice. It marked one of her supreme moments, the supreme pangs of her nervous gratification. There it was, fixed in eternity for her. The day came, fine and bluish. There was a light wind blowing among the mountain tops, keen as a rapier where it touched, carrying with it a fine dust of snow powder. Gerald went out with the fine blind face of a man who is in his state of fulfilment. Gudrun and he were in perfect static unity this morning, but unseeing and unwitting. They went out with a toboggan, leaving Ursula and Birkin to follow. Gudrun was all scarlet and royal blue, a scarlet jersey and cap, and a royal blue skirt and stockings. She went gaily over the white snow, with Gerald beside her, in white and grey, pulling the little toboggan. They grew small in the distance of snow, climbing the steep slope. For Gudrun herself, she seemed to pass altogether into the whiteness of the snow. She became a pure, thoughtless crystal. When she reached the top of the slope, in the wind, she looked round and saw peak beyond peak of rock and snow, bluish, transcendent in heaven. And it seemed to her like a garden, with the peaks for pure flowers and her heart gathering them. She had no separate consciousness for Gerald. She held on to him as they went sheering down over the keen slope. She felt as if her senses were being whetted on some fine grindstone that was keen as flame. The snow sprinted on either side, like sparks from a blade that is being sharpened. The whiteness round about ran swifter, swifter. In pure flame, the white slope flew against her. And she fused like one molten, dancing globule, rushed through a white intensity. Then there was a great swerve at the bottom, when they swung as it were in a fall to earth, in the diminishing motion. They came to rest. But when she rose to her feet, she could not stand. She gave a strange cry, turned and clung to him, sinking her face on his breast, fainting in him. Utter oblivion came over her, as she lay for a few moments abandoned against him.
"What is it?" he was saying. "Was it too much for you?"
But she heard nothing. When she came to, she stood up and looked round, astonished. Her face was white, her eyes brilliant and large.
"What is it?" he repeated. "Did it upset you?"
She looked at him with her brilliant eyes, that seemed to have undergone some transfiguration, and she laughed with a terrible merriment.
"No!"
she cried with triumphant joy.
"It was the complete moment of my life."
And she looked at him with her dazzling, overweening laughter, like one possessed. A fine blade seemed to enter his heart, but he did not care or take any notice. But they climbed up the slope again, and they flew down through the white flame again, splendidly, splendidly. Gudrun was laughing and flashing, powdered with snow crystals. Gerald worked perfectly. He felt he could guide the toboggan to a hairbreadth. Almost he could make it pierce into the air and right into the very heart of the sky. It seemed to him the flying sledge was but his strength spread out. He had but to move his arms, the motion was his own. They explored the great slopes to find another slide. He felt there must be something better than they had known. And he found what he desired. A perfect, long, fierce sweep, sheering past the foot of a rock and into the trees at the base. It was dangerous, he knew. But then he knew also he would direct the sledge between his fingers. The first days passed in an ecstasy of physical motion, sleighing, skiing, skating, moving in an intensity of speed and white light that surpassed life itself, and carried the souls of the human beings beyond into an inhuman abstraction of velocity and weight and eternal frozen snow. Gerald's eyes became hard and strange, and as he went by on his skis, he was more like some powerful, fateful sigh than a man. His muscles elastic, in a perfect soaring trajectory, his body projected in pure flight, mindless, soulless, whirling along one perfect line of force. Luckily there came a day of snow, when they must all stay indoors. Otherwise, Birkin said, they would all lose their faculties and begin to utter themselves in cries and shrieks, like some strange unknown species of snow creatures. End of the third part of chapter 29. Recording by Ruth Golding. Of chapter 29 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The fourth part of chapter 29, Continental. It happened in the afternoon that Ursula sat in the Reunionssaal talking to Loerke. The latter had seemed unhappy lately. He was lively and full of mischievous humour, as usual. But Ursula had thought he was sulky about something. His partner, too, the big, fair, good-looking youth, was ill at ease, going about as if he belonged to nowhere, and was kept in some sort of subjection against which he was rebelling. Loerke had hardly talked to Gudrun. His associate, on the other hand, had paid her constantly a soft, over-deferential attention. Gudrun wanted to talk to Loerke. He was a sculptor, and she wanted to hear his view of his art. And his figure attracted her. There was the look of a little wastrel about him that intrigued her, and an old man's look that interested her, and then, beside this, an uncanny singleness, a quality of being by himself, not in contact with anybody else, that marked out an artist to her. He was a chatterer, a magpie, a maker of mischievous word jokes that were sometimes very clever, but which often were not. And she could see in his brown gnome's eyes the black look of inorganic misery which lay behind all his small buffoonery. His figure interested her. The figure of a boy, almost a street Arab. He made no attempt to conceal it. He always wore a simple Loden suit with knee breeches. His legs were thin, and he made no attempt to disguise the fact, which was of itself remarkable in a German. And he never ingratiated himself anywhere, not in the slightest, but kept to himself, for all his apparent playfulness. Leitner, his companion, was a great sportsman, very handsome with his big limbs and his blue eyes. Loerke would go to bogganing or skating in little snatches, but he was indifferent. And his fine, thin nostrils, the nostrils of a pure-bred street Arab, would quiver with contempt at Leitner's splothering gymnastic displays. It was evident that the two men, who had travelled and lived together, sharing the same bedroom, had now reached the stage of loathing. Leitner hated Loerke with an injured, rising, impotent hatred. And Loerke treated Leitner with a fine quivering contempt and sarcasm. Soon the two would have to go apart. Already they were rarely together. Leitner ran attaching himself to somebody or other, always deferring. Loerke was a good deal alone. Out of doors he wore a Westphalian cap, a close brown velvet head with big brown velvet flaps down over his ears, so that he looked like a lop-eared rabbit or a troll. His face was brown-red with a dry, bright skin that seemed to crinkle with his mobile expressions. His eyes were arresting, brown, full, like a rabbit's or like a troll's, or like the eyes of a lost being, having a strange, dumb, depraved look of knowledge, and a quick spark of uncanny fire. Whenever Gudrun had tried to talk to him, he had shied away, unresponsive, looking at her with his watchful, dark eyes, but entering into no relation with her. He had made her feel that her slow French and her slower German were hateful to him. As for his own inadequate English, he was much too awkward to try it at all. But he understood a good deal of what was said, nevertheless. And Gudrun, piqued, left him alone. This afternoon, however, she came into the lounge as he was talking to Ursula. His fine black hair somehow reminded her of a bat, thin as it was on his full, sensitive-looking head, and worn away at the temples. He sat hunched up, as if his spirit were bat-like, and Gudrun could see he was making some slow confidence to Ursula, unwilling, a slow, grudging, scanty self-revelation. She went and sat by her sister. He looked at her, then looked away again, as if he took no notice of her, but as a matter of fact she interested him deeply. "Isn't it interesting, Prune?" said Ursula, turning to her sister. "Herr Loerke is doing a great frieze for a factory in Cologne, for the outside, the street." She looked at him, at his thin, brown, nervous hands that were prehensile and somehow like talons, like grief, inhuman. "What in?" she asked. "Aus was?" repeated Ursula.
Granite,
he replied. It had become immediately a laconic series of question and answer between fellow craftsmen. "What is the relief?" asked Gudrun.
alto rilievo.
"And at what height?" It was very interesting to Gudrun to think of his making the great granite frieze for a great granite factory in Cologne. She got from him some notion of the design. It was a representation of a fair, with peasants and artisans in an orgy of enjoyment, drunk and absurd in their modern dress, whirling ridiculously in roundabouts, gaping at shows, kissing and staggering and rolling in knots, swinging in swing-boats, and firing down shooting galleries, a frenzy of chaotic motion. There was a swift discussion of technicalities. Gudrun was very much impressed. "But how wonderful to have such a factory!" cried Ursula. "Is the whole building fine?"
Oh yes, he replied. The frieze is part of the whole architecture. Yes, it is a colossal thing.
Then he seemed to stiffen, shrugged his shoulders, and went on.
Sculpture and architecture must go together. The day for irrelevant statues, as for wall pictures, is over. As a matter of fact, sculpture is always part of an architectural conception. And since churches are all museum stuff, since industry is our business now, then let us make our places of industry our art, our factory area our Parthenon. Ecco."
Ursula pondered. "I suppose," she said, There is no need for our great works to be so hideous." Instantly he broke into motion.
"There you are!" he cried. "There you are! There is not only no need for our places of work to be ugly, but their ugliness ruins the work in the end. Men will not go on submitting to such intolerable ugliness. In the end it will hurt too much, and they will wither because of it. And this will wither the work as well. They will think the work itself is ugly, the machines the very act of labour, whereas the machinery and the acts of labour are extremely, maddeningly beautiful. But this will be the end of our civilization, when people will not work, because work has become so intolerable to their senses. It nauseates them too much. They would rather starve. Then we shall see the hammer used only for smashing. Then we shall see it. Yet here we are. We have the opportunity to make beautiful factories, beautiful machine houses. We have the opportunity—"
Gudrun could only partly understand. She could have cried with vexation. "What does he say?" she asked Ursula. And Ursula translated, stammering and brief. Loerke watched Gudrun's face to see her judgment. "And do you think, then," said Gudrun, "that art should serve industry?"
"Art should interpret industry, as art once interpreted religion," he said.
"But does your fair interpret industry?" she asked him.
"Certainly. What is man doing when he is at a fair like this? He is fulfilling the counterpart of labour. The machine works him, instead of he the machine. He enjoys the mechanical motion in his own body."
"But is there nothing but work, mechanical work?" said Gudrun.
"Nothing but work," he repeated, leaning forward, his eyes two darknesses with needle points of light. "No, it is nothing but this, serving a machine or enjoying the motion of a machine. Motion, that is all. You have never worked for hunger, or you would know what God governs us."
Gudrun quivered and flushed. For some reason she was almost in tears. "No, I have not worked for hunger," she replied. "But I have worked."
"Travaillé, lavorato?" he asked. "Et che lavoro, che lavoro? Quel travail est-ce que vous avez fait?"
He broke into a mixture of Italian and French, instinctively using a foreign language when he spoke to her.
"You have never worked as the world works," he said to her, with sarcasm.
"Yes," she said, "I have, and I do. I work now for my daily bread." He paused, looked at her steadily, then dropped the subject entirely. She seemed to him to be trifling. "But have you ever worked as the world works?" Ursula asked him. He looked at her, untrustful.
"Yes," he replied with a surly bark. "I have known what it was to lie in bed for 3 days, because I had nothing to eat."
Gudrun was looking at him with large, grave eyes, that seemed to draw the confession from him as the marrow from his bones. All his nature held him back from confessing, and yet her large, grave eyes upon him seemed to open some valve in his veins, and involuntarily he was telling.
"My father was a man who did not like work, and we had no mother. We lived in Austria, Polish Austria. How did we live? Ha! Somehow. Mostly in a room with 3 other families, one set in each corner, and the WC in the middle of the room, a pan with a plank on it. Ha! I had 2 brothers and a sister, and there might be a woman with my father. He was a free being in his way, would fight with any man in the town, a garrison town, and was a little man too. But he wouldn't work for anybody, set his heart against it and wouldn't.
"And how did you live then?" asked Ursula. He looked at her, then suddenly at Gudrun.
"Do you understand?" he asked.
"Enough," she replied. Their eyes met for a moment. Then he looked away. He would say no more. "And how did you become a sculptor?" asked Ursula.
"How did I become a sculptor?" He paused.
"Dunque," he resumed, in a changed manner, and beginning to speak French.
"I became old enough. I used to steal from the market-place. Later I went to work, imprinted the stamp on clay bottles before they were baked. It was an earthenware bottle factory. There I began making models. One day I had had enough. I lay in the sun and did not go to work. Then I walked to Munich. Then I walked to Italy, begging everything. The Italians were very good to me. They were good and honourable to me. From Bozen to Rome, almost every night I had a meal and a bed, perhaps of straw, with some peasant. I loved the Italian people with all my heart. Dunque adesso, maintenant, I earn £1,000 in a year, or I earn 2,000.
He looked down at the ground, his voice tailing off into silence. Gudrun looked at his fine, thin, shiny skin, reddish-brown from the sun, drawn tight over his full temples, and at his thin hair, and at the thick, coarse, brush-like moustache cut short about his mobile, rather shapeless mouth. "How old are you?" she asked. He looked up at her with his full, elfin eyes, startled.
"Wie alt?"
he repeated, and he hesitated. It was evidently one of his reticencies.
"How old are you?" he replied, without answering.
"I am 26, she answered.
26,
he repeated, looking into her eyes. He paused. Then he said,
"Und Ihr Herr Gemahl, wie alt ist er?"
"Who?" asked Gudrun. "Your husband," said Ursula, with a certain irony. "I haven't got a husband," said Gudrun in English. In German she answered, "He is 31. But Loerke was watching closely, with his uncanny, full, suspicious eyes. Something in Gudrun seemed to accord with him. He was really like one of the little people who have no soul, who has found his mate in a human being. But he suffered in his discovery. She too was fascinated by him, fascinated as if some strange creature, a rabbit or a bat or a brown seal, had begun to talk to her. But also she knew what he was unconscious of, his tremendous power of understanding, of apprehending her living motion. He did not know his own power. He did not know how, with his full, submerged, watchful eyes, he could look into her and see her, what she was, see her secrets. He would only want her to be herself. He knew her verily, with a subconscious, sinister knowledge, devoid of illusions and hopes. To Gudrun there was in Loerke the rock bottom of all life. Everybody else had their illusion, must have their illusion, their before and after. But he, with a perfect stoicism, did without any before and after, dispensed with all illusion. He did not deceive himself in the last issue. In the last issue he cared about nothing. He was troubled about nothing. He made not the slightest attempt to be at one with anything. He existed a pure, unconnected will, stoical and momentaneous. There was only his work. It was curious, too, how his poverty, the degradation of his earlier life, attracted her. There was something insipid and tasteless to her in the idea of a gentleman, a man who had gone the usual course through school and university. A certain violent sympathy, however, came up in her for this mud-child. He seemed to be the very stuff of the underworld of life. There was no going beyond him. Ursula too was attracted by Loerke. In both sisters he commanded a certain homage. But there were moments when to Ursula he seemed indescribably inferior, false, a vulgarism. Both Birkin and Gerald disliked him, Gerald ignoring him with some contempt, Birkin exasperated.
"What do the women find so impressive in that little brat?" Gerald asked.
"God alone knows," replied Birkin, "unless it's some sort of appeal he makes to them, which flatters them and has such a power over them." Gerald looked up in surprise.
"Does he make an appeal to them?" he asked.
"Oh yes," replied Birkin. "He is the perfectly subjected being, existing almost like a criminal, and the women rush towards that, like a current of air towards a vacuum."
"Funny they should rush to that," said Gerald.
"Makes one mad too," said Birkin. "But he has the fascination of pity and repulsion for them, a little obscene monster of the darkness that he is." Gerald stood still, suspended in thought.
"What do women want at the bottom?" he asked.
Birkin shrugged his shoulders. "God knows," he said. "Some satisfaction in basic repulsion, it seems to me. They seem to creep down some ghastly tunnel of darkness, and will never be satisfied till they've come to the end." Gerald looked out into the mist of fine snow that was blowing by. Everywhere was blind today, horribly blind.
"And what is the end?" he asked.
Birkin shook his head. "I've not got there yet, so I don't know. Ask Loerke, he's pretty near. He is a good many stages further than either you or I can go."
"Yes, but stages further in what?"
cried Gerald, irritated. Birkin sighed, and gathered his brows into a knot of anger. "Stages further in social hatred," he said. "He lives like a rat in the river of corruption, just where it falls over into the bottomless pit. He's further on than we are. He hates the ideal more acutely. He hates the ideal utterly, yet it still dominates him. I expect he is a Jew, or part Jewish."
"Probably," said
Gerald. "He is a gnawing little negation, gnawing at the roots of life."
"But why does anybody care about him?"
cried Gerald. "Because they hate the ideal also in their souls. They want to explore the sewers, and he's the wizard rat that swims ahead." Still Gerald stood and stared at the blind haze of snow outside.
"I don't understand your terms, really," he said in a flat, doomed voice. "But it sounds a rum sort of desire."
"I suppose we want the same," said Birkin. "Only we want to take a quick jump downwards in a sort of ecstasy, and he ebbs with the stream, the sewer stream." Meanwhile Gudrun and Ursula waited for the next opportunity to talk to Loerke. It was no use beginning when the men were there. Then they could get into no touch with the isolated little sculptor. He had to be alone with them, and he preferred Ursula to be there as a sort of transmitter to Gudrun. "Do you do nothing but architectural sculpture?" Gudrun asked him one evening.
"Not now," he replied. "I have done all sorts, except portraits. I never did portraits, but other things."
"What kind of things?" asked Gudrun. He paused a moment, then rose and went out of the room. He returned almost immediately with a little roll of paper, which he handed to her. She unrolled it. It was a photogravure reproduction of a statuette, signed F. Loerke.
"That is quite an early thing, not mechanical," he said, "more popular."
The statuette was of a naked girl, small, finely made, sitting on a great naked horse. The girl was young and tender, a mere bud. She was sitting sideways on the horse, her face in her hands, as if in shame and grief, in a little abandon. Her hair, which was short and must be flaxen, fell forward, divided, half covering her hands. Her limbs were young and tender, her legs, scarcely formed yet, the legs of a maiden just passing towards cruel womanhood, dangled childishly over the side of the powerful horse, pathetically, the small feet folded one over the other, as if to hide. But there was no hiding, there she was exposed, naked, on the naked flank of the horse. The horse stood stock still, stretched in a kind of start. It was a massive, magnificent stallion, rigid with pent-up power. Its neck was arched and terrible, like a sickle. Its flanks were pressed back, rigid with power. Gudrun went pale, and a darkness came over her eyes like shame. She looked up with a certain supplication, almost slave-like. He glanced at her and jerked his head a little. "How big is it?" she asked, in a toneless voice, persisting in appearing casual and unaffected. "How big?" he replied, glancing again at her. "Without pedestal, so high." He measured with his hand. "With pedestal, so." He looked at her steadily. There was a little brusque, turgid contempt for her in his swift gesture, and she seemed to cringe a little. "And what is it done in?" she asked, throwing back her head and looking at him with affected coldness. He still gazed at her steadily, and his dominance was not shaken. "Bronze, green bronze." "Green bronze," repeated Gudrun, coldly accepting his challenge. She was thinking of the slender, immature, tender limbs of the girl, smooth and cold in green bronze. "Yes, beautiful," she murmured, looking up at him with a certain dark homage. He closed his eyes and looked aside, triumphant. "Why," said Ursula, "did you make the horse so stiff? It is as stiff as a block."
"Stiff?"
he repeated, in arms at once. "Yes. Look how stock and stupid and brutal it is. Horses are sensitive, quite delicate and sensitive, really." He raised his shoulders, spread his hands in a shrug of slow indifference, as much as to inform her she was an amateur and an impertinent nobody.
"Wissen Sie,"
he said, with an insulting patience and condescension in his voice,
"that horse is a certain form, part of a whole form. It is part of a work of art, a piece of form. It is not a picture of a friendly horse to which you give a lump of sugar, do you see? It is part of a work of art. It has no relation to anything outside that work of art."
Ursula, angry at being treated quite so insultingly de haut en bas, from the height of esoteric art to the depth of general exoteric amateurism, replied hotly, flushing and lifting her face: "But it is a picture of a horse, nevertheless." He lifted his shoulders in another shrug.
"As you like. It is not a picture of a cow, certainly."
Here Gudrun broke in, flushed and brilliant, anxious to avoid any more of this, any more of Ursula's foolish persistence in giving herself away. "What do you mean by it is a picture of a horse?" she cried at her sister. "What do you mean by a horse? You mean an idea you have in your head, and which you want to see represented. There is another idea altogether, quite another idea. Call it a horse if you like, or say it is not a horse. I have just as much right to say that your horse isn't a horse, that it is a falsity of your own make-up." Ursula wavered, baffled. Then her words came. "But why does he have this idea of a horse?" she said. "I know it is his idea. I know it is a picture of himself, really." Loerke snorted with rage.
"A picture of myself?" he repeated in derision. "Wissen Sie, gnädige Frau, that is a Kunstwerk, a work of art. It is a work of art. It is a picture of nothing, of absolutely nothing. It has nothing to do with anything but itself. It has no relation with the everyday world of this and other. There is no connection between them, absolutely none. They are two different and distinct planes of existence, and to translate one into the other is worse than foolish. It is a darkening of all counsel, a making confusion everywhere. Do you see? You must not confuse the relative work of action with the absolute world of art. That you must not do."
"That is quite true," cried Gudrun, let loose in a sort of rhapsody. "The two things are quite and permanently apart. They have nothing to do with one another. I and my art, they have nothing to do with each other. My art stands in another world. I am in this world." Her face was flushed and transfigured. Loerke, who was sitting with his head ducked, like some creature at bay, looked up at her swiftly, almost furtively, and murmured:
"Ja, so ist es, so ist es."
Ursula was silent after this outburst. She was furious. She wanted to poke a hole into them both. "It isn't a word of it true, of all this harangue you have made me," she replied flatly. "The horse is a picture of your own stock, stupid brutality. And the girl was a girl you loved and tortured and then ignored." He looked up at her with a small smile of contempt in his eyes. He would not trouble to answer this last charge. Gudrun too was silent in exasperated contempt. Ursula was such an insufferable outsider, rushing in where angels would fear to tread. But then, fools must be suffered, if not gladly. But Ursula was persistent too. "As for your world of art, and your world of reality," she replied, "you have to separate the two, because you can't bear to know what you are. You can't bear to realise what a stock, stiff, hidebound brutality you are really. So you say, it's the world of art. The world of art is only the truth about the real world, that's all. But you are too far gone to see it." She was white and trembling, intent. Gudrun and Loerke sat in stiff dislike of her. Gerald too, who had come up in the beginning of the speech, stood looking at her in complete disapproval and opposition. He felt she was undignified. She put a sort of vulgarity over the esotericism which gave man his last distinction. He joined his forces with the other two. They all three wanted her to go away. But she sat on in silence, her soul weeping, throbbing violently, her fingers twisting her handkerchief. The others maintained a dead silence, letting the display of Ursula's obtrusiveness pass by. Then Gudrun asked, in a voice that was quite cool and casual, as if resuming a casual conversation, was the girl a model?
Nein, sie war kein Modell, sie war eine kleine Malschülerin.
An art student, replied Gudrun. And how the situation revealed itself to her. She saw the girl art student, unformed and of pernicious recklessness, too young, her straight flaxen hair cut short, hanging just into her neck, curving inwards slightly because it was rather thick, and Loerke, the well-known master sculptor, and the girl, probably well brought up and of good family, thinking herself so great to be his mistress. Oh, how well she knew the common callousness of it all. Dresden, Paris or London, what did it matter? She knew it. "Where is she now?" Ursula asked. Loerke raised his shoulders to convey his complete ignorance and indifference.
That is already 6 years ago, he said. She will be 23 years old, no more good.
Gerald had picked up the picture and was looking at it. It attracted him also. He saw on the pedestal that the piece was called Lady Godiva.
But this isn't Lady Godiva, he said, smiling good-humouredly. She was the middle-aged wife of some earl or other who covered herself with her long hair.
À la Maud Allen, said Gudrun with a mocking grimace.
Why Maud Allen? He replied. Isn't it so? I always thought the legend was that.
Yes, Gerald dear, I'm quite sure you've got the legend perfectly. She was laughing at him with a little mock caressive contempt.
To be sure, I'd rather see the woman than the hair, he laughed in return.
Wouldn't you just? Mocked Gudrun. Ursula rose and went away, leaving the three together. Gudrun took the picture again from Gerald and sat looking at it closely. Of course, she said, turning to tease Loerke now, you understood your little Malschülerin. He raised his eyebrows and his shoulders in a complacent shrug.
The little girl?
Asked Gerald, pointing to the figure. Gudrun was sitting with the picture in her lap. She looked up at Gerald full into his eyes, so that he seemed to be blinded. Didn't he understand her? She said to Gerald, in a slightly mocking, humorous playfulness. You've only to look at the feet. Aren't they darling, so pretty and tender? Oh, they're really wonderful. They're really... She lifted her eyes slowly, with a hot, flaming look into Loerke's eyes. His soul was filled with her burning recognition. He seemed to grow more uppish and lordly. Gerald looked at the small, sculptured feet. They were turned together, half covering each other in pathetic shyness and fear. He looked at them a long time, fascinated. Then, in some pain, he put the picture away from him. He felt full of barrenness. What was her name? Gudrun asked Loerke.
Annette von Weck, Loerke replied, reminiscent. Ja, sie war hübsch. She was pretty, but she was tiresome. She was a nuisance. Not for a minute would she keep still. Not until I had slapped her hard and made her cry. Then she'd sit for 5 minutes.
He was thinking over the work, his work, the all-important to him. Did you really slap her?" asked Gudrun coolly. He glanced back at her, reading her challenge.
"Yes, I did," he said, nonchalant. "Harder than I have ever beat anything in my life. I had to. It was the only way I got the work done."
Gudrun watched him with large, dark-filled eyes for some moments. She seemed to be considering his very soul. Then she looked down in silence.
"Why did you have such a young Godiva, then?" asked Gerald. "She is so small, besides, on the horse. Not big enough for it. Such a child."
A queer spasm went over Loerke's face.
"Yes," he said, "I don't like them any bigger, any older. Then they are beautiful at 16, 17, 18. After that, they are no use to me."
There was a moment's pause.
"Why not?" asked Gerald.
Loerke shrugged his shoulders.
"I don't find them interesting or beautiful. They are no good to me for my work." "Do you mean to say a woman isn't beautiful after she is 20? asked Gerald. "For me, no. Before 20 she is small and fresh and tender and slight. After that, let her be what she likes, she has nothing for me. The Venus of Milo is a bourgeoise, so are they all." "And you don't care for women at all after 20? asked Gerald. "They are no good to me, they are of no use in my art," Loerke repeated impatiently. "I don't find them beautiful." "You are an epicure," said Gerald, with a slight sarcastic laugh.
"And what about men?" asked Gudrun suddenly.
"Yes, they are good at all ages," replied Loerke. "A man should be big and powerful. Whether he is old or young is of no account. So he has the size, something of massiveness and stupid form."
End of the 4th part of chapter 29. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 29 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The 5th part of chapter 29, Continental. Ursula went out alone into the world of pure new snow, but the dazzling whiteness seemed to beat upon her till it hurt her. She felt the cold was slowly strangling her soul. Her head felt dazed and numb. Suddenly she wanted to go away. It occurred to her like a miracle that she might go away into another world. She had felt so doomed up here in the eternal snow, as if there were no beyond. Now suddenly, as by a miracle, she remembered that away beyond, below her, lay the dark, fruitful earth. That towards the south there were stretches of land dark with orange trees and cypress, grey with olives. That ilex trees lifted wonderful plumy tufts in shadow against a blue sky. Miracle of miracles! This utterly silent, frozen world of the mountain tops was not universal. One might leave it and have done with it. One might go away. She wanted to realise the miracle at once. She wanted at this instant to have done with the snow world, the terrible, static, ice-built mountain tops. She wanted to see the dark earth, to smell its earthy fecundity, to see the patient, wintry vegetation, to feel the sunshine touch a response in the buds. She went back gladly to the house, full of hope. Birkin was reading, lying in bed.
"Rupert,"
she said, bursting in on him.
"I want to go away."
He looked up at her slowly. "Do you?" he replied mildly. She sat by him and put her arms round his neck. It surprised her that he was so little surprised.
"Don't you?"
she asked, troubled. "I hadn't thought about it," he said, "but I'm sure I do." She sat up, suddenly erect.
"I hate it," she said. "I hate the snow, and the unnaturalness of it, the unnatural light it throws on everybody, the ghastly glamour, the unnatural feelings it makes everybody have."
He lay still and laughed, meditating. "Well," he said, "we can go away. We can go tomorrow. We'll go tomorrow to Verona, and find Romeo and Juliet, and sit in the amphitheatre, shall we?" Suddenly she hid her face against his shoulder, with perplexity and shyness. He lay so untrammelled.
"Yes," she
said softly, filled with relief. She felt her soul had new wings, now he was so uncaring.
"I shall love to be Romeo and Juliet," she said. "My love."
"Though a fearfully cold wind blows in Verona," he said, "from out of the Alps. We shall have the smell of the snow in our noses." She sat up and looked at him.
"Are you glad to go?"
she asked, troubled. His eyes were inscrutable and laughing. She hid her face against his neck, clinging close to him, pleading,
"Don't laugh at me! Don't laugh at me!"
"Why, how's that?" he laughed, putting his arms round her.
"Because I don't want to be laughed at," she whispered.
He laughed more, as he kissed her delicate, finely perfumed hair.
"Do you love me?"
she whispered in wild seriousness.
"Yes,"
he answered, laughing. Suddenly she lifted her mouth to be kissed. Her lips were taut and quivering and strenuous. His were soft, deep and delicate. He waited a few moments in the kiss. Then a shade of sadness went over his soul. "Your mouth is so hard," he said, in a faint reproach.
"And yours is so soft and nice," she said gladly.
"But why do you always grip your lips?" he asked, regretful.
"Never mind," she said swiftly. "It is my way."
She knew he loved her. She was sure of him. Yet she could not let go a certain hold over herself. She could not bear him to question her. She gave herself up in delight to being loved by him. She knew that, in spite of his joy when she abandoned herself, he was a little bit saddened too. She could give herself up to his activity, but she could not be herself. She dared not come forth quite nakedly to his nakedness, abandoning all adjustment, lapsing in pure faith with him. She abandoned herself to him, or she took hold of him and gathered her joy of him. And she enjoyed him fully. But they were never quite together at the same moment. One was always a little left out. Nevertheless, she was glad in hope, glorious and free, full of life and liberty. And he was still and soft and patient for the time. They made their preparations to leave the next day. First they went to Gudrun's room, where she and Gerald were just dressed, ready for the evening indoors. Prune," said Ursula, "I think we shall go away tomorrow. I can't stand the snow any more. It hurts my skin and my soul."
"Does it really hurt your soul, Ursula?" asked Gudrun, in some surprise. "I can believe quite it hurts your skin. It is terrible. But I thought it was admirable for the soul."
"No, not for mine. It just injures it," said Ursula.
"Really?" cried Gudrun.
There was a silence in the room, and Ursula and Birkin could feel that Gudrun and Gerald were relieved by their going.
"You will go south?"
said Gerald, a little ring of uneasiness in his voice. "Yes," said Birkin, turning away. There was a queer, indefinable hostility between the two men lately. Birkin was on the whole dim and indifferent, drifting along in a dim, easy flow, unnoticing and patient, since he came abroad, whilst Gerald, on the other hand, was intense and gripped into white light, agonistes. The two men revoked one another. Gerald and Gudrun were very kind to the two who were departing, solicitous for their welfare, as if they were two children. Gudrun came to Ursula's bedroom with 3 pairs of the coloured stockings for which she was notorious, and she threw them on the bed. But these were thick silk stockings, vermilion, cornflower blue and grey, bought in Paris. The grey ones were knitted, seamless and heavy. Ursula was in raptures. She knew Gudrun must be feeling very loving to give away such treasures. "I can't take them from you, Prune," she cried. "I can't possibly deprive you of them. The jewels."
"Aren't they jewels?" cried Gudrun, eyeing her gifts with an envious eye. "Aren't they real lambs?"
"Yes, you must keep them," said Ursula. "I don't want them. I've got 3 more pairs. I want you to keep them. I want you to have them. They're yours, there." And with trembling, excited hands, she put the coveted stockings under Ursula's pillow. "One gets the greatest joy of all out of really lovely stockings," said Ursula.
"One does," replied Gudrun,
"the greatest joy of all." And she sat down in the chair. It was evident she had come for a last talk. Ursula, not knowing what she wanted, waited in silence. "Do you feel, Ursula," Gudrun began rather sceptically, "that you are going away for ever, never to return, sort of thing?" "Oh, we shall come back," said Ursula. "It isn't a question of train journeys." "Yes, I know. But spiritually, so to speak, you are going away from us all." Ursula quivered. "I don't know a bit what is going to happen," she said. "I only know we're going somewhere." Gudrun waited. "And you are glad?" she asked. Ursula meditated for a moment. "I believe I am very glad," she replied. But Gudrun read the unconscious brightness on her sister's face, rather than the uncertain tones of her speech. "But don't you think you'll want the old connection with the world, father and the rest of us, and all that it means, England and the world of thought? Don't you think you'll need that, really to make a world?" Ursula was silent, trying to imagine. "I think," she said at length, involuntarily, "that Rupert is right. One wants a new space to be in, and one falls away from the old." Gudrun watched her sister with impassive face and steady eyes. "One wants a new space to be in, I quite agree," she said. "But I think that a new world is a development from this world, and that to isolate oneself with one other person isn't to find a new world at all,
but only to secure oneself in one's illusions. Ursula looked out of the window. In her soul she began to wrestle, and she was frightened. She was always frightened of words, because she knew that mere word force could always make her believe what she did not believe. "Perhaps," she said, full of mistrust of herself and everybody. "But," she added, "I do think that one can't have anything new whilst one cares for the old. Do you know what I mean? Even fighting the old is belonging to it. I know one is tempted to stop with the world, just to fight it, but then it isn't worth it." Gudrun considered herself. "Yes," she said, "in a way one is of the world if one lives in it. But isn't it really an illusion to think that you can get out of it? After all, a cottage in the Abruzzi, or wherever it may be, isn't a new world. No, the only thing to do with the world is to see it through." Ursula looked away. She was so frightened of argument. "But there can be something else, can't there?" she said. "One can see it through in one's soul, long enough before it sees itself through in actuality. And then, when one has seen one's soul, one is something else." "Can one see it through in one's soul?" asked Gudrun. "If you mean that you can see to the end of what will happen, I don't agree. I really can't agree. And anyhow, you can't suddenly fly off onto a new planet because you think you can see to the end of this." Ursula suddenly straightened herself. "Yes," she said. "Yes, one knows. One has no more connections here. One has a sort of other self that belongs to a new planet, not to this. You've got to hop off." Gudrun reflected for a few moments. Then a smile of ridicule, almost of contempt, came over her face. "And what will happen when you find yourself in space?" she cried in derision. "After all, the great ideas of the world are the same there. You, above everybody, can't get away from the fact that love, for instance, is the supreme thing, in space as well as on earth." "No," said Ursula, "it isn't. Love is too human and little. I believe in something inhuman, of which love is only a little part. I believe what we must fulfill comes out of the unknown to us. And it is something infinitely more than love. It isn't so merely human." Gudrun looked at Ursula with steady, balancing eyes. She admired and despised her sister so much, both. Then suddenly she averted her face, saying coldly, uglily, "Well, I've got no further than love yet." Over Ursula's mind flashed the thought, "Because you never have loved, you can't get beyond it." Gudrun rose, came over to Ursula and put her arm round her neck. "Go and find your new world, dear," she said, her voice clanging with false benignity. "After all, the happiest voyage is the quest of Rupert's blessed isles." Her arm rested around Ursula's neck, her fingers on Ursula's cheek for a few moments. Ursula was supremely uncomfortable meanwhile. There was an insult in Gudrun's protective patronage that was really too hurting. Feeling her sister's resistance, Gudrun drew awkwardly away, turned over the pillow, and disclosed the stockings again. "Ha ha!" she laughed rather hollowly. "How we do talk indeed, new worlds and old."
and they passed to the familiar worldly subjects. Gerald and Birkin had walked on ahead, waiting for the sledge to overtake them, conveying the departing guests. "How much longer will you stay here?" asked Birkin, glancing up at Gerald's very red, almost blank face.
"Oh, I can't say," Gerald replied. "Till we get tired of it."
"You're not afraid of the snow melting first?" asked Birkin. Gerald laughed.
"Does it melt?" he said.
"Things are all right with you, then?" said Birkin. Gerald screwed up his eyes a little.
"All right," he said. "I never know what those common words mean. All right and all wrong, don't they become synonymous somewhere?"
"Yes, I suppose. How about going back?" asked Birkin.
"Oh, I don't know. We may never get back. I don't look before and after," said Gerald.
"Nor pine for what is not," said Birkin. Gerald looked into the distance, with the small pupilled, abstract eyes of a hawk.
"No, there's something final about this, and Gudrun seems like the end to me. I don't know, but she seems so soft, her skin like silk, her arms heavy and soft, and it withers my consciousness somehow, it burns the pith of my mind."
He went on a few paces, staring ahead, his eyes fixed, looking like a mask used in ghastly religions of the barbarians.
"It blasts your soul's eye," he said, "and leaves you sightless. Yet you want to be sightless, you want to be blasted. You don't want it any different."
He was speaking as if in a trance, verbal and blank. Then suddenly he braced himself up with a kind of rhapsody, and looked at Birkin with vindictive, cowed eyes, saying:
"Do you know what it is to suffer when you are with a woman? She's so beautiful, so perfect, you find her so good. It tears you like a silk. And every stroke and bit cuts hot. Ha! That perfection, when you blast yourself. And then—"
He stopped on the snow, and suddenly opened his clenched hands.
"It's nothing. Your brain might have gone charred as rags, and—"
He looked round into the air with a queer, histrionic movement.
"It's blasting. You understand what I mean? It is a great experience, something final. And then you're shrivelled, as if struck by electricity."
He walked on in silence. It seemed like bragging, but like a man in extremity bragging truthfully.
"Of course," he resumed, "I wouldn't not have had it. It's a complete experience, and she's a wonderful woman. But how I hate her somewhere. It's curious."
Birkin looked at him, at his strange, scarcely conscious face. Gerald seemed blank before his own words. "But you've had enough now," said Birkin. "You have had your experience. Why work on an old wound?"
"Oh," said Gerald, "I don't know. It's not finished."
And the two walked on. "I've loved you as well as Gudrun, don't forget," said Birkin bitterly. Gerald looked at him strangely, abstractedly.
"Have you?"
he said, with icy scepticism.
"Or do you think you have?"
He was hardly responsible for what he said. The sledge came. Gudrun dismounted, and they all made their farewell. They wanted to go apart, all of them. Birkin took his place, and the sledge drove away, leaving Gudrun and Gerald standing on the snow, waving. Something froze Birkin's heart, seeing them standing there in the isolation of the snow, growing smaller and more isolated. End of chapter 29. Recording by Ruth Golding. Chapter 30 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 30. Snowed Up. When Ursula and Birkin were gone, Gudrun felt herself free in her contest with Gerald. As they grew more used to each other, he seemed to press upon her more and more. At first she could manage him, so that her own will was always left free. But very soon he began to ignore her female tactics. He dropped his respect for her whims and her privacies. He began to exert his own will blindly, without submitting to hers. Already a vital conflict had set in, which frightened them both. But he was alone, whilst already she had begun to cast round for external resource. When Ursula had gone, Gudrun felt her own existence had become stark and elemental. She went and crouched alone in her bedroom, looking out of the window at the big flashing stars. In front was the faint shadow of the mountain knot. That was the pivot. She felt strange and inevitable, as if she were centred upon the pivot of all existence. There was no further reality. Presently Gerald opened the door. She knew he would not be long before he came. She was rarely alone. He pressed upon her like a frost, deadening her. "Are you alone in the dark?" he said. And she could tell by his tone he resented it. He resented this isolation she had drawn round herself. Yet, feeling static and inevitable, she was kind towards him. "Would you like to light the candle?" she asked. He did not answer, but came and stood behind her in the darkness. "Look," she said, "at that lovely star up there. Do you know its name?" He crouched beside her to look through the low window.
"No," he said. "It is very fine."
"Isn't it beautiful? Do you notice how it darts different coloured fires? It flashes really superbly." They remained in silence. With a mute, heavy gesture, she put her hand on his knee, and took his hand.
"Are you regretting Ursula?" he asked.
"No, not at all," she said. Then, in a slow mood, she asked, "How much do you love me?" He stiffened himself further against her.
"How much do you think I do?" he asked.
"I don't know," she replied.
"But what is your opinion?" he asked.
There was a pause. At length, in the darkness, came her voice, hard and indifferent. "Very little indeed," she said, coldly, almost flippant. His heart went icy at the sound of her voice.
"Why don't I love you?" he asked,
as if admitting the truth of her accusation, yet hating her for it. "I don't know why you don't. I've been good to you. You were in a fearful state when you came to me." Her heart was beating to suffocate her, yet she was strong and unrelenting.
"When was I in a fearful state?" he asked.
"When you first came to me. I had to take pity on you, but it was never love." It was that statement, "It was never love," which sounded in his ears with madness.
"Why must you repeat it so often that there is no love?" he said in a voice strangled with rage.
"Well, you don't think you love, do you?" she asked. He was silent with cold passion of anger. "You don't think you can love me, do you?" she repeated, almost with a sneer.
"No," he said.
"You know you never have loved me, don't you?"
"I don't know what you mean by the word love," he replied.
"Yes, you do. You know all right that you have never loved me. Have you, do you think?"
"No," he
said, prompted by some barren spirit of truthfulness and obstinacy. "And you never will love me," she said finally. "Will you?" There was a diabolic coldness in her, too much to bear.
"No," he said.
"Then," she replied, "what have you against me?" He was silent in cold, frightened rage and despair.
"If only I could kill her,"
his heart was whispering repeatedly.
"If only I could kill her, I should be free."
It seemed to him that death was the only severing of this Gordian knot.
"Why do you torture me?" he said.
She flung her arms round his neck. "Ah, I don't want to torture you," she said pityingly, as if she were comforting a child. The impertinence made his veins go cold. He was insensible. She held her arms round his neck in a triumph of pity. And her pity for him was as cold as stone. Its deepest motive was hate of him and fear of his power over her, which she must always counterfoil. "Say you love me," she pleaded. "Say you will love me for ever. Won't you? Won't you?" But it was her voice only that coaxed him. Her senses were entirely apart from him, cold and destructive of him. It was her overbearing will that insisted. "Won't you say you'll love me always?" she coaxed. "Say it, even if it isn't true. Say it, Gerald, do."
"I will love you always," he repeated, in real agony,
forcing the words out. She gave him a quick kiss. "Fancy your actually having said it," she said, with a touch of raillery. He stood as if he had been beaten. "Try to love me a little more, and to want me a little less," she said, in a half contemptuous, half coaxing tone. The darkness seemed to be swaying in waves across his mind, great waves of darkness plunging across his mind. It seemed to him he was degraded at the very quick, made of no account.
"You mean you don't want me?" he said.
"You are so insistent, and there is so little grace in you, so little fineness. You are so crude. You break me. You only waste me. It is horrible to me."
"Horrible to you?" he repeated.
"Yes. Don't you think I might have a room to myself, now Ursula has gone? You can say you want a dressing room."
"You do as you like. You can leave altogether if you like," he managed to articulate.
"Yes, I know that," she replied. "So can you. You can leave me whenever you like, without notice even." The great tides of darkness were swinging across his mind. He could hardly stand upright. A terrible weariness overcame him. He felt he must lie on the floor. Dropping off his clothes, he got into bed, and lay like a man suddenly overcome by drunkenness, the darkness lifting and plunging, as if he were lying on a black, giddy sea. He lay still in this strange, horrific reeling for some time, purely unconscious. At length she slipped from her own bed and came over to him. He remained rigid, his back to her. He was all but unconscious. She put her arms round his terrifying, insentient body, and laid her cheek against his hard shoulder. "Gerald," she whispered. "Gerald." There was no change in him. She caught him against her. She pressed her breasts against his shoulders. She kissed his shoulder through the sleeping jacket. Her mind wandered over his rigid, unliving body. She was bewildered and insistent. Only her will was set for him to speak to her. "Gerald, my dear," she whispered, bending over him, kissing his ear. Her warm breath playing, flying rhythmically over his ear, seemed to relax the tension. She could feel his body gradually relaxing a little, losing its terrifying, unnatural rigidity. Her hands clutched his limbs, his muscles, going over him spasmodically. The hot blood began to flow again through his veins. His limbs relaxed. "Turn round to me," she whispered, forlorn with insistence and triumph. So, at last, he was given again warm and flexible. He turned and gathered her in his arms, and feeling her soft against him, so perfectly and wondrously soft and recipient, his arms tightened on her. She was as if crushed, powerless in him. His brain seemed hard and invincible now, like a jewel. There was no resisting him. His passion was awful to her, tense and ghastly and impersonal, like a destruction, ultimate. She felt it would kill her. She was being killed. "My God, my God!" she cried in anguish in his embrace, feeling her life being killed within her. And when he was kissing her, soothing her, her breath came slowly, as if she were really spent, dying. "Shall I die? Shall I die?" she repeated to herself. And in the night, and in him, there was no answer to the question. And yet, next day, the fragment of her which was not destroyed remained intact and hostile. She did not go away. She remained to finish the holiday, admitting nothing. He scarcely ever left her alone, but followed her like a shadow. He was like a doom upon her, a continual thou shalt not. Sometimes it was he who seemed strongest, whilst she was almost gone, creeping near the earth like a spent wind. Sometimes it was the reverse. But always it was this eternal see-saw, one destroyed that the other might exist, one ratified because the other was nulled. "In the end," she said to herself, "I shall go away from him."
"I can be free of her,"
he said to himself in his paroxysms of suffering. And he set himself to be free. He even prepared to go away, to leave her in the lurch. But for the first time there was a flaw in his will.
"Where shall I go?"
he asked himself.
"Can't you be self-sufficient?"
he replied to himself, putting himself upon his pride.
"Self-sufficient,"
he repeated. It seemed to him that Gudrun was sufficient unto herself, closed round and completed like a thing in a case. In the calm, static reason of his soul he recognised this, and admitted it was her right to be closed round upon herself, self-complete, without desire. He realised it, he admitted it. It only needed one last effort on his own part to win for himself the same completeness. He knew that it only needed one convulsion of his will for him to be able to turn upon himself also, to close upon himself as a stone fixes upon itself and is impervious, self-completed, a thing isolated. This knowledge threw him into a terrible chaos, because however much he might mentally will to be immune and self-complete, the desire for this state was lacking, and he could not create it. He could see that to exist at all, he must be perfectly free of Gudrun, leave her if she wanted to be left, demand nothing of her, have no claim upon her. But then, to have no claim upon her, he must stand by himself in sheer nothingness. And his brain turned to naught at the idea. It was a state of nothingness. On the other hand, he might give in and fawn to her. Or finally, he might kill her. Or he might become just indifferent, purposeless, dissipated, momentaneous. But his nature was too serious, not gay enough or subtle enough for mocking licentiousness. A strange rent had been torn in him, like a victim that is torn open and given to the heavens. So he had been torn apart and given to Gudrun. How should he close again? This wound, this strange, infinitely sensitive opening of his soul, where he was exposed like an open flower to all the universe, and in which he was given to his complement, the other, the unknown. This wound, this disclosure, this unfolding of his own covering, leaving him incomplete, limited, unfinished, like an open flower under the sky. This was his cruellest joy. Why then should he forego it? Why should he close up and become impervious, immune, like a partial thing in a sheath, when he had broken forth, like a seed that has germinated, to issue forth in being, embracing the unrealised heavens? He would keep the unfinished bliss of his own yearning, even through the torture she inflicted upon him. A strange obstinacy possessed him. He would not go away from her, whatever she said or did. A strange, deathly yearning carried him along with her. She was the determinating influence of his very being, though she treated him with contempt, repeated rebuffs and denials. Still he would never be gone, since in being near her even, he felt the quickening, the going forth in him, the release, the knowledge of his own limitation and the magic of the promise, as well as the mystery of his own destruction and annihilation. She tortured the open heart of him even as he turned to her. And she was tortured herself. It may have been her will was stronger. She felt with horror as if he tore at the bud of her heart, tore it open like an irreverent, persistent being, like a boy who pulls off a fly's wings, or tears open a bud to see what is in the flower. He tore at her privacy, at her very life. He would destroy her as an immature bud torn open is destroyed. She might open towards him a long while hence, in her dreams, when she was a pure spirit, but now she was not to be violated and ruined. She closed against him fiercely. They climbed together at evening up the high slope to see the sunset. In the finely breathing keen wind they stood and watched the yellow sun sink in crimson and disappear. Then in the east the peaks and ridges glowed with living rose, incandescent, like immortal flowers against a brown-purple sky, a miracle, whilst down below the world was a bluish shadow, and above, like an annunciation, hovered a rosy transport in mid-air. To her it was so beautiful, it was a delirium. She wanted to gather the glowing eternal peaks to her breast and die. He saw them, saw they were beautiful, but there arose no clamour in his breast, only a bitterness that was visionary in itself. He wished the peaks were grey and unbeautiful, so that she should not get her support from them. Why did she betray the two of them so terribly in embracing the glow of the evening? Why did she leave him standing there, with the ice wind blowing through his heart like death, to gratify herself among the rosy snow tips?
"What does the twilight matter?" he said. "Why do you grovel before it? Is it so important to you?"
She winced in violation and in fury. "Go away," she cried, "and leave me to it. It is beautiful, beautiful," she sang in strange rhapsodic tones. "It is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen in my life. Don't try to come between it and me. Take yourself away, you are out of place." He stood back a little and left her standing there, statue-like, transported into the mystic glowing east. Already the rose was fading, large white stars were flashing out. He waited. He would forego everything but the yearning. "That was the most perfect thing I have ever seen," she said in cold, brutal tones, when at last she turned round to him. "It amazes me that you should want to destroy it. If you can't see it yourself, why try to debar me?" But in reality he had destroyed it for her. She was straining after a dead effect. "One day," he said softly, looking up at her, "I shall destroy you as you stand looking at the sunset, because you are such a liar." There was a soft, voluptuous promise to himself in the words. She was chilled, but arrogant. "Ha! she said. "I am not afraid of your threats." She denied herself to him. She kept her room rigidly private to herself. But he waited on in a curious patience, belonging to his yearning for her. "In the end," he said to himself with real voluptuous promise, "when it reaches that point, I shall do away with her." And he trembled delicately in every limb in anticipation, as he trembled in his most violent accesses of passionate approach to her, trembling with too much desire. She had a curious sort of allegiance with Loerke all the while now, something insidious and traitorous. Gerald knew of it, but in the unnatural state of patience and the unwillingness to harden himself against her in which he found himself, he took no notice, although her soft kindliness to the other man, whom he hated as a noxious insect, made him shiver again with an access of the strange shuddering that came over him repeatedly. He left her alone only when he went skiing, a sport he loved, and which she did not practice. Then he seemed to sweep out of life, to be a projectile into the beyond. And often, when he went away, she talked to the little German sculptor. They had an invariable topic in their art. They were almost of the same ideas. He hated Mestrovich, was not satisfied with the Futurists. He liked the West African wooden figures, the Aztec art, Mexican and Central American. He saw the grotesque, and a curious sort of mechanical motion intoxicated him, a confusion in nature. They had a curious game with each other, Gudrun and Loerke, of infinite suggestivity, strange and leering, as if they had some esoteric understanding of life, that they alone were initiated into the fearful central secrets that the world dared not know. Their whole correspondence was in a strange, barely comprehensible suggestivity. They kindled themselves at the subtle lust of the Egyptians or the Mexicans. The whole game was one of subtle intersuggestivity, and they wanted to keep it on the plane of suggestion. From their verbal and physical nuances, they got the highest satisfaction in the nerves, from a queer interchange of half-suggested ideas, looks, expressions, and gestures, which were quite intolerable, though incomprehensible, to Gerald. He had no terms in which to think of their commerce. His terms were much too gross. The suggestion of primitive art was their refuge, and the inner mysteries of sensation their object of worship. Art and life were to them the reality and the unreality. "Of course," said Gudrun, "life doesn't really matter. It is one's art which is central. What one does in one's life has peu de rapport. It doesn't signify much."
"Yes, that is so, exactly," replied the sculptor. "What one does in one's art, that is the breath of one's being. What one does in one's life, that is a bagatelle for the outsiders to fuss about."
It was curious what a sense of elation and freedom Gudrun found in this communication. She felt established for ever. Of course, Gerald was bagatelle. Love was one of the temporal things in her life, except in so far as she was an artist. She thought of Cleopatra. Cleopatra must have been an artist. She reaped the essential from a man. She harvested the ultimate sensation and threw away the husk. And Mary Stuart, and the great Rachel, panting with her lovers after the theatre, these were the exoteric exponents of love. After all, what was the lover but fuel for the transport of this subtle knowledge, for a female art, the art of pure, perfect knowledge in sensuous understanding? End of the first part of chapter 30. Recording by Ruth Golding. Of chapter 30 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The second part of chapter 30. Snowed Up. One evening Gerald was arguing with Loerke about Italy and Tripoli. The Englishman was in a strange, inflammable state. The German was excited. It was a contest of words, but it meant a conflict of spirit between the two men. And all the while Gudrun could see in Gerald an arrogant English contempt for a foreigner. Although Gerald was quivering, his eyes flashing, his face flushed, in his argument there was a brusqueness, a savage contempt in his manner that made Gudrun's blood flare up, and made Loerke keen and mortified. For Gerald came down like a sledge-hammer with his assertions. Anything the little German said was merely contemptible rubbish. At last Loerke turned to Gudrun, raising his hands in helpless irony, a shrug of ironical dismissal, something appealing and childlike. "Sehen Sie, gnädige Frau," he began. "Bitte sagen Sie nicht immer, gnädige Frau," cried Gudrun, her eyes flashing, her cheeks burning. She looked like a vivid Medusa. Her voice was loud and clamorous. The other people in the room were startled. "Please don't call me Mrs. Cry," she cried aloud. The name, in Loerke's mouth particularly, had been an intolerable humiliation and constraint upon her these many days. The two men looked at her in amazement. Gerald went white at the cheekbones. "What shall I say, then?" asked Loerke with soft, mocking insinuation. "Sagen Sie nur nicht das," she muttered, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Not that, at least." She saw, by the dawning look on Loerke's face, that he had understood. She was not Mrs. Cry. So that explained a great deal. "Soll ich Fräulein sagen?" he asked malevolently. "I am not married," she said with some hauteur. Her heart was fluttering now, beating like a bewildered bird. She knew she had dealt a cruel wound, and she could not bear it. Gerald sat erect, perfectly still, his face pale and calm, like the face of a statue. He was unaware of her, or of Loerke, or anybody. He sat perfectly still, in an unalterable calm. Loerke, meanwhile, was crouching and glancing up from under his ducked head. Gudrun was tortured for something to say, to relieve the suspense. She twisted her face in a smile, and glanced knowingly, almost sneering at Gerald. "Truth is best," she said to him, with a grimace. But now again she was under his domination. Now because she had dealt him this blow, because she had destroyed him, and she did not know how he had taken it. She watched him. He was interesting to her. She had lost her interest in Loerke. Gerald rose at length, and went over in a leisurely, still movement to the Professor. The two began a conversation on Goethe. She was rather piqued by the simplicity of Gerald's demeanour this evening. He did not seem angry or disgusted, only he looked curiously innocent and pure, really beautiful. Sometimes it came upon him, this look of clear distance, and it always fascinated her. She waited, troubled, throughout the evening. She thought he would avoid her or give some sign. But he spoke to her simply and unemotionally, as he would to any one else in the room. A certain peace, an abstraction, possessed his soul. She went to his room, hotly, violently in love with him. He was so beautiful and inaccessible. He kissed her. He was a lover to her. And she had extreme pleasure of him. But he did not come to. He remained remote and candid, unconscious. She wanted to speak to him. But this innocent, beautiful state of unconsciousness that had come upon him prevented her. She felt tormented and dark. In the morning, however, he looked at her with a little aversion, some horror and some hatred darkening into his eyes. She withdrew on to her old ground, but still he would not gather himself together against her. Loerke was waiting for her now. The little artist, isolated in his own complete envelope, felt that here, at last, was a woman from whom he could get something. He was uneasy all the while, waiting to talk with her, subtly contriving to be near her. Her presence filled him with keenness and excitement. He gravitated cunningly towards her, as if she had some unseen force of attraction. He was not in the least doubtful of himself as regards Gerald. Gerald was one of the outsiders. Loerke only hated him for being rich and proud and of fine appearance. All these things, however, riches, pride of social standing, handsome physique, were externals. When it came to the relation with a woman such as Gudrun, he, Loerke, had an approach and a power that Gerald never dreamed of. How should Gerald hope to satisfy a woman of Gudrun's calibre? Did he think that pride, or masterful will, or physical strength would help him? Loerke knew a secret beyond these things. The greatest power is the one that is subtle and adjusts itself, not one which blindly attacks. And he, Loerke, had understanding where Gerald was a calf. He, Loerke, could penetrate into depths far out of Gerald's knowledge. Gerald was left behind like a postulant in the anteroom of this temple of mysteries, this woman. But he, Loerke, could he not penetrate into the inner darkness, find the spirit of the woman in its inner recess, and wrestle with it there, the central serpent that is coiled at the core of life? What was it, after all, that a woman wanted? Was it mere social effect? Fulfilment of ambition in the social world, in the community of mankind? Was it even a union in love and goodness? Did she want goodness? Who but a fool would accept this of Gudrun?
this was but the street view of her wants. Cross the threshold, and you found her completely cynical about the social world and its advantages. Once inside the house of her soul, and there was a pungent atmosphere of corrosion, an inflamed darkness of sensation, and a vivid, subtle, critical consciousness that saw the world distorted, horrific. What then? What next? Was it sheer blind force of passion that would satisfy her now? Not this, but the subtle thrills of extreme sensation in reduction. It was an unbroken will reacting against her unbroken will in a myriad subtle thrills of reduction. The last subtle activities of analysis and breaking down carried out in the darkness of her, whilst the outside form, the individual, was utterly unchanged, even sentimental in its poses. But between two particular people, any two people on earth, the range of pure sensational experience is limited. The climax of sensual reaction, once reached in any direction, is reached finally. There is no going on. There is only repetition possible, or the going apart of the two protagonists, or the subjugating of the one will to the other, or death. Gerald had penetrated all the outer places of Gudrun's soul. He was to her the most crucial instance of the existing world, the ne plus ultra of the world of man as it existed for her. In him she knew the world and had done with it. Knowing him finally, she was the Alexander seeking new worlds. But there were no new worlds. There were no more men. There were only creatures, little ultimate creatures like Loerke. The world was finished now for her. There was only the inner individual darkness, sensation within the ego, the obscene religious mystery of ultimate reduction, the mystic frictional activities of diabolic reducing down, disintegrating the vital organic body of life. All this Gudrun knew in her subconsciousness, not in her mind. She knew her next step. She knew what she should move on to when she left Gerald. She was afraid of Gerald, that he might kill her. But she did not intend to be killed. A fine thread still united her to him. It should not be her death which broke it. She had further to go, a further, slow, exquisite experience to reap, unthinkable subtleties of sensation to know, before she was finished. Of the last series of subtleties, Gerald was not capable. He could not touch the quick of her. But where his ruder blows could not penetrate, the fine, insinuating blade of Loerke's insect-like comprehension could. At least it was time for her now to pass over to the other, the creature, the final craftsman. She knew that Loerke in his innermost soul was detached from everything. For him there was neither heaven nor earth nor hell. He admitted no allegiance, he gave no adherence anywhere. He was single, and by abstraction from the rest, absolute in himself. Whereas in Gerald's soul there still lingered some attachment to the rest, to the whole. And this was his limitation. He was limited, borné, subject to his necessity, in the last issue, for goodness, for righteousness, for oneness with the ultimate purpose. That the ultimate purpose might be the perfect and subtle experience of the process of death, the will being kept unimpaired, that was not allowed in him, and this was his limitation. There was a hovering triumph in Loerke, since Gudrun had denied her marriage with Gerald. The artist seemed to hover, like a creature on the wing, waiting to settle. He did not approach Gudrun violently, he was never ill-timed, but carried on by a sure instinct, in the complete darkness of his soul, he corresponded mystically with her, imperceptibly, but palpably. For 2 days he talked to her, continued the discussions of art, of life, in which they both found such pleasure. They praised the bygone things, they took a sentimental, childish delight in the achieved perfections of the past. Particularly they liked the late 18th century, the period of Goethe and of Shelley and Mozart. They played with the past, and with the great figures of the past, a sort of little game of chess or marionettes, all to please themselves. They had all the great men for their marionettes, and they too were the god of the show, working it all. As for the future, that they never mentioned, except one laughed out some mocking dream of the destruction of the world by a ridiculous catastrophe of man's invention. A man invented such a perfect explosive that it blew the earth in two, and the two halves set off in different directions through space, to the dismay of the inhabitants. Or else the people of the world divided into two halves, and each half decided it was perfect and right, the other half was wrong and must be destroyed. So another end of the world. Or else, Loerke's dream of fear, the world went cold, and snow fell everywhere, and only white creatures, polar bears, white foxes, and men like awful white snowbirds, persisted in ice cruelty. Apart from these stories, they never talked of the future. They delighted most either in mocking imaginations of destruction, or in sentimental, fine marionette shows of the past. It was a sentimental delight to reconstruct the world of Goethe at Weimar, or of Schiller and poverty and faithful love, or to see again Jean-Jacques in his quakings, or Voltaire at Vernet, or Frederick the Great reading his own poetry. They talked together for hours of literature and sculpture and painting, amusing themselves with Flaxman and Blake and Fuseli, with tenderness, and with Feuerbach and Böcklin. It would take them a lifetime, they felt, to live again, in petto, the lives of the great artists, but they preferred to stay in the 18th and the 19th centuries. They talked in a mixture of languages. The groundwork was French in either case, but he ended most of his sentences in a stumble of English and a conclusion of German. She skilfully wove herself to her end in whatever phrase came to her. She took a peculiar delight in this conversation. It was full of odd, fantastic expression, of double meanings, of evasions, of suggestive vagueness. It was a real physical pleasure to her to make this thread of conversation out of the different coloured strands of 3 languages. And all the while they two were hovering, hesitating round the flame of some invisible declaration. He wanted it, but was held back by some inevitable reluctance. She wanted it also, but she wanted to put it off indefinitely. She still had some pity for Gerald, some connection with him. And the most fatal of all, she had the reminiscent, sentimental compassion for herself, in connection with him. Because of what had been, she felt herself held to him by immortal, invisible threads. Because of what had been. Because of his coming to her that first night, into her own house, in his extremity. Because Gerald was gradually overcome with a revulsion of loathing for Loerke. He did not take the man seriously. He despised him merely, except as he felt in Gudrun's veins the influence of the little creature. It was this that drove Gerald wild, the feeling in Gudrun's veins of Loerke's presence, Loerke's being flowing dominant through her.
"What makes you so smitten with that little vermin?" he asked,
really puzzled. For he, manlike, could not see anything attractive or important at all in Loerke. Gerald expected to find some handsomeness or nobleness to account for a woman's subjection, but he saw none here, only an insect-like repulsiveness. Gudrun flushed deeply. It was these attacks she would never forgive. "What do you mean?" she replied. "My God, what a mercy I am not married to you!" Her voice of flouting and contempt scotched him. He was brought up short, but he recovered himself.
"Tell me, only tell me,"
he reiterated in a dangerous, narrowed voice.
"Tell me what it is that fascinates you in him."
"I am not fascinated," she said, with cold, repelling innocence.
"Yes, you are. You are fascinated by that little dry snake, like a bird gaping, ready to fall down its throat."
She looked at him with black fury. "I don't choose to be discussed by you," she said.
"It doesn't matter whether you choose or not," he replied. "That doesn't alter the fact that you're ready to fall down and kiss the feet of that little insect. And I don't want to prevent you. Do it. Fall down and kiss his feet. But I want to know. What is it that fascinates you? What is it?"
She was silent, suffused with black rage. "How dare you come browbeating me?" she cried. "How dare you, you little squire, you bully? What right have you over me, do you think?" His face was white and gleaming. She knew by the light in his eyes that she was in his power, the wolf. And because she was in his power, she hated him with a power that she wondered did not kill him. In her will, she killed him as he stood, effaced him.
"It is not a question of right,"
said Gerald, sitting down on a chair. She watched the change in his body. She saw his clenched, mechanical body moving there like an obsession. Her hatred of him was tinged with fatal contempt.
"It's not a question of my right over you, though I have some right, remember. I want to know. I only want to know what it is that subjugates you to that little scum of a sculptor downstairs. What it is that brings you down like a humble maggot in worship of him. I want to know what you creep after."
She stood over against the window, listening. Then she turned round. "Do you?" she said, in her most easy, most cutting voice. Do you want to know what it is in him? It's because he has some understanding of a woman. Because he is not stupid. That's why it is." A queer, sinister, animal-like smile came over Gerald's face.
"But what understanding is it?" he said. "The understanding of a flea, a hopping flea with a proboscis. Why should you crawl abject before the understanding of a flea?"
There passed through Gudrun's mind Blake's representation of the soul of a flea. She wanted to fit it to Loerke. Blake was a clown too. But it was necessary to answer Gerald. "Don't you think the understanding of a flea is more interesting than the understanding of a fool?" she asked.
"A fool?"
he repeated. "A fool, a conceited fool, a Dummkopf," she replied, adding the German word.
"Do you call me a fool?"
he replied.
"Well, wouldn't I rather be the fool I am than that flea downstairs?"
She looked at him. A certain blunt, blind stupidity in him palled on her soul, limiting her. "You give yourself away by that last," she said. He sat and wondered.
"I shall go away soon,"
he said. She turned on him. "Remember," she said, "I am completely independent of you. Completely. You make your arrangements, I make mine." He pondered this.
"You mean we are strangers from this minute?"
he asked. She halted and flushed. He was putting her in a trap, forcing her hand. She turned round on him. "Strangers," she said, "we can never be. But if you want to make any movement apart from me, then I wish you to know you are perfectly free to do so. Do not consider me in the slightest." Even so slight an implication that she needed him, and was depending on him still, was sufficient to rouse his passion. As he sat, a change came over his body. The hot, molten stream mounted involuntarily through his veins. He groaned inwardly under its bondage, but he loved it. He looked at her with clear eyes, waiting for her. She knew at once, and was shaken with cold revulsion. How could he look at her with those clear, warm, waiting eyes, waiting for her even now? What had been said between them? Was it not enough to put them worlds asunder, to freeze them for ever apart? And yet he was all transfused and roused, waiting for her. It confused her. Turning her head aside, she said, "I shall always tell you, whenever I'm going to make any change." And with this, she moved out of the room. He sat suspended in a fine recoil of disappointment that seemed gradually to be destroying his understanding. But the unconscious state of patience persisted in him. He remained motionless, without thought or knowledge, for a long time. Then he rose and went downstairs to play at chess with one of the students. His face was open and clear, with a certain innocent laisser-aller that troubled Gudrun most, made her almost afraid of him, whilst she disliked him deeply for it. It was after this that Loerke, who had never yet spoken to her personally, began to ask her of her state.
You are not married at all, are you? He asked. She looked full at him. Not in the least, she replied in her measured way. Loerke laughed, wrinkling up his face oddly. There was a thin wisp of his hair straying on his forehead. She noticed that his skin was of a clear brown colour, his hands, his wrists. And his hands seemed closely prehensile. He seemed like topaz, so strangely brownish and pellucid. Good, he said. Still, it needed some courage for him to go on. Was Mrs. Birkin your sister? He asked. Yes. And was she married? She was married. Have you parents, then? Yes, said Gudrun. We have parents. And she told him briefly, laconically, her position. He watched her closely, curiously, all the while. So, he exclaimed with some surprise. And the Herr Krei, is he rich? Yes, he is rich, a coal owner. How long has your friendship with him lasted? Some months. There was a pause. Yes, I am surprised, he said at length. The English, I thought they were so cold. And what do you think to do when you leave here? What do I think to do? She repeated. Yes, you cannot go back to the teaching. No, he shrugged his shoulders, that is impossible. Leave that to the canaille who can do nothing else. You, for your part, you know, you are a remarkable woman, eine seltsame Frau. Why deny it? Why make any question of it? You are an extraordinary woman. Why should you follow the ordinary course, the ordinary life? Gudrun sat looking at her hands, flushed. She was pleased that he said, so simply, that she was a remarkable woman. He would not say that to flatter her. He was far too self-opinionated and objective by nature. He said it as he would say a piece of sculpture was remarkable, because he knew it was so. And it gratified her to hear it from him. Other people had such a passion to make everything of one degree, of one pattern. In England, it was chic to be perfectly ordinary, and it was a relief to her to be acknowledged extraordinary. Then she need not fret about the common standards. You see, she said, I have no money whatsoever. Ach, money, he cried, lifting his shoulders. When one is grown up, money is lying about at one's service. It is only when one is young that it is rare. Take no thought for money. That always lies to hand. Does it? She said, laughing. Always. The Gerald will give you a sum if you ask him for it. She flushed deeply. I will ask anybody else, she said with some difficulty, but not him. Loerke looked closely at her. Good, he said. Then let it be somebody else. Only don't go back to that England, that school. No, that is stupid. Again there was a pause. He was afraid to ask her outright to go with him. He was not even quite sure he wanted her, and she was afraid to be asked. He begrudged his own isolation, was very chary of sharing his life, even for a day. The only other place I know is Paris, she said, and I can't stand that. She looked with her wide, steady eyes full at Loerke. He lowered his head and averted his face. Paris, no, he said. Between the religion d'amour and the latest ism and the new turning to Jesus, one had better ride on a carousel all day. But come to Dresden. I have a studio there. I can give you work. Oh, that would be easy enough. I haven't seen any of your things, but I believe in you. Come to Dresden. That is a fine town to be in, and as good a life as you can expect of a town. You have everything there, without the foolishness of Paris or the beer of Munich. He sat and looked at her coldly. What she liked about him was that he spoke to her simple and flat, as to himself. He was a fellow craftsman, a fellow being to her first. No, Paris, he resumed. It makes me sick. Pah, l'amour. I detest it. L'amour, l'amore, die Liebe. I detest it in every language. Women and love. There is no greater tedium, he cried. She was slightly offended, and yet this was her own basic feeling. Men and love, there was no greater tedium. I think the same, she said. A bore, he repeated. What does it matter whether I wear this hat or another? So love, I needn't wear a hat at all, only for convenience. Neither need I love, except for convenience. I tell you what, gnädige Frau. And he leaned towards her. Then he made a quick, odd gesture, as of striking something aside. Gnädige Fräulein, never mind. I tell you what, I would give everything, all your love, for a little companionship in intelligence. His eyes flickered darkly, evilly at her. You understand? He asked, with a faint smile. It wouldn't matter if she were 100 years old, 1,000. It would be all the same to me, so that she can understand. He shut his eyes with a little snap. Again, Gudrun was rather offended. Did he not think her good-looking then? Suddenly she laughed. I shall have to wait about 80 years to suit you at that, she said. I am ugly enough, aren't I? He looked at her with an artist's sudden, critical, estimating eye. You are beautiful, he said, and I am glad of it. But it isn't that. It isn't that, he cried with emphasis that flattered her. It is that you have a certain wit. It is the kind of understanding. For me, I am little, chétif, insignificant. Good. Do not ask me to be strong and handsome then. But it is the me. He put his fingers to his mouth oddly. It is the me that is looking for a mistress. And my me is waiting for the thee of the mistress, for the match to my particular intelligence. You understand? Yes, she said, I understand. As for the other, this amour, he made a gesture, dashing his hand aside, as if to dash away something troublesome. It is unimportant, unimportant. Does it matter whether I drink white wine this evening, or whether I drink nothing? It does not matter. It does not matter. So this love, this amour, this baiser, yes or no, soit ou soit pas, today, tomorrow, or never, it is all the same. It does not matter, no more than the white wine. He ended with an odd dropping of the head in a desperate negation.
Gudrun watched him steadily. She had gone pale. Suddenly she stretched over and seized his hand in her own. "That is true," she said, in rather a high, vehement voice. "That is true for me too. It is the understanding that matters." He looked up at her, almost frightened, furtive. Then he nodded, a little sullenly. She let go his hand. He had not made the lightest response. And they sat in silence. "Do you know," he said, suddenly looking at her with dark, self-important, prophetic eyes, "your fate and mine, they will run together till—" and he broke off in a little grimace. "Till when?" she asked, blanched, her lips going white. She was terribly susceptible to these evil prognostications, but he only shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "I don't know." End of the second part of chapter 30. Recording by Ruth Golding. Third part of chapter 30 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The third part of chapter 30. Snowed Up. Gerald did not come in from his skiing until nightfall. He missed the coffee and cake that she took at 4 o'clock. The snow was in perfect condition. He had travelled a long way, by himself, among the snow ridges, on his skis. He had climbed high, so high that he could see over the top of the pass, 5 miles distant, could see the Marienhütte, the hostel on the crest of the pass, half buried in snow, and over into the deep valley beyond, to the dusk of the pine trees. One could go that way home, but he shuddered with nausea at the thought of home. One could travel on skis down there, and come to the old imperial road below the pass. But why come to any road? He revolted at the thought of finding himself in the world again. He must stay up there in the snow for ever. He had been happy by himself, high up there, alone, travelling swiftly on skis, taking far flights, and skimming past the dark rocks veined with brilliant snow. But he felt something icy gathering at his heart. This strange mood of patience and innocence, which had persisted in him for some days, was passing away. He would be left again a prey to the horrible passions and tortures. So he came down reluctantly, snow-burned, snow-estranged, to the house in the hollow, between the knuckles of the mountain tops. He saw its lights shining yellow, and he held back, wishing he need not go in to confront those people, to hear the turmoil of voices, and to feel the confusion of other presences. He was isolated, as if there were a vacuum round his heart, or a sheath of pure ice. The moment he saw Gudrun, something jolted in his soul. She was looking rather lofty and superb, smiling slowly and graciously to the Germans. A sudden desire leapt in his heart to kill her. He thought, what a perfect, voluptuous fulfilment it would be to kill her. His mind was absent all the evening.
estranged by the snow and his passion. But he kept the idea constant within him. What a perfect, voluptuous consummation it would be to strangle her, to strangle every spark of life out of her, till she lay completely inert, soft, relaxed for ever. A soft heap, lying dead between his hands, utterly dead. Then he would have had her finally and for ever. There would be such a perfect, voluptuous finality. Gudrun was unaware of what he was feeling. He seemed so quiet and amiable as usual. His amiability even made her feel brutal towards him. She went into his room when he was partially undressed. She did not notice the curious, glad gleam of pure hatred with which he looked at her. She stood near the door with her hand behind her. "I have been thinking, Gerald," she said, with an insulting nonchalance, "that I shall not go back to England."
"Oh," he said. "Where will you go then?"
But she ignored his question. She had her own logical statement to make, and it must be made as she had thought it. "I can't see the use of going back," she continued. "It is over between me and you." She paused for him to speak, but he said nothing. He was only talking to himself, saying,
Over, is it? I believe it is over. But it isn't finished. Remember, it isn't finished. We must put some sort of a finish on it. There must be a conclusion. There must be finality.
So he talked to himself, but aloud he said nothing whatever. "What has been," she continued. "There is nothing that I regret. I hope you regret nothing." She waited for him to speak.
"Oh, I regret nothing," he said accommodatingly.
"Good, then," she answered. "Good, then. Then neither of us cherishes any regrets, which is as it should be."
"Quite as it should be,"
he said aimlessly. She paused to gather up her thread again. "Our attempt has been a failure," she said, "but we can try again elsewhere." A little flicker of rage ran through his blood. It was as if she were rousing him, goading him. Why must she do it?
"Attempt at what?" he asked.
"At being lovers, I suppose," she said, a little baffled, yet so trivial she made it all seem.
"Our attempt at being lovers has been a failure?" he repeated aloud.
To himself he was saying,
I ought to kill her here. There is only this left, for me to kill her.
a heavy, overcharged desire to bring about her death possessed him. She was unaware. "Hasn't it?" she asked. "Do you think it has been a success?" Again the insult of the flippant question ran through his blood like a current of fire.
"It had some of the elements of success, our relationship," he replied. "It might have come off."
But he paused before concluding the last phrase. Even as he began the sentence, he did not believe in what he was going to say. He knew it never could have been a success. "No," she replied, "you cannot love."
"And you?" he asked.
Her wide, dark-filled eyes were fixed on him like two moons of darkness. "I couldn't love you," she said, with stark, cold truth. A blinding flash went over his brain. His body jolted. His heart had burst into flame. His consciousness was gone into his wrists, into his hands. He was one blind, incontinent desire to kill her. His wrists were bursting. There would be no satisfaction till his hands had closed on her. But even before his body swerved forward on her, a sudden cunning comprehension was expressed on her face, and in a flash she was out of the door. She ran in one flash to her room and locked herself in. She was afraid, but confident. She knew her life trembled on the edge of an abyss, but she was curiously sure of her footing. She knew her cunning could outwit him. She trembled as she stood in her room, with excitement and awful exhilaration. She knew she could outwit him. She could depend on her presence of mind and on her wits. But it was a fight to the death. She knew it now. One slip and she was lost. She had a strange, tense, exhilarated sickness in her body, as one who is in peril of falling from a great height, but who does not look down, does not admit the fear. "I will go away the day after tomorrow," she said. She only did not want Gerald to think that she was afraid of him, that she was running away because she was afraid of him. She was not afraid of him, fundamentally. She knew it was her safeguard to avoid his physical violence, but even physically she was not afraid of him. She wanted to prove it to him. When she had proved it, that whatever he was, she was not afraid of him, when she had proved that, she could leave him for ever. But meanwhile, the fight between them, terrible as she knew it to be, was inconclusive. And she wanted to be confident in herself. However many terrors she might have, she would be unafraid, uncowed by him. He could never cow her, nor dominate her, nor have any right over her. This she would maintain until she had proved it. Once it was proved, she was free of him for ever. But she had not proved it yet, neither to him nor to herself. And this was what still bound her to him. She was bound to him. She could not live beyond him. She sat up in bed, closely wrapped up, for many hours, thinking endlessly to herself. It was as if she would never have done weaving the great provision of her thoughts. "It isn't as if he really loved me," she said to herself. "He doesn't. Every woman he comes across, he wants to make her in love with him. He doesn't even know that he is doing it, but there he is, before every woman he unfurls his male attractiveness, displays his great desirability. He tries to make every woman think how wonderful it would be to have him for a lover. His very ignoring of the women is part of the game. He is never unconscious of them. He should have been a cockerel, so he could strut before 50 females, all his subjects. But really, his Don Juan does not interest me. I could play Donna Juanita 1,000,000 times better than he plays Juan. He
bores me, you know. His maleness bores me. Nothing is so boring, so inherently stupid and stupidly conceited. Really, the fathomless conceit of these men. It is ridiculous. The little strutters. They are all alike. Look at Birkin, built out of the limitation of conceit they are, and nothing else. Really, nothing but their ridiculous limitation and intrinsic insignificance could make them so conceited. As for Loerke, there is 1,000 times more in him than in a Gerald. Gerald is so limited. There is a dead end to him. He would grind on at the old mills forever. And really there is no corn between the millstones any more. They grind on and on when there is nothing to grind, saying the same things, believing the same things, acting the same things. Oh my God, it would wear out the patience of a stone. I don't worship Loerke, but at any rate he is a free individual. He is not stiff with conceit of his own maleness. He is not grinding dutifully at the old mills. Oh God, when I think of Gerald and his work, those offices at Beldover, and the mines, it makes my heart sick. What have I to do with it? And him thinking he can be a lover to a woman. One might as well ask it of a self-satisfied lamp-post. These men with their eternal jobs, and their eternal mills of God that keep on grinding at nothing. It is too boring, just boring. How ever did I come to take him seriously at all? At least in Dresden one will have one's back to it all, and there will be amusing things to do. It will be amusing to go to these eurythmic displays and the German opera, the German theatre. It will be amusing to take part in German bohemian life. And Loerke is an artist. He is a free individual. One will escape from so much, that is the chief thing. Escape so much hideous, boring repetition of vulgar actions, vulgar phrases, vulgar postures. I don't delude myself that I shall find an elixir of life in Dresden. I know I shan't. But I shall get away from people who have their own homes, and their own children, and their own acquaintances, and their own this, and their own that. I shall be among people who don't own things, and who haven't got a home and a domestic servant in the background, who haven't got a standing and a status and a degree and a circle of friends of the same. Oh God, the wheels within wheels of people. It makes one's head tick like a clock, with a very madness of dead mechanical monotony and meaninglessness. How I hate life! How I hate it! How I hate the Geralds, that they can offer one nothing else. Shortlands! Heavens! Think of living there 1 week, then the next, and then the third. No, I won't think of it. It is too much. And she broke off, really terrified, really unable to bear any more. The thought of the mechanical succession of day following day
day following day ad infinitum, was one of the things that made her heart palpitate with a real approach of madness. The terrible bondage of this tick-tack of time, this twitching of the hands of the clock, this eternal repetition of hours and days. Oh God, it was too awful to contemplate. And there was no escape from it. No escape. She almost wished Gerald were with her to save her from the terror of her own thoughts. Oh, how she suffered, lying there alone, confronted by the terrible clock, with its eternal tick-tack. All life resolved itself into this tick-tack, tick-tack, tick-tack. Then the striking of the hour, then the tick-tack, tick-tack, and the twitching of the clock fingers. Gerald could not save her from it. He, his body, his motion, his life, it was the same ticking, the same twitching across the dial, a horrible, mechanical twitching forward over the face of the hours. What were his kisses, his embraces? She could hear their tick-tack, tick-tack. She laughed to herself, so frightened that she was trying to laugh it off. Oh, how maddening it was, to be sure, to be sure. Then, with a fleeting, self-conscious motion, she wondered if she would be very much surprised, on rising in the morning, to realise that her hair had turned white. She had felt it turning white so often, under the intolerable burden of her thoughts and her sensations. Yet there it remained, brown as ever, and there she was herself, looking a picture of health. Perhaps she was healthy. Perhaps it was only her unabateable health that left her so exposed to the truth. If she were sickly, she would have her illusions, imaginations. As it was, there was no escape. She must always see and know and never escape. She could never escape. There she was, placed before the clock face of life. And if she turned round, as in a railway station, to look at the bookstall, still she could see, with her very spine, she could see the clock, always the great white clock face. In vain she fluttered the leaves of books, or made statuettes in clay. She knew she was not really reading. She was not really working. She was watching the fingers twitch across the eternal, mechanical, monotonous clock face of time. She never really lived. She only watched. Indeed, she was like a little 12-hour clock, vis-à-vis with the enormous clock of eternity. There she was, like dignity and impudence, or impudence and dignity. The picture pleased her. Didn't her face really look like a clock dial, rather roundish and often pale and impassive? She would have got up to look in the mirror, but the thought of the sight of her own face, that was like a 12-hour clock dial, filled her with such deep terror that she hastened to think of something else. Oh, why wasn't somebody kind to her? Why wasn't there somebody who would take her in their arms, and hold her to their breast, and give her rest, pure, deep, healing rest? Oh, why wasn't there somebody to take her in their arms and fold her, safe and perfect, for sleep? She wanted so much this perfect enfolded sleep. She lay always so unsheathed in sleep. She would lie always unsheathed in sleep, unrelieved, unsaved. Oh, how could she bear it, this endless unrelief, this eternal unrelief? Gerald, could he fold her in his arms and sheathe her in sleep? Ha! He needed putting to sleep himself, poor Gerald. That was all he needed. What did he do? He made the burden for her greater. The burden of her sleep was the more intolerable when he was there. He was an added weariness upon her unripening nights, her unfruitful slumbers. Perhaps he got some repose from her. Perhaps he did. Perhaps this was what he was always dogging her for, like a child that is famished, crying for the breast. Perhaps this was the secret of his passion, his forever unquenched desire for her, that he needed her to put him to sleep, to give him repose. What then? Was she his mother? Had she asked for a child whom she must nurse through the nights for her lover? She despised him. She despised him. She hardened her heart. An infant crying in the night, this Don Juan. Oh, but how she hated the infant crying in the night. She would murder it gladly. She would stifle it and bury it as Hetty Sorrel did. No doubt Hetty Sorrel's infant cried in the night. No doubt Arthur Donnithorne's infant would. Ha! The Arthur Donnithornes, the Geralds of this world, so manly by day, yet all the while such a crying of infants in the night. Let them turn into mechanisms, let them. Let them become instruments, pure machines, pure wills, that work like clockwork, in perpetual repetition. Let them be this. Let them be taken up entirely in their work. Let them be perfect parts of a great machine, having a slumber of constant repetition. Let Gerald manage his firm. There he would be satisfied as a wheelbarrow that goes backwards and forwards along a plank all day. She had seen it. The wheelbarrow, the one humble wheel, the unit of the firm. Then the cart with 2 wheels, then the truck with 4, then the donkey engine with 8, then the winding engine with 16, and so on till it came to the miner with 1,000 wheels, and then the electrician with 3,000, and the underground manager with 20,000, and the general manager with 100,000 little wheels working away to complete his make-up. And then Gerald, with 1,000,000 wheels and cogs and axles. Poor Gerald, such a lot of little wheels to his make-up. He was more intricate than a chronometer watch. But oh, heavens, what weariness! What weariness, God above! A chronometer watch, a beetle. Her soul fainted with utter ennui from the thought. So many wheels to count and consider and calculate. Enough, enough! There was an end to man's capacity for complications even.
or perhaps there was no end. Meanwhile, Gerald sat in his room reading. When Gudrun was gone, he was left stupefied with arrested desire. He sat on the side of the bed for an hour, stupefied, little strands of consciousness appearing and reappearing, but he did not move. For a long time he remained inert, his head dropped on his breast. Then he looked up and realised that he was going to bed. He was cold. Soon he was lying down in the dark. But what he could not bear was the darkness. The solid darkness confronting him drove him mad. So he rose and made a light. He remained seated for a while, staring in front. He did not think of Gudrun. He did not think of anything. Then suddenly he went downstairs for a book. He had all his life been in terror of the nights that should come, when he could not sleep. He knew that this would be too much for him, to have to face nights of sleeplessness and of horrified watching the hours. So he sat for hours in bed, like a statue, reading. His mind, hard and acute, read on rapidly. His body understood nothing. In a state of rigid unconsciousness, he read on through the night till morning, when, weary and disgusted in spirit, disgusted most of all with himself, he slept for 2 hours. Then he got up, hard and full of energy. Gudrun scarcely spoke to him, except at coffee, when she said, "I shall be leaving tomorrow." "We will go together as far as Innsbruck for appearance's sake?" he asked.
"Perhaps," she said. She said perhaps between the sips of her coffee, and the sound of her taking her breath in the word was nauseous to him. He rose quickly to be away from her. He went and made arrangements for the departure on the morrow. Then, taking some food, he set out for the day on the skis. Perhaps, he said to the Wirt, he would go up to the Marienhütte, perhaps to the village below. To Gudrun this day was full of a promise, like spring. She felt an approaching release, a new fountain of life rising up in her. It gave her pleasure to dawdle through her packing. It gave her pleasure to dip into books, to try on her different garments, to look at herself in the glass. She felt a new lease of life was come upon her, and she was happy like a child, very attractive and beautiful to everybody, with her soft, luxuriant figure and her happiness. Yet underneath was death itself. In the afternoon she had to go out with Loerke. Her tomorrow was perfectly vague before her. This was what gave her pleasure. She might be going to England with Gerald, she might be going to Dresden with Loerke, she might be going to Munich to a girlfriend she had there. Anything might come to pass on the morrow. And today was the white, snowy, iridescent threshold of all possibility. All possibility, that was the charm to her. The lovely, iridescent, indefinite charm, pure illusion. All possibility, because death was inevitable, and nothing was possible but death. She did not want things to materialise, to take any definite shape. She wanted suddenly, at one moment of the journey tomorrow, to be wafted into an utterly new course by some utterly unforeseen event or motion. So that, although she wanted to go out with Loerke for the last time into the snow, she did not want to be serious or businesslike.
And Loerke was not a serious figure. In his brown velvet cap, that made his head as round as a chestnut, with the brown velvet flaps loose and wild over his ears, and a wisp of elf-like thin black hair blowing above his full elf-like dark eyes, the shiny transparent brown skin crinkling up into odd grimaces on his small-featured face, he looked an odd little boy-man, a bat. But in his figure, in the greeny loden suit, he looked chétif and puny, still strangely different from the rest. He had taken a little toboggan for the two of them, and they trudged between the blinding slopes of snow that burned their now hardening faces, laughing in an endless sequence of quips and jests and polyglot fancies. The fancies were the reality to both of them. They were both so happy, tossing about the little coloured balls of verbal humour and whimsicality. Their natures seemed to sparkle in full interplay. They were enjoying a pure game. And they wanted to keep it on the level of a game, their relationship. Such a fine game. Loerke did not take the tobogganing very seriously. He put no fire and intensity into it as Gerald did, which pleased Gudrun. She was weary, oh, so weary, of Gerald's gripped intensity of physical motion. Loerke let the sledge go wildly and gaily like a flying leaf, and when at a bend he pitched both her and him out into the snow, he only waited for them both to pick themselves up unhurt off the keen white ground, to be laughing and pert as a pixie. She knew he would be making ironical, playful remarks as he wandered in hell, if he were in the humour. And that pleased her immensely. It seemed like a rising above the dreariness of actuality, the monotony of contingencies. They played till the sun went down, in pure amusement, careless and timeless. Then, as the little sledge twirled riskily to rest at the bottom of the slope, "Wait," he said suddenly, and he produced from somewhere a large thermos flask, a packet of Kekse, and a bottle of schnapps. "Oh, Loerke," she cried, "what an inspiration! What a comble de joie, indeed! What is the schnapps?" He looked at it and laughed. "Heidelbeer," he said. "No, from the bilberries under the snow. Doesn't it look as if it were distilled from snow? Can you—" she sniffed and sniffed at the bottle. "Can you smell bilberries? Isn't it wonderful? It is exactly as if one could smell them through the snow." She stamped her foot lightly on the ground. He kneeled down and whistled, and put his ear to the snow. As he did so, his black eyes twinkled up. She laughed, warmed by the whimsical way in which he mocked at her verbal extravagances. He was always teasing her, mocking her ways. But as he in his mockery was even more absurd than she in her extravagances, what could one do but laugh and feel liberated? She could feel their voices, hers and his, ringing silvery, like bells in the frozen, motionless air of the first twilight. How perfect it was! How very perfect it was, this silvery isolation and interplay. She sipped the hot coffee, whose fragrance flew around them like bees murmuring around flowers in the snowy air. She drank tiny sips of the Heidelbeerwasser. She ate the cold, sweet, creamy wafers. How good everything was! How perfect everything tasted and smelled and sounded, here in this utter stillness of snow and falling twilight.
You are going away tomorrow? His voice came at last. Yes. There was a pause, when the evening seemed to rise in its silent, ringing pallor infinitely high, to the infinite which was near at hand. Wohin? That was the question. Wohin? Whither? Wohin? What a lovely word! She never wanted it answered. Let it chime for ever. I don't know, she said, smiling at him. He caught the smile from her. One never does, he said. One never does, she repeated. There was a silence, wherein he ate biscuits rapidly, as a rabbit eats leaves. But, he laughed, where will you take a ticket to? Oh, heaven, she cried, one must take a ticket. Here was a blow. She saw herself at the wicket at the railway station. Then a relieving thought came to her. She breathed freely. But one needn't go, she cried. Certainly not, he said. I mean, one needn't go where one's ticket says. That struck him. One might take a ticket, so as not to travel to the destination it indicated. One might break off and avoid the destination. A point located. That was an idea. Then take a ticket to London, he said. One should never go there. Right, she answered. He poured a little coffee into a tin can. You won't tell me where you will go? He asked. Really and truly, she said, I don't know. It depends which way the wind blows. He looked at her quizzically. Then he pursed up his lips like Zephyrus, blowing across the snow. It goes towards Germany, he said. I believe so, she laughed. Suddenly they were aware of a vague white figure near them. It was Gerald. Gudrun's heart leapt in sudden terror, profound terror. She rose to her feet. They told me where you were, came Gerald's voice, like a judgment in the whitish air of twilight. Maria, you come like a ghost, exclaimed Loerke. Gerald did not answer. His presence was unnatural and ghostly to them. Loerke shook the flask. Then he held it inverted over the snow. Only a few brown drops trickled out. All gone, he said. To Gerald, the smallish, odd figure of the German was distinct and objective, as if seen through field glasses. And he disliked the small figure exceedingly. He wanted it removed. Then Loerke rattled the box which held the biscuits. Biscuits there are still, he said. And reaching from his seated posture in the sledge, he handed them to Gudrun. She fumbled and took one. He would have held them to Gerald, but Gerald so definitely did not want to be offered a biscuit, that Loerke, rather vaguely, put the box aside. Then he took up the small bottle and held it to the light. Also there is some schnapps, he said to himself. Then suddenly he elevated the bottle gallantly in the air, a strange, grotesque figure leaning towards Gudrun, and said, Gnädiges Fräulein, he said. Wohl, there was a crack. The bottle was flying. Loerke had started back. The three stood quivering in violent emotion. Loerke turned to Gerald, a devilish leer on his bright-skinned face. Well done, he said in a satirical, demoniac frenzy. C'est le sport, sans doute. The next instant he was sitting ludicrously in the snow, Gerald's fist having rung against the side of his head. But Loerke pulled himself together, rose, quivering, looking full at Gerald, his body weak and furtive, but his eyes demoniacal with satire. "Vive le héros! Vive!" But he flinched, as in a black flash Gerald's fist came upon him, banged into the other side of his head, and sent him aside like a broken straw. But Gudrun moved forward. She raised her clenched hand high, and brought it down with a great downward stroke onto the face and onto the breast of Gerald. A great astonishment burst upon him, as if the air had broken. Wide, wide, his soul opened in wonder, feeling the pain. Then it laughed, turning with strong hands outstretched, at last, to take the apple of his desire. At last he could finish his desire. He took the throat of Gudrun between his hands that were hard and indomitably powerful. And her throat was beautifully, so beautifully soft, save that within he could feel the slippery cords of her life. And this he crushed. This he could crush. What bliss! Oh, what bliss! At last! What satisfaction! At last! The pure zest of satisfaction filled his soul. He was watching the unconsciousness come into her swollen face, watching the eyes roll back. How ugly she was! What a fulfilment! What a satisfaction! How good this was! Oh, how good it was! What a God-given gratification at last! He was unconscious of her fighting and struggling. The struggling was her reciprocal, lustful passion in this embrace. The more violent it became, the greater the frenzy of delight, till the zenith was reached, the crisis. The struggle was overborne. Her movement became softer, appeased. Loerke roused himself on the snow, too dazed and hurt to get up. Only his eyes were conscious.
"Monsieur,"
he said in his thin, roused voice, "quand vous aurez fini?" A revulsion of contempt and disgust came over Gerald's soul. The disgust went to the very bottom of him, a nausea. Ah, what was he doing? To what depths was he letting himself go? As if he cared about her enough to kill her, to have her life on his hands. A weakness ran over his body, a terrible relaxing, a thaw, a decay of strength. Without knowing, he had let go his grip, and Gudrun had fallen to her knees. Must he see? Must he know? A fearful weakness possessed him. His joints were turned to water. He drifted as on a wind, veered and went drifting away.
I didn't want it, really,
was the last confession of disgust in his soul, as he drifted up the slope, weak, finished, only sheering off unconsciously from any further contact. "I've had enough. I want to go to sleep. I've had enough." He was sunk under a sense of nausea. He was weak But he did not want to rest. He wanted to go on and on to the end, never again to stay till he came to the end. That was all the desire that remained to him. So he drifted on and on, unconscious and weak, not thinking of anything, so long as he could keep in action. The twilight spread a weird, unearthly light overhead, bluish rose in colour. The cold blue night sank on the snow. In the valley below, behind, in the great bed of snow, were two small figures. Gudrun dropped on her knees, like one executed, and Loerke sitting propped up near her. That was all. Gerald stumbled on up the slope of snow in the bluish darkness, always climbing, always unconsciously climbing, weary though he was. On his left was a steep slope with black rocks and fallen masses of rock, and veins of snow slashing in and about the blackness of rock. Veins of snow slashing vaguely in and about the blackness of rock. Yet there was no sound. All this made no noise. To add to his difficulty, a small bright moon shone brilliantly just ahead, on the right. A painful, brilliant thing that was always there, unremitting, from which there was no escape. He wanted so to come to the end. He had had enough. Yet he did not sleep. He surged painfully up, sometimes having to cross a slope of black rock that was blown bare of snow. Here he was afraid of falling, very much afraid of falling. And high up here on the crest moved a wind that almost overpowered him with a sleep-heavy iciness. Only it was not here, the end. And he must still go on. His indefinite nausea would not let him stay. Having gained one ridge, he saw the vague shadow of something higher in front. Always higher, always higher. He knew he was following the track towards the summit of the slopes, where was the Marienhütte and the descent on the other side. But he was not really conscious. He only wanted to go on whilst he could, to move, to keep going, that was all, to keep going until it was finished. He had lost all his sense of place, and yet, in the remaining instinct of life, his feet sought the track where the skis had gone. He slithered down a sheer snow slope. That frightened him. He had no alpenstock, nothing. But having come safely to rest, he began to walk on in the illuminated darkness. It was as cold as sleep. He was between two ridges in a hollow, so he swerved. Should he climb the other ridge, or wander along the hollow? How frail the thread of his being was stretched! He would perhaps climb the ridge. The snow was firm and simple. He went along. There was something standing out of the snow. He approached with dimmest curiosity. It was a half-buried crucifix, a little Christ under a little sloping hood, at the top of a pole. He sheered away. Somebody was going to murder him. He had a great dread of being murdered. But it was a dread which stood outside him, like his own ghost. Yet why be afraid? It was bound to happen, to be murdered. He looked round in terror at the snow, the rocking, pale, shadowy slopes of the upper world. He was bound to be murdered. He could see it. This was the moment when death was uplifted, and there was no escape. Lord Jesus, was it then bound to be? Lord Jesus! He could feel the blow descending. He knew he was murdered. Vaguely wandering forward, his hands lifted, as if to feel what would happen. He was waiting for the moment when he would stop, when it would cease. It was not over yet. He had come to the hollow basin of snow, surrounded by sheer slopes and precipices, out of which rose a track that brought one to the top of the mountain. But he wandered unconsciously, till he slipped and fell down. And as he fell, something broke in his soul, and immediately he went to sleep. End of chapter 30. Recording by Ruth Golding. One of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 31. Exeunt. When they brought the body home the next morning, Gudrun was shut up in her room. From her window she saw men coming along with a burden over the snow. She sat still and let the minutes go by. There came a tap at her door. She opened. There stood a woman, saying softly, oh, far too reverently, "They have found him, madam." "Il est mort?" "Yes, hours ago." Gudrun did not know what to say. What should she say? What should she feel? What should she do? What did they expect of her? She was coldly at a loss. "Thank you," she said, and she shut the door of her room. The woman went away mortified. Not a word, not a tear. Oh, Gudrun was cold, a cold woman. Gudrun sat on in her room, her face pale and impassive. What was she to do? She could not weep and make a scene. She could not alter herself. She sat motionless, hiding from people. Her one motive was to avoid actual contact with events. She only wrote out a long telegram to Ursula and Birkin. In the afternoon, however, she rose suddenly to look for Loerke. She glanced with apprehension at the door of the room that had been Gerald's. Not for worlds would she enter there. She found Loerke sitting alone in the lounge. She went straight up to him. "It isn't true, is it?" she said. He looked up at her. A small smile of misery twisted his face. He shrugged his shoulders. "True?" he echoed. "We haven't killed him?" she asked. He disliked her coming to him in such a manner. He raised his shoulders wearily. "It has happened," he said. She looked at him. He sat crushed and frustrated for the time being, quite as emotionless and barren as herself. My God, this was a barren tragedy.
barren, barren.
She returned to her room to wait for Ursula and Birkin. She wanted to get away, only to get away. She could not think or feel until she had got away, till she was loosed from this position. The day passed. The next day came. She heard the sledge, saw Ursula and Birkin alight, and she shrank from these also. Ursula came straight up to her. "Gudrun!" she cried, the tears running down her cheeks, and she took her sister in her arms. Gudrun hid her face on Ursula's shoulder, but still she could not escape the cold devil of irony that froze her soul. "Ah," she thought, "this is the right behaviour." But she could not weep, and the sight of her cold, pale, impassive face soon stopped the fountain of Ursula's tears. In a few moments the sisters had nothing to say to each other. "Was it very vile to be dragged back here again?" Gudrun asked at length. Ursula looked up in some bewilderment. "I never thought of it," she said. "I felt a beast fetching you," said Gudrun, "but I simply couldn't see people. That is too much for me." "Yes," said Ursula, chilled. Birkin tapped and entered. His face was white and expressionless. She knew he knew. He gave her his hand, saying, "The end of this trip, at any rate." Gudrun glanced at him, afraid. There was silence between the three of them, nothing to be said. At length Ursula asked in a small voice, "Have you seen him?" He looked back at Ursula with a hard, cold look, and did not trouble to answer. "Have you seen him?" she repeated. "I have," he said coldly. Then he looked at Gudrun. "Have you done anything?" he said. "Nothing," she replied. "Nothing." She shrank in cold disgust from making any statement. "Loerke says that Gerald came to you when you were sitting on the sledge at the bottom of the Rudelbahn, that you had words, and Gerald walked away. What were the words about? I had better know, so that I can satisfy the authorities, if necessary." Gudrun looked up at him, white, childlike, mute with trouble. "There weren't even any words," she said. "He knocked Loerke down and stunned him. He half strangled me. Then he went away." To herself she was saying, "A pretty little sample of the eternal triangle." And she turned ironically away, because she knew that the fight had been between Gerald and herself, and that the presence of the third party was a mere contingency, an inevitable contingency perhaps, but a contingency none the less. But let them have it as an example of the eternal triangle, the trinity of hate. It would be simpler for them. Birkin went away, his manner cold and abstracted. But she knew he would do things for her nevertheless. He would see her through. She smiled slightly to herself with contempt. Let him do the work, since he was so extremely good at looking after other people. Birkin went again to Gerald. He had loved him, and yet he felt chiefly disgust at the inert body lying there. It was so inert, so coldly dead, a carcass. Birkin's bowels seemed to turn to ice. He had to stand and look at the frozen, dead body that had been Gerald. It was the frozen carcass of a dead male. Birkin remembered a rabbit which he had once found frozen like a board on the snow. It had been rigid like a dried board when he picked it up. And now this was Gerald, stiff as a board, curled up as if for sleep, yet with the horrible hardness somehow evident. It filled him with horror. The room must be made warm, the body must be thawed, the limbs would break like glass or like wood if they had to be straightened. He reached and touched the dead face, and the sharp, heavy bruise of ice bruised his living bowels. He wondered if he himself were freezing too, freezing from the inside. In the short blonde moustache, the life-breath was frozen into a block of ice beneath the silent nostrils. And this was Gerald. Again he touched the sharp, almost glittering fair hair of the frozen body. It was icy cold, hair icy cold, almost venomous. Birkin's heart began to freeze. He had loved Gerald. Now he looked at the shapely, strange-coloured face, with the small, fine, pinched nose and the manly cheeks, saw it frozen like an ice pebble. Yet he had loved it. What was one to think or feel? His brain was beginning to freeze, his blood was turning to ice water. So cold, so cold, a heavy, bruising cold, pressing on his arms from outside, and a heavier cold congealing within him, in his heart and in his bowels. He went over to the snow slopes to see where the death had been. At last he came to the great shallow among the precipices and slopes near the summit of the pass. It was a grey day, the third day of greyness and stillness. All was white, icy, pallid, save for the scoring of black rocks that jutted like roots sometimes, and sometimes were in naked faces. In the distance a slope sheered down from a peak with many black rock slides. It was like a shallow pot lying among the stone and snow of the upper world. In this pot Gerald had gone to sleep. At the far end the guides had driven iron stakes deep into the snow wall, so that, by means of the great rope attached, they could haul themselves up the massive snow front, out onto the jagged summit of the pass, naked to heaven, where the Marienhütte hid among the naked rocks. Round about, spiked, slashed snow peaks pricked the heaven. Gerald might have found this rope. He might have hauled himself up to the crest. He might have heard the dogs in the Marienhütte and found shelter. He might have gone on down the steep, steep fall of the south side, down into the dark valley with its pines, on to the great imperial road leading south to Italy. He might. And what then? The imperial road, the south, Italy. What then? Was it a way out? It was only a way in again.
Birkin stood high in the painful air, looking at the peaks and the way south. Was it any good going south to Italy, down the old, old imperial road? He turned away. Either the heart would break, or cease to care. Best cease to care. Whatever the mystery which has brought forth man and the universe, it is a non-human mystery. It has its own great ends. Man is not the criterion. Best leave it all to the vast creative non-human mystery. Best strive with oneself only, not with the universe. God cannot do without man. It was a saying of some great French religious teacher. But surely this is false. God can do without man. God could do without the ichthyosauri and the mastodon. These monsters failed creatively to develop, so God, the creative mystery, dispensed with them. In the same way, the mystery could dispense with man, should he too fail creatively to change and develop. The eternal creative mystery could dispose of man and replace him with a finer created being, just as the horse has taken the place of the mastodon. It was very consoling to Birkin to think this. If humanity ran into a cul-de-sac and expended itself, the timeless creative mystery would bring forth some other being, finer, more wonderful, some new, more lovely race to carry on the embodiment of creation. The game was never up. The mystery of creation was fathomless, infallible, inexhaustible, forever. Races came and went, species passed away, but ever new species arose, more lovely, or equally lovely, always surpassing wonder. The fountainhead was incorruptible and unsearchable. It had no limits. It could bring forth miracles, create utter new races and new species in its own hour, new forms of consciousness, new forms of body, new units of being. To be man was as nothing compared to the possibilities of the creative mystery. To have one's pulse beating direct from the mystery, this was perfection, unutterable satisfaction. Human or inhuman mattered nothing. The perfect pulse throbbed with indescribable being, miraculous unborn species. Birkin went home again to Gerald. He went into the room and sat down on the bed. Dead, dead, and cold. Imperial Caesar, dead and turned to clay, would stop a hole to keep the wind away. There was no response from that which had been Gerald. Strange, congealed, icy substance. No more. No more. Terribly weary, Birkin went away about the day's business. He did it all quietly, without bother. To rant, to rave, to be tragic, to make situations, it was all too late. Best be quiet, and bear one's soul in patience and in fullness. But when he went in again at evening to look at Gerald between the candles, because of his heart's hunger, suddenly his heart contracted,
His own candle all but fell from his hand, as with a strange whimpering cry the tears broke out. He sat down in a chair, shaken by a sudden access. Ursula, who had followed him, recoiled aghast from him, as he sat with sunken head and body convulsively shaken, making a strange, horrible sound of tears. "I didn't want it to be like this. I didn't want it to be like this," he cried to himself. Ursula could but think of the Kaiser's "Ich hab es nicht gewollt." She looked almost with horror on Birkin. Suddenly he was silent, but he sat with his head dropped to hide his face. Then, furtively, he wiped his face with his fingers. Then suddenly he lifted his head and looked straight at Ursula with dark, almost vengeful eyes. "He should have loved me," he said. "I offered him." She, afraid, white, with mute lips, answered, "What difference would it have made?" "It would," he said, "it would." He forgot her, and turned to look at Gerald. With head oddly lifted, like a man who draws his head back from an insult, half haughtily, he watched the cold, mute, material face. It had a bluish cast. It sent a shaft like ice through the heart of the living man. Cold, mute, material. Birkin remembered how once Gerald had clutched his hand, with a warm, momentaneous grip of final love, for 1 second. Then let go again, let go for ever. If he had kept true to that clasp, death would not have mattered. Those who die, and dying still can love, still believe, do not die. They live still, in the beloved. Gerald might still have been living in the spirit with Birkin, even after death. He might have lived with his friend a further life. But now he was dead, like clay, like bluish, corruptible ice. Birkin looked at the pale fingers, the inert mass. He remembered a dead stallion he had seen, a dead mass of maleness, repugnant. He remembered also the beautiful face of one whom he had loved, and who had died still having the faith to yield to the mystery. That dead face was beautiful. No one could call it cold, mute, material. No one could remember it without gaining faith in the mystery, without the soul's warming with new, deep life-trust. And Gerald, the denier, he left the heart cold, frozen, hardly able to beat. Gerald's father had looked wistful, to break the heart. But not this last terrible look of cold, mute matter. Birkin watched and watched. Ursula stood aside, watching the living man stare at the frozen face of the dead man. Both faces were unmoved and unmoving. The candle flames flickered in the frozen air, in the intense silence. "Haven't you seen enough?" she said. He got up. "It's a bitter thing to me," he said.
"What? That he's dead?" she said.
His eyes just met hers. He did not answer. "You've got me," she said. He smiled and kissed her. "If I die," he said, "you'll know I haven't left you." "And me?" she cried. "And you won't have left me," he said. "We shan't have any need to despair in death." She took hold of his hand. "But need you despair over Gerald?" she said. "Yes," he answered. They went away. Gerald was taken to England to be buried. Birkin and Ursula accompanied the body, along with one of Gerald's brothers. It was the Crich brothers and sisters who insisted on the burial in England. Birkin wanted to leave the dead man in the Alps, near the snow, but the family was strident, loudly insistent. Gudrun went to Dresden. She wrote no particulars of herself. Ursula stayed at the mill with Birkin for a week or two. They were both very quiet. "Did you need Gerald?" she asked one evening. "Yes," he said. "Aren't I enough for you?" she asked. "No," he said. "You are enough for me as far as a woman is concerned. You are all women to me. But I wanted a man friend as eternal as you and I are eternal." "Why aren't I enough?" she said. "You are enough for me. I don't want anybody else but you. Why isn't it the same with you?" "Having you, I can live all my life without anybody else, any other sheer intimacy. But to make it complete, really happy, I wanted eternal union with a man too. Another kind of love," he said. "I don't believe it," she said. "It's an obstinacy, a theory, a perversity." "Well," he said, "you can't have two kinds of love. Why should you?" "It seems as if I can't," he said. "Yet I wanted it." "You can't have it, because it's false, impossible," she said. "I don't believe that," he answered. End of Women in Love by D. H. Lawrence. Recording by Ruth Golding.